The novel is called The Birth of a Hero. This strange story begins with a boy chosen by fate itself. He is reborn on a fantasy continent, a land where countless heroes rise one after another. Yet in that very place, war still casts its shadow over every inch of soil. After escaping the dark forest filled with monsters, the main character Choi Han steps out of the darkness. For the first time, he understands the warmth of human affection. The villagers open their arms to him, sincerely welcoming this young man as one of their own. But the nightmare comes crashing down all too soon. The people he sees as friends, the villagers he has grown close to. Every family in Harris Village is mercilessly slaughtered by a mysterious organization, even though he has always been far stronger than ordinary people. Even though this young man survived for more than 10 years in the dark forest, his soul was once so pure that it had never been stained by blood. Now he has to watch the people he loves fall before his eyes, powerless to save even one of them. His fury erupts to the absolute limit. For the first time in his life, he kills a person. It is just one stranger who's taken part in murdering the villagers. A miserable scream rings out, and then that body collapses to the ground. The remaining men immediately tremble in fear. They have no idea what terrifying existence they are facing. Right after that, one by one, each of them dies beneath his blade. His cold sword swings down without the slightest hesitation. After wiping out that mysterious organization, this young man finally regains a trace of reason, and he bitterly realizes that he has failed to get any information from them at all. He plunges straight into the abyss of despair. In his heart, he swears he will kill every last one of them. He will kill everyone who turned everything into this tragedy. There is nothing left to hold him back. For the first time, he leaves the village and heads for the central city of the Hennetu's territory. There, during one idle moment that somehow turns in trouble, a thug named Kale takes the initiative and picks a fight with him. And the result is that Kale gets beaten without landing a single hit. Back in the present, a handsome red-haired man stares into the mirror, his heart going cold. Is this not that guy Kale's face? So it turns out he came from another world, and the moment he woke up, he had become Kale Hennetu's. Before this, everything was normal. He borrowed The Birth of a Hero to read, then fell asleep without even realizing it. Yet when he opened his eyes, he had become a completely different person. This is truly the legendary transmigration scenario. In truth, he is still not completely sure about his current identity. But this body, this hair, and this face all match the novel's description of Kale. He immediately digs through everything he once read. In Chapter 1, Kale Hennetus is nothing more than a minor villain. His role is mainly to serve as a stepping stone for the main character. Soaking in the bathtub, he realizes this may not be all that bad. After all, he never had anything to cling to, just a poor orphan with no love, and no one who needed him to sacrifice himself. He simply lived through each day in silence. That was his life under the name Kim Rock-soo. But now that he has become Kale Hennetus, he understands one thing clearly. He absolutely cannot die here. Because he does not want to die, and he definitely does not want to suffer pain. Even if this life is full of trouble, it is still far better than his real world. Instinctively, he reaches up to touch the spot where a scar should be, but the skin is completely unmarked. That means this Kale has not yet been beaten senseless by that black-haired young man. According to the original story, Kale Hennetus is a drunkard, rude and violent, so it is not hard to understand why he gets beaten. Thanks to having read the novel Kim Rock-soo, now inside Kale Hennetus' body, knows exactly what is about to happen. After this incident, the useless red-haired guy will be swept into the current of the plot. Meanwhile, that young man meets Gwyeon, overcomes a series of trials and gradually becomes the image of a true hero. Kim Rock-soo's life motto now as Kale is extremely simple. No matter what, he must avoid getting beaten to a pulp. If Kale could avoid that disaster, he could definitely keep walking the path he had chosen. He would live with extreme caution, stay far away from pain, and stretch his fragile little life as long as possible. Then he would turn this new life in another world into a journey that truly bloomed. Luckily, he still remembered the entire opening section of the novel with perfect clarity, so everything should still be within his control. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, followed by another call right after it. The sound sliced straight through the storm of thoughts swirling inside his head. He stepped outside and saw the old butler waiting there. The old man smiled and politely offered him a cup of tea. That kindly face was only a mask. This young man knew very well that the old man was John, an assassin who'd once crossed the sea from the eastern continent, a sinister elder hiding a blade behind his smile. Once he realized that truth, he immediately decided what he needed to do in the future. He had to skillfully push that dangerous old man toward the main character. This young man understood that John was not the only threat around him. This fantasy world was crawling with powerful people, so first, he needed enough strength to protect himself. The continent would sink into war sooner or later, and if he wanted to live long with as little pain as possible, he had to become strong to a certain degree. But he absolutely could not become too strong, because the stronger he was, the easier it would be to get dragged into bloody trouble. Just then, a servant walked in and offered to help him change clothes. Since he had never liked anything too fancy, he immediately picked a simple, neat outfit. Sure enough, when a guy was handsome, anything he wore turned into fashion. He looked in the mirror, fixed his lapel, then turned toward John. The old man still wore that fake, gentle smile, chilling enough to raise goosebumps. After that, he left the room with John. Along the way, whenever the servants or maids ran into him, every single one of them froze. They bowed their heads respectfully, then quickly vanished as if they had just encountered a monster. That struck him as rather strange, because this body had never actually attacked anyone before. At worst, he had gone a little overboard with drinking, partying, and causing chaos. Sometimes, when he got too drunk, he smashed a few things just to scare the daylights out of everyone. But in the end, the previous version of this body really had been a walking bundle of trouble. He walked into the dining room. Immediately, his entire family appeared before his eyes. His father was Count Deruth, the current head of the Henetus family. Beside him was Kale's stepmother, Countess Violin, and with her two children, Basin and Lily. All four of them turned their eyes toward him at the same time. He calmly sat down at the dining table with his family. To summarize his situation, his father possessed exactly one superpower, being super rich. Aside from that, the man had no special abilities whatsoever. As for his stepmother, she kept just enough distance to avoid causing trouble. His two younger siblings also always avoided him, creating the perfect environment for him to live quietly on his own. The only problem was that their current stares made the atmosphere turn painfully awkward and suffocating, so he decided to eat as quickly as possible and retreat from this family battlefield. But when delicious food was laid out in front of him, he could not help breaking into a deeply satisfied smile. That bright smile made his younger brother glance over and flinch as if he had just seen the system throw an error alert. That weird reaction left him briefly confused. But whatever, he still took a sip of ice water. Countess Deruth watched the scene and thought this son of hers about to commit suicide on the spot. According to the usual script, he should have complained or started some kind of trouble. Yet this time, the young man praised the wine instead, shocking the Count so badly that his eyes went wide and his mouth hung open. He thought being the spare here was not so bad. At the very least, his family did not bother criticizing his lack of manners. Most importantly, he could not irritate Basin, because that kid would become the heir of the family. After thinking it through, he would much rather use his noble status to wander through peaceful regions than rule a chaotic territory and accidentally log out of the Earth server for good. If that plan did not work, he would gather up all the assets he could and flee somewhere war could never reach. While he was busy calculating national-level survival strategies, he suddenly heard the Countess ask whether he needed anything. The question came at the perfect time. Our handsome red-haired young man pretended to ponder, but inside his head, there was already only one answer. He needed money. The more the better. And of course the Count with the super-rich passive skill immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. He happily broke into a radiant smile, but right after that he switched straight into psychological trauma mode when he saw the amount of money he had received. Kale silently concluded that this family truly lacked nothing except money. With things turning out like this, he had no choice but to revise his entire original plan. According to John, today was September 29. In other words, it was March of the year 781 by the Phillips calendar. If that was the case, everything had to move even faster. Because the protagonist of this isekai novel, Choi-han, would soon set foot in Weston. The carriage carrying this young man rolled down the road, then slowly came to a stop. It stopped in front of a tea house with the poetic name, Fragrant Tea and Verse. He stepped down from the carriage. As soon as he glanced around, he noticed the coachman still standing timidly behind him. The man's face was deathly pale, and he looked so frightened that he almost seemed pitiful. Perhaps the awful temper of this body's original owner had scared him more than a few times before, so he ordered the man to leave first, while he walked into the house alone. Inside, the moment the young man appeared, everyone's expression instantly stiffened with fear. The only exception was the fat tea house owner. He looked no different from a walking piggy bank, a greedy, wealthy, and nasty man named Bilo. Facing him, Kale chose to speak plainly, without beating around the bush. He immediately stated the purpose of his visit. He wanted to rent out the entire third floor of the tea house until the end of the day. Along with that, he wanted a tea that was not bitter and a book good enough to kill time. After placing his order, he tossed money to Bello, making the man's face light up at once. 1,000,000 galons was clearly far too much. But for a young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth, that amount was not worth worrying about. So he simply treated the extra as Billo's tip. If he had money and power in hand but did not use them now, was he supposed to wait until monsters in the dungeon were breathing down his neck? He lifted his gaze toward the city gate through the window frame. This morning, Choi-han had just been driven away after reporting the attack to the Countess. Instead of tracking down the one who murdered the people he cherished, Choi-han prioritized giving the dead a proper farewell. He really was the terrifyingly righteous protagonist type. The young man suddenly recalled a line once spoken by a noble in the novel, asking why rulers like him should care about the lives of useless commoners out there. To him, the wineglass in his hand was worth far more than the lives of people deemed useless, like Choi Han. And the moment those words were spoken in front of the protagonist, the obvious ending came crashing down and he was beaten to a pulp. According to the original story, that was the unavoidable chain of events. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Kale's spine. The more he thought, the more tangled his mind became. He was about to push the novel's contents out of his head when he suddenly saw Choi Han being stopped by the guards outside the gate. They were definitely asking for identification papers, but where would someone like Choi Han get anything like that? So it was all too easy to predict that he would be refused entry. However, Kale knew that for now Choi Han would obediently leave, then wait for nightfall to climb the wall and sneak into the city. After that, he would pass by a young master who was busy drinking. Anyone who read action fantasy could guess what would happen next. Kale immediately decided to leave the tea house. Before going, he did not forget to tell Bilo to keep the place he had rented exactly as it was, right after the young man disappeared from sight. The customers in the tea house immediately burst into a stir, whispering in astonishment. This was the first time they had seen that young master not charged straight into drinking. He had even left the tea house without smashing a single thing. Of course, Kale heard every single word of their gossip. Jiao suddenly realized that if he wanted to survive peacefully in this other world, he needed at least a few self-defense skills, especially when he might run into powerful people without warning, monsters wearing human skin who could crush him at any moment. To live here, this young man did not need to be unrivaled and overpowered. He only needed enough strength to live comfortably without being trampled, because if he stood out too much, he would easily get dragged into the dangerous upheavals of this fantasy world. What this young man was aiming for was not ordinary strength, but an ancient power that had been sleeping for a very long time. Among those powers, he needed an invisible shield, like the energy barriers mages often used to protect their lives. Today, this young man would prepare the baited to awaken that indestructible shield. He walked straight over to a roadside bread stall. The stall owner instantly went pale, his eyes panicked as if he had just seen a monster in a dungeon. But by now, that kind of reaction no longer surprised him. This young man asked coldly whether he could buy every loaf of bread here. After saying that, he placed a glittering gold coin in front of the owner. The bread stall owner froze for a moment. Only after snapping back to his senses did he fully understand what this young man had just said. Of course, with a deal that good, there was no reason to refuse. The owner immediately rushed off to pack the goods, moving so fast it was like he had cast haste magic. Carrying a sack of bread big enough to feed an entire clan, he quietly observed the scenery around him. Even though he already knew it, this young man had to admit this place was nothing like South Korea. It was a true fantasy world, thick with the smell of adventure. In the eyes of the people around him, he was still nothing more than a weak and useless nobody. Those contemptuous looks swept over him like thin blades, making his chest sting despite himself. But forget it, this young man decided to leave every judgment behind him. He only wanted to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Because of that, this young man had no idea that two children were secretly following him from behind. After a long road filled with dust and dirt, he stopped in front of a deserted hill. The heavy sack of bread landed on the ground with a dull thud. Before this young man stood an old wooden door, covered in the marks of time. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, where a chilling scene of decay revealed itself behind it. Amid that ruin, the thing this young man had been searching for finally appeared, a strange ancient tree standing tall in the darkness. Judging from its rough, gnarled trunk, it had probably existed for at least 100 years. Just then, a warning voice rang out behind him, telling him not to go near that tree, because it was a man-eating tree. According to rumor, anyone who had ever hanged themselves from this tree turned into a mummy after just one night. They thought the warning would make this young man tremble, but instead, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, because this was exactly what he had been looking for, long, long ago in an ancient age buried beneath legend. There was a woman so gluttonous that her own greed got her expelled from the temple, and not long after that, she died. From her corpse, a monstrous tree grew. Her lingering resentment and remaining power crystallized within this tree, forming the authority of the indestructible shield. This young man held a loaf of bread in his hand. He began fumbling around, searching for the hollow beneath the roots so he could offer food to it. Meanwhile, the two unfamiliar kids kept bouncing around his ears, constantly telling him not to do it or he would definitely die. This young man sighed in exhaustion, wondering why he ran into annoying children everywhere he went and started considering whether to chase them off before the ritual began. The troublesome duo kept nagging like they were chanting sutras, forcing him to use the food bribery technique. This young man held out the bread, hoping he could send them somewhere else. But because they were afraid he would be swallowed by the tree, the two children stubbornly kept warning him nonstop. In the end, this young man used his final trick, dragging out his own title as trash to scare them. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. The red-haired boy instantly turned pale and hurriedly pulled his older sister away. The little girl still tried to linger and tell him to be careful, only then turning around to run after her younger brother. This young man ignored everything and continued the unfinished task in front of him. He stuffed a loaf of bread into the deep hole right beneath the roots of the tree. The moment he brought the loaf over, it vanished without a trace. A chill ran down his spine, and he almost thought that thing was about to swallow his hand too. That shield was the last fragment of power that person had left behind. That was why the tree growing from the corpse was also steeped in ancient power, and that savage primal creature, strangely enough, was more trustworthy than anyone else. The young man immediately recalled a detail from the original story. He had to keep feeding the tree until the darkness disappeared, because that darkness had been crystallized from resentment. Once it vanished, the light behind it would be revealed. As long as he saw that scene with his own eyes, the imperishable shield would definitely fall into his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, the young man dumped every remaining loaf in the sack and let the tree devour them whole. After it ground through all the bread he had brought, a savage roar echoed from the bottom of the pit. He calculated in silence that it would probably take 10 more bags of food to complete this ritual. The roar still rolled through the space, making the young man shudder without realizing it. That person's hatred must have run so deep that even death could not bring release. He decided he would come back tomorrow. On the way back, the young man ran into the two troublesome kids from earlier, happily gnawing on the loaf he had just given them. A faint concern rose in his chest. Maybe those kids would not dare go anywhere near the tree. But if curiosity made them stick their heads in there and get swallowed, things would become troublesome. He was not a bad person by nature, but to preserve his role as a worthless trash noble, the young man had to put on a cold front. He pretended to set a condition for the children, saying that if they wanted food tomorrow, they absolutely could not tell anyone what they had just seen. When he returned to the tea shop, the old owner was still waiting quietly and did not ask a single question. He took a sip and praised the tea for being excellent. The young man also praised the book as interesting, though he had only read half of it. He liked how the protagonist's power was acknowledged, along with his dramatic path of growth. Before leaving, he even told Pilliot not to let anyone touch the book, so he could continue reading it the next time he came back. Naturally, Pilliot agreed at once and respectfully saw him out. Not long after, inside a noisy bar in the city. Like everyone else, the bar owner turned pale with fear the moment he saw the young man. He bowed again and again, inwardly praying that he had never accidentally offended this walking disaster. The young man understood the reason for that attitude. In the past, whenever Ryan got drunk, everything around him was smashed without mercy. Keeping the old habit, the young man tossed the owner a gold coin. He ordered the usual dishes, except this time he also asked for several portions of boiled chicken breast with no salt. The bar owner froze at the rare sight of his mild expression. He hurried off to prepare every item that had been ordered. Around him, the thugs, gangsters, and swindlers all automatically kept their distance from the young man. He began to feel that Rian's reputation was strangely unusual. Normally, useless descendants of rich families gathered with scoundrels, or at least kept a few lackeys around. But he looked down on people like that. In the young man's eyes, they were different from trash. His food was quickly brought out. The young man took it and quietly moved somewhere else. He opened the expensive bottle of liquor in his hand. After one long drink, the alcohol slid down his throat, slowly warming his body. If the young man's memory was not wrong, from the city gate, walk about 100 steps along the city wall. Right at this section of wall, the protagonist of that fantasy world would appear. Choi Han would leap over the wall from that spot. Across from it, two cats, one big and one small, would be huddled together for warmth. This was a world where coincidences always played a crucial role. Choi Han would change his landing direction just to avoid frightening the cats. And sure enough, the young man saw Choi Han right here. Choi Han swept his gaze over him, his eyes cold and sharp, as if he were examining a monster in a dungeon. The young man's spine instantly went rigid with tension. Fortunately, the bit of liquor in his system helped him quickly regain his composure. To avoid getting beaten to a pulp like in the original story, he decided to act first and give Han a truly good first impression. Kale instantly slipped into character, acting so deeply he looked like an actor who had just gotten his hands on an Oscar. First, he took out the chicken breast he had just bought at the tavern and gently offered it to the kittens. They were tiny, far smaller than he had imagined. The red-haired young man began tearing the meat into little pieces, patiently feeding them bite by bite. At first, the two cats were still wary, their eyes full of guarded suspicion. They sniffed it again and again, then finally dropped their doubts and lunged in, devouring the food. After taking care of the cats, he immediately turned his attention to closing the distance with Choi Han. He asked whether Choi Han had anywhere to go or if he was hungry right now. Just as expected, Choi Han gave no answer and only watched his every movement in silence. Kale calmly asked why he was staying quiet and refusing to answer. And at last, this time, Choi Han took the bait. He briefly admitted that he was hungry. Waiting for exactly that moment, Kale immediately suggested that Choi Han follow him. In return, Kale would find him something to fill his stomach. If you want to win someone over, going through the stomach is almost never the wrong move. And so Choi Han silently followed the red-haired young man. After eating its fill, the red kitten clung to Kale and refused to leave, rubbing its sweet little face against his leg. Looking down at that tiny creature, even though he was not a cat lover, Kale had to admit it was painfully adorable. The moment he lifted his head, he met Choi Han's stare, 3 parts judgment and 7 parts accusation. At this point, pretending notices was impossible. Kale had no choice but to crouch down, pet the kitten, say a few gentle words, and say goodbye to it. The red kitten looked absolutely delighted. Only after the gray cat kept nudging it did the little thing reluctantly agree to leave. Kale let out a breath of relief, secretly thinking he had probably passed Choi Han's hidden character test. After that, the two of them returned to the estate together. Kale tried to look calm, as if none of this bothered him at all, but Choi Han's gaze stayed fixed on his back, making Kale feel more and more unnatural with every step. Choi Han was still silently judging whether Kale was an enemy who needed to be eliminated. A timid call of young master suddenly rang out. That voice instantly shattered the awkward air between the two of them. It turned out to be the voices of the 2 guards at the gate. Kale felt helpless, truly unable to understand why they were so scared they stuttered just from calling out to him. He and Choi Han stepped into the estate. Ron was already standing by the door, respectfully waiting to welcome Kale back. Ron looked at Choi Han and Choi Han quietly looked back at Ron. Kale felt as if invisible sparks were flashing between the two of them. Refusing to let that atmosphere drag on, he told Choi Han to follow him. Ron kindly asked what exactly had happened and whether he needed to personally take care of this unfamiliar guest. Kale immediately refused, then led Choi Han straight upstairs. A blond young man appeared, and it was Deputy Butler Hans, the person responsible for taking care of Kale. He was rather surprised that Kale had managed to come back on his own this time, even though he had clearly been drinking. Kale raised the bottle of liquor, making Hans scream and instinctively shrink back, thinking it was about to be thrown straight at him. But in the end, Kale was only planning to hand it over to him. Hans put the bottle away, and that was all there was to it. After that, Kale led Choi Han down to the kitchen. That was where someone Choi Han absolutely had to meet was waiting. Beacrox, the son of the old assassin Ron. Just like his father, he was the kind of character no one could afford to underestimate. One look at the way he cooked with that icy expression, and those pressure-filled hands was enough to understand. Choi Han needed to meet this man, because when Beacrox witnessed his combat skills in an upcoming action scene, he would be deeply impressed and decide to follow him. To Kale, this was no different from killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If he could get Beacrox to leave with Choi Han, then Beacrox's terrifying father would be dragged along too. Kale smiled faintly at the plan that had just formed in his mind. Then he immediately ordered Beacrox to cook something for Choi Han to eat. Big Rock made no effort to hide his displeasure, knife still gripped in his hand, while he stared at Q with a chillingly tender look, as if he were just waiting for the next second to carve him up. But the young man still gave the order in an icy voice, with no intention of backing down. This time Big Rock did not argue. He immediately lowered his head, accepted the command, and got to work. Q secretly thought the current situation was almost too perfect, now that Big Rock, Choi Han, and John had finally crossed paths. Those 3 people had now been tied to the same thread of fate. Maybe because he was too excited, Q also started feeling hungry. So instead of cooking only 1 serving for Choi Han, Big Rock had to prepare another meal for the young man too. Remembering yesterday's steak, Q casually praised his cooking and admitted that Big Rock really was a chef with genuine skill. Hearing that, Big Rock looked as if he wanted to ask whether Q had taken the wrong medicine today, because those sweet words sounded suspiciously out of character. After placing his order, Q left the kitchen. Right then, Deputy Butler Han followed behind him and quietly asked how they should handle Choi Han. Q merely instructed him in a cool tone that Choi Han must be treated with proper hospitality. Now that Choi Han, John, and Big Rock had met, today's mission could basically be considered complete. If that still was not enough, Q only needed to make Choi Han attack someone and let Big Rock witness it himself. Q told Han to bring the food straight to his room once it was ready, then left at a leisurely pace. Han immediately reported everything that had just happened to Count Deruth, Q's father. That included Q's visit to the Flynn Merchant Guild's illegal tea shop, as well as the fact that he had brought a stranger back to the estate. Even the fact that Q had drunk alcohol this time, yet still returned perfectly clear-headed, was reported in full detail. Han asked for instructions on whether they should keep having someone follow Q, but Count Deruth refused at once. He believed that as long as Q remained inside this city, every move he made was still within his control. Therefore, Han only needed to continue observing him and reporting his actions as usual. Count Deruth fell into quiet thought. He realized that his son, infamous for wasting his life in pleasure, seemed to have truly changed. Q was completely different from usual. It was not because he had suddenly become powerful or because his intelligence had leapt to some shocking level. It was because even his smallest actions now carried an unusual air. After thinking for a while, the Count decided to have Han investigate the illegitimate child of the Flynn Merchant Guild. Once Han received the order, he quickly left the room. Left alone, the Count silently thought that Q was not the only thing beginning to change. The atmosphere across the entire continent was also gradually becoming more dangerous. The Hennetu's family had always quietly protected its wealth and expanded it bit by bit. Their motto was simple: they did not need to be remembered by history, as long as they could live peacefully and happily. Perhaps it was finally time for young Master Nayan Zuok to take another step toward true maturity. While the Count was still busy considering the continent's major affairs, Q was suffering through a confrontation with that crafty old fox John. His face had gone so pale that it looked terrible. Q felt that his condition was extremely bad, and to make matters worse, John calmly brought him a cup of lemon tea, which only made the pain more intense. John acted concerned and said that Q had been sleeping so soundly, he had not had the heart to wake him. Q was left speechless, silently thinking that this old man was wasting a monstrous talent by not becoming an actor. Suddenly, Q noticed a wound on John's neck. John brushed it off, saying a cat had scratched him, but the truth was that he had tried to teach the male lead a lesson, only to get countered instead. Q knew the truth clearly, but he did not expose the lie. He simply drained the cup of tea John had just brought him in one go. After that, Q stood up and walked outside. Before leaving, Q told John not to worry about him, because someone else would deal with everything waiting outside. The moment Q pushed the door open and was about to step out, what slammed into his vision was a face. It was the face of the male lead, Choi Han, and it startled Q so badly that he nearly jumped out of his skin. By instinct, Q immediately slammed the door shut. His soul almost left his body right then and there. Immediately afterward, Q spun around and began blaming old John. The old man acted surprised, saying he had not expected Q2 to be frightened that badly. Then he defended himself, claiming Q had opened the door on his own before John even had time to warn him. John had told Han to wait in the room, but Han stubbornly insisted on meeting Q and remained standing right outside the door. After Q reluctantly steadied his emotion, he opened the door again, wanting to know what Choi Han had really come to him for. Choi Han only answered briefly that he wanted to repay the favor. Q secretly thought this whole thing was so absurd that it was almost impossible to believe. Kale immediately refused, then coldly asked whether the other man had anything else he needed from him. If there was still a task he wanted to hand over, he should say it plainly right now. Hit right where it hurt, Choi Han finally began to speak. He insisted this matter was definitely connected to Harris Village, and that it would be best if the young man stayed out of it. Kale decided to shove that entire mess onto Han and let him handle it. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Pia that John was an exceptionally capable deputy butler. With that level of skill, John would definitely be able to support Choi Han. While he was at it, Kale also ordered John to put his full effort into helping Choi Han as much as possible. He handed Choi Han over to John to deal with. As for Kale himself, he was busy preparing more money because today, that money was definitely going to be used in large amounts. By now, John was starting to feel that things were getting more and more interesting. That brave little dog had never liked sour flavors, and in fact had always hated them with a passion. And yet, it still drank every last drop of the tea the old man had prepared. John turned and silently sized up Choi Han. A distinct stench of blood lingered around Choi Han. Even so, he tried to act as if he were completely innocent. In the old man's eyes, that was the classic look of a low, slippery scoundrel. John quietly led the way for Choi Han. Choi Han briefly glanced back at the young man's retreating figure, then he turned his head and followed John. Just as planned yesterday, the young man returned to the cursed tree, carrying a sack packed full of bread over his shoulder. He continued dumping all the bread into the pit beneath the tree roots. This time a woman's voice rang out from inside. More, give me even more. It was the voice of the woman mentioned in the book, the nun who had been starved to death. Kale suddenly remembered what his father had told him. Though he still did not know what his father meant, he had been told to stop by the study tonight, so he absolutely had to return before dinner. Today's goal was to soothe at least half of the man-eating tree's hunger. Time was running out, so he had to move even faster. He left the top of the hill and headed down to get more bread. On the way, he saw the two children from the other day. A few fresh wounds had appeared on their dirt-smudged faces. His expression darkened. He clicked his tongue once, then strode past them. He entered the market district, where bakeries were clustered together. Since he had already taken bread from the same shop today, he needed to find another bakery to avoid wasting time waiting for more to be prepared. Just then, an older woman approached him first and warmly promoted the bread from her own shop. Of course, he bought every single loaf she had. As usual, he tossed over a gold coin without hesitation. In an instant, the middle-aged woman's lips curved into a dazzling smile. She hurried back into the shop, then came out carrying a huge bag of bread. The bread had already been wrapped and was handed straight to him. Sure enough, she really knew how to do business. Before he left, she even seized the chance to invite him back next time. Seeing easy profit right in front of him, another shopkeeper immediately rushed over to pitch his own bread. For someone who needed bread more than gold right now, Kale naturally had no reason to refuse. That meant tomorrow he could visit 3 bakeries in a row to pick up bread. He felt satisfied as things finally began to run more smoothly. However, he did not realize that in a nearby alley, Big Rock was silently watching his every move. He truly could not understand what this young man was doing here. Old John, Big Rock's father, had once said Kale was an interesting person, and at the time Big Rock had not paid much attention. But the more he watched, the more he felt his father had been right. Watching Kale gave him the same kind of fascination as watching that black-haired kid, Choi Han. This is not bread. So what if it is not? Kale snorted at the little girl clutching medicinal herbs, who was stammering in protest, then kept heading toward the man-eating tree. But the boy beside her rushed out to block his path, his voice trembling as he said Kale could not die. Kale still stepped past the child. He was not some flashy noble, but rather looked like an unremarkable orphan with nothing to his name. Because of that, many people could easily pity that miserable status. But did anyone really need a reason to feel sympathy for the pitiful? Jiao never understood why compassion did not need a reason. But the older he got, the more he realized how chillingly true that saying was. Things that came from the bottom of the heart never needed reason to step in and pass judgment. He hated seeing children in pain. Even so, this young man had no intention of comforting the little girl or stepping forward to protect her. He frowned at the timid little girl walking toward him with the boy beside her, then said coldly, "I'm not dead yet." Hearing that, the siblings no longer dared to follow him. As for that tree, it seemed far too used to being cared for by him, and the instant it saw the young man, it demanded food. If you want to eat, then eat. He poured more bread into that bottomless mouth. The darkness around it seemed to fade, proving the money had not been wasted. Once he finished, he turned back and saw that the two troublesome kids from earlier had vanished, so he let out a relieved breath. Not having to look at their bruised and wounded faces really did make him feel much better. But this time, instead of the two children, the ones before him were the two cats he had fed chicken breast last night. One had silver fur and golden eyes, while the other had red fur and the same blazing gold gaze. The two cats did not make a sound. They simply stared at him in silence. The young man immediately decided not to get involved in any more trouble. He pretended he had seen nothing and quickly returned to the Count's estate. And there he heard news that hit him like a bolt from the blue. Count Deruth had decided that he would represent the family and go to the capital. Normally, Basin was the one who handled this duty. Yet this time, the Count had chosen his eldest son instead. The royal family was about to hold a major event, and the sons of noble houses had all been invited to attend. Basin had attended social gatherings like this since 2 years ago, but he had never taken part in a royal-level event. On top of that, this time the Count also wanted Jiao to go. The moment he heard it was an event hosted by the royal family, the young man immediately remembered the Plaza Terror attack mentioned in the original story. A mysterious organization would attack a crowded plaza in the capital. The only person who would stop that plot was Choi Han. He saved countless people at the scene, and from then on, he became close to the royal family, almost like friends. Thinking that he might get dragged into that disaster sent a cold shiver down his spine. Just now, his father had also said Basin was usually the one who represented the family at events like this. The young man planned to find a way to shove the trip onto his younger brother, because he had no desire to set foot in a dangerous place like the capital. The problem was that he could not bring himself to say it to Basin. After all, what reason did someone like him have not to go? And why had Deruth made this sudden decision? In 5 days, he had to leave for the capital. According to the original story, during that time the thug he once was would be beaten half to death by Choi Han, so there was no way he could have departed. He said he needed more time to think. Count Deruth calmly agreed. The unusual meeting ended in a heavy atmosphere. He left the study together with Basin. On the way, Basin suddenly said something to him. "There is no reason for you not to go, older brother." After hearing that, the young man became even more confused. He had already been pushed out of the heir's position. Basin had been treated as the successor for the past 2 years. Yet now, that very same younger brother was saying he had a reason to represent the family. Things were starting to get far messier than he had imagined. No matter how he thought about it, the chance that he could go to the capital and return safely was still fairly high. But if Basin died and could not become the lord, he would be forced to take his place. That was when the real trouble would come crashing down. Basin absolutely had to live so he could stay comfortable. Just then Ron arrived to report on Choi Han's situation. He immediately told Ron to call him over. If Choi Han did not want to come, Ron could simply tell him he had to pay for his meals. Judging from Ron's expression, the male lead's problem had probably been resolved. But now, Jiao had been dragged into an unexpected trip to the capital. Because of that, the young man decided to do everything he could to make the trip easier to survive. It was time for Choi Han to repay his debt of gratitude. Ron went to call him, and before long, Choi Han was sitting in Jiao's room, quietly observing his surroundings. He silently evaluated Choi Han. Ever since Ron had taken care of his meals, his complexion looked much better. Ron, Beacrox, and Choi Han. This trio was developing exactly as the young man had predicted. Without beating around the bush, Choi Han asked him directly what he needed him to do. Thinking back on the events in the novel, he realized he had changed the opening of The Birth of a Hero, triggering a chain of disruptions. That was why he kept trying to prevent things from drifting too far and steer the plot back onto its original track. But having to go to the capital would definitely make that flow deviate even more. He placed a sheet of paper on the table and said, "First, I need to know what you can do." To put it simply, this was an ability interview. Faced with that test, Choi-Han looked interested and told him to continue. So the young man asked bluntly, "Do you know how to protect others?" "What do you mean by that?" Choi-Han froze for a moment, then immediately frowned and pushed back. He stayed silent. The plan had just been hastily changed, but for some reason this new direction seemed like it might bring even greater benefits. If Choi-Han's companions could not obtain the ancient power, then taking a useful strength for himself did not sound bad either. In any case, for them, whether they had that borrowed power or not was not all that important. The question was simple. Can you protect people instead of killing them? The room suddenly sank into silence. He did not hear any answer from Choi-Han. A moment later, Choi-Han lowered his head, and the air around them grew noticeably heavier. Only then did he answer in a quiet voice, admitting that he did not really know either. Provoking this young man right now would be no different from shoving himself straight into danger, so he changed his approach and cut straight to the core of the matter. Could the other man kill someone or not? This time, Choi-Han answered without hesitation. If he could kill, then he could also protect others. He continued from there. That would definitely not be easy, but difficult did not mean impossible. In the life Jin Dushu had lived before, there were very few things he could avoid, just because they were hard. That was why he kept trying to be generous toward this new life inside the body of a useless young master. But if he wanted peaceful days later, there was still a mountain he had to cross first, and to cross it, he needed someone strong enough to clear the way. Difficult does not mean impossible. Maybe that really is true, the young man replied with a laugh. "Alright, last question," he said. Asked, the other man answered calmly. He gave the final question. "What is your name?" The young man froze for a brief moment. "You do not know my name." "I do, of course. You are the one who was originally destined to beat me up. I have heard other people mention it already, but I want to hear you say your own name with your own mouth." Choi-Han reached his hand out toward him, his voice lowering into something firm and clear. "My name is Choi-Han." He took the hand being offered in front of him. "Ah, is that so? As for me, I am Ki Initius." Now it was finally time to get to the real point. The thing this young man could do to repay the debt he owed. He pushed the sheet of paper on the table toward him. Two names were written on it. Rosalind and Locke. That was exactly right. Rosalind was the princess of a neighboring kingdom, the survivor of an assassination attempt. The other was the heir to the Wolf King's bloodline, Locke. On the outside, Locke looked frail, but once he went berserk, he would turn into a werewolf more savage than any monster. Meanwhile, Rosalind possessed terrifying magic power, second only to Choi-Han in the early action arc of the story. She had no interest in the throne at all. What she longed for was to find the greatest magic tower on the continent. Once she reached that goal, she would step onto the path of a hero. He recalled the details from the novel. The assassin who had gone after Rosalind was later tortured by Bikrock before long. The torture scene had been described in such excessive detail that he shuddered without meaning to. Ever since he fell into this other world, that chill down his spine had never really left him. "Rosalind Locke?" He nodded at the other man's answer. "Right, those two. Looks like you can read, so that makes things easier." He pulled a map out of the drawer, then spread it wide across the tabletop. First of all, the young man would set out with him for the opening stretch of the journey. His finger stopped at one point on the map. He told Choi-Han that he only needed to do exactly what was written on the paper. The fact that he had to accompany them midway was not a coincidence. In the first volume of The Birth of a Hero, there was a Marcus who appeared as a key villain. He constantly blocked the path of the prince and Choi-Han. Even worse, that bastard was secretly keeping a mad dragon in captivity. He had once tried to tame that dragon, which was not even 5 years old, but in the end it escaped and went berserk. In the end, Choi-Han killed it. The problem was that he had to pass through the village that dragon was going to attack. If he did not cross that place, he would not make it to the capital on time. So there were only two choices. Either let Choi-Han kill it, or release it before its violent instincts fully erupted. What Choi-Han needed to do was bring those two people to the capital. That was how he would repay him. Choi-Han asked whether he needed to protect those two. "That is up to you. Even without your protection, they are already strong enough on their own. Instead, you absolutely have to reach the capital and meet me in one piece. You are capable enough to protect yourself, are you not? Why are you not answering? Can you do it?" The other man's eyes gradually became clearer. "Yes, I can do it." Talking to this person really was bad for the heart. He should have had a drink before starting this conversation, which was stretched tighter than a bowstring. "You can leave now." He waved his hand, making no attempt to hide that he was dismissing his guest. Choi-Han walked toward the door, while he leaned back in his chair and watched him quietly. Right before the door opened, he added one more thing. "By the way, everything we just discussed stays a secret between the two of us. Understood?" I understand, Choi Han answered briefly, then left the room. The matter on Choi Han's side could be considered settled. Now came the part that was just as important, money. He immediately went to ask the Count for money. Of course, the request was approved at once, so quickly that there was no need to bargain. He needed a fairly large sum for the moves he was about to make. He lay on the bed, leisurely admiring the bank draft in his hand. Just then, the attendant Ron approached and placed an item on the table. It was a water bottle, accompanied by an explanation that this was honey lemon tea specially prepared for him by the old man's son. After saying that, the old man even remembered to wish Kale a good night's sleep, as if nothing about it was unsettling. He promised he would always stand watch at Kale's side, following him like a shadow that would never leave. Kale's drowsiness vanished in an instant, wiped out so completely that sleep was no longer an option. The young man thought to himself that no matter what happened from this point on, he had to stay focused. He had to hand these two troublesome people over to Choi Han as quickly as possible. Soon after, the young man quietly strolled down the empty road, moving through the silence alone. Without realizing it, the events of that morning began flooding back in his mind. After learning that Kale was about to head for the capital, John immediately opened a crash course in rabbit hunting just for him. The way the old man described trapping rabbits was so bizarre and suspicious that the young man still felt a chill when he thought back on it. He really was a frightening old man, the kind who made even harmless things feel dangerous. Even so, Kale felt relieved that the old man would be traveling with him to the capital. When he arrived at the familiar bakery, the owner was already waiting for him. The man quickly wrapped up the bread and handed the package over without delay. A trace of sadness crossed his face when he learned this was the last day his generous customer would be buying in bulk. Kale smiled and comforted him in a gentle voice, trying to ease the man's disappointment. He said that if he ever craved bread again, he would definitely come back to this shop. After saying that, the young man turned and left without lingering any longer. He soon realized that the pair of siblings were also waiting for him today. It seemed they had no home to return to. Kale had arrived much earlier than usual today, yet the two children looked as if they had been waiting on this hill since last night. The younger brother was leaning almost entirely against his older sister. The siblings stayed silent and simply looked up at him with quiet, watchful eyes. Kale handed them 2 portions of bread, and the younger brother immediately accepted his sister's share as well. After that, the young man walked straight toward the man-eating tree. Fortunately, the fog was thick today, so no one would see what he was doing in this place. More, please give me more. The pleading voice sounded desperate enough to scrape against the nerves. As usual, the chilling voice of the resentful spirit rang beside his ear, heavy with lingering hatred. Kale poured the entire bag of bread into the hollow beneath the tree's roots. The gloomy gray inside the hollow slowly began to fill with light. Seeing that this took almost no effort, the young man curled his lips in quiet satisfaction. And right then, it happened. Yes. That's right. Yes, this is exactly it. The voice rose as if it had finally found what it wanted. Faced with a shriek far sharper than before, Kale froze for a moment, then stepped back. The novel had never mentioned anything like this. If you bring more, I will give you a gift. A gift? His eyes instantly lit up. He had not expected her to scream so wildly, but it seemed the ending was now close. Without hesitating any longer, Kale dumped the final bag of bread into the hole. The young man wondered what exactly was going to happen next. Boom! A violent roar thundered out, but Kale no longer paid it any attention. His gaze stayed fixed on the hole that had once been swallowed by darkness. Suddenly, a sphere of light rose up, floated before him, and began to speak. This time, it did not beg for more bread, but instead praised what he had thrown in. Delicious. The texture is unbelievably soft. I liked the third bag best. The food became better and better as it went on. No matter how I put it, the bread in that third bag was truly excellent. I have never eaten anything that good. When I bit into those pieces of bread, I could clearly tell they were made from top-grade wheat. Not all wheat is the same, you know. The sphere of light kept rambling on and on about food. At that moment, Kale suddenly thought her resentment might not have come from hunger, but from the fact that no one had ever listened to her. She began explaining the reason she had been driven away in the first place. Even without listening, Kale could guess the reason was her gluttony. The only reason he stood there enduring that dull story was the ancient power waiting at the end. The sphere continued spilling countless tiny stories about her life, one after another. The man-eating tree, once pitch black, gradually began changing into a shade of white. One by one, tender green leaf buds started to stretch out and sprout from it. Beneath the hazy fog, the scene became mystical and strangely beautiful. At last, the sphere of light spoke words of gratitude to him. Then it gave Kale the very thing he had been waiting for all this time. It was none other than the power of the indestructible shield. After that, the sphere slowly dissolved and faded away into the mist. That shield would protect the life of whoever possessed it, standing between its owner and death itself. Q felt that sincere promise carve itself deep into his heart. like a vow the world itself refused to let him forget, and it would remain there until the very moment he died. An ancient source of power was silently wrapping itself around his heart. His heartbeat quickened, as if an invisible shield had begun protecting him from the inside out. Every ancient power left behind its own unique mark, one that could never be perfectly copied. That mark reflected the true nature of the person who possessed it, no matter how hard they tried to hide themselves. Based on the records written in that old book, Q already had a rough idea of how this power should work. The young man immediately tried to activate his newly acquired power, testing it with cautious anticipation. It worked. An indestructible shield appeared right before his eyes, glowing with quiet, solid force. He smiled in relief. At last, in this world crawling with monsters and danger, he had something that could protect him. The indestructible shield was not exactly as invincible as its name suggested. It could still break, but it would not vanish. When it took a powerful enough hit, the shield would shatter to save its master, then slowly rebuild itself using the life force drawn from his heart. His body heat and life rhythm served as the fuel that sustained the shield. The stronger his heart became, the sturdier that defense would grow. On the road to the capital, he would definitely push this shield to an entirely new level. He quietly savored the strange sensation that came with wielding an ancient power. There was only one thing about it that made him feel slightly uncomfortable. It looked exactly like some kind of holy shield straight out of a fantasy novel. But for the sake of a safer future and a better chance at survival, he had no choice but to accept it. After gaining a proper grasp of his new power, the young man returned to the estate through the heavy rain. On that familiar road, he once again ran into the two stray cats from the previous day. They immediately wrapped themselves around him, rubbing their adorable faces against his legs as if trying to win him over. They acted as though he could not see right through their little scheme. He knew exactly what they were up to, but unfortunately he no longer had much of a choice. His fate as a humble servant to the boss cats had already been sealed, and struggling against it was pointless. And just like that, the two cats successfully became the pets of a wealthy young master. He brought the two little troublemakers home and handed them directly to Deputy Butler Hans. Unlike Q, Hans was completely enchanted by them at first sight. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately volunteered to take care of the two little cats. That was exactly what Q wanted, so naturally he nodded right away. He also did not forget to reveal a few hints to Hans about the cats' true identities. After hearing that, the two little troublemakers instantly became a bit nervous. In truth, the moment he caught the faint scent of herbs and the smell of baked sweets clinging to them, he had already guessed who they were. The silver one had to be the older sister, while the red one was definitely the younger brother. He implied that he would speak with them later, then turned and headed upstairs. Hans carried the two little cats and followed right behind him. After taking off his outer coat, Q asked Hans where old Ron was at the moment. Hans answered that after hearing Choi Han would escort Q for part of the journey to the capital, Ron had gone out shopping with Choi Han and B-Crocs. Q was secretly pleased since the relationship between them seemed rather close. But when Hans said the three of them appeared to be extremely interested in serving him, that good mood was instantly snuffed out. After that, Q decided to head to Billows's tea shop. To his surprise, it seemed he was the only customer in the entire place. He turned and asked whether Billows still remembered his previous request. Of course, for someone as greedy and sharp as Billows, there was no way he would forget an instruction from a generous customer. Billows brought out the old book along with a cup of tea. This time it was Seijin tea. Q was quite satisfied with how Billows handled it, so he said nothing more and went upstairs. The young man sat beside the window and looked outside. The rain was still pouring down in relentless sheets. A short while later, Billows personally brought the tea up to him. According to what the original story had once described, this was part of a much larger chain of connections. First came Choi Han, then Ron, then B-Crocs, and eventually, Billows would enter the picture as well. At first, Billows was not especially wealthy. Later, however, he chose to become Choi Han's ally and revealed his true ambition. This man was extremely skilled at hiding both his emotions and his intentions. Because of that, Q could not guess what Billows was thinking. Still, he knew one thing clearly. At his core, Billows was a greedy man. Suddenly, Billows asked about the trip to the capital and expressed his desire to accompany Q on the journey. Q had his own reasons for heading to that place, and they were not as random as they seemed. This was not outside his expectations, because sooner or later, that guy would step into Choi Han's party. Billow was sharp enough to notice that the young man had changed for the better, the complete opposite of his old infamous nickname. The Count's trash was he. No, calling him a scoundrel was more accurate, because back then he was just arrogant and foolish. He understood that the time had come to have a serious conversation with him, so he bluntly exposed the identity Billow had always hidden, the fact that he was an illegitimate son. He began throwing out provocations one after another, each sentence as sharp as a blade. Are you really planning to keep ignoring everything like this? Are you truly satisfied with the life you are living right now? Or maybe you are not. I am sure you already know the answer yourself. For the past 10 years, I have done plenty of insane things. Starting when I was only 8 years old, I spent 10 years drowning in meaningless actions, so now I have no choice but to change myself. Besides, I cannot keep living like an idiot forever, can I? And you, how much longer are you going to keep living like that fool? Hearing that, Belo suddenly burst into loud laughter. The mask of cluelessness he had been pretending to wear was stripped away in an instant. He revealed a sinister look, then slowly opened his mouth. I was simply bored, that is all. Once he had been exposed, Belo had no reason left to keep hiding anything. He said he would meet him in the capital, but he was rejected immediately. He knew things would become more troublesome if he met Belo there, because Bilo was supposed to travel with Choi Han. Even so, the flow of the story was still returning to its proper track, as Choi Han and Belo finally met just like in the original. After hearing everything, the other three each had thoughts of their own, but none of them spoke. Belo went downstairs, leaving only him inside the room. Choi Han and John. He briefly explained the people who would be going to the capital with him. Aside from them, Big Rock would also be coming along. However, he would only be following as a personal chef. John was rather curious about the relationship between him and Belo. But when John saw that he did not answer, the old man took the hint and asked no further. An awkward atmosphere immediately settled over the entire room. Just then, Belo came upstairs carrying drinks. Since John brought tea to him every single day this time, he had specially prepared an identical serving for the old man as well. John stayed silent, while the things he had once witnessed rose unbidden in his mind. The old man said nothing more. He simply lifted the cup and drank in silence. His face remained cold and expressionless, without the slightest trace of emotion. It was all because he was lost in his memories. After the sparring match, Big Rock kept demanding another round again and again. His opponent was Choi Han, but every single time, Choi Han refused him. That was because Choi Han now had someone he wanted to protect, so he had to keep his body intact. He even said that the old man could choose to live that way too. Meanwhile, that young master declared that he would no longer continue living as trash. Everything was becoming more and more interesting to John, while he looked at the old man and the youth before him and remembered their relationship in the original. Their personalities were opposites, yet they always moved together, bound by a contract while still knowing how to rely on each other. So many incidents had happened, all because he had done everything he could to avoid being beaten half to death like in the original. He knew that putting his own survival first was somewhat selfish. Even so, he absolutely could not allow a novel to decide the course of his life. After that, the three of them prepared to leave. Belo still wanted to meet him in the capital. However, he naturally refused. Instead decided he would stop by Belo's tea shop every day before departure. Belo's shamelessly fawning attitude only made John despise him even more. He had only tossed out a few indifferent lines to make his stance clear, yet somehow Choi Han took it in a completely different way. The more he disliked the old man, the more the old man assumed this young master was trying to win him over. John quietly decided that on this trip to the capital, he would make sure his son prepared a few things the young master liked. Trash was still trash, but that little puppy had once silently comforted his lord on the day the madam passed away. Even after the stepmother entered the mansion, he had never caused a scene or torn apart the new family, even though he had more than enough reasons in his hands to stir up trouble. 18 years had passed, and it seemed the old man had been watching him for far longer than he imagined. When he returned to the mansion, the two little cats brightened up the moment they saw him. He silently thought that Choi Han really was the type of person who loved animals. If that man were here, these cats would definitely be cared for from head to tail. Unfortunately, Choi Han was busy training, determined to grow even stronger so he could protect others, so he had returned to his room first. He could not help sighing in amazement. Choi Han was already as strong as a monster, so what kind of existence would he become after leveling up again? Then again, these cats really had been cared for far too well. Under the devoted hands of their gold medal servants, they were practically spirit beasts receiving offerings. By now, the two of them looked plump, glossy, and far healthier than they had at the beginning. After displaying their pitiful act for the whole world to witness, they sensibly withdrew outside, as if the curtain had fallen on their performance. While he went to bathe, John slowly approached the cats. The old man stood over them, his sharp gaze silently assessing every movement they made. With his experience, he immediately recognized that they belonged to the cat tribe. It was a clan famous for stealth, silent movement, and speed so fast it was terrifying. If they received proper training, they would certainly become useful cards to keep in hand. And so their life of eating for free while holding a golden bowl officially came to an end, because John had decided to train them, treating it as a special gift for the young master. From then on, the two cat siblings kept trailing after him. They rubbed around his feet and worked hard to curry favor, just like obedient tame beasts. He figured it was about time they paid their living expenses. At the very least, they had to pay him back for every full meal they had enjoyed before. The cats seemed to understand that very clearly as well. They accepted it in silence. As for the mission he wanted to assign them, what would it be? For the time being, that remained a mystery. 4 days later, the entire Count's family gathered around the dining table. Count de Ruth began mentioning that he would be setting out for the capital today. According to the original story, yesterday was the day the rain was supposed to fall. It was also the day Choi Han beat him so badly that he was barely recognizable. But now, everything had veered off course. He had not only avoided that beating, but had also obtained the ancient power of the imperishable shield. He could clearly feel its presence lying dormant inside his body. In fact, even if he recklessly went out looking for trouble right now, as long as John and Big Rock were by his side, his odds of making it back alive were still extremely reliable. Back to the main point. He quickly realized that the number of servants accompanying him had not decreased as requested. If anything, it seemed to be increasing, so he immediately asked his beloved fake father about it. As it turned out, this was arranged by his stepmother, Countess Violin. All of it was simply because she wanted to preserve the family's dignity. She would absolutely not allow outsiders to think the Count's household was poor, lacking, or had lost its noble bearing. He suddenly remembered her background. According to the original story, Violin was the eldest daughter of a poor baron, and she had once dreamed of becoming famous. She had built influence by trading luxury goods to nobles, then moved to this territory and became fascinated with the art of sculpture. Later, she met Count de Ruth, and the two fell in love. Now, she had become a pillar of the territory's cultural center. She took pride in her current life and was sincerely satisfied with the family she had now. Having plenty of servants around really was convenient. Without them, even changing clothes would become torture for Q, a true lazy-type player to the core. But what weighed on his mind was the future, when that berserk black dragon would appear. If it was not dealt with, no one knew how many lives would be swallowed whole. He did not care what other people chose to do, but watching someone collapse and die right in front of him was something he absolutely wanted to avoid. He especially did not want to carry the blame if anyone got hurt simply because they were dragged into this mess. That was why he did not want to bring too many people along. The young man began chatting with his stepmother Violin about art. Even though he was no expert, the comments he had picked up from the community were not empty, shallow, or thrown out carelessly at all. That was exactly what made Violin gradually warm up to him. In the end, the luggage for the red-haired young man's trip to the capital was finalized. Violin prepared only the finest and most expensive things for him. The Countess could not hide her joy when she saw the two of them talking so comfortably. After that, the Count resumed his role as host of the meal. He asked whether his son had finished reading all the documents about noble society that he had handed over earlier. Of course, he had already read them. In fact, he had even found them fairly interesting. The Count was pleased with his son's response. At last, he began to indirectly bring up the matter of the man-eating tree. The thing that had once withered to the point of exhaustion was now strangely lush and healthy. He understood that the Count knew he had been visiting the slums often, but there was no way the Count could know the secret tied to that ancient power. Most likely, he had only guessed that his son had done something to the tree. The Count tactfully reminded him to be careful with rumors. After all, in this world, nothing was more frightening than prying eyes and the tongues of the crowd. But as long as he remained in the territory under the Count's control, nothing would become a problem. He thought to himself that this place really was the only one that could give him an easy, carefree life. He only hoped to reach the capital quickly, complete the mission, and return here to enjoy the rest of his days. After eating, he said goodbye to everyone before setting out. The Countess was too busy to see him off in person, so she could only bid him farewell right there. His two half-siblings also seemed to want to say something, but in the end they hesitated and fell silent. Only when he took the initiative and spoke first did his usually quiet little sister, Lily, softly wish him a safe journey. He also wished the girl a happy time while staying behind. Healthy and useful too. Lily suddenly blushed and answered shyly. He walked over to the carriage that had already been prepared. The moment he opened the door, he froze on the spot. The scene inside left him genuinely stunned. The sleeping area prepared for the cats was even more luxurious than his own spot. And of course, the master behind this masterpiece was none other than Deputy Butler Hans, a full-blown cat servant. Worried that the long road would make the cats suffer back pain, sore knees, and numb paws, Hans had prepared everything to keep them comfortable throughout the journey. To that deputy butler, the young master was secondary. Kitty was the one true love. He simply figured Hans did not yet know these cats could create mist and unleash poison. Ron decided to sit beside the coachman. Meanwhile, Choi Han believed he should move to another carriage. That would make it easier to protect him. He thought the reasoning was a little strange, but whatever, Choi Han could sit wherever he wanted. Even now, Choi Han's eyes were still carved full of hatred. It seemed he still could not let go, his inner world as chaotic as a dungeon that had just collapsed. In the original story, after traveling together with Big Rock, Rosalind, and Locke, Choi Han became calmer, but it was still as if he kept a sharp blade hidden inside his heart. Perhaps that state was not necessarily a bad thing. He stopped paying attention to the male lead after that. The young man climbed straight into the carriage. He called out and ordered the coachman to set off at once. The wheels began to turn, marking the start of his journey straight toward the capital. Sitting inside the carriage, he started thinking about leaving the gifts for his two younger siblings in Han's hands. Before leaving, the young man had asked the kids if there was anything they wanted him to bring back. Just as expected, their eyes lit up at once, because they really did have something they wanted. Lily said it outright. She wanted a sword. He could not help freezing for a second when a 7-year-old girl opened her mouth and asked for something like that. It was one seriously heavy gift, both in the literal sense and in terms of martial arts aura. At that moment, Basin explained that Lily dreamed of becoming a swordswoman. Thinking it over, that was not unrealistic at all, since the Hennetus bloodline had a solid foundation. She had balanced proportions, long arms and legs, and a natural talent for swordsmanship. Compared with other kids her age, Lily was much taller, and with serious training, she could step onto the path of a swordswoman. So, once he learned she truly wanted it, the red-haired young man agreed right away and promised to buy the most expensive one. Lily was still a child after all. Hearing that, she beamed with joy, chirped her thanks to him, and ran off in a flash. In contrast to his little sister's action-heavy gift, what Basin wanted was much gentler. A fountain pen, refined and very fitting for a young master, so he nodded and agreed to that as well. Right then, the horse carriage suddenly jolted to a stop. His train of thought was cut cleanly short, and he lifted his head to look outside. Well, how nice. They had barely hit the road, and they had already run into bandits. Did those fools seriously not see the family crest on the carriage? Not to mention, the escort team around him was packed with hidden experts. Every single one of them had unpredictable tricks, with that wiry old man being the prime example. At last, the old man's rabbit hunting skills had a place to shine. Ron reassured him to stay seated in the carriage, while he and the others dealt with the small fry outside. This batch of mountain bandits was so hopeless that even their ancestors would have shaken their heads in despair. Even if they carried their entire clan on their backs, no one could save their lives now. He sat leisurely inside the horse carriage. In his mind, he was quietly calculating how much time remained before that village was destroyed by the Black Dragon. There was only about 1 day left. By the time the mountain bandits were wiped out, the sky had already darkened. So the group decided to stop and rest for the night. The main dish on the table was steaming hot rabbit meat soup. From the look of it, the main ingredient was prey that Choi Han had hunted. So it turned out that aside from hunting people, he was also pretty good at hunting animals. The two cats saw that he did not seem very interested in the meal, so they meowed and demanded his share. But why would they need to eat his bland leftovers when the attentive servant Han was right beside them? Choi Han had prepared a proper separate meal just for them. It was guaranteed clean, healthy, and up to standard. No salt, no preservatives, and completely cat-friendly. In this clash with the mountain bandits, there was no need to debate who the strongest person in his group was. The answer was definitely Choi Han. For him, the fight just now had been as easy as turning a page in a book. He did not even have a single scratch on him. As expected of the man who had beaten the Count's son into a wreck, he was absolutely no ordinary fighter. Ron noticed that he was eating less than usual. The old man immediately put on a concerned expression and asked after him in a warm, caring voice. He knew perfectly well that Ron was only teasing him, so he gave a few vague replies to send the old man away. Only Choi Han was genuinely worried, thinking he might be feeling unwell and therefore did not want to eat. Suddenly, Choi Han called out to him. He kept staring at him, making the atmosphere turn uncomfortable in an instant. It turned out he was curious about something. Was this the first time he had witnessed a battle with his own eyes? He answered honestly that this encounter with the mountain bandits was indeed his first time experiencing the atmosphere of combat. After all, for someone born with a silver spoon in his mouth and protected inside a Count's territory since childhood, how could he possibly run into danger like this on a regular basis? But if Choi Han thought this was also the first time he had faced real danger, then he was dead wrong. Kale was the real reason he had spent the past few days living with a low, simmering fear and an unease he could not explain. But it was not just Choi Han. The father and son John duo also helped push this young man into a state of tension that was every bit as bad. Without thinking, he glanced toward them. Old John was staring at the pile of freshly hunted rabbits, a chilling smile curling across his mouth. His son stood beside him, silently sharpening a knife in a way that made the skin crawl. Everywhere around him, there were terrifyingly abnormal people. No wonder every passing second felt like walking a rope stretched over an abyss. Even his appetite had taken a disastrous plunge. Seeing that, Choi Han spoke up and offered a few words of reassurance. After that, he seriously advised the young man to learn a little martial arts so he could protect himself. The young man only laughed. Then he casually pointed toward the escort party. Did he not already have more than enough people protecting him? Besides, he still held the power of the indestructible shield in his hands. That did make sense, so Choi Han fell silent. But when he saw the table still covered with leftover food, then looked at the young man's frail body, his gaze suddenly darkened. In his heart, he quietly made a firm decision. He would protect him, no matter what. And so, even though he had only just finished eating not long ago, he immediately rushed outside to train with his sword. All of it was for the sake of becoming even stronger. That only made the young man even more uneasy. Just how strong was he planning to get? Strong enough to blow away the whole continent. The thought alone sent a chill down his spine. Just then, Big Rock specially brought over another dish. He only hoped the young man could enjoy his meal a little more. At the same time, the deputy commander ordered everyone to gather in the rear and begin training. The carriage procession continued rolling along its journey. If everything followed the original plot, the incident with the Berserk dragon would erupt in 3 days. His carriage group was now passing through the territory of a viscount, a place bordering the Hennetus lands. At the foot of the mountain to the village's right stood the viscount's villa, and behind that mountain was where the black dragon was imprisoned. That viscount was known as Marcus Stan's loyal dog, and the person who frequently visited the villa was the second son of the Stan family, a bastard who had crippled his own older brother to seize the inheritance. He was the one who kept tormenting that poor dragon. In the end, the dragon would go mad and destroy the entire village. Just thinking about it made hot blood boil inside the young man. The deputy butler saw him huffing in anger and mistook it for irritation from fatigue, so he quickly and cleverly went to tell Choi Han to find an inn. Before Choi Han left, the young man even kindly reminded him to come back early. After all, in his eyes, Choi Han was still only a teenager, receiving someone else's concern. Choi Han smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, I will be right back. But in that very instant, the young man suddenly felt uneasy. It was like someone was placing a poison apple into his hand with a palm slick with sweat, so unpleasant it nearly suffocated him. And very soon, the cause of that feeling revealed itself. Choi Han had not even left before an unexpected incident struck. A carriage suddenly came tearing down the road. It charged straight ahead, ignoring the old man crossing in front of it. The situation instantly became a life-or-death moment hanging by a thread. Choi Han rushed forward like a god of war. At the last possible moment, he shoved the old man aside. Thanks to that, the old man escaped being crushed under the carriage wheels. Above that carriage, a flag snapped fiercely in the wind. The red snake emblem stood out clearly, the mark of the Marquis Stan family. The young man sighed, then slowly opened the carriage door. It seemed he was being forced to step onto the exact stage of that stale old script. Vinyan Stan, the perfect model of a powerful noble swollen with arrogance. At the same time, he was also the typical villain from a novel, The Birth of a Hero. His trusted attendant stepped down from the carriage, his rotten personality no different from his master's. He should have bowed and apologized for nearly hitting someone, but instead he shamelessly blamed the old man, claiming the old man had pulled some trick on purpose. He even shouted that the old man had dared block a noble's carriage, and on top of that had failed to move aside on his own. Then he spat out a few venomous words, calling the old man a stupid commoner. Needless to say, that line drove Choi Han into absolute fury. Killing intent instantly filled his eyes, as if one more half-sentence from that man would send him straight to hell to play music for the king of the underworld. Just then, Vinyan stepped down from the carriage and coldly stopped the attendant from continuing to provoke Choi Han. Kai instantly shot a glare at Choi Han, cold and sharp as a blade. Knowing Vinyan's identity, Han stepped closer with caution and whispered in Kai's ear that Choi Han seemed dangerously agitated. As his employer, Kai moved forward, forced to pull Choi Han back before he lost control. But Choi Han still refused to accept it. Why should he stop when they were clearly at fault? They could have steered away from the man, yet they charged straight ahead anyway. Kai understood that, but Vinyan was no ordinary madman. For now, staying still was safest, avoiding consequences no one could predict. In his mind, Kai quietly assessed him. His golden hair shone brightly, and a faint curve rested at the corner of his lips. His outfit was perfectly pressed without a single wrinkle, and his shoes were so clean they carried not a speck of dust. What caught Kai's attention most, however, was the red stain on the sleeve of Vinyan's white shirt. It was probably blood from his visit to the imprisoned dragon. Vinyan walked over to greet him, smoothly exchanging a few words with Kai. He knew the Hennetus family situation very well, and he had not missed Kai's bad reputation either. Kai calmly admitted that he was indeed the good-for-nothing scoundrel from the rumors Vinyan had just mentioned. Even the servants following Kai were dragged into that conversation. The people around them watched in silence, missing none of what unfolded. Vinyan said coldly that the fault belonged to that useless trash, meaning the old man who had almost been run over. He also did not forget to drop a pointed reminder about so-called manners, especially the behavior he considered rude from Choi Han. And according to Vinyan, that insolent attitude absolutely needed to be taught a lesson. The moment Vinyan said those words, the atmosphere grew heavy. The old man trembled in fear. Knowing he had ruined Vinyan's mood, he hurriedly took all the blame, then lowered his head and begged for his life. The commoners of each territory were often shaped by the temperament of the person who ruled over them, so it was easy to see that this region's viscount was no different from his master, another noble who saw himself as superior and abused power as a habit. The more Kai watched Vinyan act, the more disgusted he felt. Vinyan truly deserved to be beaten senseless by Choi Han, but Choi Han was currently under Kai's command, and Kai represented the entire Hennetus family. Picking a fight with another noble right now was absolutely not a wise choice. Besides, the noble in front of him clearly had something wrong in the head. The best option was to say a few words, end the matter, and leave quickly. Kai looked at the old man still kneeling flat on the ground before him. Unable to ignore him, the young man stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. Kai pretended to ask whether there was any tavern in the village, deliberately steering the conversation elsewhere. Then he acted friendly and held out his hand as if he wanted to shake hands with Vinian. Vinian immediately stared at that hand. That hand had just touched a filthy old commoner, and now it wanted to shake his? Absolutely impossible. Just then Vinian's sharp-eyed attendant noticed the situation and quickly urged him to set out. Outwardly, Vinian pretended to scold the servant for daring to interrupt a conversation between two nobles. Inwardly, however, he was already praising that quick thinking, and so Vinian reluctantly shook Kai's hand to keep up appearances, then pulled back as fast as if he had touched poison. After that, he turned and climbed into the carriage. Kai kept playing the part of a wine-loving noble, laughing as he said they should share a drink if they met in the capital. Of course, Kai did not forget to mock Vinian's shaky position as heir. Vinian looked back with contempt, still wearing that fake pleasant expression as he smiled at Kai. He added a few polite words and left, while Kai stood there watching the carriage fade into the distance. In his heart, the young man silently prayed he would never have to meet that wandering ghost of a bastard again. Afterward, Kai reminded Choi Han that most nobles would be like that, quietly telling him he should learn to get used to this twisted otherworld sooner rather than later. When Kai turned around, he saw the old man from earlier still collapsed on his knees on the ground. Kai went over to check on Han, then ordered Choi Han to escort the old man all the way home. By coincidence, the old man happened to be the owner of the only inn in this village. Thanks to that, Kai's group did not have to waste time looking for a place to stay the night. The whole group followed the old man back to his home. Suddenly, Choi Han called out to Kai, his voice heavy as if he wanted to question him. He asked why Kai had not gotten angry at the absurd attitude of that low-class noble earlier. Kai asked him in return what exactly he was supposed to be angry about. Was it because Vinian looked down on him? Because Vinian told him to discipline Choi Han? Or because Vinian called the old man who nearly died useless trash? Kai was not the kind of person who could proudly say such righteous words out loud. He also did not want to say them, and in truth, he had not been angry enough to lose control. Kai knew saying those words would sound very cool, because that was exactly what Choi Han would surely do. But in his current position, this was not the time to explode. That was a lesson Kai had learned from life. Compromise with power, accept just enough absurdity to get by, and survive until you are strong enough to flip the board. In a way, Q could live more honestly by his own will, enjoying a little more freedom in this dangerous isekai world. More importantly, he still had the hand of failure in his grasp, a trump card powerful enough to overturn the whole situation. Sooner or later, he would make sure that other character got thrown out of the house. After all, this young man's real goal was to steal the dragon in his possession. The old guide quickly called an attendant to take him to the inn. Like the village itself, the inn looked plain from the outside, but since merchant caravans often stopped there on their way to Hennetu's territory, the inside lacked almost nothing. He was given the best room, although the old man was less tense than when he stood Burvanyan's stan. Hosting a noble at the inn still left him trembling with nerves. As a noble, Q rather enjoyed the feeling of others being wary of him, but being treated with excessive reverence only made this young man feel annoyed. He advised the old man to act more comfortably, and besides, this young man did not like hearing people put themselves down. This was a place where ordinary people traveling through his territory came to rest. A place like that could hardly be lacking, so the old man had no need to worry. After hearing that, the old man fell silent for a moment. Perhaps this was the first time he had ever met such an approachable noble. He could not hide his curiosity, wondering whether there were many kind people like this young man in the Hennetu's family territory. Q burst out laughing, then casually replied that he was actually the worst scoundrel in that territory. According to him, everyone there was far kinder than he was. Once everything had been arranged, the old man bent deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle. He asked permission to withdraw, leaving Q some space to rest. This young man guessed that the old man probably needed more time to digest the advice he had just received. A short while later, Han entered the room. He brought in the box that Q had prepared in advance. Curiosity was written all over Han's face, which made this young man feel slightly surprised. A butler was not supposed to show emotion in front of his master, but Han thought differently. To him, revealing everything to his master was also part of a butler's duty. He even described himself as an interesting person. After a long burst of chatter, Han confirmed how long Q would stay in the village, then finally left the room. Aside from John, Han was one of the few people who did not tremble in fear before him. Although he still showed a little caution, there was absolutely no fear in him. That proved Han was no coward. Placing the box on the bed, Q slowly opened the lid. Inside was the item that could save one pitiful soul. At the same time, it was also bait meant for a madman, a way to help Q avoid getting injured. This was the result of his deal with Below. Obtaining it had not been easy. An ordinary person would almost never be able to get their hands on it. Not to mention, the price was an enormous sum of money. Several 100 million gallons, a number staggering enough to leave anyone dizzy. Cut costs. Q had no choice but to rent this item under Below's name for 20 million gallons. That was also why why this young man had to meet him in the capital to return the item. Q lifted the item and studied it carefully. It was a pitch-black gem. Its function was to disrupt the trajectory of mana. This gem could scramble the flow of mana within a certain range, forcing magical devices to stop working. Its weakness was that it had to be installed a day in advance, and its effect lasted only 40 minutes. Although the gem's outer shell was quite hard, its internal components were also sturdy and difficult to destroy. That left Q extremely satisfied. The tools were ready. Now it was time for the two cat tribe siblings to show what they could do. Q spread out the map and began pointing out the route for them. They were currently in the village. From here, if they went east of the mountain, they would see a villa state. To avoid being discovered, they absolutely could not get close to that area. Behind the villa estate was a cave. That was where the 4-year-old black dragon was being imprisoned, and Q's plan was to rescue it from that place. Because the Viscount's security was extremely strict, ordinary people could almost never sneak inside. But for cats, it was a different story. Their mission this time was to bury this orb on the mountain. The two cat siblings seemed extremely confident about that mission. After all, they had once escaped even from the adults of the cat tribe. He did not even bother mentioning those ordinary mortals with blind, fleshly eyes. He promised that as long as they completed the mission, their reward would be a full meal of tender young beef. The moment they heard there would be food, the two cats' eyes lit up, and their excitement was impossible to hide. They set off at once, charging straight into the mission like true hunters. But for this rescue to succeed, this young man clearly could not handle it alone. He needed more allies, and the best choice was none other than Choi Han. That was why Choi Han was now sitting with him in the room, having breakfast while drinking tea. First, he had to probe the other man's attitude. He took a sip of his familiar lemonade, then casually asked Choi Han if he had ever seen a dragon before. Choi Han answered honestly that he had only met creatures that looked like dragons. He understood at once what Choi Han meant. It had to be the monsters that once lived in the deep forest, where Choi Han had been stranded, twisted, savage creatures overflowing with killing intent. He began giving Choi Han a basic lesson on dragon. At the same time, he skillfully brought up the miserable fate of that unfortunate dragon. Dragons were just like humans. Beast folk, dwarves, elves, and every other race were not so different from humans, because they also had emotions and souls. But if a creature was locked in darkness from the moment it was born, before it even knew who it was, and lived there forever without ever knowing sunlight existed, then its reason would slowly be swallowed by the dark. No family, no hope, and nothing left to look forward to. Only loneliness remained, along with a tragic life so suffocating it was hard to breathe. Everything revolved around torture, abuse, and pain that lasted until its final breath. Hearing this, Choi Han's face was instantly covered in killing intent. That reaction was exactly what he had expected. For someone as upright as Choi Han, how could he not be furious after hearing such a cruel story? He immediately got to the point, saying that such an existence was being imprisoned nearby. He wanted to rescue it together with Choi Han. Choi Han agreed at once, without needing even a second to hesitate. But his goal was perfectly clear. He only wanted to save the dragon and return it to freedom, not keep it by his side. The reason was simple. That dragon had grown up in agony at the hands of humans, so it would surely no longer trust mankind. Besides, both humans and dragons were species that always wanted to stand above others. Dragons were also famously arrogant, so trying to tame one and keep it around would be no different from inviting trouble. More importantly, raising a dragon with such overwhelming power would sooner or later bring disaster right to his doorstep. Across the eastern and western continents, there were only 20 dragons in total, and possessing even one of them would be enough to make anyone the center of the entire world's attention. For someone like him who only wanted to live in comfort and peace, that was absolutely unacceptable. And so the matter was settled. He would secretly rescue the dragon together with Choi Han. But in this plan, Choi Han did not need to swing his sword or kill anyone. Everything would be handled silently, cleanly, and without leaving a trace. He told Choi Han to go down to the first floor and ask Hans to prepare a table of alcohol to be brought up to the room. The purpose was to create a scene natural enough to fool anyone who was watching. Hans quickly prepared everything exactly as requested, then sat beside Choi Han with questions lingering in his mind. Meanwhile, the cats watched him keep draining one bottle after another. According to the owner, this was a special kind of liquor. It was brewed from fruits and medicinal herbs that grew around the mountain region. Because of that, its price was not cheap at all, so he conveniently bought up all the remaining liquor. That evening, he used it to treat the entire escort group. Ideally, he would get them all so drunk they could no longer tell heaven from earth. After that, he pretended to be tipsy and asked Choi Han to help him back to his room. When the two of them reached the staircase, he caught old John silently watching him with a probing gaze. Kale knew that old man probably would not care much about what he did, but to avoid needless trouble, it was still best to give him a heads up. So, as he passed by, he casually said he would be going out and asked him to keep it quiet. John understood immediately and did not ask a single extra question. As soon as this young man went upstairs, he carefully instructed the servants that unless something truly serious happened, unless it was an emergency, they were absolutely not to disturb him while he was resting. After that, once no one around was watching anymore, this young man lowered his voice and spoke to Kui Han. When the sun sets, climb in through the window. enter his room, and then the two of them would begin the operation. At the appointed time, Kui-han did exactly as he had been instructed. Everything was ready for the rescue of the young dragon. Kui-han froze for a moment at the strange outfit this young man was wearing. It was an all-black outfit with a white star at the center of the chest, surrounded by 5 red stars. There was no time left to explain. He put on a mask, then tossed Kui-han a similar set. Thanks to the magic device the 2 cat tribe siblings had buried on the mountain yesterday, all magical recording devices would temporarily stop working. But that still was not enough. This young man did not want his identity exposed, so he had started drinking before sunset and prepared these outfits in advance. This was an outfit modeled after that mysterious organization. In the birth of a hero, that group clashed with Kui-han through incident after incident, so their appearance was described in extreme detail. Using that as a model, he had specially designed this outfit. As a precaution, the clothes were custom-made, while the emblem was finished by this young man himself. Up close, the stitching looked rather sloppy, but from a distance, it looked suspiciously like the real thing. Anyone who saw it would only remember black clothes, 5 red stars, and 1 white star. In any case, that mysterious organization was no good, so blaming them to hide his identity gave him no reason to feel guilty. Seeing that the outfit looked no different from a thief's costume, Kui-han could not help wondering whether what they were about to do was evil. This young man answered calmly, "Yeah, it is evil, extremely evil for the person we're targeting." Hearing that, Kui-han immediately fell silent and asked nothing more. On the contrary, he even seemed interested and took the initiative to put on the outfit. After all, Kui-han had always hated evildoers and wanted to punish them. After those lonely years wandering through that forest, he was no longer the 17-year-old boy he once was. To make the rescue plan go smoothly, this young man introduced the cats to Kui-han. They were children of the cat tribe and also beast people. The older sister was named On, while the younger brother was Hong. After saying that, he turned and introduced Kui-han to the two of them. After that lightning-fast introduction, the whole group immediately set out. The party silently approached the place where the young dragon was being imprisoned. They held their position and waited until the magic orb took effect, and only then did they officially make their move. Kui-han, On, and Hong rushed ahead first to scout the situation. The voice-changing device was activated by this young man right after that. It seemed the orb that disrupted mana trajectories was working as planned. Even the warning sound from the high-grade magic device had been lowered to a barely audible volume. In the blink of an eye, the group had closed in on the cave entrance. Several soldiers were standing guard up ahead, but they were no match for Kui-han at all. After only the briefest moment, several of them had collapsed onto the ground. The remaining soldiers instantly panicked, and their formation fell apart. This young man signaled for On to create fog. Immediately, a thick curtain of mist spread out, swallowing the entire area. It left the soldiers disoriented, unable to tell where the exit was anymore. He left all of them for Kui-han to handle. As for himself, he led On and Hong deeper into the cave. Inside, the torturer was panicking because the door and the magic spell both refused to work. When he saw intruders, his terror grew even worse. This place had never been designed in any ordinary way. That madman Venian had attached a self-destruct device to the door, specifically to deal with intruders. So if it exploded, both this young man and the entire cave would instantly be reduced to ash. A cloud of blue smoke quickly covered the area, but it was not ordinary smoke. It was poison gas created by Hong. By the time the torturer finally realized what had happened, he had already collapsed onto the cold floor. So calling for backup now would not require him to waste even the slightest bit of extra effort. From the man's body, Kale retrieved the key that opened the young dragon's prison cell. He turned and praised On and Hong. Then the three of them immediately moved out. They continued pushing deeper into the pitch-black cave without slowing their pace. At last, the target they had been searching for appeared right in front of them. The little dragon was curled up in a corner, quietly resting as if it had been completely drained. Wounds covered its entire body, and the thick, metallic stench of blood rushed straight into Kale's nose. Even so, this young man did not step back, and there was no fear in his eyes. He slid the key into the lock, opened the prison door, and stepped inside. Step by step, he approached that small and pitiful creature with careful movements. Hearing the noise, the dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It stared hard at the stranger in front of it, its gaze filled with wariness. Behind him, On Hong kept urging him to hurry. After all, the time they had left was already running out. He roughly wrapped the dragon up, then carefully gathered it into his arms. After leaving the cell, he set the dragon down in front of On and Hong. It must hurt so much. Poor thing. Only then did On Hong speak, circling the dragon as they murmured. But the dragon immediately bared its teeth in warning. Perhaps in 4 long years, this was the first time it had seen any living creature besides humans. On stepped closer and lightly tapped Kale's leg with her front paw. It seemed the little girl had remembered the item he had brought with him. Since she could not beg with words, she had no choice but to act that way. Calm down. Kale had brought that vial of recovery water here precisely because he had planned to use it. But first, he had to remove the thing suppressing the dragon's mana around its neck, or the medicine would be useless. Let's see. He felt along the wall near the torturer, kicked the man away for being in the way, then continued searching. When the dragon saw him kick that man with his foot, it immediately bared its teeth. But Kale kept his attention fixed only on the wall in front of him. In the original story, it said the Marquis's household was extremely afraid someone might sneak in from the rear. Because of that, the Marquis had ordered a secret escape route built, one that connected to the outside. Even the guards were not allowed to know about that exit. If one followed the wall, one would find a section smoother than the rest. And that was the hidden escape door they needed. As long as enough force was applied to it, the wall would open. It was not a magical device. This was a mechanical structure, one that used pressure to trigger the hidden mechanism inside. Kale turned to look at the person who had just entered. Finished? Yes. Choi-Han lightly swung his sword, flicked the blood from its blade, and walked closer. Choi-Han's gaze immediately shifted toward the dragon, and for a brief moment his face twisted with pain and anger. That was the natural reaction to seeing a tiny life writhing in its own blood. Choi-Han's eyes turned fierce as he looked at the torturer. Seeing that, Kale called out to him. Choi-Han reported, his cold eyes still pinned on the torturer. As you requested, I took down all the guards and made sure they can no longer fight. Well done. Kale gave him a word of praise, then looked toward the smooth section of wall that was only about the size of a palm. He told Choi-Han to punch it. Should I use my full strength? Choi-Han asked in confusion, as if wondering whether Kale wanted him to bring the whole cave down. Kale clarified, saying he only needed to dent it about 10 centimeters. So you mean I should hold back? Yes, exactly. He should definitely hold back. Something Kale could never manage himself was treated by Choi-Han as holding back, so the young man immediately backed far away from. Choi-Han took that movement as a signal telling him to hurry up. He immediately threw a straight punch into the wall. The pair of cat siblings cried out in surprise at the same time. Kale lifted the dragon into his arms. Boom! An opening just wide enough for an adult to crawl through appeared in the rock wall. Choi-Han immediately picked up the torch. Let's go. At Kale's words, the two cats climbed onto Choi-Han's back. Choi-Han took the lead and jumped straight into the pitch-black passage. He called for everyone to follow, then stepped outside with the little dragon, whose eyes kept sweeping warily in every direction. The young man gently set it down on the ground. The dragon said nothing, only breathing in rough huffs, but the look it gave him was still chillingly sharp and vicious. That was definitely not the gaze meant for someone who had just saved its life. In those eyes lived only hatred for deceitful humans and fear of any violence that might come crashing down. 4 years of Vinian's imprisonment had made it this way. Stop staring. The young man spoke calmly to the little dragon. Truthfully, he rather liked this dragon. Kim Dokja had once been an orphan, a child raised in darkness and forced to accept the fate laid out for him. He had lost the place he called home, and he had never had the strength to fight back against the world. But the little dragon before him was completely different. After confirming that the dragon was still glaring at him, the young man reached into his magic pouch and pulled out a large pair of scissors. It was one of the 2 items he had borrowed under Bilo's name. Choi-Han's face changed the moment he saw the scissors. The 2 cat siblings immediately backed away and hid behind Choi-Han. Seeing that, the young man clicked his tongue and stepped closer to the dragon. He grabbed hold of its collar. The cold scissor blades pressed close to the dragon's neck. Snip! The crisp sound of metal being cut rang out. Snip, snip. Tiny sparks of electricity flickered and burst out. They scattered wildly as the collar was severed. He held it in his hand, then raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at? The young man asked bluntly as the dragon opened its eyes, still refusing to look away from him. Some electric current still lingered on the collar, so he removed one glove. Then he handed that glove to Choi-Han. Choi-Han took it, put it on, and then carefully accepted the collar from him. The young man took a bottle of recovery water from his pouch. It was top-grade recovery water. This thing cost me quite a bit too. Do you have any idea how much I spent on you? The little dragon heard those familiar words again, words that had echoed through its cell whenever it refused to submit. It was a line it had been forced to hear from the moment it was born. But the young man simply opened its mouth and poured the potion in. Fortunately, the dragon did not resist and swallowed it in silence. So hurry up and get better, you stubborn little brat. A few minutes later, the source of all power, mana, began to awaken. Like the heart of a dragon starting to beat again, that power moved through it, causing every wound on its body to disappear. A ripple formed from mana power spread outward. It circled the little dragon, wrapping around its body like an invisible wind. The young man took one more step forward, looked straight at the little dragon, and asked, "What do you want to do?" The dragon kept its mouth tightly shut and refused to answer. He continued speaking. "You are a dragon, an intelligent and proud species. I know you understand human speech, so answer me." The young man asked again, "If you were free, what would you want to do?" Ah, at last the dragon spoke. Just as expected, it could speak the human language. Dragons were far smarter than humans, so there was no way it could be imprisoned for 4 years and still fail to understand human speech. I will live. I want freedom. I do not want to be tamed. That was exactly what he wanted as well. The young man returned freedom to the little dragon. He had absolutely no intention of keeping it, but the dragon did not believe those words. It roared lies. Humans only know how to lie. Fury blazed in its eyes, though it was not aimed entirely at him. It was the proud instinct of a dragon finally waking after days of being trampled. It raged because that instinct had been crushed for so long. The young man considered himself a very good liar, but this time was different. He truly wanted the dragon to live however it wished, and he also hoped it could live a life of real freedom. After saying that, he turned and walked away. This was enough. The dragon had been rescued, and the village had been kept safe. That was more than good enough, and Choi Han must have learned a little more about the meaning of freedom through that dragon. More importantly, the young man did not want to take responsibility for that dragon. This was enough, a complete ending as far as he was concerned. The dragon raised its head, watching their backs as it kept muttering, "I hate humans, evil things," but it seemed its heart had truly been shaken. On the way back, the two Cat Clan sisters stayed in their tiny kitten forms, chattering nonstop with bright, bubbling excitement. They were sure that Dragon would follow Jiao, which meant the two of them would gain a little brother. But he only frowned, not believing a word, treating it like pure fantasy. Dragons were a race that worshipped freedom, and they would never easily submit to human control. Besides, that dragon had once been tortured by humans, so the hatred buried in its heart ran even deeper. So the idea of it willingly following this young man was almost impossible. Hearing that, the cats instantly drooped, and their dream of getting a little brother vanished in the blink of an eye. Kale ordered them to retrieve the jewel and bring it back at once. Young Master Wu took on the role of smoothing things over. You worked hard. Today was the first time Choi Han had truly saved a life. Before this, he had fought bandits, but that had only been self-defense and protection. Of course, everything had already veered away from the original plot, where he was supposed to save the villagers. Instead, he saved the dragon he was originally meant to kill. But to Choi Han, what mattered most still the meaning behind saving someone. Something like that. Choi Han stayed silent for a long while after calling out to him, then slowly asked, "If following you is the way that dragon wants to live, what will you do?" "I told you that will not happen. Just hypothetically. What if it really does?" He thought it over carefully, then answered in a calm voice, "I do not dwell on what has already passed, and I do not waste energy on things that will not happen." Even as he said that, for some reason, a chill still ran down his spine. He immediately turned his head and shot a quick glance behind him. Thankfully, the dragon's figure had already vanished. He let out a breath of relief, finished dealing with the remaining trouble, and returned to his room to sleep. Because of that, he had no idea that this night was the first time the little dragon had used magic. It hid itself and silently watched him fall asleep. Clutching the bottle of magic water he had left behind, it smiled with pure happiness. Early the next morning, Choi Han came to see him. He drained the glass of cold water that old Ron brought him in a single gulp. Even so, his stomach still felt awful. Maybe last night had been too tense for him to notice, because once everything ended, all the alcohol he had downed began its counterattack. Worse yet, he had barely slept all night, because he kept feeling as if someone was staring at him. He yawned while listening to Choi Han report the situation. After bringing him back to the inn, Choi Han immediately erased all their tracks, created fake traces heading west, and only then returned. Right now, what Choi Han cared about was the journey ahead. In just a few more days of travel, they would reach a new location. He began explaining to Choi Han about the city located at the midpoint of their route. The next city was called Puzo, the transfer hub for this journey. After leaving the Henatu's territory, which was surrounded by mountain ranges, the road from the Viscount's land to the capital would become much smoother. Choi Han quietly listened until he finished, then brought up the strange thing he had just witnessed. In truth, on his way back, Choi Han had stopped by the estate to check on it. The people there were in complete chaos. Soldiers and knights were constantly leaving the village. He guessed those soldiers were definitely going to report the news to that lunatic Venian. Choi Han added that the secret exit they had used had been completely destroyed. Even the surrounding area had met the same fate, with everything torn apart beyond recognition. He was not surprised at all, because he already knew exactly who had caused it. It was that dragon. Anyway, the luckiest thing was that no one had died. The dragon was still young, and it was still drowning in fear. It was afraid someone might crawl out from there, so it burned everything to the ground. While it was at it, it also destroyed every magic device that had once restrained it, because dragons were a race extremely sensitive to mana. Even only 4 years old, that dragon was still shockingly intelligent. Choi Han let out a relieved breath, so that was why he had sensed such an enormous amount of mana at the scene. It seemed Venian's people had paid a steep price for daring to treat that little dragon as weak. Once everything had been settled, he immediately kicked his guest out. But right at that moment, his curiosity flared up again. He asked Choi Han what he planned to do today, and learned that he was going to help Big Rock. He happily said at once, "Oh, looks like you two have gotten close." That was the first time he saw Choi Han make such a baffled face. Choi-han denied it immediately. No, we are not close at all. Is that so? Then go, he answered with an equally puzzled expression, while Choi-han bowed as if nothing had happened and turned toward the door. Just as Choi-han opened the door, he added one more instruction. Oh, on your way out tell Ron to bring me some alcohol. Yes. Choi-han froze, his eyes widening as he turned back to look at him. He calmly looked up at the clock. 7 in the morning. He answered with absolute cheer. He wondered if they had never heard of drinking more alcohol to cure a hangover, then slowly made his way downstairs. Right by the staircase, he saw Choi-han standing frozen, his gaze locked on something in the distance. He quietly followed the direction of Choi-han's stare. The vice captain, neat and composed as if he had not touched a drop of liquor last night, was speaking sternly with someone. It was one of the knights Choi-han had knocked down at the villa yesterday. He walked over and lightly tapped Choi-han on the shoulder, making him flinch, before Choi-han began confessing in a low voice. He should not have been able to move normally for at least a day, yet his recovery speed went far beyond my expectations. I underestimated my opponent too much. Next time I will hit harder. He immediately turned his face away, avoiding Choi-han's eyes. Sure enough, this was exactly the kind of protagonist who would smash everything apart for the sake of his own justice. He sat down at the table, layers of worry beginning to churn through his mind. The old tavern owner walked over with a bottle of liquor in his arms and asked softly, "Young master, I brought the same liquor from last time. Will that do?" The more he looked at the old man, the more the same thought crossed his mind. Now that was a man who knew how to run a business. He burst out laughing, looked at the tense old man and said, "You really know how to sell, and I mean that as a compliment. This liquor truly is perfect for curing a hangover." He picked up the bottle, tilted his head back, and drained it in one go. Then he glanced toward the vice captain. The man was still dealing with the night. "Yesterday we held a party so everyone could relax, and after drinking, they all rested. No one left the inn. That is why I do not understand why the Viscount's people have come to investigate us." It seemed the Marquis's knight had claimed to be working for the Viscount. Under the vice captain's sharp gaze, the air suddenly pulled tight as a bowstring. The knight forced a smile, but his expression remained grave. "Last night, thieves broke into the Viscount's villa and stole several items. We only wish to confirm whether your party suffered any similar damage." Thieves, huh? Well, saying that was not exactly wrong. Things really had been stolen after all. He silently agreed, then lifted the whole bottle and kept drinking. Just then, his eyes met the knight who was speaking with the vice captain. "What are you looking at?" The knight instantly lowered his head, not daring to glance his way again. Seeing that, the vice captain cleared his throat and calmly explained, "If our young master does not drink first thing in the morning, he feels awful all day, so he is merely having a little. This is hangover liquor. The young master is using alcohol to drive away last night's drunkenness." At that point, the knight completely dismissed any suspicion that anyone on his side was involved in the theft, then hurried away. He must have been thinking there was no way a piece of trash like him could have pulled off something like that. Who would believe that a noble carrying an imperial order, yet drinking his way through the journey, was a normal person? That meant even if Vinian heard about this, he would have a hard time suspecting him, because Vinian knew very well that the mysterious organization had no connection to the Hennetus family. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Sezin, go get me a glass of lemon water for my hangover." A surge of satisfaction could not help but rise in his chest. Even if they followed every clue left behind, they would never find the real culprit. That bastard Vinian was definitely going to lose his mind. He rejoined the entourage and continued the journey toward Puzo. "Are we camping today?" He nodded when On asked. "Yeah, starting today we will be camping along the road." If they wanted to reach Puzo as fast as possible, they had no choice but to push the pace of the journey to the limit. He looked out of the carriage, and the plotline about the vitality of the heart suddenly surfaced in his mind. That was the name of an ancient power, one that could strengthen the indestructible shield. It was an ancient force focused on regeneration and the recovery of life force. That was also why Taylor Stan had gone looking for it, the discarded eldest son of the Marcus family. Even though he was the clearest-headed and most stable person in the family, Vinian's scheme had destroyed him, leaving his entire lower body paralyzed. To find a way to heal himself, he had searched through countless ancient books. Among them, he happened to discover an ancient script in an old bookstore. Because it was an ancient language, translating it was incredibly difficult, but after much effort, he still managed to decipher a few key words. Regeneration, Stone Tower. Those two keywords became clues, and Taylor immediately set his sights on the city of Stone Towers. Puzo, the goal of his journey this time was also to seize that ancient power. It would perfectly support the indestructible shield he currently possessed. Stealing Taylor's last chance was honestly a little scummy, but he needed it more. Besides, even if Taylor obtained that power, it would not heal his crippled body. Taylor only knew that the power could increase vitality and possessed regenerative ability. What he did not know was that it was useless against wounds that already existed. That was why, when that cruel truth was revealed, Taylor fell into despair, and in the end he was still murdered by Venyan. While he was still lost in thought, the cats suddenly grew noisy, repeating the information they had just heard from Hans. They said that as long as someone stood before the stone tower and spoke a wish, that wish would come true. They wanted him to go there with them. That was not difficult at all. But when he heard the cats wanted to wish for the dragon they had saved to travel with them, he froze on the spot. Kale immediately had that idea shut down by the others, as if taking one more step toward that place meant throwing himself straight into a monster's jaws. Right then, the carriage suddenly lurched to a stop. They had arrived at the campsite for the day. The next morning, he stared at the deer carcass lying right at the edge of the camp. Hen reported while watching the prey with him. It had definitely just been hunted, and someone had deliberately left it beside their camp. Hen pointed beside the deer carcass, and he followed his gaze. On the ground, the shapes of a spoon and a fork were clearly drawn. It seemed the one who left the deer could speak, but did not know how to write. A bad feeling instantly rose in the young man's chest. He turned to look at Choi Han, only to catch the suspicious smile tugging at his lips. Choi Han had kept watch all night. He clearly knew who the culprit was, but he was pretending he had no idea. That made him unable to stop thinking about that dragon. Fine, he would just pretend not to know. But life was never that considerate. During the camps that followed, the young man kept receiving new food ingredients. Sometimes it was a wild boar, sometimes a rabbit, and then all kinds of forest fruit. By this point, he was certain the dragon was secretly following him. Unlike his heavy mood, Choi Han seemed rather entertained. He even thought those actions were adorable, proof that the dragon was still only a child and had not lost its innocence. He thought to himself that if Choi Han had ever seen that dragon blow away an entire mountain, he definitely would not say that. After being imprisoned for so long, it should have hated humans, then taught the Marcus household an unforgettable lesson once it grew strong enough. That was what he had been hoping for. If that happened, the Henitu's territory would certainly become much more peaceful. At last, the group set foot in the city of Puzo. The cats and Choi Han seemed to like this place quite a bit. The architecture here was very distinctive. In front of every house stood small stone towers filled with mystery. Han led him to an inn. This would be where the group stayed for the next few days. Since they arrived before the Stone Tower Festival, room prices had not been driven too high yet. He did not care much about that. What caught his attention was the strangeness hanging over this place. This city was not famous for having many stones, yet stone towers appeared everywhere. Han knew the answer. Behind those stone towers was a sorrowful story passed down to the present day. The story began in ancient times. Back then, this city had once been abandoned by the gods. Hearing that, he could not help being shocked, because this detail had never appeared in the novel. At the very least, it had never been clearly described in the original work. This city once went through an era when the gods abandoned it. No one truly understood the reason why, nor was there any evidence left to explain why the gods had turned their backs on an entire city. All that was known was that, from that moment on, the people began to gather together. Together they built stone towers. That was how they entrusted their wishes to the world. But tragically, those prayers never reached the gods, and for that very reason in this city, Puzo had no temple at all. After all, the gods had abandoned them first, so why would they still need to worship the gods? From then on, the stone towers became a promise. It was a promise between people, and also an oath they swore to themselves. Anyone who fulfilled their wish would destroy their own stone tower with their own hands. It was truly an interesting city. In the end, these were people who had once been abandoned by the gods. If they wanted to turn their wishes into reality, they had only one path left. They had to rely on their own strength. The act of destroying a stone tower was like a declaration of overcoming fate, crushing every hardship with one's own hands. He was very satisfied with the powerful meaning behind that act of destruction. Kale was heartbroken after being abandoned by the gods, yet that story still carried a stubborn glimmer of hope. He said he liked that story, but the cats felt the complete opposite. So the moment Hen finished telling it, they flew into a furious rage. After all, he had already told them about the Tower of Wishes. He had lit a spark of hope, only to crush it coldly right afterward. It all turned out to be a lie. So of course they were angry enough to puff up their fur. The whole litter bristled, furious like monsters that had been provoked, but he simply assumed they were hungry. So he asked for permission to go out and bring them some food. Only the cats and John remained in the room now. Young Master Choi Han will be leaving in 2 days? That's right, he replied indifferently. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he smiled and asked, "You do not like that? Do you want to go with him?" John's gentle smile deepened even more. How could I ever leave the young master behind and go elsewhere? I must stay by the young master's side. Goosebumps rose on his skin, while John continued, "I only find it a shame. It would have been wonderful if Choi Han came with us. Before he leaves, I should speak with him more. Big Rock will surely feel reluctant to part with him as well. John's words softened his expression a little. While he had been busy feeling annoyed and paying no attention, John Big Rock and Choi Han seemed to have formed a slight bond. Thinking of his own plan, he gave a sly smile and hinted, "Once we reach the capital, the three of you should meet more often. After all, you will end up traveling together anyway. Then all three of you will leave this kingdom and head to Rosaline's kingdom. How does that sound? Not bad, right?" He hid the rest of the plan and only smiled with calculated intent. John answered with an even gentler smile, "Once we arrive at the capital, will everyone be able to stay together? That is truly something to look forward to." This old man's only wish is for everyone to reach the capital safely. He did not believe a single word of it. Looking forward to it? Hoping for safety? That old man was not the type to have such simple feelings. Exhausted, he chased the gently smiling John out. Then he sank back into deep thought. The vitality of the heart, that power lay where the stone tower still stood unfinished. In the story, the person who possessed it lived all the way to 150 years old. After reaching the end of his natural lifespan, he died of old age and left this power behind. To him, that power had been nothing less than a curse. He stood up and straightened his clothes. The moment he opened the door, he saw Han walking over at just the right time. In his hands was food meant for the cats. While he was at it, he reminded Han that he would be taking a carriage. He would go see the stone tower with Choi Han and the two cats. According to the original novel, the man who lived to 150 had chosen to build the stone tower where the winds converged. He spent 100 grueling years stacking stone after stone, yet in the end, he still could not complete it. What exactly had he been praying for? But that was not something he cared about. There was only one thing he was really calculating when he came to see the stone tower. He was going to rebuild that tower into something truly magnificent. He brought the two cats along. Together with Choi Han and Han, he headed toward the tower district. The sun had not grown harsh yet, and the stone blocks remained cold in the wind. And then, right at the entrance to the ruins, he saw two important characters. A young woman and a young man wore simple clothing. However, the young man was sitting in a wheelchair. The young woman stood behind him, pushing the chair, and both of them had just come out through the passage that also served as the ruins' exit. That young man was none other than Taylor, the eldest son of Marcus Stan's family. The young woman beside him was Priestess Cage. He had only meant to come see the place with the stone tower, yet he never expected to run into the two of them here. Everything he knew about them so far came only from a few external descriptions. He immediately began observing them in silence. The reason Taylor and Cage had appeared in this place was because Cage wanted to confirm whether what she had heard was just nonsense or truly a divine oracle. For several nights in a row, she had dreamed the same dream. The god told them to go to the Stone Tower district at once, because their future benefactor would appear there. As for what that person would do afterward, even the god did not know. Taylor wondered in shock, could someone truly exist in this world, whom even a god could not predict? Kate had no idea whether any of it was true, but she had never believed in gods. So in her eyes, half of that divine prophecy was just meaningless nonsense. Taylor quietly reminded Kate to watch what she said. After all, hearing the voice of a god was still a secret they absolutely could not expose. The mention of that only irritated Kate more. There is not even a temple in Puzo, so what gods are we talking about? Have they ever fed us a single meal? Besides, with our noble status, saying a benefactor will appear sounds ridiculous. The moment she mentioned food, hunger immediately surged up. Let us go eat. You really cannot fight on an empty stomach. After deciding on the menu, the group chatted and laughed as they happily headed back. One look was enough to tell just how close their relationship was. By then, Jiao had clearly memorized every one of their faces. After all, they still had no idea what he looked like. So from now on, as long as he avoided meeting them face to face, everything would be fine. Just then, Han quietly approached and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "I just saw the eldest son of Marcus Stan's family." The young man froze. How had Han recognized him? Han chuckled, pointed at himself, and said, "Information on noble descendants is already engraved deep in my memory." That person was sitting in a wheelchair, and the wheelchair had the Marcus family crest on it. One glance was enough for me to figure it out. He silently admired Han. He had thought the man was useless, but who knew his eyes were that sharp? Han shrugged, cheerfully ended his report, and casually asked what came next. After thinking for a moment, he answered decisively, "Just ignore it." With that said, the group continued deeper into the Stone Tower district. At first, he had imagined this place would be packed with stone towers stacked up like mountains. But the scene before him was just a collection of ordinary shapes, far more normal than he expected. There was no grandeur of an ancient structure, and not even the slightest fantasy aura. Everything was so calm that it felt disappointing. Even the cats could not hide their disappointment. Yet, unexpectedly, one person still maintained an extremely serious attitude. Choi Han had his head lowered, silently praying for something. Perhaps he was begging to return to his hometown as soon as possible. Choi Han was completely different from Kim Rok-soo, the person currently living inside Jiao's body. Choi Han had been born and raised in a happy family. Unlike Kim Rok-soo, that peaceful childhood had shaped him into a gentle person. Because of that, even after falling into the cruelest adversity, he survived and kept that purity all the way to the end. Once he finished praying, Choi Han turned to look at him. He had one question to ask and one matter to report. He immediately had a bad feeling, so he decided to hear the question first. Choi Han's question was whether he had no intention of praying. He calmly replied, "I do not do things like praying, because it makes people develop expectations. Living without hoping or expecting anything is actually much easier. It is the same as placing a bet. If you only bet 100 coins and win 500 coins, of course you will feel happy. But if you dream of hitting the jackpot and end up winning only 500 coins, you will definitely be disappointed." As for what Choi Han wanted to report, there was a problem. The dragon had secretly followed them into the city. He still instructed Choi Han to pretend he knew nothing. After that, he tried sweeping his gaze around the area. There was absolutely no sign of the dragon anywhere, so he ordered everyone to head back. He left without realizing that, in the very spot he had just glanced over, the dragon was using invisibility magic. From a distance, it quietly observed the entire group. Soon after, he prepared to set out for the grave of the person who had lived to be 150 years old. He needed to separate himself from the cats and the others who stubbornly insisted on following him. So he chose a name they could not argue against. "I will only take Choi Han, the strongest person here, Choi Han." Since Choi Han was going along as his bodyguard, even the vice captain could not find fault with it. Even Han stayed silent and said nothing more, and so he took Choi Han and left that place. Today, they would go to the mountain where that grave was located. Choi Han's only job was to stand guard at the mountain entrance, making sure no one disturbed him while he took action. Choi Han accepted the order at once without asking a single question. That was exactly what Kale liked most about Choi Han. He never challenged Kale's decisions. He simply carried them out in silence. After they had walked for a while, Choi Han suddenly opened up. In just one more day, he would be leaving. But before setting out, there was still one thing weighing on his mind. It was about Ron, because Choi Han had sensed it. That old butler was extremely dangerous. Faced with that blunt warning, thrown out without the slightest build-up, Kale was briefly shaken. Should he pretend he knew nothing or admit he already knew? Kale chose his answer immediately. He had not expected this kind of question, but he kept his expression calm. "Is that so?" Choi Han froze at that reaction, then raised his voice. "Why are you not surprised at all? That man reeks of blood from head to toe. He is dangerous, someone who has stained his hands with the blood of countless people. If you already knew that, why do you still keep Ron by your side?" If Kale had truly known, he would have brought Ron along when he went to save that dragon, but he had not done that. That pointed to two possibilities. Either Kale did not know Ron's true strength, or he did not trust the old man. But there was no way Kale would distrust someone who had been beside him for 18 years. So Choi Han assumed Kale had never known Ron's real abilities. He believed that neither Kale nor the others had any idea, which was why he decided to reveal the truth and make Kale stay on guard. Kale chose to act as though he knew absolutely nothing about Ron's strength, because no matter what, he would still let the old man come with him. And the one traveling with Ron to the capital would be Choi Han. Kale immediately threw the question back at Choi Han. "If you think Ron is a dangerous person, then why did you leave him alone?" Choi Han fell silent at once. Kale continued, his voice lowering. "Exactly. Because Ron has never done anything to you. In any case, Ron has served as my butler for 18 years. As far as his position as a butler is concerned, Ron has fulfilled his duties brilliantly, and he has devoted himself faithfully to the Henatu's family." To Kale, Choi Han and Ron were not all that different. After all, both of them were powerful people. Butler Ron was, in the end, still only a butler, and there was not much time left. Kale left Choi Han behind to keep watch. Then he headed up the mountain alone. The moment Kale's figure disappeared from sight, Ron lightly dropped down from the treetops. The old man looked at Choi Han and smirked. "I am the one who changed the young master's diapers and raised him, you know?" That was an undeniable truth. Ron was about to follow Kale, but Choi Han immediately blocked his path. He told us that from this point on, no one is allowed to follow. "I know, kid." Ron turned away from the mountain without a trace of hesitation. He had only found it strange that Kale left the cat tribe children behind, but brought Choi Han, so he came to take a look. He should not have come. People said the older you got, the more unpredictable you became, and that unpredictability really was a nuisance. Meanwhile, Kale had already reached the cave entrance. However, the opening was unbelievably narrow. Kale looked down at his clothes. It seemed this outfit was completely unsuited to the scene in front of him today. Kale stepped into the cave. In contrast to the cramped entrance, the space inside was vast enough to take his breath away, and the instant Kale turned his body, a violent blast of wind swallowed his entire field of vision. The raging winds howled as if they meant to devour everything. The pressure was so terrifying that it felt as though the cave walls might collapse at any moment. Kale wondered whether, if he obtained the power called the sound of the wind, he would be able to hear those roars. Looking at the sight before him and thinking about its principle, he was certain that without help, Taylor could never have claimed that power. Returning to the present, Kale studied the vast hall and the passage he had just come through. If he tried to force his way into that chamber, the wind would blow him right back out. It would not merely push him back. He would be swept away, slammed straight into the rock wall, and seriously injured on the spot. And now the race against time officially began. Ki did not hesitate at all, stepping straight into the gigantic wind vortex roaring before him. In that instant, his instincts screamed a warning. This was bad. If he kept going, he would get hurt. You cannot do it. Suddenly, in front of the dragon, a shield appeared and covered his entire body. Two enormous silver wings unfurled on either side, spinning as they wrapped around him. That divine light blocked every savage blade of wind and kept the young man completely safe. He glanced back. He saw the dragon frozen in place. Its eyes went wide. Then the dragon hurriedly tried to cover itself, its voice cutting through the storm and pouring straight into his ears. I just happened to be passing by. In the end, it was still following him, but right now, the young man had no time to care. The wind here shifted in 3-hour cycles, sometimes strengthening, sometimes weakening. This was the moment when the gale declined, so he had to get inside before the wind surged again. He kept activating the power of the indestructible shield, then charged straight into the heart of the vortex. The dragon was utterly bewildered. Clearly, he was only a frail human. Then what exactly was that source of power? The young man dragged himself forward step by heavy step, slowly pushing deeper inside. Sure enough, even though the wind outside had weakened, the closer he got to the center, the more ferocious the pressure became. But that still was not enough. The shield could be pushed back, but it would not break so easily. Everything had already been calculated by him. That was why, from the very beginning, he had deliberately lowered its durability to expand the shield's size. If the wind forced it back, he only needed to shrink it little by little to increase its resistance. The shield worked even better than he had expected. Just as he nearly reached the midpoint, a voice suddenly rang out. I regret it so much. So much regret. It was the voice of an old man, choked and thick, as if it were bleeding. The old man kept repeating that sentence over and over, until Ki started getting annoyed. It was every bit as irritating as that old hag by the man-eating tree. But right after that, one thing the old man said made him stop short. The one who holds a familiar ability. I do not wish for you to accept this ability. The one who possesses that familiar power. He must have meant the indestructible shield Ki was using. At the same time, the wind grew stronger again and began grinding away at the cave itself. The shield was forced back little by little, but Ki still lowered his head and pushed forward. Meanwhile, the soul of that ancient old man kept babbling in his ear. He tormented himself because he had been the only one to survive in the end, then withered away and died of old age. He had once built the stone tower with the wish that everyone could live forever, but that wish had never come true. That was why the stone tower had remained unfinished forever. The power of recovery is useless. It can only protect me alone. It cannot save anyone. I am nothing but trash. Ki ignored that sobbing lament. To him, an ability that protected himself was what mattered most. So what if people called it useless? Survival was the true peak. Ki focused on advancing toward the stone tower at the center of the cyclone. Only 5 steps remained. The young man dragged each step as if his legs were made of stone, and the closer he got, the more violently the wind intensified. It felt as if it could tear his body apart at any moment, while that old man kept wailing. Even when the wind sliced through my flesh like blades, I still could not die. That is the cursed power of recovery. Even while my chest still beat fiercely, I could not run, because I was afraid of death. I feared the pain of being wounded, and I feared even more the death waiting behind that pain. 1 step, 2 steps, then 5 steps. On the 5th step, the wind suddenly stopped. Ki had entered the eye of the storm. The space here was so still that he could clearly hear the gale howling all around him. Ki listened to the wind, along with the old man's hate-filled voice. I chose to throw away my faith so I could live. After that, the old man fell silent. Faith rules whatever. Survival came first. What a pointlessly talkative old geezer. Ki clicked his tongue and drew the shield back into his heart. The silver light around his body vanished as well. He walked toward the half-stacked stone tower. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary cairn, the kind of sloppy pile you could find on any mountain. The only difference was the pitch-black stones, just like that man-eating tree. These stones had existed since ancient times and were completely different from normal rock. The same went for this bizarre wind. Ki frowned, took a pair of gloves from his pocket and put them on. The young man picked up the stones scattered around the area one by one and began completing the tower. He lifted the final black stone, then gently placed it on top of the tower. In that moment, the black stones gradually turned white. At the same time, Ki stood up straight and looked around. The wind was calming down. Ki heard the dragon's stunned voice, but still ignored it, quietly waiting for the wind to die out completely. He folded his arms and kept listening to the old man, since he had no other choice. I once meant to fight alongside them, but then I understood that humans are weak before pain. They were not servants of the gods. I realized that only I had to bear the pain and be crushed. Those who lived deep in the forest and worshipped the gods fed me that thing. It was something that tasted anything but good. I built the tower with the desire to turn back time, but it was never completed. Perhaps the gods were disgusted by a selfish man like me, someone who thought only of his own happiness, abandoned his comrades, and ran away. Ki sighed. This old man really was boring. In his irritation, he answered in a cold voice. Being selfish is what makes us human. The old man's voice suddenly fell silent. Gio thought it would be like last time, when the voice stopped and he received an ancient power. But no, that blood-soaked voice rang out again. My sister once said the same thing. She truly was kind. She was more trustworthy than anyone. Hoo-hoo, my sister. Sob, I feel like I am about to lose my mind. After wailing in bitter grief for a while, the old man finally choked out his thanks. Bearer of that familiar power, your arrogance reminds me of my brother. I truly envy that spirit. And at last, the words he had once said to Taylor, the very words Jiao had been waiting for, rang out clearly. Come on, destroy it. Only then will you surpass my limits. Jiao curled his lips into a smirk. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately swung his leg and kicked straight into the stone tower. The dragon, watching from the side, suddenly jolted, then stared at him as if it had just seen some aberrant creature crawl out of another world. But the next scene left it stunned. The stone tower actually collapsed. From beneath the stone tower, a sphere of light emerged. He could clearly feel faint tremors spreading up through the cave floor beneath his feet. In that very instant, the sphere of light shot straight toward him. He reached out and seized it without a shred of hesitation. In a flash, that stream of light fired toward his heart like a magic arrow. The arrow of light pierced straight through his heart. Radiance burst out in a blinding flare, then slowly faded. He drew in a deep breath. He could feel an entirely new source of life force surging through his body. That life force would reinforce his shield, making it far sturdier than before, and if he was injured, his recovery speed would far exceed that of ordinary people several times over. After retrieving the shield, the young man immediately turned and walked away. His footsteps headed straight toward the dragon, which was still standing there in confusion. The little creature pretended it knew nothing and turned its face to look somewhere else. In a rough voice, he asked bluntly, like a stone tossed onto a lake, "Want to come with me?" The dragon clearly wanted to follow him, but still forced itself to act arrogant. It mocked him for being too weak and needing protection, then even declared that it hated humans. After saying that, the dragon's body gradually turned transparent. It had used invisibility magic. He did not even bother replying anymore. Its mouth said it would not follow, but the dragon still quietly trailed close behind him. The proof lay right there on the grass behind them, where a string of tiny footprints kept pressing into the ground. He shook his head helplessly. In the end, he had gained another mouth to feed. That night, in a house on the edge of the city, the priestess was clutching her head in complete panic. Then, as if she had lost control, she began smashing the objects around her. It seemed the god had sent Kate some strange message again. After muttering to herself for a while, Kate sprang up and went straight toward the back door of the house. Taylor signaled his trusted aide that there was no need to follow. After that, he quietly pushed his own wheelchair and followed behind her. Kate stepped out the back door and kept walking until she reached the fence. She stopped, her eyes locking onto the thing placed on top of the fence wall. There, a small stone tower had already been stacked in place. So this time the god's words were not nonsense after all. Kate lowered her eyes and read the line written in chalk beside the stone tower. "Destroy it if you wish to fulfill your desire." Kate advised Taylor to kick down the stone tower, because this time she felt the divine oracle was not meaningless. The god had also emphasized that destroying the stone tower would be the turning point that changed their fate. But the god added that the choice still belonged to them. If they wanted a peaceful, comfortable life, then they should not touch the stone tower. At the foot of the stone tower, an envelope had been hidden. It seemed this stone tower had been built solely to preserve that letter. Only by breaking it could they take the letter out. Kate silently waited for her friend's answer. Taylor smiled faintly, then spoke. "Break it." Kate immediately swung her hand and swept the stone tower away. Cold stones tumbled down from the edge of the outer wall, scattering across the ground with a brittle clatter. Taylor silently took in the scene before him. Live quietly and do not resist, was that it? He had never had a single easy day, and he had no desire for such cheap peace. All he wanted was to heal these legs of his, then use his own hands to bring down the Marcus house that heartlessly thrown him away. The young man did not hesitate. He immediately tore open the letter and began to read. Under the dim lamplight, the first two lines appeared clearly. The Crown Prince possessed an ancient ability, a power His Highness had no need to use himself. It was an ability that could be activated only once, yet it could heal any wound, even a lifelong disability. In return, His Highness wanted something capable of restraining the second and third princes. He let out a laugh. Clearly, this letter was the fated turning point of his life. Kate took the letter from his hand, then continued reading the section below. His legs could no longer move, but his mind, his hands, his eyes, and his voice were still alive. Eldest son of the Stan Marcus house. Judge this for yourself, Taylor Stan. That letter made him look at everything with different eyes, and for the first time, he understood what he had to live for. He should have cared for himself the way he had when his legs were still whole, but loss had drowned his reason, making him blindly cling to an ancient text whose truth was still unknown. He decided to give up searching for that power and leave everything here in the hands of his servants. After that, he and Kate would immediately set out for the capital, in time to attend the royal event. On a rooftop some distance away, the scheming siblings saw that the mission was complete and leisurely returned to the inn. Early the next morning, the quiet before departure settled over the group. Choi Han prepared to leave in order to complete his assignment assigned mission. It was the mission that Q had entrusted to him. Besides Q, Vice Captain John, Big Rock Han, and even the cats came to see him off. Choi Han's luggage was so simple that it amounted to a single iron sword. It was the weapon he usually carried, along with one small travel bag. Q took out a pouch and tossed it to Choi Han. He opened it right away to look inside. Inside were several necessities and bottles of recovery water. Every item had been miniaturized with magic for easier travel. After handing it over, Q casually said that if he did not like it, he could just throw it away. With that said, he turned around and went back to his room. The dragon was also standing not far away, watching the farewell from the side. It lazily greeted Choi Han in its own peculiar way. A stream of mana instantly shot toward the spot where Choi Han was standing. Choi Han was moved by the small gift Q had quietly prepared for him. He told the dragon to work properly and earn its meal money. Then he promised that he would return soon. After saying goodbye to everyone, he separated from the group. Alone, he left the city of Puzo behind. As soon as Choi Han departed, Q's group also boarded their carriage and left Puzo, heading straight for the capital. After a long day of travel, they stopped and set up camp to rest. Q looked at the two cats, who gave a tiny squirm the moment they met his gaze. The cats flinched, then shook their heads in perfect unison. Q chuckled. He knew they had already met that dragon. After Choi Han left, that dragon had also secretly followed him. Since that was the choice it had made for itself, Q had no reason to stop it. But before that matter could even settle, another problem came rolling in. A carriage stopped near campsite, along with a man who looked like a knight. The knight stepped down from the driver's seat and approached the vice captain, who had been about to scout the surroundings. He politely asked whether his party might borrow a small corner of the area to pitch their tent for the night. He introduced himself as Tom, a knight of the Stan Marcus house. Damn it. Q managed to swallow the curse that nearly slipped out, then shifted his gaze toward the carriage. It was a shabby carriage, so worn down that it did not even bear a family crest. The carriage window opened, revealing the face of the young man from the Stan family. "We saw the crest of the Henny Two's Count house, so we dared to trouble you." He must have guessed that a Count's campsite would be strong enough to guarantee safety tonight, which was why he asked for help. And Q did not like that judgment one bit, so he was forced to face Taylor Stan, the eldest son of the Stan Marcus house, a troublesome key figure in the story. Kale also thought about that dragon, which was probably hiding somewhere right now, hunting wild boars or something similar to bring back to him. The young man could not help frowning. One person had just left, and immediately 3 more showed up. That made his irritation plain on his face. Taylor noticed that displeasure right away. Thinking his sudden request had caused trouble, Taylor quickly said he would leave if Kale did not want to accept them. Taylor had heard of the Hennetus family's good for nothing. Even as a neutral Count's household, getting involved with him meant trouble. Ever since Taylor's body became like this, everyone looked at him that way. Kale's reaction only forced Taylor to face that truth once again. But right then, Kale suddenly blurted out a question. What was there to fight over? He quickly strode toward Taylor's carriage. "This place is not my land either. Besides, I do not make a habit of giving a hard time to people traveling like I am." After saying that, he began exchanging greetings with Taylor. Taylor also introduced his companion to Kale. Cage gave a faint smile and said it was an honor to meet him. "Young master, I am Priestess Cage. May you be blessed with peaceful sleep. A truly peaceful sleep." It was the usual greeting priests used with ordinary people. Faced with Cage's textbook perfect smile, as if it had stepped right out of scripture, Kale simply watched in silence. Then he let out a laugh and said bluntly, "I do not believe in gods." A strange look flickered in Cage's eyes. That gaze seemed to ask if he had really dared say something so insane in front of a priestess. Kale was extremely satisfied. He hoped she would keep thinking that way, then conclude for herself that he truly was a good-for-nothing. As expected, this was interesting, even if only a little. Kale answered half-heartedly, then looked around Taylor's carriage. For the eldest son of a Marquis family, this scene was far too shabby. There was only one subordinate knight driving, along with Taylor and Cage. Taylor, now disabled and no longer supported by the Stan family as before, had also spent heavily to protect himself in Puzzle City. Because of that, Kale could easily guess just how poor they were right now. After all, it was because of him that they had to go to the capital. In other words, he could not pretend he had nothing to do with it. So the young man decided to give them a hand. He put hands in charge of food and tents for Taylor's group. As for the vice captain, he was ordered to arrange a guard detail for them. Kale also did not forget to warn the kittens, who were pretending they knew nothing. It was exactly the same way they pretended not to see that dragon. Before getting into the carriage, Kale confirmed that the vice captain had said something to Taylor's knight. It was probably about the night watch. Seeing that nothing seemed wrong, he immediately stepped in the carriage. He began thinking about the dragon. He had only planned to save it and then cut all ties, yet it kept following him everywhere to repay the favor. If that was the case, he might as well make use of its power. Dragons were creatures with outstanding mana perception, so sharp that even a genius like Rosalind could hardly compare. Kale had already thought of a way to use this trump card. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Kale stepped outside and immediately sensed a heavy atmosphere. The Stan household's people were speaking with the vice captain, their faces extremely serious. Just as Hans came to greet him, Kale told him to give an update and find out what exactly had happened with the stand side. It turned out Taylor had misunderstood the dragon's frequent hunting. The fact that it brought prey near Kale's tent had been mistaken as a sign that assassins had tracked them down. Cage was just as alarmed. They had left in secret, so being discovered anyway was far too abnormal. On top of that, the culprit had to be terrifying, because even she had not noticed him making a move. Kale immediately understood the entire situation. A giant wild boar, normally difficult to hunt, had been taken down neatly, cleanly, and with expert skill. That trace alone was enough to show just how formidable the other party's ability was. Not to mention, there was also a knife-shaped symbol beside it. Because of that, Taylor grew even more flustered, completely unsure how he should react. Kale looked at the scene and instantly understood the source of the misunderstanding. Choi-han was called over to handle the wild boar. They would use it to cook breakfast for the whole group, just like always. Taylor still could not understand what Kale had just said, so Kale explained that there was someone in his group who specialized in delivering food. That person was rather shy compared with his appearance, so Taylor definitely would not be able to meet him directly. Only then did Taylor and Cage finally breathe a sigh of relief. The misunderstanding had at last been cleared up. Taylor took the initiative and asked to follow Q's convoy as it headed toward the capital. He was also sharp enough to plan their next move in advance. Once they got close to the capital, the two of them would quietly separate from the convoy. That way, they could prevent Yun Yan and the Marcus from discovering they had traveled together. After hearing that, the young man gave a hearty nod. He knew they could never guess that the person who had written that letter was actually him. And if everything was handled smoothly, they would become necessary pieces for him later on. In truth, every move he made now was preparation for using them in the future. After he left, Kate quietly followed him, met him alone, and asked an extremely strange question. "Do you truly not believe in the gods, my lord?" He answered calmly, "Yes, that is right." Kate asked nothing more and simply turned back to Taylor's side. The reason she asked was because of an indescribable feeling. A faint, uneasy premonition kept clinging to her. It felt exactly like the suffocating pressure of death itself silently drawing near, as if someone were gently stroking the back of her neck with a gaze full of pity. From then on, his journey remained peaceful, with no major incidents worth mentioning. One day before reaching the capital, Taylor and Kate came to him first and invited him to drink. According to the rumors Taylor had heard before, young Master Hennetus was a drunkard, a man who supposedly could not survive a single day without liquor. But after traveling together and observing him, Taylor realized the truth was completely different from the rumors. For their sake, this young man had stayed inside the carriage the whole time and shown them the most discreet concern. Even his servants and subordinates obeyed his orders without the slightest hesitation. More than that, he treated them like ordinary people and showed no contempt at all. Knowing they had not come merely to drink, he immediately asked what they truly wanted. By this point, Taylor was certain the person before him was no scoundrel. On the contrary, he was smarter than Taylor had imagined, though Taylor still needed to probe further. So Taylor asked young Master, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Faced with that question, he looked at Taylor for a long moment, then placed a pouch of money on the table. The young man's steady voice rang out in the quiet room. "I do not know why you chose to come to the capital at such a sensitive time, but anyone who wants to enter the tiger's den and seeks me out has only one reason. The Hennetus family is extremely wealthy. What you want is money, correct?" Those words shocked both of them, because that was exactly what they had been thinking. He continued his analysis. "I guessed you would be short on money, and if you want to stay safe in the capital, money is indispensable. This may not have been your original plan, but since you have traveled with a golden turtle, it is worth asking for some benefits before parting ways." Taylor could not refute him, because every word struck the truth. Young Master Hennetus did not avoid the eldest son abandoned by his family. To Taylor, if one request could bring money, it was far too profitable. Even if refused, he did not seem likely to report this to Yun Yan. After all, this young man felt like a hidden talent, someone who hated complicated trouble most of all. Taylor was moved and sincerely thanked him. If he was going to help, he would help to the end. He knew they planned to use the temple to enter the capital, but if they chose that method, the news would reach Yun Yan or the Marcus within 3 days. The reason was simple. Even inside the temple of the god of death, there were people entangled in politics, so he had already prepared the best option for them. They would use his carriage and continue traveling with the Hennetus household convoy for one more day. As for their other companions, they would enter the capital the following day. He handed them the pouch of money in advance, along with a magic tool that could make creatures within a certain range invisible. Taylor truly did not understand why he was treating him so well, even though, of course, every act of help had a purpose. He had to step in because this entire situation had been set in motion by him. If Taylor took control of the Stan family, that family would no longer drag him into trouble later. That way, the Hennetus territory would be preserved, and the easy life he wanted would gain another safeguard. But if he told the truth, it would be no different from admitting he was a master strategist and the ancestor of schemers. So he simply used pity as his excuse for helping Taylor. He wanted to know what kind of thoughts a man on the run with crippled legs was carrying inside him. As the eldest son of a Marcus family, Kale watched the man once dismissed as the Count household's useless cripple fight to his absolute limit, and a trace of pity rose in his chest. Taylor only smiled, quiet enough to make no sound. He placed both hands on his knees, but there was nothing there, not even the faintest sensation left. And yet Taylor's eyes, breath, hands, and every other part of him were fiercely alive. He gave a bright, sincere smile and thanked this young man from the bottom of his heart. In return, this young man offered only one condition. They had to forget every bit of this help, and from now on, they were not allowed to drag him into anything else. That was exactly what Taylor had already expected. Cage spoke up. That is why she had come here. Young Master Taylor, and I swear that we will not reveal a single thing. You must know very well that if we betray an oath sworn to death itself, the price we pay will be our lives. At Cage's words, he gave a faint smile. I know. Please make the oath. Cage began the ritual. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands, and from her fingertips, a strange power slowly awakened. An eerie black smoke, thin as thread, spread out and wrapped around all three of them. She murmured in a low voice, I am Cage, daughter of eternal darkness. Together with Taylor Stan, I swear in the name of darkness, and I swear before death, if we break this oath, we shall sink forever into the night. Everything that happens in this place, Taylor Stan and I will bury as a secret that shall never be revealed. Aside from him and Henny Twos, we will tell no one, nor allow anyone to learn of it. At that moment, this young man felt an unusual aura swirl around his hand. The sensation felt quite similar to an ancient power. Cage explained that what he was sensing was the authority of the oath. If Taylor and Cage broke the agreement, he, as the witness, would be notified of their deaths immediately. This young man calmly accepted Cage's explanation. After that, the three of them drank together, as if using sharp liquor to carve the bond they had just formed into memory. It was a night without moonlight shining down. Yet the fate connecting the three of them began to feel more special than ever. That thread ran deeper than the moon being swallowed by the night. Soon after, Taylor and Cage boarded his carriage and continued their journey toward the capital. They had only about 2 hours left before they arrived. While Cage was still dead drunk from last night's revelry, barely aware of heaven or earth, Taylor was strangely clear-headed. He even took the initiative to start a conversation with him. His purpose was not idle chatter to pass the road, but to repay him with an important piece of information. This royal event was being held to commemorate the king's 50th birthday. The ceremony was still proceeding exactly according to the original plan, however inviting every child of the noble families to attend. That had been the Crown Prince's own suggestion, and that man was absolutely not a simple person. He was definitely hiding some kind of scheme. Because of that, Cale absolutely had to stay on guard. From what he knew through the novel, he understood that the Crown Prince was an extremely slippery old fox. He was especially skilled at manipulating people's hearts. First, he would approach the other person and feel them out. Then he would lift them up to the clouds with praise as sweet as honey. In the end, he would quietly turn them into one of his chess pieces. Even more terrifying, he used people in a way that left the victims unaware they were being controlled. The most typical example was the person considered the Crown Prince's close friend, the one who had been praised until he became a hero, Choi-han. Choi-han always had a very good impression of the Crown Prince, who treated him warmly, approached him closely, and regarded a commoner like him as a close friend. Even if it was called exploitation, the way he used people was aimed at a righteous goal. He did not exploit others for power or personal gain, but for the entire kingdom, for the citizens, and even for a scope far broader than that. This Crown Prince's familiar tactic was to pour sweet words into other people's ears. Then he would skillfully bring up the matter of needing help. For someone as kind as Choi-han, that request was nearly impossible to refuse. To avoid being swept into trouble, Cale decided to fight poison with poison. If his opponent was a slippery fox, then this young man would become every bit as slippery. He understood that the Crown Prince would definitely avoid anyone who carried the same kind of nature as himself. As long as he acted like he was showing approval, then cleverly used someone else's hand, everything would pass without a hitch. What weighed on him right now was the terrorist attack that was about to erupt in the plaza. Across the entire capital, he was probably the only one who knew that disaster was coming. He also knew about the existence of those hidden within a secret organization. Knowing in advance meant carrying extra responsibility, along with nameless anxieties that could not be easily explained. Of course, responsibility and worry had always clung to each other like a body and its shadow. He decided he would step in to stop it, but if the situation threatened him or became too troublesome, he would pull out immediately. The young man gently lifted the curtain and quietly observed the scene outside. He could not help being impressed by the architecture here, especially the massive city wall surrounding the capital. On every ancient stone pillar of the wall stood solemn sculptures, as if carving the title of the Stone Kingdom into memory. Taylor then recounted a myth he had come across while studying ancient script. It was a tale from primeval times, before this kingdom had even been founded, about a guardian deity. No matter how fiercely he was attacked, that god continued protecting everything behind him. Then came the day when darkness poured across the entire continent. It was that very god who stood before the catastrophe and stopped it from devouring the world. Even with his body shattered, the guardian deity stood firm like stone, refusing to yield. Because of him, the people and the land embraced by the new stone walls had survived until this day. After all, a person like that could hardly exist in this world. That was exactly why Taylor was so fascinated by the myth. Before them stood the city gate, where knights were guarding the entrance with strict vigilance. He tossed out several magic necklaces capable of creating a concealment field. Those items were handed to Taylor and Casey. As for the young man, he stepped down from the carriage on his own. The thing he did best was play the role of a useless young master from a count's family. His acting skill could honestly be called exquisitely refined, combined with a performance worthy of a master artist and the invisibility effect of the necklaces. Casey and Taylor passed safely through the city gate. They slipped past the checkpoint without being noticed by anyone. The carriage continued toward the western side of the capital. That was the district where the mansions of the noble class were gathered. Here he parted ways with Taylor and Casey. The remaining arrangements would be handled by John. Before leaving, the young man still did not forget to remind them in a cold tone, "Forget about me." After the two of them disappeared from sight, he turned back to look at Count Hennetu's mansion. Sure enough, when a family lacked nothing except money, even its mansion had to be on another level. It was not overly dazzling or showy, but its elegance far surpassed the mansions of the nobles around it. The guards immediately opened the gate, and beyond that door, the servants were already standing neatly on both sides, welcoming the young master of House Hennetus in unison. A respectful greeting rang out. "Welcome to the capital, my lord." They bowed so deeply their foreheads nearly touched the ground, then shouted that they would serve him with every bit of their ability. He was completely baffled by this over-the-top reception. When he turned to look at Hans, the man calmly avoided his gaze. The young man had no choice but to say a few casual words, basically telling them there was no need to be that formal next time. They could simply relax and show their own personalities. If they did well, there would definitely be no shortage of rewards. Also, if anything came up later, they could just look for Hans. After saying that, he left at once. The servants let out sighs of relief. They had heard about the young master's terrible reputation back home, which was why they had been so cautious. But his attitude today forced them to reconsider what they thought of him. When he returned to his room, Hans handed the young man an invitation from the Northeastern Nobles Association. At the same time, he had prepared a list of noble descendants who had already arrived in the capital and handed it over to him. Setting that matter aside for now, he immediately asked about the situation on John's side. After confirming that everything was finally settled, Cale at last let out a breath of relief. He sent Han off to rest, but before that he still ordered someone to prepare a full table of food and bring it straight to his room. Once that was done, the young man had the glass door to the balcony open. Then he called that useful type pet in to eat with him. After all, there would be countless things he needed to rely on it for later, so for now, he might as well tame it through its stomach first. And so he sat down with the two cats and leisurely enjoyed a delicious meal. Inwardly, the young man sighed with feeling. A comfortable life like this really was far too pleasant. If every day could be spent eating well and sleeping soundly like this, what more could anyone ask for? But life was a sea of suffering, and the moment that thought appeared, the universe immediately sent him an ominous signal. A knock sounded at the door, bringing with it a chilling sense of unease that slammed straight into him. Could it be Choi Han? But no matter how absurdly fast that young man could move, there was no way he could arrive in the capital a full 3 days earlier than expected. Or had he risked a forced long-distance journey to bring the injured Locke back? Even though Cale had given him recovery water, that water contained divine power, and it was useless on the wolf tribe abandoned by the gods. On top of that, Rosaline was extremely cautious. She had hidden her magical abilities so she could not recklessly use high-level magic to teleport the whole group to the capital. More importantly, he had told Choi Han to stay at a specific inn once he reached the capital. While thinking it over, the young man opened the door, and standing before his eyes was, sure enough, Choi Han. Rosaline was beside him, and on his back was Locke, the young boy of the Blue Wolf tribe. The heir to the Wolf King's throne was in extremely serious condition. The boy was burning with a high fever, right on the verge of the first berserk transformation of his life. His first berserk transformation should not have happened for another year, and Cale had no idea why this crisis had arrived so early. With no time left to analyze it, he immediately told Han to get water, then had Han place Locke on the bed. The young man quietly observed him with great care. It seemed this berserk transformation could no longer be delayed. He bent down and spoke to the boy, who was struggling to open his eyes and look at him. "Don't force yourself, just close your eyes." For some reason, Locke obediently listened and slowly lowered his eyelids. The image of his uncle appeared in the boy's mind. It will be all right. That uncle had once said those words to him. Locke's condition made Choi Han almost unable to keep his composure. He had absolutely no idea what was actually happening to Locke. Choi Han had tried using the recovery water Cale gave him, but it had no effect. According to Rosaline, the Blue Wolf tribe could not use that water. Healing magic was useless as well, leaving both of them completely stuck. Faced with Choi Han, who was panicking from worry, Kale immediately reassured him, while telling him to leave Locke in his care. Originally, at this point in the story, Choi Han had only just begun opening his heart to Locke. He had not yet fully trusted him or grown as attached to him as he was now. Kale was not stupid enough to miss that this change in Choi Han was partly because of him. Only after making sure Choi Han had calmed down did the young man shift his gaze toward Rosalind. Rosalind was the first heir to the throne of the Brecht kingdom, as well as a genius mage preparing to throw that very position away. With her blazing red hair, she was often compared to a proud red rose, but when it came to her personality, sunlight suited her far better than any rose. Rosalind trembled slightly, her gaze unconsciously turning toward one corner of the room. More precisely, she was looking at the spot where the invisible dragon sat. From that place, she could sense a terrifying flow of mana pouring out. Kale sighed. Dragons naturally loved mages, and it seemed the dragon was unconsciously transmitting mana to her. The young man glanced toward the seated dragon and said softly, "Stay still." At that moment, Rosalind took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. It seemed the dragon had withdrawn the mana it had just released. She could not hide her shock and was just about to speak, but Kale smoothly drew Rosalind's attention back to Locke. He looked at the small staff in her hand. It seemed the reason they had arrived in the capital early was that Rosalind had used teleportation magic. Contrary to his expectations, she had revealed her true magical ability. Rosalind was a mage, so she also knew a little about the wolf tribe's berserk phenomenon. But this was the first time she had ever witnessed a transformation so brutally painful with her own eyes. Because for the boy, this was his very first time. As soon as she finished, Kale immediately demanded a clear explanation. When entering their first transformation, members of the wolf tribe usually had to endure unbearable agony. Their bodies were torn apart with every pulse, while their reason slowly dissolved. If they could survive this first trial, they would turn that power into a weapon that truly belonged to them. The moment he erupted was already right in front of them. Kale ordered his subordinates to bring a stretcher, then had Locke carried to the training yard at once. At the same time, he warned them carefully that absolutely no one was allowed to step inside. He turned to Rosalind and coldly ordered that, when the time came, everyone had to work together to restrain Locke. Normally, when beastfolk with fierce beast bloodlines, such as the tiger tribe, the bear tribe, or the wolf tribe, went through their first frenzy, their parents or older siblings would handle it. They would take every attack from the child who had fallen into a berserk state. At the same time, they made sure that child did not suffer even a single additional wound. That was how they used their own bodies to protect the young of their tribe. But in Locke's case, the boy no longer had any family by his side, so everything could only depend on Choi Han and Rosalind. Since he was a pureblood among purebloods, their time to prepare was almost gone. Locke's frenzy was expected to last about 2 hours. Choi Han and Rosalind agreed, then quickly moved into the center of the training yard. Right then, Locke began convulsing violently. The boy's body started changing, little by little. It was a sign that his frenzy was about to explode completely. His fangs lengthened, sharp and cold, followed by an ear-splitting roar. Locke slowly pushed himself up and stood on his own. With every roar that rang out, the boy's body swelled even larger. Bulging muscles rose across his frame and his eyes burned red as blood. That proved his reason was gone, so to keep Kale from being blasted away, Raon instantly raised a protective mana shield. While he was at it, the little dragon created another barrier to block all the noise, just as Kale ordered. Thanks to that, Kale and the kittens could stand outside and watch the fight without taking any damage. Raon wondered why Kale was not using his ancient power. Of course, Kale had his own plan, so he simply told the little dragon not to worry about it. Looking at the shield before him, Kale realized the dragon's magic had grown stronger than before, and he would definitely have to use it to the fullest later. As for the siblings On and Hong, they were beastfolk too, so their frenzy would only be a matter of time. The problem was that they had been cast out by the cat tribe, and no one had taught them about that terrifying first frenzy. Meanwhile, they themselves were also considered purebloods. Their future berserk transformation would definitely be just as horrifying. To avoid needless casualties, Kale reminded the two siblings that if they developed a fever or suddenly felt abnormal pain, they had to come find him immediately, leaving both of them so moved that they could barely speak. At this point, the original story's plot had already begun to veer off course. In the original timeline, Locke was not supposed to face his first berserk transformation until a year later. The main cause was the death of Heller Pendrick. Watching Heller die right before his eyes made Locke remember the death of the tribe chief, who was also his uncle. From there, the boy went mad and slaughtered everyone who appeared before him. Back in the present, on the training floor, Locke roared and charged straight at his opponents. After desperately calling Locke's name with only the faintest thread of hope, Jia watched as the boy still failed to regain his reason, and the situation grew tighter by the second, like a string pulled to its limit. Rosalind immediately unleashed her magic, raising streams of light like shields across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Choi Han erupted with aura, his black blade slicing through the heavy air. While defending, they also had to hold back so the boy would not be hurt. Yet that very moment opened a rare opportunity. He reminded the little cats to focus and observe carefully, especially the tree right in front of them. He guided them to study the wolf cubs and the little dragon's movements by following every action from Choi Han and Rosalind. Subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the latest developments. The cat tribe was naturally small, so if they clashed head-on with raw strength, they would never win. They could hardly stand against giant races like the wolf tribe or the bear tribe, but if they grasped how an opponent moved, they could dodge attacks with precision. In fact, even one tiny opening would be enough for them to counterattack and finish the enemy. The little dragon was different. Although he possessed overwhelming power, he was still only a child who did not know how to control it. He was only used to pouring all of his force into attacks, brutal and straight to the point. That was why he needed to watch closely how Rosalind used her power, not to destroy but to use magic to protect others. After 2 tense hours, Choi Han and Rosalind gradually ran out of strength, but the one worn down the most was still the child from the wolf tribe. At last, the berserk transformation subsided, returning him to his normal form. He only managed to rasp out 2 words, brother, sister. Then he apologized to everyone before blacking out completely. Once the berserk state ended, Choi Han carefully placed the wolf cub on a stretcher. The young man silently thought that the pressure in that last battle had truly been no small thing. Rosalind had probably been injured as well while continuously holding the attacks back. He took out water that restored mana and tossed it to her, then left the training field with Choi Han. The two returned to the original room, where everything needed to be made clear. Sitting across from the young man, Choi Han began recounting everything. He had reached the city he was told about, and just as instructed, there was a merchant group there heading for the capital. They called it a merchant group, but in truth, it was only a small party of 5 people. They needed 2 new escorts because the martial artist traveling with them had been injured. In the original storyline, the 2 replacements were Rosalind and Choi Han, and sure enough, Rosalind was already with the group. Choi Han recognized her from the descriptions left behind. Near the northwest border of the Duan Kingdom was the Breck Kingdom. On her way to the magic tower in the Whipper Kingdom, located below Duan, Rosalind had been ambushed by assassins inside Duan territory. Even while hiding her mage abilities, using only half her mana was enough for her to escape the deadly situation. Not knowing who was behind it, she entered Duan's capital to gather information. Once he learned Rosalind was headed there too, every clue began to line up. Choi Han wanted to properly repay the young man for the meal, so he decided to approach Rosalind and get close to her. This was a detail that deviated from the original, because before meeting Locke, the 2 of them had not been close at all. Someone as highly cautious as Rosalind would never open her heart on her own so easily. As for Choi Han, after the tragedy of Harris Village, he was no longer the type to casually start a conversation either. Returning to the main events, the merchant group stopped at a village at the foot of the mountain. That place was very close to the location where the young man had once said Choi Han would meet Locke. In that village, Choi Han discovered that the merchant group's martial artist escort was actually a beastman. At the same time, he also learned that the merchant group was about to conduct a trade. The trading partner was a village hidden deep in the mountains. This village at the foot of the mountain only served as a temporary stop. It was simply an intermediate trading point, nothing more. Choi Han secretly guessed that if he followed this clue, he might very well find Locke. As long as he went with the people from the mountain village, an opportunity would appear. But in the end, they never came to the trading point. Remembering the young man's instructions, Choi Han immediately acted. He and Rosalind decided to set out without a moment's hesitation. Salim and the beastman martial artist escort also followed them up the mountain. But when they arrived, what appeared before their eyes was an entire village, swallowed by a sea of flames. From this moment on, countless developments in the story begin to veer away from their original track. First, instead of running into the Dark Shade group, the members of that mysterious organization who were supposed to be fleeing, they end up facing official members of that very organization head-on. Second, instead of slaughtering all the werewolf children, the people from the secret organization intend to capture them alive and take them away. Third, Lu, who was originally supposed to rush out and then immediately hide himself, this time, when the children are on the verge of being killed, steps forward without hesitation and shields them from the kidnappers. The instinct of the wolf tribe will not allow them to stand by while family and friends fall before their eyes. So what exactly forced him to expose that dangerous trait? And from this point on, just how far will the plot be twisted off course? Those people wear black, and they look so ordinary that nothing about them stands out. To save the children from their hands, this young man kills them one by one during the fight, judging them by the swordsmanship they use. Kale realizes they are the same group that attacked Harris Village. Hearing that, he sighs, props a hand against his head, and pretends to be shocked as if learning it for the first time. Of course, it is all an act. Right then, the young swordsman mentions an extremely important detail he saw with his own eyes. Among them was a man in black with a red star emblem on his chest, surrounded by white stars. He was the one who killed the warrior bodyguard and drank the wolf tribe's blood. A mage who drinks blood. The insane official member who once led the terror attack on the capital. A true high-grade mage. But instead of making his first appearance during the tragedy in the capital, he shows up early in the wolf tribe's village. Then what is the purpose of kidnapping the children? The only variable he can think of is the fact that he saved the dragon. In the end, the young swordsman cannot capture them alive, nor can he wipe them all out. The ones who are restrained immediately kill themselves, while the rest, along with the man bearing the 6-star emblem, vanish through teleportation magic. That mage left behind one sentence. The young swordsman tries to hold himself back and repeat it in a cold, detached voice, but rage still seeps through every word. What a shame. Such excellent seeds. Besides, children's blood always tastes better. He still does not understand what seeds means, so he sets it aside for now and asks about the children's condition. Rosaline used magic to save them, brought them all back to the inn, and also took along the merchant group traveling with them that day. Hearing this, he feels as if he has gone numb in the cold wind. At this rate, every rule is probably about to be stirred into total chaos. He knows the young swordsman is being surrounded by a flood of questions. Who on earth are they? Why would they do something so cruel? And why does he know so much about them? If he tries to explain with nothing but empty words, the young swordsman definitely will not trust him so easily. Then there is only one way. He has to go to the temple of the god of death, use his own life as collateral for the oath, and then speak a truth that cannot be denied. When they arrive at the temple, 2 priests are already waiting outside. He asks them to prepare a private death chamber. It is a place where people wager their lives to prove that their words are true. At this point, the young swordsman begins to feel truly worried. He never expected him to go to such an extreme. The young swordsman urges him to turn back, but this young man does not listen at all. He has to do this in order to earn Hen's trust. Only that way will he have a chance, later on, to escape every bit of trouble connected to him. The priest leads them down to the basement, where the cold death chambers are located. While the priests prepare the ritual, he decides to tell the young swordsman one truth in advance. He does not know their true purpose, nor does he know the identities of those people from that secret organization. Choi-han still could not understand what Kale was trying to imply. At that exact moment, the priest's voice rang out through the silent space. The one who is wagered with death, step forward and hold out your hand. The young man and his companion quietly stepped inside. The deadly ritual was about to begin. His companion followed close behind him. The two passed through the white door and entered the death oath chamber. Everything in the room was chillingly white, from the tables and chairs to the wallpaper, and only a hearing-impaired priest sat there waiting. He said nothing, merely bowed his head in greeting, then slowly raised his hand. Seeing that, the priest gave a faint nod, then pointed in turn to the 2 sheets of paper on the table. He and his companion picked up the papers and carefully read every line written on them. The one who wagers with death must touch the hand that made a pact with death to his companion, then clearly recite the oath. If the wagerer breaks the oath, the price he must pay will be his life. It was a spine-chilling text, steeped in the stench of death. Once both of them finished reading, the hearing-impaired priest immediately began the life and death oath ritual. He gently stretched both hands forward exactly the way Kitch had once done. A stream of black smoke slowly seeped out, coiling around the priest's body. That smoke spread outward, then wrapped itself around the young man. In an instant, both the companion and the young man were swallowed by the darkness. Afterward, the curtain of smoke slowly shrank back and condensed into a thin thread. Both of them sensed something unusual at the same time. A power carrying the breath of a god was tightening around their bodies. He understood it perfectly. If he violated the oath, he would die, and the other man had surely felt that binding force as well. He recited the oath, then began telling his companion the truth. First, he, Kale Henetius, did not truly know the real identity of that mysterious organization. Second, he hated them, and he wanted to erase them from this world. His companion immediately grew suspicious. How could he hate an organization, when he did not even clearly know who they really were? He explained that he knew part of the crimes they had committed, from the matter involving the dragon, to the incidents connected to Locke. He had never wanted to inherit the family, and had only hoped that Basin, his younger brother, would be the one to shoulder that responsibility. In truth, he could have completely refused this trip to the capital, but he still came, because he already knew the bloody plan that the secret organization was about to carry out. They would slaughter many people right in the capital, so he could not let his younger brother set foot here, and he absolutely could not stand by and watch. He had prepared a plan to handle everything as cleanly as possible, then return home safely. But the reason he knew those things still could not be revealed to his companion right now, the final truth he wanted to say, was that he had never intended to harm the other man. Hearing this, his companion fell silent, his hand clenched tight as he waited for the oath's judgment. The young man was still alive, which meant every word he had just spoken was the truth. By this point, the other man had chosen to believe him. However, his companion still wanted him to make one more oath. If he knew anything at all, he had to tell him everything. Even clues related to the organization's true identity had to be revealed, as long as he had even the slightest information about that mysterious organization. Because his companion hated them down to his bones, he wanted to destroy every last one of them, leaving not a single member alive. The young man agreed, made the second oath, and left that place on the road back. Kale told Choi Han that the blood-drinking mage was the mastermind behind the disaster about to erupt in the capital. Choi Han immediately asked whether, if he ran into him, he was allowed to kill him on the spot. Kale answered calmly that something so obvious hardly needed asking. Whether to kill him or spare him was entirely Choi Han's choice. In Choi Han's heart, only one cold thought remained. This time, he would end that man for good. That evening, Ron came to Kale's room and calmly requested 2 days of leave. After hearing that, Kale was so pleased he almost failed to hide his satisfaction. Without hesitating for even a second, he immediately nodded and agreed. If he wanted Ron to reconnect with Choi Han, this was an opportunity he absolutely could not miss. However, the old man had to return before the major incident began. That incident was the chain of terrorist attacks that would shake the entire capital. Coincidentally, 2 days fit the timing perfectly, and the more Kale thought about it, the smoother everything seemed. He told Hao Feng to slip the old man a pouch of money. Inside was enough gold for Ron to enjoy himself comfortably throughout those brief 2 days. Ron suddenly recalled the time he had spent living in hiding, silent as a shadow. Those were the days he had spent beside this good-for-nothing yet unpredictable young master. Now, he had to wake from that long sleep and step into action once more. What waited ahead of him might very well be more than simple chaos. If they had truly crossed into the Western continent, it would be a nightmare even more terrifying than disorder itself. At first, Ron intended to leave quietly on his own, or at most take Beecrox with him. The problem was that his concern had begun from an uncomfortable feeling toward this brat. So he tried asking for 2 days off, simply to see how that young master would react. Ron was curious, because through Choi Han, Kale should now know at least part of Ron's true nature. Ron's face remained as gentle as ever, but for a brief moment his gaze turned cold. Young master, you truly have far too much money. If I take this gold and run, what exactly do you plan to do? Kale laughed and replied, do you think I do not know you? If you wanted to run, you would have vanished silently long ago. Why bother telling me first? Ron's true nature had once been made clear in the novel The Birth of a Hero, when he left the Count's estate without a single word. But when he needed to step away from Choi Han's group, he still stated the terms of the contract before leaving, and that answer satisfied Ron. The time Ron had spent caring for Kale was even longer than the time he had spent caring for his own son. Because of that, Kale might be the person who understood the current Ron better than anyone else. Ron said nothing more. He only promised to return and enter the royal palace with Kale, then left quietly. The next morning, Hans came to replace Ron and serve Kale. Hans was also carrying the gift the old man had left behind. It was a cup of lemon tea, and the sight only made Kale understand Ron's strange habit even less. Why on earth was that old man so determined to make him drink this stuff? Just then, Choi Han entered the room. He suddenly remembered what had happened the night before. At that time, Ron had come to see him on his own initiative. The old man's purpose was very clear. He asked Choi Han to protect Kale while he was away. Choi Han asked curiously where Ron planned to go. Ron merely answered coldly that it was none of Choi Han's business. After Ron left, Kale saw Choi Han appear and immediately asked about Locke's condition. Thanks to the wolf tribe's astonishing recovery speed, the boy's health was no longer a concern. The next thing Kale needed to do was return the borrowed item to Billows once he arrived in the capital. Their meeting place was the inn where the children were staying. The wolf tribe and the merchant group were also temporarily staying there. In addition, later today, Kale also had to attend the gathering of the northeastern nobles. But before that, he needed to meet Rosalind. Rosaline had always been an exceptionally sharp person. Therefore, even though she had never interacted with a dragon, she would certainly be able to notice that something was off. Kale figured she must have realized that the mana from yesterday belonged to a dragon. After all, in this world, only the Dragon Clan possessed a pool of magic power that massive. Just then, mealtime arrived. He decided to meet Rosaline during the meal, since it would be easier to explain everything there. So he told Han to prepare breakfast in his room and invite her over. Before Han left, he also told him to open the balcony doors in advance. The reason was simple, so the little dragon could come and go whenever it wanted. It had always preferred sleeping outside rather than lying around in a room. Not only that, it had stubbornly chosen a tree branch very close by. It had to be the branch closest to his window, or the little dragon would not settle down. While they waited for the servants to set the table, Choi Han stayed behind and talked with him. All this time, he and Rosaline had been taking turns keeping watch over Locke. An and Hong had also been quietly helping the side, but only Kale knew that those two kids were not caring for Locke out of simple concern. They were doing it mainly to observe him. They wanted to learn how to control and deal with other beast people. Know yourself and know your enemy, and even after 100 battles, defeat will not come easily. Even so, with them beside him, Locke felt much more at ease. Choi Han also said that he had not told Rosaline it was Kale's idea to bring them here. Choi Han suddenly seemed far more trustworthy, perhaps because of last night's vow, but he did not know how subtle words could be, or how wide the gap between speaker and listener could become. A vow only bound itself to the wording, and to how the speaker understood that wording. And in this case, the speaker was Kale. The young man quietly thought about how neatly he had taken advantage of that loophole. Then he told Choi Han that he would let him know the way to meet that blood-drinking mage again. But everything would have to wait until after they stopped the coming terror attack. Choi Han was about to say more when Han's voice rang out, announcing that Rosalind had arrived. So he had no choice but to follow Han out of the room. Kale knew why Rosalind had come to see him, so he'd not keep her waiting. He invited the little dragon to join them for the meal as well. The moment Rosalind sat down, her heart began pounding wildly. Her emotions surged and swayed, as if she were standing in the middle of a massive wave. For a mage sitting at the same table as a being like a dragon, that was practically an honor beyond compare. She also could not hide her shock when she saw it with her own eyes. A human and a dragon could actually stay beside each other so naturally. Kale silently judged that this reaction alone was enough to prove Rosalind was brave. If it had been other mages, they probably would have lost their composure long ago. Some might even have fallen to their knees before the dragon, desperately begging for its favor. Receiving mana from it, or being taught even a fragment of magic, would be enough to drive them wild. Dragon magic was a treasure every mage on this continent longed for. At that moment, Rosalind began stating the real reason she had come. She wanted answers to the 3 doubts in her heart. Her first question about the mana she had sensed yesterday had already been answered. As for the other 2 questions, Kale answered them one by one. First was why she was allowed to stay at the Count's estate. Judging by Noble's status, he should have been wary of the trouble and danger she might bring. Even if Rosalind was a maid, the reason was very simple. She and Locke were people Choi Han had brought here. Her second question was why a noble like him spoke to her with honorifics. The answer was just as simple. He knew Mage Rosalind's true identity. Calling her Princess Rosalind would be more accurate. If she was a princess, then wasn't it only natural for him to use honorifics with her? Rosalind could not help admiring him in silence. The merchant guild leader once called Jiao a complete piece of trash. But from the looks of it, the truth was nothing like that at all. On the contrary, he reacted incredibly fast, and his mind was sharper than most. After only a few exchanges, he realized Rosalind was the kind of person who was extremely skilled in conversation, even while hiding her identity as a princess. When she stood in the position of a mage, she still remembered to use proper honorifics. That showed Rosalind was always keenly aware of her pride as a mage, and thanks to that same subtlety, she quickly picked up on a few things. You can probably guess it too. His explanation for stepping in to help was only an excuse. Saying he helped her to avoid causing trouble for her was really just a clever lie. A person who could travel alongside a dragon. Rumored to be a scoundrel, yet in truth, he was far from what people said about him. If he wanted, he could easily reveal the existence of the princess of the Breck Kingdom. But this young man did not do that, simply because he did not want to invite more trouble. Once that crown prince found out, he would definitely not miss this opportunity. Rosalind sincerely thanked him for quietly hiding her identity for her. At the same time, she declared that if the royal family discovered it, she would take full responsibility herself. Moreover, while staying at the Count's estate, she would handle everything herself so she would not drag more trouble toward him. Once the discussion ended, Rosalind immediately switched to idol-watching mode. Her eyes stayed glued to the dragon. She had just been about to ask for a little food to close the distance. Then it hugged the plate of sausages like treasure, coldly marking its territory. Quan Jin looked at her with a gaze full of warning. He quickly placed all kinds of other dishes onto its plate. The black dragon was soon swept into the world of gourmet food, forgetting all of its caution. Rosalind hurriedly glanced over at him. The young man secretly pointed toward the dragon, then held up 4 fingers, meaning it was only 4 years old. Rosalind immediately smiled brightly and nodded. Of course, Dragonim. After the meal, he immediately set off for the nobles' gathering. Just thinking about it was enough to give him a headache. The nobles of the Northeast only knew the image of a scoundrel who bore his name. This young man's arrogant displays had already spread across the continent like breaking news in a fantasy world. Because of that, he now had to calculate everything very carefully. How could he play the role of a scoundrel exactly as the rumors described? How much chaos did he need to cause to look like a villain? While he was gloomily building his script, the carriage stopped at its destination. It was the estate of the Count Wisman family. The Count Wisman estate was located right at the entrance to the Northeast region. This was a mid-tier noble family, not especially wealthy, nor did it possess any truly outstanding martial or military force. From the perspective of the Count Hennetus family, with its position on the edge of the territory, building a relationship, becoming close with the Wismar family near the capital clearly brought benefits on many fronts. According to Hans, he was fairly close with Eric Wisman, but this man was famous for being cautious and meticulous. As the Wisman family's butler led the way inside, he poured 100% of his brainpower into thinking. How should he act so it felt reasonable, and so it matched the scoundrel image in the noble's eyes? But the moment he arrived, he suddenly realized all his efforts had been unnecessary. 3 nobles were already waiting, led by Eric Wisman. They spoke to him in a tone no different from coaxing a child. But Kale understood perfectly well what they were really trying to say. During the upcoming royal event, he did not need to open his mouth and he did not need to lift a finger. All he had to do was show up so the lineup looked complete. As for the rest, they would step forward and handle it themselves. Eric was always thoughtful, gentle, and the kind of man who put people at ease. The only problem was that he carried far too many worries in his heart. Even so, Eric was not timid, but a man full of contradictions. He continued, saying clearly that a few people from the Northeast might rub this young man the wrong way. After all, the ones clinging to Marcus Stan and the other dukes had nothing worth showing off. But Kale only needed to stay quiet. Any trouble that came up, they would deal with it. So, what did he think? Kale understood what Eric was worried about. Right now, among the 10 noble houses, the Hennetus family remained neutral, refusing to lean toward any faction. Meanwhile, those who had latched onto the other great nobles wanted to turn this place into an offering, a gift presented to their masters, the noble alliance of the Northeast. Those 4 families had to seize the central position. That was why the strongest neutral family in the region, the Hennetus family, had to be more careful than anyone else. In that case, this was perfect. With that affirmation, Kale gave a faint, gentle smile. Eric let out a quiet breath of relief, then took the chance to push for a little more. He suggested that when the time came to have an audience with the crown prince, this young man should go with them. When that moment arrived, Kale only needed to exchange a simple greeting. They would take care of everything else. Kale laughed to himself. This result was even better than he had expected, so he raised the wine glass in his hand, treating it as a silent agreement. Kale leisurely enjoyed the party. He had thought this trip would be dull, but somehow it had gone far more smoothly than expected. The meeting with the nobles. The Northeast region came to a peaceful close just like that. After returning home, Kale immediately called for Hans. Once he learned that the wolf tribe children at the inn had been settled safely, Kale began coaxing Choi Han into joining a secret matter. First, Choi Han was told to go out and inform the deputy butler. Butler Hans no longer needed to stand guard in front of the bedroom door because Kale had gone to bed and was getting ready to sleep. At the same time, Kale told Choi Han to return later by the same route as before. In other words, through the balcony window, just like last time. But this time, instead of bringing on with them, they would be going with the dragon. Choi Han looked from the black dragon to Kale. Then he looked down at himself before asking cautiously, were they perhaps going out for revenge again this time? No, absolutely not. After answering, Kale immediately sent his guest away, while reminding Choi Han to bring a hat when he returned. Choi Han asked no further questions. He turned off all the lights, left the room and said something to Hans. Kale closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. A moment later, the door shut softly. Hans did not try to step inside. The dragon landed on Kale's bed, making one side of the mattress sink. Its worried, old man-like voice rang out, "Do not fall asleep." In the dragon's eyes, perhaps Kale was no different from a 4-year-old child. Kale sighed and sat straight up. A little while later, Choi Han arrived wearing a cloak and carrying a hat. He jumped into the room through the balcony. Kale put on the hat Choi Han had brought. As expected, compared with a hat, a cloak was far more useful. Choi Han turned to the black dragon and asked, "Are you planning to come along looking like that? I will use magic." The dragon answered curtly. Choi Han did not understand. He had heard that dragons could transform into humans. If so, why did it not take human form now, making travel easier and avoiding attention? The black dragon snorted that question. "I hate humans. I hate becoming a creature that resembles a human. People always said dragons were incredibly cool. Who said they were cool?" Hearing Choi Han ask that, the black dragon immediately glanced at Kale. Kale answered casually, "Stylish." After hearing that, the dragon seemed satisfied. It began turning invisible, then flew up. The sunken part of the mattress disappeared along with it. Choi Han followed in silence, while Ki headed straight toward the balcony. A chill of unease began crawling up the young man's spine. Was he really going to have to carry that guy and jump off the balcony in a moment? Ki gave a soft snort of contempt, then raised his index finger and pointed straight at the ceiling. In that instant, his body grew weightless and slowly lifted off the floor. Parts of his figure began to blur, as if darkness itself were swallowing him. Watching his legs gradually turn transparent, he spoke into the empty air. What a truly talented species. "Yes, I am the greatest." The black dragon's voice rang out, brimming with pride. Only then did the young man finally understand how Ki was controlling the dragon. He immediately went along with the flow and calmly praised dragons as truly magnificent beings. The group left the mansion in silence. A short while later, they were standing in an alley not far away. After checking the surroundings and finding nothing unusual, the young man finally signaled to Ki. The moment his words ended, the invisibility magic and flight magic surrounding Ki instantly dissolved. He hovered in midair for one more beat, then landed lightly on the ground. It seemed the dragon's magic was far stronger than he had imagined. That power must have come from the dragon race's extraordinary nature. In Ki's judgment, this ability far surpassed even a high-ranking mage. Once fully grown, that dragon could blow away an entire kingdom with ridiculous ease. If he already possessed the sound of the wind, he would not need to risk dragging along two dangerous beings like this. The sound of the wind was the third ancient power Ki had set his sights on, but to seize it he had no choice but to travel to the northeastern sea. That was Lady Amiru's territory. On the way back from the capital, Ki planned to stop there and claim that power for himself. Since the ability was located near the coast, he was somewhat concerned about the whale tribe and the merfolk. Even so, if he moved quietly, the trouble should not be too serious. The whale tribe and the merfolk would not truly appear until the end of Volume 4. The war at sea between the eastern continent and the western continent had not begun yet, so avoiding the coast at that time would be enough. He pulled his hood low to hide his red hair, opened the map, and began leading the way. The young man and the invisible black dragon quietly kept close beside him. They left the western district of the capital, then headed straight toward the center. Sure enough, compared with other places, the capital at night was strangely lively. Light from the shops covered every street, and the taverns were especially rowdy. Their destination tonight was Glory Plaza, a massive circular square. At each direction of the plaza, there stood a fountain. Citizens of the kingdom gathered in small groups around those fountains, laughing and chatting without end. He set up a soundproof barrier around them, then began explaining the plan and why he had brought both of them here. In magic, there existed something known as a magic bomb. They came in countless shapes, enough to fool anyone who let down their guard. The continent's history had gone through many magical wars, and magic bombs had evolved alongside the development of magic itself. The problem was that this weapon had far too many limitations. From the installation site, to the mana supply, to the activation conditions, everything was troublesome. That was why in war, mages usually chose to cast magic directly instead of using bombs. But in 6 days, a new type of magic bomb would burn this plaza and the surrounding area to the ground. In The Birth of a Hero, Rosalind and the young man had once discovered 5 bombs. He did not believe the current locations would still match the original story, because the plot had already gone off course, and the situation might have changed with it. So he immediately built a new plan. Even so, he still believed the terror attack would happen on schedule, because that mad mage was definitely hiding somewhere in this kingdom. He was the one who had created that batch of new magic bombs. The terrifying part was that those bombs could be hidden anywhere, even attached to someone's body. The victim might not realize a thing. They would simply think they were wearing or holding an ordinary item, completely deceived by its appearance. The young man and the black dragon's mission was to follow the mana density and locate every single bomb. After all, magic bombs were nothing more than compressed masses of mana. All they had to do was identify any place where the mana density was higher than its surroundings. However, that amount of mana was not large enough to notice easily. It was only slightly above normal, so even seasoned mages would have difficulty detecting it. When the moment arrived, they would absorb the surrounding mana and explode. For the young man, tracking mana was still somewhat difficult, but for the black dragon, it was different. The dragon possessed overwhelming magical power by instinct alone. Because of that, its ability to sense mana had also reached an astonishing level. Finding a tiny difference in the flow of mana was nothing more than a simple game to it. He was not sure what would happen if a bomb had been attached to a person, but if it was a fixed explosive, it would definitely need to be installed at least 2 days in advance. And among them, there had to be one hidden in the plaza, place where the largest crowd gathered. From this point on, the young man and the black dragon would act together. He told them to use the plaza as the focal point, then quietly search for the magic bombs every night. But once they found them, they absolutely must not destroy them. Those bombs had to be destroyed on the exact day, the exact hour already set. Everything had to line up with the mysterious organization's plan. The goal was to lure out the mage standing behind the whole scheme. No matter what kind of magic bomb it was, only a mage could activate it. Those bombs would detonate through a special device controlled by the very mage who created them. For now, Choi Han and the dragon would look for the fixed bombs first. If they spotted the bomber, they had to tail them in secret. Searching for places where mana was densely concentrated would definitely take a lot of time. It was exhausting, troublesome, and annoying to the extreme. That was exactly why this young man handed the job to the two of them. He could not help with it himself, and honestly, he did not want to get involved either. So we only need to come back 2 days before the event, right? Choi Han asked. No. Even before that day, we still have to move in secret. Choi Han froze at that answer. Wouldn't the security be even tighter by then? At that very moment, the young man flashed a confident, bad boy smile. Then he pulled out the real heat and showed it to Choi Han. It was the mana-disrupting jewel they had used when rescuing the dragon. Since many mages would be there that day, its effect would drop to 10 minutes. But that was more than enough to flip the board. During that window, everything related to magic would be paralyzed. 10 minutes was plenty. This jewel could disrupt every magic bomb for 10 minutes. That much time was enough to save the people turned into bomb vessels, and it would definitely force the mysterious organization to show itself. When that time came, they could leave everything else to them. Choi Han and the dragon would handle it just fine. After the duties were fully divided, he immediately urged Choi Han and the dragon to head out and begin the operation. The young man pointed toward the famous draft beer pub beside the plaza, then added one more thing. I will wait here, investigate until 11, then come back. Choi Han wondered why he was not coming with them, but a moment later he understood on his own. For the work Choi Han and the Black Dragon had to do, this young man would be nothing but dead weight. The reason was simple. He was far too weak. Choi Han could not sense even a trace of mana from him, nor the aura of someone who had ever trained with a sword. This young man was, in the truest sense, an ordinary person, but he was absolutely not mediocre. Choi Han said goodbye to him, then began the mission together with the dragon. Over the next few days, the two searched every location that might have been planted with bombs, but Choi Han and the dragon still found nothing. 2 days later, while he was still drifting in drowsy sleep, a voice rang out from outside. The sound coming through the door snapped him fully awake. "Young master, are you awake?" The person who entered the room was none other than old Ron. His honey-sweet sleep vanished like a midsummer night's dream, dragging the young man back into reality. Ron handed him a letter. The envelope bore the emblem of the Flynn Merchant Guild. He tore open the seal and saw a single line of writing. "Young master, may I receive a glass of wine from you?" He told Ron to prepare the finest bottle of wine for their guest. The illegitimate son of the Flynn Merchant Guild, Billows, was about to arrive in the capital. That also meant the day he would meet the crown prince inside the imperial palace was drawing near. Ron also did not forget to remind him to prepare thoroughly for that day. Before the ceremony announcing the opening of the festival, there would be a meeting between the children of nobles and the crown prince. It was not exactly a banquet, nor was it completely a formal conference. It felt more like a blend of the two. And when he thought of the crown prince and the imperial palace, a few other names naturally came to mind. The abandoned eldest son and the mad priest. Thinking of them made him remember the words of that teacher again. Kale suddenly shuddered, an icy chill racing down his spine as if a wave of killing intent had just brushed past him. That creepy sensation made him shove those two out of his mind at once. Right now, all he had to do was quietly attend the event in the royal palace and draw as little attention as possible. No matter who cursed beside him, provoked him, or tried to pick a fight, he would sit there like a statue and absolutely refuse to respond. While the young man was still letting his thoughts drift, the atmosphere suddenly shifted again. John silently considered the current situation, where the darkness had begun to stir. Arm, the force ruling the East Continent's underworld, had begun extending its claws toward the West Continent. No one could predict its next move. The Molan family, one of the 5 great houses governing the East Continent's night, could not stay outside this storm either. Ron Molan, the heir of that family, both hated and feared Arm. To avoid a direct clash, the old man had hidden himself as the butler of the young master of the Hennetu's household, but perhaps that long period of hiding was about to reach its end. The old man looked at the young master he had personally cared for since childhood, who was now rambling on while praising his own face as beautiful enough to make birds fall and fish sink. For the first time in his life, Ron went along with the flow and offered a few compliments, nearly traumatizing him on the spot. This young man truly was not used to such a gentle Ron. Ron continued in a refined, kindly, and strangely affectionate voice. Goosebumps instantly rose all over the young man's body, but Ron paid no mind to that reaction. The old man simply continued his work with perfect calm. Just as the old man left, the kittens returned as well. They immediately came up to him and announced that if the target showed an opening, killing them would be entirely possible. They had also figured out how On and Hong could carry out the assassination. The 2 kittens, who had not appeared before him in quite some time, looked wildly excited, as if they had just discovered a way to take down Beastkin with power equal the wolf tribe. He quietly told them they had worked hard. Hearing that, the 2 cats immediately came over and rubbed their faces against his legs, as if pouring out all their affection. That warm moment did not last long before a sudden knock sounded at the door. On did not smell the scent of the wolf tribe at all. Sure enough, the one who stepped inside was Locke. The boy sat down on the sofa and awkwardly glanced at this young man. That timid look made him seem no different from a young girl caught in an embarrassed daze. He silently counted to 10 in his head to keep himself calm. He knew Locke had definitely not come here just to sit in silence. Locke kept shifting his eyes around, as if trying to gather every scattered piece of his tangled thoughts. The instant he remembered what he wanted to say, the boy sprang up, bowed deeply, and blurted out, "Thank you, sir." Innocent and childish. That was exactly how Locke had been described in the original fantasy novel. The story said the boy's personality changed after his first berserk transformation, but right now everything still seemed untouched, never straying from that original purity. After saying his thanks, Locke went back to stammering again. The boy wanted to say something more, but the words kept catching in his throat. Just then, the youth heard a cold voice ring out, "Say it." "Yes." Locke raised his head and for the first time looked straight at this young man. Since entering the room, this was the first time the boy had directly met those eyes. The young man looked back and said, "That's right. When you talk to someone, you look them in the eye." He continued, "Say everything you want to say. I will listen." As if he had been given fresh courage, Locke began to pour everything out. The boy was the eldest brother, the one responsible for taking care of his younger siblings. On top of that, the boy was also a grandson of the clan. As a younger brother, the boy believed he absolutely had to take revenge. This young man understood Locke's feelings at that moment all too well. As a werewolf, Locke himself still had far too many shortcomings, but behind the boy were 10 young siblings who needed care, shelter, and protection. The Blue Wolf tribe had once loved and cherished the boy with all their hearts. Even though he had once been cowardly, even though he had once been foolish, the boy could not forget his family. Nor could he forget the friends and neighbors who had grown up alongside him. The wolf tribe was born to protect their families and their community. They treated that as their absolute priority, a pride carved deep into their blood. He knew that very well, and yet this young man still decided to refuse. He had only helped Locke because the boy had recently been dragged into far too much trouble. First there was the dragon, then Choi-Han, one troublesome mess after another. The black dragon alone was already enough to give him a headache, while Choi-Han brought along a whole chain of unpredictable problems. He did not want to take on Locke's problems too, but he understood the pain of 10 wolf tribe children who had lost their home and parents. He had lived through that feeling himself, and he was also partly connected to their situation. Even so, he hated having to shoulder all the responsibility, so he only planned to take on a portion of it. Yes, only the portion that would not harm him. Rather than simply helping, he chose to turn it into a deal. He told Locke to think carefully about what he could do to help the boy, and in return, what Locke could do for him. After thinking it through, the boy could come back and find him. Locke happily agreed, then quickly left the room. He looked up at the magnificent palace before him, a place far beyond any castle or mansion he had ever seen. Not even the Hennetus estate in the capital could be compared to it. The Palace of Joy, that was the name of the palace where the banquet was being held, a small palace built by order of the king. It had been constructed to celebrate the birth of the crown prince, although at present the king was especially fond of the third prince. According to the plan, he would wait for Eric there. Zubat and Amiru would also be waiting with them in front of the entrance. After that, the whole group would step inside together. But instead of meeting those people first, he ran into another group. His first run-in was with Neo, that annoying stray ghost from Viscount Sun Yu's household. Nelton was the textbook pack villain, the kind who only barked when a bigger power had his back. Standing behind him was that lunatic Venian, the second son of Marcus Stan. The village that imprisoned the Black Dragon was originally a colony under Viscount Sun Yang's control. Relations between the Tun's Viscounty and Count Hennetus had long since stopped being peaceful. They were separated by only one mountain range, yet House Hennetus was vastly wealthier, even though the two families had once been close and treated each other well. But that was 5 years ago, before House Tons bowed its head and took shelter under Marcus Stan's shadow. From that day on, House Sun suddenly became far more irritating to look at. Q sighed inwardly, unable to understand why he had to run into Venian's little tail right here of all places. Neo immediately opened his mouth to provoke him, every word sharp, ugly, and grating to the ear. A piece of trash like that young master was hardly worth noticing. What was he even doing, following him all the way to the Imperial Palace? He knew perfectly well that the other side was deliberately trying to pick a fight with him. Where did a minor Viscount's son get the nerve to speak so insolently in front of a count? A villain who did not know his place was probably best left to old John, while he simply looked down at Neo with cold eyes. Seeing that, the smile on Neo's face grew even brighter, bright enough to be sickening. He sneered and said that all Q was a flashy shell on the outside. To Neo, who was used to bowing and obeying Venian Stan in the capital, Q looked like easy prey. What is it, want to throw that wine bottle, or are you planning to hit me? Go ahead and hit me once, he seemed to say, because magic items were banned in the Imperial Palace, so Q definitely would not have a magic recording device on him. That was why Neo believed Q would lose his temper more easily. If Q caused a scene here, turning a clash between a thug and a noble into a scandal, House Hennetus would be dragged into the mud at once. Even the invisible black dragon felt its ears itch from listening. His attitude instantly reminded it of the bastard who had once tortured it, especially after it learned that he was one of Venian's subordinates. The black dragon wanted even more to erase him from this world, but fortunately Q stopped it in time. Right at that moment, a loud bang rang out across the area. The carriage door was thrown open with rough, almost violent force. Eric Winsman stepped down, carrying a tense and imposing presence. Zubat and Amiru were also sitting inside that same carriage. Eric glared, then hurried straight toward them without hesitation. Q signaled with his eyes, his index finger lightly pointing toward Neo as if saying, "Deal with him." Eric understood the signal immediately and moved into action at once. "Young Master Neo, it has been a while, hasn't it?" Eric stepped forward, placing himself directly between Neo and Q. Neo's eyes instantly darkened with disappointment. He thought he had found perfect prey, only for Eric Winsman to appear and stop him from continuing the provocation. Seeing how they protected Q, Neo decided there was no point in continuing this clown show, then turned his gaze toward him. Q stood still with his arms crossed, silently looking down at him. That gaze was ice cold and full of contempt. From beginning to end, Q did not say a single word to Neo, using only his eyes and gestures, which reminded Neo of the way Venian had once looked at him. Though that gaze filled him with rage, he had still been forced to obey and flatter Venian, simply because the other man was a great noble. As Q turned to leave, the Black Dragon's voice sounded in his mind with a report. The recording match has been completed. Earlier, Q had asked the Black Dragon to record everything other people said to him throughout the day. The Imperial Palace was extremely sensitive to magic, so at first Q worried that the Black Dragon's spell might be detected and considered not using it. But the Black Dragon insisted that with the current level of magical detection, it would not be a problem at all. In exchange, the recording range would be narrowed around Q to avoid leaving any traces. Q told himself that someday he would definitely use this to make Neo cry blood, then walked straight toward the palace entrance. He swept his gaze across the vast hall, then followed behind Eric. Amiru explained that the highest seat in the banquet hall belonged to His Highness the Crown Prince, while the tables below were divided by region. Amiru was about to continue explaining the reason, but then she saw Q's expression. She immediately changed her tone and said there was probably no need to explain, right? Fine, I get it. Q saw Amiru nod with a strange look, then followed everyone toward the northeast section. Inside the banquet hall, a total of 5 tables had been arranged in advance. Northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast, and center. The table positions were arranged according to the influence of the nobles from each region. It seemed the Crown Prince was very calculating about this. He quietly stirred up competition among the nobles, then quietly let them crash into one another. That was Q's natural air, the bearing of someone who was always hard on himself. Before them stood 5 tables. The Crown Prince's table was raised 2 steps higher, while the second and third princes sat 1 step below. Even the smallest detail had been calculated. As expected, someone seated above everyone else like the Crown Prince was no ordinary figure. The northeastern nobles were placed near the door, allowed to speak, yet no family there had enough weight to make the whole hall listen. He raised a hand and gave Eric a light, comforting pat on the shoulder. Sitting this close to the doors is pretty convenient actually. Besides, from this spot we do not have to bow our heads to anyone. That unexpected tact from the young man made the other 3 visibly relax. Once he finished speaking, the group took their seats one by one. They had barely settled in when Venian appeared, with that bootlicking flatterer Neo trailing behind him. In an instant, the air around their table froze solid. He quietly slipped one hand beneath the table, so discreetly that no one noticed. Sure enough, he could feel the black current surging violently. Jun was trembling hard while staying invisible. When the black current had stubbornly insisted on following him here, the young man had warned it in advance that Venian would be present. It had also promised that it would not kill him today. In exchange, he had promised that someday, he would make his move. He would make Venian die in the most brutal way possible. Though the dragon hated Venian down to its bones, it stayed still in his arms and made no reckless move. As expected, it was more rational than he had imagined. If it went berserk and breathed fire, burning this place to the ground, then he would have been reduced to ash long ago. Since his seat was right beside the northwestern noble's table, this area had become a sensitive crossing. Venian would definitely have to pass through here. He was considering how to squeeze more information out of him. He was about to pretend they did not know each other when Venian took the initiative, stepped closer, and greeted him first. He would use the ploy against him. After this greeting, he could naturally probe Venian for more. He instantly switched into innocent fawn mode, acting so sweet it made people want to punch him. The young man cheerfully brought up the theft again. Precious items had vanished right inside the territory of Viscount Sun's family. In this world, the most annoying kind of person is the one who talks too much, especially when he is slow on the uptake, carefree, and completely free of malice. He deliberately performed all 3 types at once. Venian silently observed him. After losing the black current, the Marquis's trust in Venian had plummeted straight to rock bottom. Based on the evidence and the knight's testimony, Venian now suspected the organization that had once handed the dragon over to them. But he also could not stop suspecting the young man's group because they had rested nearby. In truth, however, there was no reasonable excuse to accuse him, so Venian started a conversation to test him further. But after only a few exchanges, Venian understood there was no need. Before a young master of Henetus who only babbled useless nonsense, he had to maintain perfect courtesy. He smiled gently and said goodbye. But as he passed, he heard the young man tell Neo that the knight's face had been deathly pale when he came to find us. Young Master Neo should have prepared his defenses earlier. How could so many precious items disappear all at once? Still, hang in there. What can you do when something lost is so hard to recover? No matter what, you still have to keep living. Needless to say, he had successfully driven Venian mad with rage, while Neo had gone pale with fear. Venian walked on, his eyes fixed straight ahead. He glanced at Venian's figure, then turned his back on Neo without hesitation. Of course, he did not forget to leave one last line. Young Master Neo, good luck. From now on, staying beside Venian is going to make you suffer emperor for a very long time. If you dare pick a fight with me, you have to pay the price. Starting with Veni and Stan, representatives of the other three great noble houses entered the hall one after another. There was young Master Antonio Gier of Duke Gier's house, along with Princess Karin Orson of Duke Orsina's house, and also a representative from another Marcus family of the kingdom. The Alon Marcus family. He leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the hall entrance. Right at 5 o'clock, several noble faces from the Alon family appeared. The grand doors swung open, and the true main character of the day finally stepped inside. The first prince, crown prince of the kingdom, Albaru Crossman. Behind him came the second and third princes. The crown prince immediately put on a sweet smile and spoke in an elegant voice, saying he was honored and thanked them for answering his invitation. Such precious talents were brightening the palace, and with the future great figures gathered here, he was truly deeply honored. At that very moment, the doors opened again. The abandoned eldest son, Taylor Stan. He appeared in the hall with the mad priestess of strange, unsettling presence at his side. The entire hall sank into dead silence the moment the two of them appeared. Kay quietly thought that their choice to set foot in this place was a terrifyingly brilliant move. The cult that worshipped the god of death would probably be clutching its head over this headache. What is going on? Vanian shot to his feet, glaring at Taylor with a rare look of shock, an expression that almost never appeared on his usually composed face. It was the complete opposite of his elegant noble image, but right now Vanian had no mental room left for etiquette. From the highest platform, the crown prince spoke. I never expected to meet Taylor, the eldest son of Marcus Stan, and a priestess of the god of death here. His eyes gleamed with interest. Taylor sat in his wheelchair and answered calmly. I heard the noble children of the kingdom had a chance to meet and speak with the crown prince, so I took the liberty of coming, even without an invitation. Crown Prince Albaru curled his lips into an unreadable smile. The moment Taylor mentioned a chance to talk, he understood that Taylor had caught on. No matter. I invited representatives from every family, but if a house has no representative, then of course anyone may come. I am sure young Master Taylor will not mind, since your family has no official representative yet. With one feather-light remark, the Crown Prince implicitly denied Vanian, the heir of House Stan who had never been officially announced. That was easy enough to understand. At the moment, House Stan was closely involved with the third prince. He sensed something strange in that. He did not dig deeper, nor did he want to care, but no matter how much the king favored the third prince, deposing the crown prince could not be as simple as flipping a hand. Yet in the flow of the Age of Heroes, the crown prince was always wary of the second and third princes. Marcus Stan was close to the third prince, while the nobles each placed their bets on different princes. There was definitely some hidden story behind it. Of course, that was something this young man absolutely did not want to know. The crown prince continued addressing Taylor. I regret putting you in an awkward position, but after all this time, seeing young Master Taylor still healthy like this truly makes me glad. Taylor smiled in response. Though his legs no longer moved, he still had his hands, his head, his eyes, his nose, and his mouth. All of them were still alive. If anything, those very shortcomings had tempered him into something far tar. I see, yes, you are still alive. I nearly forgot. The one who endures until the very end is the strongest. He could clearly feel that the crown prince's interest had truly been stirred by Taylor. Vanian quickly recovered his perfect noble mask, but his gaze looked ready to pierce straight through Taylor. This setup was too entertaining. The crown prince, Taylor, Vanian, and the noble factions. Just watching their faces was dramatic enough. If he had popcorn in hand right now, nothing could have fit the scene better. After speaking with Taylor, the crown prince turned to greet the priestess accompanying him. She immediately wrapped herself in the gentle, proper bearing of a priestess. The crown prince promised to speak with them later, then arranged for the two of them to sit at the table of the northeastern nobles. That was also the very table where he was sitting. Thinking about it, it made sense. Other than this place, where else was not directly controlled by a great noble. Although a few families still leaned toward the great noble's faction, this was one of the rare regions that maintained a balance of power. Moreover, the Northeast was a land the great nobles could not casually meddle with. The strongest and wealthiest family there, Hennetus, always maintained a neutral stance. Eric stood up. That single motion was enough for every gaze to recognize that he was representing the entire table. The other nobles rose one after another as well. The servants immediately rearranged the seating according to the crown prince's hand signal. Once everything settled, he declared the banquet officially begun. He immediately focused his attention on the food on his plate, but in his mind questions continued to coil silently. What was the real purpose? The crown prince had definitely not gathered the noble representatives just to say thank you. There had to be another reason behind this. Of course, he already had a few guesses. It might be because war was about to erupt in the south of the Western continent, or the crown prince had sniffed out signs of the civil war simmering inside the Whipper Kingdom. Everyone looked at him strangely as this young man kept eating calmly in an atmosphere stretched tight as a bowstring. Right then, he heard the Black Dragon report that magical recording devices had been installed everywhere. He gave a faint smile. So one of the crown prince's purposes had surfaced. He was monitoring every noble representative. Of course, the second prince and third prince surely knew about this as well. In other words, this was something the entire royal family had tacitly approved. At last, it was the northeastern noble's turn to meet the crown prince. He and the nobles at his table all stood at once. They walked toward the highest platform, facing Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. That radiant golden hair was the signature mark of the Crossman royal family. It was the symbol of the Roan kingdom, and at the same time, proof of the blessing of the sun god. Kai immediately unleashed a brutally slick flattery technique on the crown prince. His goal was to open a conversation with the nobles waiting for an audience. Among them was the young master of Count Hennetu's family. I do not believe I have ever met you before. Thanks to Count Hennetu's family guarding the border, we need not fear the forest of darkness. Because of that, I can sleep peacefully and feel at ease. I have also heard the young master is a free spirit. You must have inherited that easygoing nature from the Hennetu's family. Your soul must be as pure as that freedom itself. Praising someone infamous as trash to this extent was no simple feat. The crown prince's flattery skills were on a cosmic level, but every tough peel has a sharp nail waiting for it. Fight poison with poison. The young man shook the crown prince's hand and drained every scrap of literary flair in his head to praise him. If His Majesty the King is the blazing sun of day, then Your Highness is the moon that guides us through the night. He spoke as if he had just received enlightenment. We are here in answer to Your Highness's summons. You are the star that rests within the hearts of the kingdom's people. Today, I truly can't hold back my emotion. Eric's mouth fell open. Zubat and Amiru were visibly shaken as well. All three turned to stare at him at once. Seeing the crown prince's gaze turn unreadable, the young man secretly thought he had taken another step in his plan to keep his distance. Just then the black dragon's voice rang inside his head. Why did this average human called the crown prince dye his hair with magic? Only someone on the level of a great dragon could notice it. Did another dragon dye it for him? Or is it some other kind of power? Damn it. In that instant, he realized he had learned yet another pointless secret that absolutely could not be exposed. Was this another identity secret? The young man had no desire to know anything so troublesome. The black dragon also discovered that not only the crown prince's hair, but even his eyes had been altered in color. More importantly, he was absolutely not ordinary. He is not as weak as he looks. If the young man did not want to die, he would have to be especially cautious. For the first time, the young man felt afraid of the black dragon, purely because of its unnecessary explanations. At the same time, his mind began to race. The crown prince's mother was not the current queen. She came from the rear palace, and had originally been a common maid. The third prince's mother was the reigning queen. As for the crown prince's birth mother, she died of unknown causes when he was still young. From there, he began guessing the true identity of the crown prince's mother. Everyone knew the crown prince had average combat ability, yet the black dragon said he was not weak at all. Even Choi Han had once judged the crown prince to be an ordinary person. So what exactly was he hiding? How did the black dragon know? Still, hidden or not, it had nothing to do with the young man. He shook the crown prince's hand, then quietly stepped back behind Eric. If trouble came, using Eric as a shield would be enough. Eric continued chatting with the crown prince. The young man watched them and thought to himself, so everything really does have a reason. Why was Albaru wary of the second prince and third prince? Why had the king suddenly shifted his favor to the third prince? He had a vague guess now. Could Albaru not be the king's biological son? Or was there another secret about his bloodline? The deeper he dug, the more interesting everything became. He returned to the table with the nobles from the northeast. Since the next ancient power the young man was aiming for lay within Lady Amiru's territory, he took the initiative to speak with her. It was a land where sheer cliffs blocked the vast sea. Thinking of those cliffs, he immediately imagined the difficulty of seizing the sound of the wind. It was an ability possessed by the Anti-Mage Alliance during the civil war in the Whipper Kingdom. A person from Whipper holding an ancient power located in the Roan Kingdom sounded bizarre, but there was a long story behind it. In any case, that power belonged to someone who'd once massacred mages. The Mad Tyrant would appear in the later half of the Civil War, and to him that power was not even something especially great. The Magic Tower would fall. After the Civil War, the Magic Tower truly collapsed. Rosalind, however, had the potential to become the new master of the Magic Tower on the Western continent. Choi Han, the Mage Slaughterer, and the Crown Prince of the Empire. These three were all heroic figures introduced early on, tied to every major incident in the central northern region of the Western continent. The early part also hinted that they would join forces with the Queen of the Great Forest after she unified the South. Aside from the mysterious organization Choi Han had to face, the Western continent would become a battlefield for supremacy, shattering more than 200 years of peace. Enough thinking about that complicated mess. Back in reality, all he wanted right now was to go home as quickly as possible. He told Hubert that he would leave as soon as the banquet ended. As for staying behind to meet the crown prince and request investment approval, he placed his faith in the abilities of the other three, Eric, Amiru, and Zubat. Zubat could not hide his astonishment, so the young man had actually read the documents they had given him. He answered vaguely, then heard the crown prince's voice ring out. Today's banquet has been quite enjoyable. I have prepared an after-party for anyone who needs it. In addition, I have arranged seating for everyone on this year's birthday celebration. I hope all of you will attend and share the joy of that important day. The young man silently swallowed his sigh. The invitation to share the joy was no different from an order requiring attendance. That meant he absolutely had to appear in the plaza at the exact moment the bomb exploded. Even though he had expected this, the young man still did not feel good about it. The banquet ended, and he stood up. Taylor rolled past in his wheelchair, then whispered in a voice only he could hear, "See you later, little brother." "I already said I do not like being the little brother." Taylor pretended to be a gentle priest who knew nothing and headed toward the crown prince. Meanwhile, Venian deliberately tried to stir up trouble, so Lady Amiru personally offered to escort him to his carriage. He asked no further questions and simply walked straight toward the banquet hall doors. Amiru moved quietly beside him. Amiru followed him all the way to the carriage without saying another word. With the escort mission complete, the young man finally reached the carriage. Amiru spoke her farewell. "Young master, you worked hard today." He nodded back to her. It really was exhausting. Even so, Lady Amiru still had much harder work ahead. Amiru smiled faintly and said, "Because I need to achieve good results." He could clearly sense the urgency hidden in her words. The northeastern sea was, in truth, treated as a worthless stretch of land. Its cliffs rose like they had been carved by a blade, and whirlpools churned nearby. The people of the territory could handle ships there with ease, but to outsiders, it was no different from a death zone. Although the cause lay in the sound of the wind, he still wondered how Amiru and Zubat planned to attract investment for a sea considered useless. Everyone had worked hard today, so the young man wanted to help them a little as well. More than that, he needed to strengthen the position of the Northeastern Nobles Association. After asking around and learning that they planned to invest in tourism, he immediately concluded in his mind that the project was not viable. Developing tourism around seaside cliffs sounded unconvincing from the moment he heard it. So Kale advised Amiru to focus on exploiting the geographic value of the sea between the Gipur Kingdom and the northern district of the ancient family's territory. At the same time, he warned her to keep everything she had just heard absolutely secret. Amiru understood at once and softly replied that she would remember his warning. Once everything was settled, the young man got into the carriage and returned to the mansion. On the way, he thought about the northwestern sea, where most of the coast was swallowed by dry, barren desert. By contrast, the sea route through Amiru and Zubat's territory had a complicated coastline, scattered with countless small islands. That place also had sheer cliffs that looked as if a giant blade had split them open, while they still naively believed peace would last forever. But the Crown Prince had surely realized that this fragile peace could not endure much longer. No matter what, before the mage-slaying butcher made his move, Kale had to seize that ancient power first. As soon as he got home, the young man received word that Choi Han had discovered 4 locations where magic bombs were planted. All of them were located around the area near the plaza. As soon as they found the first site, Choi Han carried the Black Dragon and ran through the surrounding area to track the traces, then discovered 3 more sites. Beyond those places, they found nothing else. He also searched around the plaza, but overall there were no further suspicious signs. Kale stared thoughtfully at the map Choi Han had marked with the bomb locations. In Birth of a Hero, there were 5 bombs on people and 5 planted at fixed sites. This time, was it 6 on people and 4 on site, or was another hidden number still out there? In any case, because he had read the novel, the young man knew everyone would be temporarily safe from the day after tomorrow, until the congratulatory speech ceremony. So at dawn on the day after tomorrow, his side would quietly steal those bombs. Magic bombs would only explode when their creator activated the signal. But with Rosalind and the Black Dragon's skill far beyond ordinary mages, cutting the connection between the bombs and their controller would not be difficult, only a little time-consuming. For that reason, the young man planned to have Rosalind handle the bombs attached to people's bodies. Every action had to take place on that important day. Only then would the blood-crazed mage believe the plan was still going smoothly and reveal himself on his own. Not destroy them, but steal them. Kale returned the map, then told the puzzled Choi Han that useful things like these could hardly be wasted by destroying them. Even if they were not used for detonation, their intricate structure, for concentrating a large amount of mana, was still extremely valuable research material. The young man gave a sly smile and murmured that of course they had to make use of them. For now, the Black Dragon and Choi Han had to hide near the plaza and continue investigating the surroundings. At the same time, they needed to regularly check the positions of the people carrying bombs, and they had to confirm whether any of the bombs had been moved or altered. And so Choi Han left again, silently following Kale's instructions. On the day before the King of Doan Kingdom's birthday, Binias would arrive in the capital. As soon as he heard the news, the young man immediately went to the inn where Binias was staying, which was also where the 10 Wolf Tribe children were. Naturally, An Hong and Locke all walked beside him, making the young man unconsciously recall what Locke had just said. The boy wanted Kale to take care of his younger siblings. In exchange, not only the boy himself, but also his Wolf Tribe children would join forces to support the young man. Kale felt his head start to throb. Something he had thought impossible had, in the end, crashed right in front of him. The young man had just been ambushed by Locke, a member of the Blue Wolf Tribe famed for its history of founding a night order, with a proposal he never saw coming. That history, that whole matter, was something Kale had no desire to know, so he quickly avoided Locke's gaze from across the table. The boy wanted Kale to take in the 10 Wolf Tribe children, along with Locke himself, and form them into a night order. Locke himself was pitifully terrified of heights, but he was also the one who had once charged straight at the Whale Tribe leader for the sake of his companions. Asking Kale to take such a blindly devoted kid as a subordinate was no different from forcing him to join a fake cult. The young man immediately refused Locke's proposal, saying they were still just children, so how could they possibly become knights? The boy had asked Kale to protect the children, yet the condition he offered completely contradicted that wish. More importantly, if those children were truly turned into knights, based on the Wolf Tribe's nature, they might become even scarier than a fake cult. More accurately, they had a very real chance of turning into a hot-blooded gang that specialized in causing trouble. Just hearing it made the whole idea sound like bad news. In truth, Kale already had a way to use Locke in mind, but not now. It would be about 3 months from now. That was when an ancient power would appear on a dangerous mountain and remain there for only 6 months. Q understood that to climb that mountain, only members of the Wolf Tribe who had survived Berserk transformation would have the strength to do it. If he sold the Great Tree's power to the Queen of the Great Forest, he could earn enough money to spend for the rest of his life, with no fear of going broke even if the Count's family collapsed. After all, she was a queen, so asking for a little would hardly matter. Is there anything you need me to do? He sighed when he saw Locke start shrinking in on himself again. He was just about to ask, but the young man hunched his shoulders even more, as if begging him not to ask something that obvious. How could there be nothing I need you for? Locke nodded hard and answered, yes. As long as you tell me the terms of the deal, whatever they are, I am certain it will be something I want to do. All right, he answered briefly, pulled a money pouch from inside his coat, and tossed it to Locke. He wanted Locke to use that money to take the younger ones around the capital for a day. After all, it was the first time those kids had set foot in such a dazzling city. He also arranged for An and Hong to go with Locke as guides, saying out loud that with them along, nobody would have to worry about getting lost. In truth, though, he simply needed to shove all the kids outside so he could talk in peace. Watching Locke happily play with the cats, he quietly began making plans. Maybe he should leave the Wolf Tribe children in Han's care later, or else find a truly reliable nanny. Someone tidy, and someone who could cook well, would probably be the right choice. He thought of people besides Han who could serve as a nanny for the Wolf Tribe children, then suddenly remembered Chef Beecrock's old Ron's son. The moment that thought came to him, he knew it was a bad idea. Tidy, an excellent cook, decent enough in daily life, and even known around the house as polite. But so what? He was still a torture-loving lunatic. He could not let those innocent Wolf Tribe children have their humanity twisted by him. For now, they had reached the inn. He led Locke to the room where his younger siblings were staying. That was where Locke's younger Wolf Tribe siblings were waiting. Locke walked forward nervously, each step seeming heavier than usual. He set the cats down, then reached out and gripped the door handle. After losing his reason to Berserk transformation, this was the first time Locke would see his younger siblings again. Locke turned the handle, and the door swung open. 10 children instantly rushed toward him, and he could not hold himself back from running to them too. The whole group threw their arms around one another, as if the moment they let go, they would lose each other all over again. A moving reunion unfolded right before his eyes, but he immediately turned his face away, because his body reacted violently to facing 10 presents at once. Just then, someone approached happily and spoke. "Young master, it has been a long time." He was the one who had told Billos to come here. He looked at Billos's somewhat strained smile, then shifted his gaze to the man walking up behind him. The man was the merchant guild leader who had traveled with Choi Han. The two sides quickly exchanged greetings. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if a warning screen had just lit up inside his head. The man before him had once been the leading hair candidate of the previous generation. He had originally belonged to the Flynn Merchant Guild, but he gave up that position to manage a small merchant guild instead. He was Billos's uncle. At the same time, he was the one who had placed Han and Billos on the same game board. He had also awakened the ambition that Billos had buried. Odious Flynn was a character even more cunning than Han's. On the surface, he was only the humble head of a small merchant guild. Behind that mask, however, he held power in the underworld. He could be incredibly kind, but he could also be chillingly ruthless. At the moment, Q was the only one who clearly knew both sides of him. He pretended to know nothing and said calmly, "Flynn, is it? Then you must be connected to Billos. It is a pleasure to meet you. I admit, I am rather surprised. So Bilos is acquainted with you, young master. I have not seen that boy since he was tiny. It seems he has met many good people. Bilos looked at Odious, his heart tangled in knots. This was the uncle who had cut ties with the Flynn Merchant Guild, lived a modest life, and was known as a kind man. In Bilos's childhood memories, he was the only one who had left a good impression. Whatever else might be true, he had once been very good to Bilos. After the greetings ended, he invited Bilos up to the second floor for a private conversation. At the same time, he made plans to share a drink with Odious Flynn another day. Just as he was about to step onto the stairs, the 10 Wolf Tribe children suddenly appeared. They stood in his way, bowed their heads seriously, and thanked him. Dear God above, he felt that familiar headache creeping back in again. The pressure radiating from the 10 children showed that they could grow even stronger. None of them were too young, and most looked around 10 to 13 years old. Maybe what he needed was a trainer, not a nanny. But as for what kind of training they should receive, he still had no idea. While he was still racking his brain over it, Bilos called his name. And so he set the matter of the children aside for the moment. First, he had to deal with the problem right in front of him. Bilos took wine and glasses out of the cabinet. He poured the wine, then drained it in one breath. He kept calling for drink after drink, and only when the bottle was half empty did he wave his hand and tell them to stop. Only then did he begin pouring out the things he had buried deep inside. Odious was originally Bilios's biological uncle, yet he was never allowed to carry the Flynn surname. Because of that, Bilios had never had the right to call that uncle by such a familiar title. Even so, he was the only adult who had ever let this young man taste a little warmth in his frozen childhood. In The Birth of a Hero, Odious once told Bilios, "To me, you are blood, you are family, and you have every right to be that." Those words became the fuse that lit the starting point of Bilios's path. Then Choi Han, the man Bilios came to know through Odious, also appeared in his life. He was drawn to Choi Han's overwhelming power, as if he were seeing someone who had stepped straight out of another world. Bilios chose to follow Choi Han, then charged straight into the succession war to seize the position of Merchant Guild Master. He could be cunning, he could be slippery, but deep in his heart there was still a softness he could not quite hide. He had always defined himself as nothing more than an illegitimate child pushed out of the family. At that moment, the young master spoke up. "What bastard dares say you are not part of the Flynn family? Everyone says you carry the Flynn name." Bilios quietly stared at him for a long time. Then he smiled and softly praised him, saying the young master always knew exactly what to say at the right moment. Maybe that really was true. The young master answered calmly, then urged him to just enjoy the party. Bilios grew curious and asked him what he was planning to steal in the end. Would that thing be equal in value to all the equipment he had borrowed during this whole time? He answered honestly that, for now, he would only steal one thing, and the rest could wait until after he had rested. Bilios seemed extremely interested in this action-soaked little operation and immediately asked for a spot, but of course he was rejected on the spot. "Then I suppose I will have to steal something else," Bilios said in a voice full of regret, and with that both of them burst into hearty laughter. The drinking continued in a lighter mood, but since there was still business tomorrow, the young master only drank a little more before returning to the estate alone. That night, Ron took the initiative to come see him. The old man entrusted his son to the young master's care. As for Ron himself, he would set out to hunt foxes. The young master understood very well that the foxes the old man mentioned were not monsters, but people. The usual gentle look on Ron's face disappeared, replaced by a true expression so cold it sent chills down the spine. Although his face was almost emotionless, the corner of his mouth still lifted ever so slightly, forming an unsettling expression. The old man said, "Young master, you know very well that I am a killer, do you not? I have to go kill people. I have to chop them into tiny pieces. Either Ron or they will be crushed. Only one side gets to remain." Since there were only those two outcomes, the young master decided to think about everything in the simplest way possible. Right now, Ron did not absolutely need to travel with Choi Han. Locke could already enter Berserk form, so Ron and Beecrox were no longer mandatory combat power. But because of Choi Han, more than anything for the peace of the northeastern region of the Roan Kingdom, Ron's presence would still be extremely necessary a year from now. After sorting out his thoughts, the young master said, "Go ahead. I will tell Han that you are on leave, so remember to send word. Use your own base, and draw your salary from the Flynn Merchant Guild. Also, are you really leaving Beecrox with a good-for-nothing like me? He is grown now, and he is strong enough to take care of himself. I will give you a year off, so take your time and settle everything properly. Do not come back injured." After saying that, the young master immediately pretended to sleep. The old man laughed without making a sound, his shoulders shaking in strange little waves. That horrifying sight made the part of the young master's body under the blanket curl up. He had thought that kid was the wolf cub, but it turned out Ron Mullen was the real wolf. "Young master, may I report once every month?" The old man asked. "Yes, do as you wish." The young master answered, and Ron immediately moved without a sound in true assassin fashion, opening the door and leaving the room. Before the door closed, the old man said to him, "Then I will be going, and I will return." Dawn rose again, and now a total of 6 living beings stood waiting before the young master. They were the people he had personally summoned, along with those gathered through Choi Han. He complimented Rosalind, saying her new brown hair suited her very well. It seemed she had changed her hair color to make acting in secret easier. Rosalind still did not know exactly what would happen today. She only knew how serious the magic bombs were and had promised to help, while he had also promised her a fitting reward in advance. He asked Locke whether he could use the power of the wolf tribe without entering berserk form. After receiving a yes, he began assigning tasks and split the group into 2 teams. At present, Choi Han had buried the black jewel in the plaza according to his instructions. Each team only needed to handle 2 bombs. Rosalind and Locke formed one team, while Choi Han on Hong and the Black Dragon formed the other. Kale realized the plan never mentioned Choi Han at all, so he asked, suspicious, why that was. The Black Dragon, On and Hong looked at him one after another, then bluntly mocked that unbelievably weak strength of his. He told them to hand the items borrowed from Billos over to Choi Han, then calmly addressed the whole group. I am weak, so I am only afraid I would slow everyone down. Besides, once the sun rises, I have to prepare for the ceremony, so I doubt I can join in. The operation would take place around the thin line between deep night and dawn. They would use the gap before the guards were replaced by royal knights. Slipping into the bomb sites, before the night patrol tightened its sweep, each person had to hold their assigned position, watching the entire plaza while tracking the mysterious organization until the black orb activated. The anniversary ceremony would officially begin at 9 in the morning. He urged everyone to move out at once, and did not forget to remind them to bring every disarmed bomb back to him. That perfectly deadpan line made Rosalind burst out laughing. You still remember you promised me one, right? I will take it as my payment. He nodded, treating that as just enough compensation. He signaled for them to open the balcony door, since the escape route was now even more convenient than the front door. A cold gust rushed into the room. In that very instant, 6 figures quickly left his residence. In the blink of an eye, the vast room turned empty, leaving only him behind. He took out the indestructible shield and quietly toyed with it in his hands. His fingers lightly brushed across the shield's surface. No matter what happened, he only had to keep it firmly in his hands. As long as he borrowed even a small portion of the shield's power, everything would be fine. More than that, he sincerely hoped he would not have to clash with that insane mage. Early the next morning, Ron came to serve him one last time, preparing everything perfectly so he could enter the royal palace. Before leaving, the old man did not forget to promise that he would return exactly 1 year later. Kale thought to himself that, after another year, he would definitely hand the old man over to Choi Han to deal with. Then he would finally be free to roam around however he pleased. At Lady Miru's invitation, he left the estate. Today, he would share a carriage with her. Staying true to his principle of speaking plainly and never beating around the bush, he immediately asked why Amiru wanted him to go with her. If you truly want to know, Amiru answered just as frankly. She wanted his opinion on building a naval base within her family's territory. Even before Amiru brought it up, he had already received a letter from Eric and knew the plan to ask the Crown Prince to invest in tourism had failed. He had heard that Gilbert and Amiru were both extremely disappointed because of it, but the Amiru before him was not as crushed as he had imagined. On the contrary, a powerful resolve shone in her eyes. Amiru said she had contacted her mother, the family head, to ask for advice. Today, she also planned to discuss building a new naval camp with Gilbert. That was definitely no simple matter. Compared with the enormous cost, the trouble caused by disputes of interest between regions was even more of a headache, especially in peacetime. That was exactly why the royal family had turned its eyes to the northeast, the only region bordering the Eastern Sea and one where the balance of power was relatively even. On top of that, the royal family could not easily mobilize the strength of nobles from other regions. What worried Amiru most was royal authority gradually spreading across her family's land. Once the decision to establish a naval camp was approved, the royal family would definitely pour an enormous amount of money into it. But if that happened, command over the naval camp would almost certainly fall into the royal family's hands as the obvious outcome. The problem was that the territory was never directly under royal control to begin with. When a noble lord and the royal family both helped fund the military, they would be forced to repeat detailed contracts again and again over actual ownership rights. The gap in manpower and resources between building a military camp and a simple tourism investment project was far too large. To put it bluntly, Amiru and Gilbert's territories did not have enough resources or manpower to close that gap. Amiru wanted to fill that hole at any cost, and if she wanted to do it, there was only one viable method left: borrow money from the one with the most money. The strongest candidate was none other than one of the wealthiest and most powerful families in the Northeast, the Hennetus family. That was why Amiru had personally invited him to ride with her today. He said plainly that all of the Hennetus family's money was managed entirely by his father, and a playboy like him had no say at all. But was that really all there was to it? Amiru's smile carried a look of understanding. After he left, Eric and Gilbert entered a private room to meet the Crown Prince during the banquet. At the time, the Crown Prince seemed reluctant about the tourism project, but she still noticed his interest in the Northeastern Sea. That night, after returning to the estate, Amiru mulled over what he had said and gradually understood the intention hidden behind it. Because of that, she asked Gil to search for more information. He understood what Amiru meant. The Crown Prince and the royal family had noticed the signs of an impending civil war in the Whipper Kingdom, as well as the Northern Knights quietly gathering their forces. Amiru's way of acting went far beyond his imagination. Her territory was not doing especially well right now, and still relied heavily on Eric Wheelsman's family. Even so, she was willing to spend a large sum to buy foreign intelligence from Jill. By paying a massive sum in exchange for certainty, Amiru proved how sharp her judgment was. She looked at Kale, who was still listening in silence, then continued, "I heard the Hennetu's family walls are being repaired. If your territory wants to block every outside intrusion, then I assume you would also be interested in military strength." He nodded to her and replied, "I will try discussing it with my father. Either way, we will be contacting the three counts officially." The two looked at each other, and both of their lips curved upward. If a naval base was built, control over the Northeast would fall into the hands of four families: Eric, Kale, Amiru, and Zubat. And if Count Hennetus invested in establishing that base, his house would gain a share of real, practical control. This would not only strengthen Count Hennetus' military power, but also open the door to countless benefits across the sea. Amiru hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, "To be honest, I am still a little worried about the whirlpools. But we have sea routes that were created a very long time ago. That would definitely be a major advantage if someone tried to invade. This time, I want to take the chance." The word whirlpools forced this young man to suppress the smile that almost slipped out. Building a house on a cliff by the Northeastern Sea, then relaxing there in old age, would that not be perfect? If he handed the territory to Basin, living peacefully there would become very difficult. When war broke out, he could hide away in some corner. Once everything ended, he could go to Amiru and Zubat's territory, build a house, and spend every day watching the sea. Just hearing it made life seem worth living. That location was also close to Count Hennetus' estate, convenient in every way. Once Amiru settled on her and her intention, she hoped he would help. This young man immediately replied, "You want help from trash like me? I have no real influence. At most, I can only pass your words along for you." By now, Amiru no longer believed those humble words. Her mother had once told her that if she did not yet have power in her hands, she had to be cautious. But if she wanted to seize power, sometimes she had to dare to take risks. That was why she always trained herself to be both careful and bold. That was also how she judged people and how she dealt with them. At last, the carriage arrived at the royal palace. He stepped down from the carriage, his gaze quickly sweeping over the surroundings. It was now 8 o'clock. Since an hour earlier, crowds had already gathered in the plaza to prepare for the grand ceremony. At exactly 8:30, the royal knights would seal the entrances. By then, the inside of the plaza would be packed with people. Once that moment came, no one would be able to enter or escape easily. 30 minutes later, the grand ceremony would officially begin. Starting at 8:30, his group would begin searching for the hidden objects: collars, pouches, necklaces, and the magic bombs disguised in all sorts of shapes. Choihan's group would be responsible for finding the people carrying magic bombs on their bodies. Even if they failed to find them, it would not matter. The answer would reveal itself very soon. Eric and Gilbert had arrived earlier. Eric waved for him to come closer. He reminded himself that he had to behave obediently, just like last time. He only needed to act as if he knew nothing at all. Right as he was still warning himself, the Crown Prince appeared before his eyes. Beside him stood the abandoned eldest son, Taylor Stan, standing firmly on his own 2 feet. That was right, Taylor was truly standing in the literal sense. The sight left everyone stunned, except for this young man. At that moment, the invisible black dragon flew over to report, "Everyone is dismantling the magic bombs at each location. Everything will be removed by exactly 8:55. Things still seem to be going smoothly. I am busy, so I am leaving. Weak human, if something happens, remember to use your shield." After saying that, the dragon hurriedly disappeared. What the hell did he mean, shield? There was nothing that needed one. He thought to himself that if everything continued like this, the indestructible shield would not need to appear at all. All preparations for departure were complete. A knight shouted loudly, and the crown prince stepped onto the special ceremonial carriage. The nobles also climbed one by one into carriages bearing the royal emblem. He followed the crowd and entered a palace carriage. The carriage began to move. He crossed his arms, wearing a puzzled expression. In the same carriage were Lady Amiru Taylor and Nelt Venian's Tale. Was this seating arrangement also something the crown prince had set up? He probably should have asked clearly, but in the end, he stayed silent and looked out the window. For a scoundrel, this level of treatment was still acceptable. He crossed his arms and watched the plaza gradually come into view ahead. The chaos was already very close. However, inside the carriage, the atmosphere had already fallen into disorder. Nelt looked as if he had been swallowed by anxiety and confusion. Most of the nobles also showed confused expressions that they could not hide. As for Venian's face, it was full of turmoil. He had secretly seen Venian's expression before getting into the carriage. Of course, that made sense. Who could have imagined something like this? The abandoned eldest son, Taylor Stan, had left his wheelchair and was walking on his own two legs, legs that had once been considered ruined. On top of that, a member of the Marcus Stan household was standing beside the crown prince. This was a variable no one had dared to imagine. It seemed Taylor had received the Star of Healing. He knew the rough situation, but he was still curious what Cage and Taylor had traded with the crown prince in exchange for it. Even so, he did not look toward Taylor. Nelt also avoided looking at Taylor and only sat there shaking his leg nonstop. Just then, Amiru spoke. "Young Master Taylor, have your legs fully recovered?" She asked the question in a formal and cautious voice. Taylor smiled and replied, "Thanks to good fortune I have healed. I have fully recovered now. Congratulations, my lord." "Thank you, my lady." Nelt widened his eyes, then discreetly glanced at Taylor and his legs. After that, he carefully spoke up. Now that young Master Taylor's legs had fully recovered, he would surely return to the Marcus household at once. After all, the biggest reason he had been cast aside was that his lower body had once been paralyzed. Neo and the noble representatives were all curious whether he would return to the Marcus estate and dive straight into the succession war. In particular, Vanian Neo's subordinates could not take their eyes off him. The young man looked at Nell and calmly answered that he would return later. His voice was gentle, but the bluntness hidden inside it was as sharp as a cold blade held right before Nell's face. "That place was always my home. Wasn't the position meant for me there from the very beginning?" The chill in those words made Neo slowly nod, his whole body shrinking back without him realizing it. But Key did not care about that scene at all. He noticed the young master's gaze occasionally sliding toward the carriage window. Of course, the man hid it well, looking no different from Key as he casually stared outside. When their eyes met, he read the hidden signal in that gaze. "Young Master Key, I want to tell you everything right now. It will definitely be an extremely interesting story." But he pretended not to understand and turned away. The moment the carriage stopped in front of the empty lot beside the event plaza, Nelton immediately stood up and stepped down. After all, that young master and Keel had never met each other before. Thinking nothing would happen, Amiru also decided to get out of the carriage and head over to Eri. Only two people remained inside the carriage now, and that was exactly what the young master wanted. So he began talking without pause. He said he had healed his legs in order to seize the position of head of the Marcus family. But the price was not loyalty. As Kid once guessed, it was a cold, clear-cut transaction. He handed Key a piece of paper, and inside it was a record of the upcoming battle. He revealed that transaction because he believed things would go more smoothly if Key knew in advance. He also told Key that Cage had been dealt with. She had been expelled from the temple because of her unauthorized actions last time. For someone like her, who had long since grown sick of the temple, getting kicked out of that place might have made her happier than getting a confession from Brad. In the end, she had officially stepped onto the path of a mad priestess. He looked Key with affection and said that everything would truly begin from now on. "We will win, won't we, young Master Key?" Key instantly felt bewildered, as if he had been dragged in some bizarre system quest. Why was he suddenly being counted in this "we" that was supposed to win? So he immediately corrected the man's words. "You will win." The man burst out laughing, thanked him, then stood up and stepped out of the carriage. Before leaving, he did not forget to invite Key to drink with him and Cage after they won. Key cheerfully accepted. Only when he was alone in the carriage did he open the letter. The Crown Prince wants to avoid the combat squad. He clicked his tongue, then stuffed the letter deep into his pocket. As expected, the Crown Prince was hiding a secret connected to his origins. He lightly shook his head, then stepped down from the carriage. He joined Eric's group and entered the plaza. In the novel The Birth of a Hero, Choi Han had climbed to a position slightly higher than that of a commoner. Even so, that status was still far beneath the royal family and the court officials. He looked up at the bell tower built right at the entrance to the plaza. A clock hung on the bell tower. Its hour hand now pointed to 8:25. This was the time when nobles and court officials were allowed to enter. It was also when commoners were barred from going in and out of the plaza. "Young Master Key, this is your first time coming to the plaza, isn't it?" He nodded at Zubat's question. "Yes, I have passed by in a carriage before, but this is my first time seeing it with my own eyes." After saying that, he surveyed the entire plaza. The tea shop to the south, the inn to the west, the flower shop to the east, and the rooftop of the Pottery Association building to the north. Those 4 locations entered his sight one after another. He saw every place where magical detonators had been planted. At the same time, he turned his gaze toward the fountain in the south. A boy was waving a flag, looking as if he were welcoming the king. That boy was Locke. Everything was still going according to plan. The entrances began to be sealed off, and soldiers blocked each direction of the plaza one after another. He snapped his fingers as a signal. It was an utterly ordinary gesture, not enough to make anyone suspicious. Locke vanished at once. It was time to find the hidden bombs. Though in truth, There was no need to hurry that much, because at exactly 9:01, the answer would reveal itself. The nobles took their seats one after another. Those seats were exactly the same as when they had been in the banquet hall. Q was called over and seated right beside Taylor. Eric kept muttering the same words over and over, like a chant forcing him to stay still. The young man looked up at the clock, then answered with a faint smile, "I am not going to do anything today." 8:40 am. The Grossman royal family officially entered the square. At the same moment, the Black Dragon sent a message. Only 15 minutes remained before everything would be handled. He fixed his gaze on the crown prince's dazzling golden hair. That man was standing far away. All of a sudden, the young man remembered something the Black Dragon had once said. The crown prince's hair and eye color had been dyed. Originally, they were just ordinary brown, so plain they practically screamed commoner. At exactly 8:50 a.m., the son of the Roan Kingdom, His Majesty King Zed Grossman, arrived. The king, a solid man in his 50s, appeared on the parade carriage. He gave the king one cold glance, then indifferently looked away. He saw a flower vase placed on the rooftop of the presidential building. It was the building of the Ceramics Association in the north. That signal meant the bomb in that area had been successfully disarmed. The young man's lips curled into a smirk. The king stepped up to the podium, but he could not be bothered to care. His eyes stayed locked on the clock. At exactly 9 o'clock, uneasy murmurs began spreading across the square. The Mad Mage appeared at the top of the bell tower. The knights and mages immediately headed straight toward him. The people were thrown into total panic, and there was no other way for them to react. A man stood atop the bell tower, and behind him, figures in black appeared one after another on the nearby buildings. "Who are you people? Get down here now. Everyone move up to the buildings immediately." He clearly heard a knight's voice ringing out nearby. He stared at the man in black, masked and standing tall on the top of the bell tower. Radhika, the blood-crazed mage. If he did not appear exactly as he had in the novel, then what were they supposed to do? If that happened, they would have to trace the mana flow leading to each bomb's control core to find him. Still, the one doing the hard work would be Choi Han, not him. Fortunately, that scenario did not happen. The young man recalled a passage from The Birth of a Hero. Choi Han had once heard the Mad Mage's proclamation. Along with his warning of terror, crimson mana appeared in his hand. This man's special trait was that he could make others see the color of mana, even though he was only a mage. The mana flow bent and twisted around him. Then he spoke in the exact same voice as in the novel. "This is going to be fun." Immediately after that, the red mana shot out. It spread in every direction around the square. At the same time, sounds from magical tools rang out rapidly from all four sides. The red mana split in several branches, and every single one could be exploited. They were rushing straight toward the control cores at the center of the detonators. Found them. There are people carrying magic bombs at those 4 locations. 10 minutes left. Even if they cannot be disarmed, that is enough time to move them away. Those things would be moved into the sky above the Forbidden Mountain behind the capital, where the Black Dragon and Rosaline were already waiting. Found one human. He laughed when he heard the Black Dragon's report. The 10-minute countdown began. Choi Han had caught one of them. That was it. He ripped the necklace right off the man's body. Just as he turned around, someone suddenly grabbed his arm and called his name. It was Eric Wiseman. He slowly observed the situation at the base of the bell tower. The royal knights and mages were protecting the king and the royal family, preparing to escort them to safety. The first thing he checked was the crown prince. His hair was still golden, just like before. If it was not magic from mana, then had another dragon dyed it? Or had he used some other kind of power? He once again remembered what the Black Dragon had said. The young man shoved that suspicion aside, then shifted his gaze to watch the other positions. Radhika, the blood-crazed mage, stood there laughing like a madman who had just escaped a dungeon. The noise mixed with his sharp, icy laughter, shrieking like metal being scraped, making both the royal knights and mages tense up. Half the force calmed the venue and searched for the mana-jamming tools. The other half charged straight at the mysterious organization. After laughing himself breathless, Radhika ground out, "How annoying." The moment those words fell, the official members of the mysterious organization, each wearing 6 stars on their chest, launched long-range attacks in unison. Spears, lances, broken blades, and all kinds of magic formed from mana in the sky, then tore through the wind and plunged straight toward the plaza. The black voice continued its report. 9 of 4. 3 people have been found. Now is not the time to stand frozen here. Run. Right, we have to get out of here too. He glanced toward Eric, Amiru, Zubat, and Taylor. At some point, those people had already closed in beside him. Eric looked around in panic, his face paling amid the chaos. He reassured him, then quickly scanned the entire area. The noble representatives shoved past one another as they fled the plaza. Of course, a few still managed to stay calm, but below the ceremonial platform, the scene was completely different. The citizens screamed fiercely, frantically demanding a path out, then surged forward and battered against the gate. 9-8. The mages began regaining control and stabilizing the flow of mana. Before long, the mana-jamming device would lose its effect. Kuihan snatched the pouch from an old man rushing toward the gate, then clenched it tightly in his hand. The 4th one. If they could find just 2 more, everything would be fine. But the moment the mana stabilized, that mana would be sucked right back in the magic bombs. 2 minutes. That was enough time to act. Just then, the black voice reported that the search was complete. What is it, young master? What is wrong with you? Taylor looked at him with suspicion as he walked beside him, but still tried to explain the situation. He no longer had time to worry about him. There are only 4. In the original story, there should have been 10 in total. Did everything change? He stopped short, sweeping his eyes across the area covered by the mana jamming device, as vast as an entire mountain. If the bombs had been placed elsewhere, there should have been explosions from there. Did the number drop because the plot went off course? It was already past 9:09. There was almost no time left. A mage's voice echoed across the plaza through sound-amplifying magic. Begin mana stabilization. Immediately, mages in 8 directions cast their spells at the same time. 8 spheres of light shot straight into the sky. They exploded in midair, forming a barrier that spread over everything. In an instant, the chaotic noise gradually died down. The mana began to stabilize, and at that exact moment, he saw 4 objects shoot straight into the sky. That was Rosaline's magic and the black voice at work. The 4 objects flew toward the Forbidden Mountain to the south. For 2 people with exceptional mana sensitivity, this level of chaos was still bearable. Everyone stared in shock at the 4 objects and the beam of light rushing toward them, right where the mana had just stabilized. 9, 10, and 5 seconds. Golden Lake Mage. Radhika's red mana turned into a streak of light chasing after that glow, and the instant the red thread of mana touched the 4 objects, a terrifying explosion ripped the sky apart. Blinding light swallowed everyone's vision for a moment, then thick black smoke billowed upward, even though the explosion happened all the way on the southern mountain. The wind from it still swept into the plaza, whipping the hair of everyone present. Magic bombs. Taylor blurted out his guess about the true identity of that horrifying power. To a noble with some knowledge of magic, something with that much destructive force could only be one thing. Magic bombs, he thought to himself. It really seems like there were only 4. We did it. We saved everyone. The black voice rang out, brimming with excitement. Indeed, not a single person had died exactly as planned. The backup plan had failed. The mage on Radhika's side showed clear irritation. What a shame, not one of them died. Those bombs, why'd they explode over there? This has gone wrong. The king roared furiously right in his face. What in the world are you people doing? Who are you? Right after that, he ordered the knights to storm the bell tower and arrest that deranged mage. But at that moment, he was thinking about something else. Did that man just say this had gone wrong? That means they still have another card to play. While he was still guessing, the mage answered the question himself. No other choice then. A voice like metal scraping against metal rang eerily across the plaza. He did not even blink, despite the king and the knight captain shouting, despite the mages who had just stabilized the mana casting flight magic and closing in. He only clapped slowly. Immediately after, 2 figures appeared on either side of him. Each of them wore a pouch. He frowned. That is it. It turned out there were already 2 bombs on the other side. An acceleration barrier and a self-immolation spell had been triggered at the same time. The enemy had prepared a squad of suicide assassins in advance. Those 2 pulled out 3 magic scrolls, then tore them apart in a single beat. The final piece was the self-immolation spell. Radhika gave the order at once, and the 2 men dove from the bell tower straight into the packed crowd. Radhika fired a stream of red mana after them. If it was not dispelled in time, the magic bombs would definitely explode, but Radhika was closer to the 2 bombers than anyone else. The red mana touched the suicide attackers' pouches. Acceleration magic flared, hurling both men like crazed monsters toward the plaza. One aimed straight for the royal family. The other changed direction, cutting through the wind toward the nobles section. Eric Taylor and Amiru Zubat saw that Kale was not running like everyone else, and they panicked, urging him to leave immediately. Blackcurrant also shot to the young man's side while he silently ran the calculations in his head. It was already too late to dodge. Even if he ran for a few more seconds, he could not escape the blast radius. A sigh slipped out. If the bomb went off, he would probably lose an arm. But thanks to the vitality of the heart, that part of his body could still regenerate. The problem was the nobles surrounding him. Even if they ran, the explosion would crush them in an instant. And if their limbs were blown off, no system or healing magic would make them grow back perfectly. So he had no choice but to change the plan immediately. Rosaline was teleported to his side by the dragon's magic. She raised a shield at once, wrapping them both in layers of magical protection. At the same moment the explosion was triggered, Radhika shouted in excitement, but that sound choked off immediately. Rosalind froze while casting her spell, as if she could not process what was happening in front of her. A massive surge of light rushed in and swallowed him whole. The suicide bomber had charged right up to this position. A magic circle blazed to life, locking him tightly inside. A silver shield rose straight toward the sky. It spread like a pair of wings, shielding everyone below. A solid barrier covered them all, as sturdy as a fortress on an ice-sky battlefield. I will block it too. Blackcurrant spoke to him like a declaration of war. Beneath the sun, that person raised the divine silver shield high. The red-haired young man let his hair whip in the wind, then spat out a curse. Damn it. The bomb exploded with a booming roar that tore through space. A chain of earth-shaking blasts thundered across the plaza. The people's screams of agony rang out, so tragic they sent chills down the spine. Those who failed to run in time were swept into chaos from every direction. Only the king and the royal family remained safe, protected by the barrier wrapped tightly around them. Crack. The silver shield began to fracture like glass being crushed under pressure. The wings of silver light slowly collapsed. Black smoke seeped through every gap, curling upward like the breath of a dungeon. There had clearly been someone inside, yet now there was not a drop of blood, not a scrap of flesh. Nothing remained at all. Then every gaze in the plaza turned toward a single point. It was the far end of the silver light. Young master. Rosalind rushed over and caught him before he could fall. One of his knees buckled, and for a moment his body lost all strength. The blast force had been terrifying. Thanks to Black Current, the impact that struck the shield had been reduced by a great deal. Because of that, the recoil that came back at him was much weaker. Even so, his hand still throbbed with a dull ache. Even a little crowd is still a crowd, young master. Are you all right? He meant to say he was fine, but the moment he opened his mouth, blood sprayed out. Blood! He's bleeding! Eric's face went deathly pale, and he nearly staggered backward. Meanwhile, as he coughed up a little blood, he felt strangely calm inside. Sure enough, the heart's vitality had done its job. He slowly closed his eyes and felt through his body. The ancient power was already working, pulling everything back to normal. His arms and legs were intact, and the burn in his palm only stung faintly, not even as much as a paper cut. After coughing blood just once, his condition had stabilized a great deal. Q finally understood why heroes could never ignore ancient power. The more they used it, the more intoxicating it became. A smile broke across his lips amid the suffocating chaos. Was he seriously laughing? Do not laugh. Do not try to open your eyes either. What in the world was wrong with him right now? He looked at Taylor with a strange expression, then dropped heavily onto the ground. Inside his head, the black dragon's voice kept ringing without pause. You frail human, you absolutely must not die here. You are pathetically weak. If you die, I will kill every single person in this place. I will kill them all. After I blow everything away, I will die with it. Those words sounded like concern, yet they were cold enough to raise goosebumps. The black dragon's voice made his head throb sharply. The young man frowned, forcing himself to look clear-headed. Amiru and Zubat panicked and rushed off to find a priest who could heal him. In truth, he was not hurt anywhere at all. Because of that, he had no idea where he should let them examine him. For now, though, he needed to pretend he was in a little pain, like a normal person. Right then, Choi-Han appeared with a face as cold as ice. He was confronting the group of soldiers guarding the area. The noble soldiers were trying to stop him from coming in to see Q. The young man grimaced and gave Choi-Han a small wave. That loyal guy understood at once, his eyes flashing as if sending a signal of devotion. I told you not to show yourself, did I not? At that gesture, Choi-Han bit his lip and lowered his head in apology. Q had told him not to reveal himself, but it was not serious enough to apologize like that. Behind Choi-Han stood Locke, while On and Hong were perched on his shoulders. Q smiled at them, silently telling them he was fine, then looked at the bewildered people around him. Is the young master all right? He nodded to Rosaline and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yes, I am fine. The way he wiped away the red blood, the same shade as his hair, was so calm it seemed emotionless. But Rosaline had seen everything that had just happened. As a member of the royal family, could she ever do the same? She murmured softly, I truly cannot understand you. But when the young man turned his gaze toward her, Rosaline immediately fell silent. His expression was strangely grave. She realized he was not looking at her, but behind her. Rosaline turned her head, following the direction of his eyes. The blood-drinking mage was no longer standing on the bell tower. He hovered in the sky, lowering his gaze toward the square. This is beyond my imagination. How fascinating. In the instant their eyes met across the distance. Ridika also looked toward Rosaline, who stood beside Q. Even though her hair had now changed to brown, he recognized her immediately. She was Rosaline, the woman who had appeared in the village of the Blue Whale tribe. That voice, like metal being scraped apart, echoed across the square once more. Good heavens, there are so many people here carrying the blood colors I adore. I truly want to stuff every one of them into my display cabinet. What a complete lunatic, Q cursed inwardly. Usually, a deranged villain like him would survive only a few chapters in a story before dropping dead. Yet for some reason, in this novel he had managed to stay alive for far too long. Life really was a sea of suffering. Thinking that, Q glanced at Choi-Han. Choi-Han nodded, then vanished at once. He moved out to finish off that mage. However, Choi-Han's destination was not the spot where Ridika stood. At the same time, the other mages launched count magic attacks toward him. Before those attacks could reach their target, Ridika looked down toward the king and spoke, I will see you again next time. Then he disappeared. He did not vanish alone, he took all of his companions with him. The members who had appeared with him also left at the same time. His signature magic was teleportation. The people attacking them had no way of knowing where they had teleported. But in the birth of a hero, the place they teleported to had once been mentioned very clearly. Choi Han, Hong, and Locke were heading straight there. If Ridika and the secret organization had truly teleported to that place, they would die by Choi Han's hand. The only thing worth worrying about was whether Choi Han might lose control. That was why Q had sent on with him. Hong and Locke followed close behind as well. With them at his side, Choi Han would be able to keep his reason. After all, Choi Han always softened in front of small and vulnerable living beings. Q slowly rose to his feet. The king turned around, then stepped up onto the raised platform. Jiao stood in the center of the plaza as the chaos finally settled. The villains had vanished, leaving only wreckage behind. The king had no choice but to speak up and reassure the people, saying everyone had given their all to prevent a disaster today. Everyone, follow me back to the royal palace. We will do everything in our power to guarantee your safety. The festival will be postponed. The young man stopped looking at the king, then shifted his gaze toward Rosalind. She was supposed to stay perfectly hidden in this place. Yet because of him, she had been forced to reveal herself. Perhaps because the black dragon could not show himself, Rosalind had no choice but to step forward in his place. Rosalind caught his gaze, then gave him a brilliant smile. With the shape of her lips, she silently answered that look. Secret. He gave a faint laugh. As expected, Rosalind always knew exactly what to do at the right moment. Before this, the young man issued several important instructions. Only after all 6 of them fully understood the plan could everything be put into motion. First, they must never reveal the dragon's identities to any other race. That was the highest priority. Second, if Choi Han and Rosalind were forced to appear, they had to act as if they had only happened to be there by chance. That excuse was perfectly acceptable. The royal family had no idea where the magic bombs were hidden, and they certainly could not identify who had handled them and thrown them into the sky. Third, they must not cause damage to their own side. Afterward, he and Rosalind would cover for each other. Everyone clearly understood what direction they needed to act in, so the young man dusted himself off, straightened his clothes, and smiled at the person rushing toward him. "Young master, are you all right?" the priestess asked breathlessly after being dragged over by Amiru and Zubat, while Rosalind quietly stepped back. He held out his hand to the priestess and spoke in a low voice. "It hurts quite a bit, so could you examine me?" Not wanting to expose the fact that he was not injured at all, he smoothly prompted the priestess to play along. "Healing really is hard work, isn't it?" The priestess understood his meaning at once and went with the flow, pretending to cast healing magic to fool the crowd. Even so, she did not forget to praise the life-saving act he had just performed. He looked at the priestess and calmly accepted that praise. His voice remained composed and cool, just as it always was. "It seems this is your first time seeing an ancient power, is it not?" Hearing that familiar voice and feeling a hand settle on his shoulder at the same time, he immediately froze. The young man realized that the person he most needed to meet had finally appeared. "Your Highness, Crown Prince." He turned around and faced Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. If he had already let this man see one of the cards in his hand, then he absolutely had to mine him for everything he was worth. Sacrifice himself and receive only empty fame in return. That was absolutely not his style. Money was far more practical. Being a rich man was obviously better than being a hero, and the Crown Prince had also realized that this young man was the same type of person as himself. "Young master." With a deeply moved expression, the Crown Prince pulled him into a tight embrace and thanked him. Anyone watching would think Albaru was showing gratitude beyond what his noble status allowed. But in that moment, only he heard Albaru's whisper, "Young master, you are on my side, correct?" Of course. Who would dare go against someone like him? That question was truly unnecessary. Before he could even answer, the Crown Prince added more. "There will be no troublesome incidents, and you will receive proper compensation." The god of wealth had come right to his door. If that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? "Honey, bring it in." The young man spread his arms and hugged Albaru tightly, smiling so sincerely that it did not look like acting at all, then said, "Not at all, your highness. I only did what I needed to do." The baby dragon's voice rang inside his head. Something feels really strange. Having witnessed the entire event, the dragon might be young, but his judgment was frighteningly sharp. After ending that fake, emotional embrace, he had to go to the royal palace. Officially, it was for treatment and to investigate the truth, but since things had turned out this way, he had to earn at least the value of one pillar in the Crown Prince's palace. With that firm resolve, the young man followed the Crown Prince. He and the Crown Prince began trading lines back and forth, one praising while the other responded. Every word flowing smoothly, it felt rehearsed. The tongue had no bones, yet every sentence carved a path so treacherous it was almost terrifying. The way he spoke made the baby dragon think the two of them truly were sworn allies. The young man pretended not to hear it, then stepped into the carriage. It was the Crown Prince's carriage. The moment he set foot inside, he swept his gaze to one side. Near the carriage stood the noble representatives and the commoners behind them. He greeted Eric, Amiru, Zubat, and Taylor with his eyes. Then that gaze passed over Vinyan. Vinyan's stance stood near Neo, and his face instantly darkened with anger. Not only that, the high-ranking nobles were also watching him closely. Why would a good-for-nothing like him possess that kind of power? If he had that ability, why had he never acted before? He clearly read the meaning in those gazes, but ignored them all and stared straight at Neo. Neo flinched and turned his head away. Looks like another villain is about to be cleaned up. Thinking that, the young man entered the carriage and immediately wiped away the bright smile from earlier. Crown Prince Alberu followed after him, then ordered the servants to treat the lady behind him with the utmost care. Of course, that statement was meant for Rosalind. The carriage door slowly swung shut, swallowing the light from outside little by little. Through the final narrow gap, Kay suddenly found himself meeting Rosalind's eyes. Rosalind's smile was gentle and steady, the kind that made people want to trust her. He sank into the softness of the royal carriage, yet his face remained as calm and flat as still water. "How are things outside? Does your face need treatment?" The young man lifted his head and looked straight at the crown prince. His mild smile had vanished, leaving only an unreadable chill behind. He answered Alberu in an indifferent voice. "My body is still fine. I probably do not need the finest physicians and priests just yet. 3 or 4 days of rest should be enough." The crown prince gave a faint laugh, nodded, then continued. "Good, then that is a relief. A noble injured while protecting the people naturally deserves the most special care in the royal palace." Excellent. Once he realized this young man was one of his kind, Alberu dropped that clumsy little performance. He went straight to the point and asked whether he had any connection to the incident. More precisely, he meant any link to the people behind today's terrorist attack in the square. He immediately recalled the words the Black Dragon had once spoken. Alberu had power, yet he did not appear when innocent people were being slaughtered. Even when attendants died and the young knights had their arms and legs blown away, he remained still in the shadows. Why did he have to hide his strength to that extent? Why did he need to wear a shell of weakness and harmlessness? He had once thought that even if Alberu knew how to use others, his nature was not that bad. But the truth clearly was not so simple. So the young man answered with ease, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile full of interest. "Your Highness, why would I bring that kind of trouble down on myself?" "That is true." The crown prince agreed almost immediately. Someone hiding under the title of a wastrel had no reason to cause such a massive incident. At the very least, the crown prince understood this public reveal had been unavoidable. Even so, the royal palace would very likely still open an investigation targeting him. But the crown prince promised that he would step in and stop it for him. He also said they would discuss the details when he came to visit him during his recovery. The young man also stated plainly that he did not want his actions to be exaggerated too much. The crown prince nodded and assured him that he would arrange everything, as long as the royal palace was not attacked by public opinion. At the same time, he also thanked him for what he had done today. Thanks to him, the number of wounded had been reduced by a significant amount. Crown Prince Alberu was truly an extremely difficult man to read. Deciding whether he was a good person or a villain was absolutely not easy. It was not even certain whether he was truly human, but he did not care much and only said what needed to be said. "Yes, I will be waiting for your highness's compensation." The Crown Prince shook his head slightly, but he did not tell him not to expect a reward. That meant he intended to treat him very generously. Once again, the young man set foot inside the royal palace. This time, the treatment he received was completely different from before. He was taken to the finest room in the detached palace. It was famous for its first-rate, luxurious facilities and was reserved for foreign royalty. In the original novel, Birth of a Hero, this was the very room Choi Han had once stayed in. While he was enjoying the soft mattress and fruit with a proper royal flavor, another guest staying in the detached palace came to find him. It was Rosaline. She did not come alone, but arrived with Choi Han the cats and Locke. Deputy Butler Hans instantly put on an act like he was worried enough to cry, then rushed in as if he were about to throw his arms around him. But just as Hans was about to pounce, he quickly blocked him. Only then did Hans drop the act and begin reporting the situation. He believed it would be better to take action before the royal army did. For that reason, he had used a communication device to contact the Hennetus family. The news had been sent through a mage using communication magic. At the same time, Hans had also issued a gag order to all the servants below him. Not a single person was allowed to casually mention Rosaline. Finally, he advised him to contact the Count directly. Kale immediately withdrew, sparing him from even more anxious waiting. If he delayed any longer, the old man might charge straight to the capital himself the moment he received the report. Han tactfully asked to be excused, giving the young man a chance to speak privately with Rosaline and Choi Han. Han's professional, discreet, and considerate conduct left Kale extremely satisfied. As soon as Han left the room, the Black Dragon appeared. While munching on the fruit placed on Kale's bed, he reported that there were no magical recording or eavesdropping devices in the room. Kale thought that was only natural. This was a resting space for foreign nobles, and hiding listening devices here would be nothing short of provocation, even if the two nations were cooperating. In other words, from this point on, they could say anything inside this room. Even so, Rosaline carefully cast a soundproofing spell. Kale turned to look at Choi Han, who had been keeping his head lowered the entire time. Just from the look of him, Kale already had a bad feeling that something had gone wrong. Choi-han had not been able to kill Radhika. Report. After hearing Kale say that, Choi-han began recounting everything. That blood mage had indeed appeared exactly at the location Kale had specified. Because of that, Choi-han immediately moved to finish him off. But the situation was not as simple as expected. The mage's subordinates had thrown themselves forward, risking their lives to block the attack. They were no different from a suicide squad. That mysterious organization protected Radhika with a strange, chilling level of devotion. Thanks to those fanatical believers, Radhika managed to escape. However, he did not leave in one piece. Choi-han had severed his left arm. At the same time, one of the mage's eyes had also been gravely injured. Worried that Radhika might reattach the arm, Kale had it burned to ashes on the spot. For a mage, this was no minor loss. Those were both critical wounds, because casting magic with both hands allowed mana to remain balanced and stable. Choi-han clenched his fist, lowering his head even further. I should have killed him. I'm sorry. There is nothing for you to apologize for. You worked hard. Kale looked at Locke, An and Hong, who were sitting beside Choi-han. Unlike usual, An and Hong did not run to Choi-han's side, instead clinging tightly to Locke with fear still written across their faces. Kale asked about the fate of the subordinates who had served under that mage. As expected, every single one of them had been eliminated. What worried Kale the most was whether Choi-han had destroyed the surrounding houses. If that had happened, Kale would once again have to step in and clean up the aftermath. Fortunately, this time Choi-han had listened and done his utmost to avoid damaging the nearby homes and surrounding area. The two kittens remembered what Choi-han had looked like while killing people, and the fear in their eyes became even clearer. In the end, they still slowly moved closer. The black dragon stayed quietly nearby, helping them calm their minds, because in this room, the black dragon was the living creature who seemed the gentlest, the cutest, and also the one who made everyone feel the safest. In the end, the whole matter was temporarily brought to a close. Kale thanked everyone, because thanks to them, this time, many lives had been saved from tragedy. Just then, the black dragon praised Kale. You worked hard too. Kale laughed, then gave a small nod. That's right, I worked hard too. So now I need to receive a reward worthy of that effort. And the time to discuss that reward had finally arrived. Just as promised, the Crown Prince personally came to visit him. Kale immediately put on a grateful expression and poured out a few syrupy polite remarks, so corny that the Crown Prince could barely stand listening to them. He promptly skipped the formalities and went straight to the main issue. The Crown Prince had constructed the story that Kale was recovering from injuries, and that he was a noble who had stepped forward to block the bomb while trying to control the chaos in the plaza. As for the power that had been exposed, since Kale had revealed his ancient power himself, the Crown Prince announced that it was a defensive ancient power, but not an especially strong one. That handling suited Kale perfectly, so the young man had nothing to object to. Once he had already used an ancient power, the rumor that it was not too powerful was the most beneficial outcome. Besides, it was not wrong that Kale really was weak. Tomorrow, the administrator would send the butler a report on the current situation and the rumors surrounding him. He faced Mbelu with total composure, even as the Crown Prince kept staring at him. That strangely calm attitude made him narrow his eyes, as if weighing something, before he spoke in a hesitant voice laced with faint expectation. There is one more thing. The young man waited in silence, watching the Crown Prince's odd reaction. Just then, the black dragon sleeping beneath the bed woke up and sent its voice straight into his mind. Now I am certain. He is not human. Right after that, the Crown Prince suddenly asked a question. Are you truly human? What the hell is this now? That question hit him like a direct strike, rushing in so suddenly that he had no time to guard against it. For one brief moment, the young man even wished he really had been injured instead. He froze, then answered at once. Of course I am human. Confusion was written all over his face, as if he could not believe Mbelu had asked something that bizarre. Mbelu muttered unconsciously. Right, of course you are human. The young man saw Mbelu raise a finger and point at him, then heard him continue. You and I are both human. At that moment, the black dragon cut in again. I told you he is absolutely not human. Dragon, could you please shut up? Why do you keep stuffing my head with things I do not want to know? Have you never heard that ignorance is peace? Of course, the black dragon could not hear his inner thoughts. There was a fatal flaw between them. It could speak to him anytime, anywhere, while he could not answer back. That one-sided conversation let it keep rambling. In my 4 years of life, this is the first time I have seen an existence like him. The creatures the black dragon had encountered over the past 4 years included itself, a dragon. Then there were humans, and recently the cat tribe and werewolves. In other words, the Crown Prince did not belong to any of those groups. The young man looked at the Crown Prince, who was glancing at him, and answered calmly. Of course, if not human, what else could he be? Since we all live in this world together, we are all human. The Crown Prince gave a slight nod, accepting that point of view. He immediately moved on to another matter. It was something he had been quietly suspicious about ever since the banquet. Around this young man lingered a very unusual scent. He instantly played dumb. A smell? I just took a bath earlier. Seeing that innocent expression so pure it became suspicious, the Crown Prince seemed to lose interest in digging any deeper. He went straight to the point. Since both of them had already shown their cards, there was no reason left to circle around or hide anything. He wanted to know what reward the young man desired. The reason Mbelu had only come to visit him late at night was partly because he had been busy handling the aftermath of the incident. The other reason was that he needed to review every piece of information related to Henatus. But the result was nearly empty. There was information, yes, but nothing valuable enough to call intelligence. A notorious wastrel from the northeast completely pushed out of the succession line since last year. There were no signs of resentment, nor were there any seeds of conflict within the family. The wastrel of House Henatus was described in the records as nothing more than a troublesome playboy who loved pleasure and caused trouble. But just look at this young man. Your Highness, could you first tell me what I need to do? Could a true wastrel really say words like that? The Crown Prince stated his demand plainly. He wanted him not to reveal anything to the nobles. While speaking well of the royal family and praising his generosity, the young man understood perfectly that today's incident was a humiliation for the royal family. The entire palace would surely be shaken, and the nobles would seize this chance to nitpick and apply pressure. That was why the Crown Prince took the initiative to offer compensation. He was a member of House Henatus, a neutral power, so they could absolutely put forward conditions. The corners of his lips and Ambelu's curved up at the same time, forming two smiles so similar it was strange. In any case, regarding ancient powers, what was displayed today clearly could not have been everything. The young man answered, "That is correct. In truth, aside from that power, the rest are useless." Based on what he had read in the original story, Crown Prince Ambelu understood ancient powers better than most. Of course, right now, he did not know as much as Ki, but as the owner of the Star of Healing, he still had a certain foundation. Thinking back on it, Ambelu's Star of Healing was originally a relic left behind by his mother. The Crown Prince asked about the reward, his tone making it sound as if he could grant anything as long as the young man said the word. He looked completely at ease. "So, what do you want? Benefits for your family, investment in the Northeast, or stable influence there?" The young man answered calmly, "None of those things belong to me. Please give the reward directly to me." What he wanted was something necessary for himself. After a brief silence, Ambelu let out a mocking laugh. He had seen through the greed of this wastrel, even while living under the shell of a wastrel, in the end human. No. In the end, every living creature longed to climb to a higher position. Everyone wanted to hold everything in their hands, to seize something even more important than family. More important than the people around them was the self. So what do you want? A title, a medal, or power in the capital? Contrary to Ambelu's expectations, the young man slowly shook his head. None of those are right. Then he said only one word, money. Ambelu froze, then asked again. Driven by his fierce desire to live peacefully, the young man emphasized what he truly wanted. Please reward me with money. I do not need a medal, and I do not want a title. Cash is the one true love. He would take the cash, then convert it into profitable assets like grain or land. Moreover, the final ancient power he planned to seize after the sound of the wind was an ability that could grow stronger based on the amount of money spent. But how could the Crown Prince know about those deeper calculations? Hearing such an unbelievably ordinary reward, he looked openly shocked. Perhaps he had overestimated this red-haired young man. Seeing Ambelu cover his eyes with one hand, then lower it, the young man heard him ask, "Are you planning to use the money to buy alcohol?" The young man immediately answered with a strangely confident expression, "How did your highness know?" Amberu laughed and readily accepted Q's request. He rose to his feet, his gaze still carrying the calm composure of a man in power. "Tomorrow, take your time reading through the report, then tell me the number you want." In other words, tomorrow the Crown Prince would personally come to see him again. The young man showed his gratitude, while Amberu merely frowned and waved a hand, as if telling him not to stand on ceremony. He told him to rest, then immediately left the room. The moment the door closed, the black dragon released its invisibility magic. Right after that, it began rambling and demanding to know whether some other kind of power could dye hair without using mana. He ignored every single one of the black dragon's questions, pulled the blanket up, and fell asleep at once. From that moment on, he carried the title of patient, but clearly he was not the kind of patient who could rest in peace. Early the next morning he received Ron's letter through hand. Ron had departed exactly according to plan, without the slightest hitch. He opened the letter and quickly skimmed through each line. "Young master, from now on, I will send a report once every month. I never expected my young master to hide his strength so thoroughly. A truly formidable power. Choi-Han told me about that person's appearance. Ron will remember it. I have also reported this matter to Beacrox." He smiled faintly. It seemed that if Vinyan ever ran into Ron, there would be no road back for him. The moment he finished reading old Ron's letter, the nobles from the northeast arrived to visit the patient. "I heard you were in terrible pain," Eric Wheelsman said, his voice unable to hide his concern. This was the first time he had seen Eric's face look so tense. Still, he had no intention of saying he was fine. He had to stay loyal to his current role. My body does not have a single bit of strength left. Sleeping for an entire day had left his body limp, and his stomach felt so uncomfortable that he did not want to move. Lying still and eating nonstop all day had bloated him so badly that there was almost no room left for anything else. Eric looked heartbroken, Gilbert wore a grave expression, and Amiru seemed as if she had just made up her mind about something major. The two cats silently observed all three of them. Then they turned to look at him and shook their heads together in helpless disbelief. He knew very well that they had not come here today just to check on his condition. After hearing what he said, Eric immediately handed over a revised file containing the latest information. The main contents concerned the investment plan for the Northeast. It seemed they had truly decided to pour funds into the project. The objective was to build a naval base. This news would soon be delivered to the Henetus family. Along with it would come an official proposal. Tonight, they planned to meet the crown prince and present the entire plan. He looked at Amiru and Gilbert, then slowly spoke. Everything will be fine. His voice was calm yet strangely certain, because that was the truth. Those very words gradually helped all three of them regain their composure. He picked up the file and said, "From now on, you can just send things through a servant. Visiting a sick person like this is tiring, so none of you need to come anymore." "No, we will definitely come. You need to know everything too." He gave a half-hearted nod at their firm expressions, then quickly saw them out. Wearing patient clothes, leaning back in bed, and having to keep talking with visitors was truly exhausting. But when the next guest stepped into the room, the mood changed at once. He immediately pulled back the blanket, sat up straight, and faced them with ease. He directed his gaze to Choi Han, who stood there motionless like a sinner awaiting judgment. Rosalind had removed her magic at some point, revealing her blazing red hair and eyes. Her outfit was also neater now, with her outer cloak taken off. "I apologize, young master, but I need Choi Han and Locke to come with me." After revealing her identity in the royal palace, Rosalind had to return to the Brett kingdom as quickly as possible. If the one behind the assassins learned she was alive, they would surely silence her at once. Because of that, she could not return alone. This time, her identity as a high-ranking mage had been exposed, so the enemy would certainly mobilize forces to match her. That was why she needed people strong enough to escort her on the road back. He looked at Choi Han and Locke, then said calmly, "There is nothing to apologize for. My lady has helped us a great deal, so we should repay that properly." She was also Locke's older sister, and more than anything, she was Choi Han's friend as well. Rosalind was quietly grateful that Kale understood her situation. This assassination had pushed her to the edge of life and death, yet she was certain it would become the fateful turning point of her life. Choi Han took one step forward, his gaze fixed straight on him. "I have to protect you." The young man calculated silently. Choi Han had to leave, only then could he move freely and prepare an escape route in secret before war broke out. He gave him a reassuring smile. "Choi Han, I absolutely will not die." He would gather a mountain of money, train until he was strong enough to run at any time, then live peacefully and enjoy a lazy old age. Besides, he already had a dragon at his side, so he no longer needed Choi Han's protection. To him, Choi Han himself was basically an awkward burden. "I understand. Looks like I worried too much," Choi Han answered cheerfully, while Kale quietly looked away from him. Once everything settled down, Kale crooked a finger and signaled for Locke to come closer. Locke stiffened, then hesitantly stepped forward. Kale did not bother caring about that timid look. Kale promised to take care of Locke's younger siblings, then told him to go with Rosalind and return to the Henetus territory after 3 months. Locke stared blankly at him. Kale had already considered when he might need this kid, so he immediately took out a map. It was the map of the Northeast that he had received from Hans. "Go to the Henetus territory. I and your siblings will be there, so you must come back. A place to return to." Kale watched the still bewildered kid mutter those words, feeling a flicker of irritation in his heart. Kale patted Locke on the shoulder. "That is the place you return to. 3 months from now, remember it clearly." Yes, I will definitely return within 3 months." Locke finally understood and nodded with all his strength again and again. After settling Locke's matter, Kale felt lighter all over. Even though the plot had gone wildly off course, he still hoped it would cling to the main framework somehow. Only then would the things he had read still have value he could use. He felt a little regretful that he could not send Beecrox with them yet. In the end, he decided that once Ron returned, he would have Beecrox go with the old man. Just as everything had been arranged properly, Hans arrived with new information. "The king wants to award you a medal." He set down a thick stack of documents. It was a compiled file of the rumors surrounding the terror attack in the plaza. Kale read the first line: "Young Master Henetus, heir to the pride of the Henetus family. The family that protected the kingdom from the Black Forest." Kale sighed. Though he had expected it, this was still so absurd that he wanted to scream, "Your Majesty, please stop already." 1 week later, Kale stepped down from the carriage. The golden turtle emblem of Count Henetus' house was embossed on the side of the carriage. "It has been a long time, hasn't it?" Kale silently agreed with the gloomy voice echoing inside his head. The place where he now stood was the capital's Plaza of Glory. A massive shield surrounded the collapsed northern section of the plaza, which was being repaired after the magical explosion. Kale did not stop, simply walking straight inside. Beside him was the vice captain of the Henatus Knight Brigade, and behind him were the escort knights. But the moment Kale started walking, the surrounding noise rushed in at once. Cries that made his scalp prickle rang out. Silver Light Young Master, Shield Young Master. Kale was utterly speechless. He wanted to live a quiet, unnoticed life, yet heaven stubbornly refused to let him go. The more uncomfortable Kale became with the crowd's reaction, the more delighted the vice captain looked. He was so proud he could not hide it, because his young master was admired and cheered by everyone, and had even been given the elegant title of Silver Light Young Master. Silver Light Young Master, and even Shield Young Master. If only Kale did not have to hear those painfully embarrassing nicknames, that would have been wonderful. Even so, he did not complain, because he understood that thanks to the Crown Prince blocking some of the rumors, things had only gone this far. Kale shrugged and lowered his voice to the vice captain. If I drink a glass of alcohol and act like my usual self here, no one will call me that anymore, right? The vice captain silently turned his head away. That reaction gave Kale a little satisfaction, and the corner of his mouth lifted faintly, but that smile vanished the instant the vice captain continued. Your body has not fully recovered yet. It would be best for you to be careful with alcohol. In everyone's eyes, Kale was still a severely wounded man who had not completely recovered. His body had been damaged from using an ancient power. He had surpassed his own limits, and that was why he had created a miracle. He had stopped the explosion from the magical bombs. Of course, that miraculous story had been embellished and spread by the Crown Prince's tongue. Because of that, the Henatus Count family's people in the capital devoted all their strength to protecting their injured young master. And naturally, the capital was not the only place reacting that way. Kale remembered Count Duruth, who just a few days ago had planned to leave the territory and come to the capital. He had pressed his face close to the video communication device and asked whether Kale remembered the faces of the people who had hurt him. He would kill every last one of them. Until now, the Henatus family had remained quiet not because they were weak, but because they were strong enough to stay silent all this time. But anyone who dared touch a member of the Henatus family, anyone who dared touch Kale, would definitely be wiped out after this, no matter who they were. And it seemed Duruth meant every word. Ever since Kale returned to the mansion, not a single noble dared visit or make cutting remarks. Even Eric's group had not shown up. Thankfully, that was the case. Jiao made every second of that time count, turning each moment into a stepping stone for his explosive breakthrough. Kale walked straight toward the entrance, where knights and guards stood blocking the way like a wall of steel. Do I need to verify my identity? The knight shook his head, then bowed with solemn respect and opened a path for him. From here, he had to enter alone. The gate leading into the square was under tighter control than even last week's birthday celebration. Yet this young man was the exception. Yes. The knight answered firmly, then lowered his head in a deep bow. He passed through the gate. Behind him, the knight kept watching for a long while, his eyes filled with admiration. Today, the king would honor those who had fallen and personally award medals to several people here. This young man wore a dark outfit, more formal than usual, and quietly made his way to his assigned place. The Northeast Nobles Assembly had already arrived ahead of him. The noble representatives, along with Eric, Amiru, and Zubat, all watched him in silence, because every one of them had already heard the story about this young man. Young Master Henatus had refused a medal, a noble symbol of honor, and handed it over to someone else. On top of that, he had come here while his body had not fully recovered. Amir Yuba observed him quietly. This young man lifted his head and looked at the sky. The weather really is beautiful today. Perhaps the heavens themselves were seeing off those who had passed on. He spoke calmly. His red hair fluttered in the wind, blazing vividly against his dark formal clothes. Amiru smiled faintly at that familiar, unshaken composure. Perhaps all of this is thanks to your heart, young master. My heart. He looked at Amiru, his face clearly showing that he had no idea what she meant. Seeing that reaction, Amiru and the other two only smiled, their gazes gentle and warm, even though he felt slightly awkward under that kind of attitude from them. This young man still said what he needed to say. He used the excuse that he wanted to see the sea and recover from his injuries to ask to visit Amiru's territory, the land of the Yuba family. But his real goal was to find an ancient power, something that could help him level up dramatically in this fantasy world. A faint smile briefly appeared on Amiru's lips. Zubat and Eric smiled as well, as if they had already seen through this young man's intentions. After today, the nobles would probably receive some truly shocking news. An investment project to expand the military barracks along the northeastern sea. Because of that, Amiru and Zubat would hurry out of the capital tonight. Partly it was to avoid meaningless trouble, and partly because both they and the palace wanted this plan put into action as quickly as possible. Count Henatus pouring a massive amount of money into Amiru and Zubat's territories was completely possible. This was also one of the reasons he wanted to visit their territory. The memorial and medal ceremony officially began. King Zed stood on the high platform and started his speech. There were not as many people in the square as there had been last week, but the solemn atmosphere felt far heavier. We gather here once more to declare to all that this kingdom will never submit to any threat. Many people acted with great courage. Because of them, we have been able to protect this land until this very day. For an instant he felt as if his eyes had met the king's, but he sincerely hoped it was only an illusion. This young man carefully shifted his gaze to the sky behind the king. He recalled what the black dragon had once said, "The blessing of the sun god. I cannot sense even a trace of divine power from those ordinary people. Only the crown prince is a little unusual. The divine power supposedly possessed by the Crossman royal family never existed at all." Another pointless truth had been exposed. He immediately decided he would pretend he knew absolutely nothing. This young man had told the black dragon that it was a secret between only the two of them. He had no idea what amused it so much, only that it flapped its wings wildly and agreed on the spot. King Zed announced the start of the medal ceremony. One person after another stepped onto the platform to receive their honor. Cheers instantly thundered through the square, as if the mournful atmosphere from moments ago had never existed. He heard the dragon's voice ring inside his mind. Humans truly are strange. This young man also clapped to congratulate the medal recipients. The mood gradually lightened, and the memorial suddenly took on the color of a festival. Thanks to that natural atmosphere, someone quietly approached him. "Young master." A soft call sounded. This young man turned his head. It was Stan. Many noble representatives had returned to their territories, believing the capital had become too dangerous after the terrorist attack. Because of that, today's ceremony was rather sparsely attended. However, not only Venyan, but the leading families of each region still remained in the capital. Venyan spoke. "I heard you refused the medal, young master. Do you not feel any regret?" Ju had no idea what Venyu was thinking, and he could not even guess the real purpose behind that strange question. "I want to kill him," the dragon growled, while Ju only worried that Vanyan might explode and die right here. He silently prayed the black dragon would calm down fast. Then he thought about the medal he had refused. The reason was simple. He did not want his name written in any official record. The highest floor of the royal library stored records of the current king's reign. The floor right below it held files on heroes who had received medals neatly sorted by rank. Under the excuse of giving monthly rewards to medal holders, the royal palace tracked, managed, and pinned down their exact locations. To other people, that medal might be dazzling glory, but to this young man, it was no different from shackles clamped around his freedom. He did not want his traces appearing anywhere. Anything left unrecorded would eventually sink into oblivion. Once war erupted everywhere, who would remember the person who stopped the terror attack in this square? Even if they did, greater matters would come first. Because he understood that perfectly, this young man had chosen to reveal himself during the terrorist incident, and that was also why he avoided every record. A faint smile brushed the corner of his mouth. He looked at Vanyan and said, "What is there to regret? As long as you are alive, that is enough. Besides, how could a coward like me deserve a medal?" Confusion instantly spread across his face. But this young man did not care. He merely shrugged and turned away, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. The event ended with one final proclamation. The closing ceremony was announced by the king. One by one, the people in the square stepped forward. They laid down flowers and quietly prayed for the souls of the departed, for those who had died in that bloody massacre. This young man looked toward the crown prince. He had once said that Ju did not need to appear at the memorial, but in the end he still came, because he understood the weight of death. In one unconscious instant, this young man placed his hand over the left side of his chest. He felt his heart beat, the pulse of life. Right then, Eric called out to him in a panic. "Are you tired? Is your heart hurting? What nonsense are you talking about?" This young man glanced at Eric and immediately saw his excessively worried face. Under that look, which clearly carried a warning, Eric forced a smile and tiptoed backward. He thought about the reward the crown prince had given him. It was far more generous than expected. The golden decree. That decree could be used to pay twice, no matter what he bought or how high the price was. 2 loaves of bread would work. 2 mountains would not be a problem either. The item itself did not matter. The golden decree was limited only by the number of uses. To this young man, it was clearly an extremely useful treasure. The crown prince must have thought, what valuable thing could he possibly buy? And casually offered this reward, or perhaps he wanted to test what Ju could purchase, which was why he handed over something so valuable. Wrong move, my prince. The corner of Ju's mouth lifted slightly. There were countless things he could buy. Of course, the condition was that he had to know how to get his hands on them. Planning another scheme again, are you? Weak human, be careful how you live. The black dragon muttered when it saw this young man's expression, but Ju flatly ignored it. He swept his gaze around the place where he stood and immediately caught sight of the stairs. Many people were secretly watching his every move. This young man believed those gazes would vanish as soon as he left the capital. The next day, he began preparing to leave this troublesome den of gossip and trouble. He pushed a plate of steak toward the black dragon and handed it 3 items at the same time. They were tools meant to destroy the whirlpool. Those 3 items were magic bombs with their magic circles removed. Even so, a considerable amount of mana still remained inside them. For now, he planned to use one bomb to destroy the whirlpool while secretly stirring up the northeastern waters of the Kingdom of Doan. He could act in an area where no merfolk or whale tribe lived. At first, he had not intended to destroy the whirlpool this way, but to handle it with the indestructible shield and the heart's vital fluid. But that was the plan from before he had the black dragon. Now that he had it, this young man no longer needed to suffer personally. After eating his fill together with the dragon, An and Hong, he let them go outside, then welcomed his first guest. Billows did not know what the young master had stolen, but judging by the situation, it had to be a huge job. I have become pretty famous lately, haven't I? Seeing this young man looking healthy, without the slightest sickly appearance, Bylos was left speechless and shook his head. The person before him was always complaining about pain, yet he was calmly drinking wine. Yes, you are indeed very famous, my lord, but are you truly all right drinking wine, sir? I do not need to act in front of you. Bylos burst into laughter, then leisurely poured wine into Ju's glass. Kale accepted the magic box from him. It was exactly the item he had asked for. While the things from last time had already been returned to Bylos in secret through Choi Han, he lightly ran his fingers over the magic box, an item that would definitely prove useful very soon. Then he glanced at Bylos, wondering what the man planned to use the golden plaque for. Between 2 choices, this young man had decided to buy time against the threats closing in on the Roan kingdom. And not only Roan, their existence could drag Breck and the nations of the central northern western continent into danger as well. When the northern nights came sweeping down, he chose to purchase every precious moment he could before that storm arrived. More precisely, before even the northern nights, there was the empire at the center of the western continent, the force that massacred mages and the queen of the great forest. To survive all of it, this young man had to win more time. If he were alone, everything would be dangerously uncertain. But right now he had reliable allies by his side. That made this young man even more confident in his plan. He asked Bylos whether he had been trading with anyone lately, and Bylos replied that while there were no deals yet, he did have some hot news the kind merchants lived for. He was extremely sharp when it came to information. The western continent was standing right on the edge of an eruption, and when chaos arrived, merchants would be the first ones to smell money. Bylos was very pleased by his understanding of merchants. He liked even more how this young man went straight to the point, because Bylos himself had also guessed that the Whipper Kingdom was about to be overthrown. The conflict between the mage faction and the non-mage faction had reached its peak, but he still had no clear idea where to put his money. He immediately asked for advice, and the young man answered that clever question without hesitation. The Mage Alliance would lose the civil war, and the Mage Tower would definitely collapse. So where would the surviving mages go? The end of the civil war did not mean every mage would be killed. This kingdom had been the largest producer of magic items on the western continent, and it also had many mages whose power surpassed politics itself. But after the war, they would lose every bit of their standing. The one aiming for that exact moment was Crown Prince Albaru, and Rosalind, a high-grade mage, was also setting her sights on the same target. That target was building a new mage tower the moment the old one fell into ruins. So that was what you meant by the decline of the mage world. He did not need to answer, because the mage faction was certain to fall. Only then would the Whipper Kingdom have a future. But to this young man, that mattered less than what he truly wanted. Whipper was the largest producer of magic items, and it was also the place that created the highest grade magical tools. What he needed was what remained after the Civil War. He asked Bylos to inform him the moment the mage tower collapsed. Bylos immediately grew curious about why he cared so much about that. This young man shrugged and calmly answered that Bylos would know when the time came. The mage tower was exactly what he intended to buy. After the Civil War, the mage tower would be so damaged that it could not be repaired, and its interior would be packed with broken magic tools. He knew exactly how to purchase it, and Albaru would not be able to refuse this offer either. Just thinking about it made the whole thing worth looking forward to. He nodded in agreement with Bylos. If he could buy that thing, this young man would gain more time, enough to protect himself from the dangers soon to crash down on him. Of course, the price would not be small, but in any case, it was not his money. Seeing that sinister smile, Bylos' expectations soared even higher. After the discussion ended, Bylos left. One guest had barely disappeared when another appeared, or more accurately, barged straight in without needing any reception. He stared blankly at the open balcony door, then froze when he saw something strange crawling in. What the hell was that? A clay figure no bigger than a palm staggered toward him from the balcony. The black dragon sensed divine power inside it, and he immediately guessed who its owner was. At that moment, the eyeless clay figure spoke. It had no ears, only a mouth curled upward. As expected, you recognized it, young master. This is a figure connected to my consciousness. It can only be used once, and its only functions are listening and speaking. It was truly the ability of someone once called a necromancer. He looked at the black dragon as it spoke directly into his mind without staying invisible. It seemed to understand that the clay figure could only listen and talk. Just how powerful was the black dragon? That question suddenly flashed through his head. But before he could think for long, the clay figure's words pulled everything back. Today, we will leave the capital. I am sure the young master dislikes this method of contact as well. But Taylor had words to send, so the crazy priestess is delivering them for him. The eldest son of Marcus Stan said this, "Young master, when I reclaim the position that originally belonged to me, no, when I climb even higher than that, when that time comes I will definitely repay this favor. I do not need it." He answered coldly, as if he had already expected all of this. The clay figure continued speaking anyway. "Even so, both Taylor and I need a place to send word once we achieve what we want. Do whatever you two want." His reply made the corner of the clay figure's mouth curl up, and then its body began to melt. It wished him good health before losing its shape completely. In the end, it vanished cleanly, leaving no trace behind. The black dragon stared at that scene, then told him that this would be when it could take revenge. When the eldest son Taylor Stan became the master of the Marquis family, that would also be the moment the current Marquis and Venian faced the full wrath of the black dragon. "Fine, when that time comes, do whatever you want." After receiving permission, the black dragon flapped its wings in excitement, so happy it nearly tore up the entire room. What a savage little kid. Just mentioning revenge was enough to make it that thrilled. He spent an exhausting evening listening to the black dragon hum through a revenge story it had imagined all by itself. Early the next morning, this young man was already standing in front of the carriage. Rosalind, Choi-Han, and Locke came to see his group off. Inside the carriage, Rosalind secretly handed the black dragon 2 books, one teaching the Roan national language, and the other teaching the common language of the continent. It seemed the black dragon wanted to learn letters, so it could find a name it truly liked for itself. And in the end, the heavy responsibility of naming it still landed squarely on his shoulders. Of course, only Rosalind understood Kale's true intention. She unconsciously glanced at the person standing beside her. Right next to Choi-Han, she wore a smile full of quiet amusement. Maybe this young man would understand what his lord was really implying. Outside the carriage, Locke was saying goodbye to the Blue Wolf tribe children. He would definitely become stronger, then come back to them. In the meantime, listen to the young master, and remember to think carefully about what I told you last time. Your future has to be chosen by you. From now on, every one of us has to grow stronger. On this side, another farewell was quietly taking place. Choi-Han sternly warned him that if he saw the mage with Rika blood, he had to kill him immediately before he could lay eggs. Do not be careless like he was only cutting off one arm. If you want to finish it, take his head clean off. No matter what the enemy is, knocking it down in one strike and retreating right away is the surest way to stay alive. Choi-Han was about to give him another crash course in survival, but he was stopped at once. At the same time, he reminded Choi-Han to travel safely and absolutely not get hurt. "Yes, I will definitely do that." Not wanting to keep looking at Choi-Han's pure, bright smile, he immediately climbed straight into the carriage. Seeing that, Rosalind also stepped down from the carriage. He turned toward Deputy Butlahans and spoke, "Let's depart." As soon as the words left his mouth, the servants standing before the estate bowed in unison. He could not understand why they had abandoned their work just to see him off. "Young master, may you return safely. Until we meet again, it will be our honor to welcome you back. We will wait for the day we can see you again." Hearing that gave him goosebumps. He had never intended to return to the capital in the first place. He waved half-heartedly, then pulled down the window curtain. The carriage group left the capital, heading northeast straight toward the Yuba territory. His destination was a sea famous for its violent whirlpools. They had been churning there for hundreds of years. Wow, it really does taste salty. "Is this the sea?" Hong, the red-furred cat, pushed his nose through the window gap and breathed in the ocean breeze. He gave a casual nod, then received an object smaller than a fist from the black dragon. "This is a mana storage device separated from the bombs. Now we can make new magic bombs." Hearing the black dragon's declaration, he grew interested and threw the window wide open. Before his eyes spread the cool blue sea and the vast coastline of the northeastern region, where countless islands lay scattered across the water. The cat seemed extremely excited when they saw the cliffs here. The seaside cliffs rose straight up, majestic yet suffocating. The carriage followed the road hugging the cliffs, while he looked into the distance at the Wind Cliff, the scenic wonder of Yuba territory. Several small islands stood across from it. He saw several whirlpools churning between the cliff and the islands. Those very whirlpools had turned the sea before Yuba territory into a dangerous zone. The Mage Slayer had once drifted onto one of those islands, then discovered the sound of the wind, a power judged to be meant for a clever barbarian. That character possessed a physique even greater than Locke's, who would later become the Wolf King and leader of Blue Wolf Village. He was the invincible powerhouse of the Western continent, the tyrant Tunka. If events still followed the original novel, Tunka would not set foot here for some time yet. I have to obtain the sound of the wind before he does. Thinking that, he leisurely looked out the window. window. But right then, something appeared on the horizon and entered his sight. Are those whales? An entire pod of giant whales was spraying white plumes of water into the sky. They crossed the waters of the northeastern region, heading straight north. Whales lived in the northern sea, and so did the whale tribe. Only when they fought mermaids would they come down south. A sense of unease immediately washed over him. He reassured himself that it was only a passing pod of whales. But then he sensed a powerful presence. It seemed this bad feeling was not baseless after all. A while later, the carriage stopped before the village located right beside Wind Cliff. He stepped down, his face twisting unpleasantly. "Young master, are you carsick?" At Hans's question, he only shook his head. "No, I just feel uneasy." "Ah, come to think of it, that makes sense. With seaside cliffs rising straight up like this, no wonder it makes people feel unsteady." But Kid not need to worry, because their coachman uncle was a seasoned hand who had crossed plenty of dangerous roads before. The young man quietly ignored Hans, who was trying to sound dependable with a rambling stream of nonsense. Just then, Amiru walked over and politely greeted his group. Almost at the same time, a knight hurried over, bowed his head, and reported to Amiru, "My lady, the person you saved has woken up. It is the one who washed ashore the other day." Those words immediately seized his attention, and at the same time, a familiar face flashed through his mind. Amiru noticed the young man's expression and explained in a gentler voice, "A few days ago, while surveying the coast and the nearby islands, we rescued someone who had been swept away by the waves. It seems that person has just regained consciousness." At the time, Amiru saw him unconscious, his body on the verge of being swallowed by the whirlpool, and for a moment she was so flustered she did not know what to do. But remembering what he had once done in the plaza, she decided to step in and save him. After all, a human life was not something to take lightly. It took a moment before the young man answered softly, "Yes, I knew the young master would say that." Amiru's smile never reached his eyes at all. Instead, every description of Sunji from the birth of a hero kept surfacing in his mind. Amiru had no idea how tangled his thoughts were. She only saw his face growing more serious. She continued, saying that based on the person's clothing and build, he seemed to be a tribesman from the Gu Yipper kingdom. It had to be Tunka. The more Amiru spoke, the emptier the young man's mind became, as if the system had just landed a critical hit on him. The tribesmen were the leading force of the Anti-Mage Alliance, standing directly against the Mage Alliance, and they'd once been despised as barbarians. But in this isekai world, no one was truly a barbarian. Humans all had intelligence, all passed through the years, left footprints in history, and developed in their own ways. The tribesmen simply did not use magic. They lived along the coast and among the treacherous mountain ranges of the Gipur kingdom. Instead of mana, they placed all their faith in training their bodies to the absolute limit. Their goal was to destroy the Gipur kingdom, a nation built solely so mages could sit at the peak of power. After that, they would drag it back to its original form. The people of Gu Yibo followed the tribes, and even if outsiders called it a land of barbarians, that name no longer meant anything to those within the kingdom. In their eyes, they were free people, using instinct to smash apart a nation of rules. The problem was that Tunka truly was uneducated and brutal, yet extremely cunning. No matter how beautifully the original novel described him, to this young man Sunji was still just a simple, poorly educated brute with nothing but monstrous strength. And the uneducated were the scariest kind, because reason did not work on them. Seeing his tense expression, Amiru thought he was worried about Tunka and quickly tried to reassure him. "Young master, you do not need to worry too much about that person. His body is recovering at an astonishing speed." Who would worry about him? The young man only hoped the treatment process would drag on for as long as possible. That way, he could avoid meeting him all the way until the moment he left this place. He immediately pretended to be tired and used it as an excuse to return to his room and rest. Inside his head, the young man began calculating the next steps he had to take. Thinking that his body had not fully recovered yet, Amiru took the initiative to end the conversation. She quickly led the young man back to his quarters and asked nothing more. On the way, he began piecing everything together. Why had Tunka appeared at this exact time, and what about that guy Pylos? Even if Belos belonged to the Flynn Merchant Guild and possessed outstanding ability, how could he be so certain that civil war was about to erupt in the Gipper kingdom? How had that information arrived so quickly? Because he already knew what Pylos could do. He had treated the earlier conversation as normal, but right now Pylos was still being pushed to the margins of the Flynn Merchant Guild because of his illegitimate birth, so his intelligence network had to be limited. Yet he still knew about this, leaving the young man with only one conclusion. The civil war would break out earlier than in the original. Viewed from that angle, every event immediately fit together. The problem was what had pushed the civil war to arrive so soon. Even so, he did not dig any deeper. For now, there was only one possibility behind Tunka washing up here. He had been attacked by mages, damaging his ship out at sea, and he was on his way back after gaining power in the north. If that was true, the plot had not yet veered off course. That was the kind of power that made mages tremble, the pure peak of the human body's physical potential. The vast sea, towering mountains, and merciless deserts had all stood in his way. Jungles, volcanoes, and frozen plains, Tunka had endured the full brutality of nature, so how could mages who only knew how to rely on mana ever defeat him? If it were a dragon, there might still be a chance. Facing a dragon, Tonka would probably die after a single strike. As soon as he entered the room, he said he wanted to rest, drove everyone out, then lifted his face toward the ceiling and spoke. "Hey, what is going on, human?" The black dragon immediately revealed itself. The young man warned the black dragon in a serious voice. "Stay by my side for now, and do not go anywhere." From what happened with the black dragon and Choi Han, he had learned a lesson. The harder he tried to avoid Sun Ji, the higher the chance of running into him, and then he would have to shoulder another pile of trouble. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. "I will do as I please." The black dragon tossed out that line and ignored him, but when he saw its small wings flutter slightly, the young man knew it would listen. This kid always said one thing while its body reacted another way, and that finally helped him calm down. Only then did he look around the room. He had been told that the manor stood on land higher than the fishing village, built by the current head of the household shortly after taking office. This manor was completely out of place in a small fishing village. That proved Amiru's mother, the current head of the Yuba family, had been determined to develop this place from the first day she took power, and it had taken a full 10 years for that determination to finally begin bearing fruit. Receiving aid from the Eric family, and then drawing in the Zubat family, was definitely not something that could be accomplished overnight. Q had decided to meet the Lord before leaving the Yuba territory. He looked through the wide window, taking in the fishing village below and the wind cliff rising sheer before his eyes. Offshore, the whirlpool at the cliff's base had roared and churned for hundreds of years. That was exactly what kept the people of Yuba from sailing out into wider waters whenever they tried. But for that very reason, the Lord valued this sea even more. Along the long coastline were 2 other villages, yet the one nestled inside the Crescent Bay, shielded by 2 inverted cliffs, was the only one of the 3 suited for anchoring ships. On top of that, the large and small islands scattered right in front of the village created a magnificent view. From a military standpoint, this was clearly valuable land. Early tomorrow morning, this young man would head to the smallest island at the center of the archipelago. In the waters before that island lay the source of every whirlpool, the force known as the sound of the wind. In the story, Sunji had once summed up the sound of the wind in a single line. It was a quiet power, yet terrifyingly fierce. It was exactly the kind of power he needed, an ability that could silently slip past magic, then sow chaos among the powerful. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Tomorrow morning was truly something worth looking forward to. That smile quickly turned into a look of satisfaction. "Young master, Uncle Beecroft said this is a special sea dish prepared just for you. He loves the sea very much, so he hopes you will eat plenty." The young man watched with satisfaction as 10 wolf tribe children filed into the room carrying food. He had told everyone that these children were Locke's relatives. They were simply kids who had once lived with him in the same village. All of them had lost their families to bandits. The satisfied smile on his lips deepened just a little. Of course, that smile did not come from pity. What amused him was how incredibly capable the wolf tribe children were. His gaze swept over the children, then moved behind them. Beecrox was there, holding a tray as he quietly entered the room. He was the son of head chef Ron, and also a master of torture. On ordinary days, he was obsessively clean, without a single wrinkle or speck of dust on his clothes. He was the same now, except the shadows under his eyes were pitch black. "Young master, we want to work too." Big brother Locke said we cannot let the young master support us for free. During the journey, the wolf tribe children were led by Maze. They had once gathered in front of his carriage and demanded that he give them work, so the young man assigned them to help with odd jobs in the kitchen. Even though the children wanted to assist the knights more, they obediently followed his instructions. And just as expected, the children worked with surprising diligence. Seeing Beecrox grow more visibly exhausted by the day, he could not help but smile with clear amusement. The wolf tribe children were both quick-witted and full of energy. Their clothes were neat and their hair was tidy, making them look nothing like children who had once lived in a remote village deep in the mountains. It was all thanks to Beecrox's instruction. Looking at him like this, it was obvious that he had truly become a proper nanny. He picked up his knife and fork, then spoke to Beecrox, who was preparing to leave. "I will eat now. Thank you for this delicious meal." "Yes." Click. The sound of the door closing rang out as Beecrox left the room. Why on earth had he started doing these things in his father's place? Beecrox had no need to personally bring this food over, and yet, at some point, he had started completing every task Ron used to handle without missing a single day. Thanks to that, Q could barely feel the emptiness left behind by butler Ron. He looked toward the corner of the room and spoke. Hong and On immediately darted to the dining table, then began their meal. The next day, at the dock, Amiru had arranged for a seasoned fisherman with many years of experience to take him to the central island. For this trip, he brought Beecrox and the vice captain with him. With the 2 of them along, he did not need to bring any other knights. Besides, the islands around here were all deserted, with almost nothing worth worrying about. Naturally, the black dragon was still invisible and quietly following behind. He looked at the last person to board the boat, then softly tossed out a joke. Big Rocks had heard that countless rare kinds of seafood lived around this island, treasures that could broaden his understanding of this otherworldly sea. He stepped onto the boat with an unreadable look, then answered politely, "Thank you, young master." Vice Butler hand held on and hung tightly in his arms, ignoring their cries as they rang out again and again. The two cats struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the arms squeezing them in place. Han's hand froze the moment he brought them close to the icy water. On and hung like the salty scent of the sea, but they absolutely hated touching water. The moment the group called for departure, the old fisherman began rowing the boat away from the dock. On a sea filled with whirlpools, neither a good boat nor a top-grade magic engine was the deciding factor. The most reliable thing now was the old fisherman's years of experience, and the way he controlled his oars. "The boat will shake a little, so please hold firmly onto the railing." He said it in an oddly calm voice, and the boat immediately plunged into the raging sea. A moment later, the young man blurted out a curse. "Damn it, this boat is shaking way too hard." At the edge of the whirlpool, the sea churned as if it wanted to swallow everything in sight. The small boat slipped past by a hair's breadth. The waves rose and fell, while the hull tilted dangerously from side to side. Boom, boom. The crashing, swirling water blended into a heavy sound, like a monster roaring from the seafloor. The old fisherman burst into hearty laughter and shouted, "Young master, this whirlpool is magnificent, is it not?" Truly, that old man's guts were big enough to make anyone shudder. The young man immediately slapped away the vice captain's hand. He was clutching the young man's sleeve, his face pale as paper. It seemed he had been drained completely by seasickness. Just then, the old fisherman announced that the island he wanted to reach was very close, which also meant they were about to cross the most dangerous stretch of whirlpools. At that moment, he truly felt that the second they reached shore, it would be like escaping a death dungeon. As if afraid the atmosphere was not chaotic enough, the old fisherman added one more line. "If you get dragged into that, you had best prepare to say farewell to your life." After saying that, he burst into laughter as if there was nothing frightening out there at all. Old Guang had once told him a strange legend. Long ago, these whirlpools were born because a thief dared to steal a divine relic. The boat suddenly tilted hard. He watched a wave smash against the side, and his heart sank with unease. As for the vice captain beside him, he looked as if his soul had almost left his body. "Good heavens, we nearly capsized just now. Son, you need to row properly." "Sorry, father." The fisherman father and son remained calm, as if this were nothing more than an ordinary stroll across the sea. In the end, he had to raise a hand and signal for the old fisherman to be quiet. He said firmly, "Get us onto the island first, then we will deal with everything else." Lady Amiru instructed the same. "I will take you there at once." The old fisherman immediately rowed with practiced movements. With every stroke of his oars, the boat kept rocking violently, yet it still changed direction with skill, slipping past each whirlpool by a razor's edge. Dear Lord above, they finally reached shore safely. The vice leader standing nearby hurriedly called for a healer, while the vice captain was still writhing under the torment of seasickness. The sight made him wonder for a second whether that man was actually about to die. He lightly tugged Beacrox's sleeve as Beacrox walked up beside him, then pointed toward the vice captain. Beacrox frowned, then took a pair of white gloves from his pocket and slowly put them on. He approached the vice captain. The young man's shoulders trembled slightly at the sight of those gloves, because they were the kind Beacrox used during torture to keep himself clean. No one knew how many specialized white gloves Beacrox still had hidden away. After witnessing the existence of those gloves with his own eyes, he immediately stopped looking at Beacrox and the vice captain. He scanned the island, then called the boat captain closer. He wanted the old man to continue the unfinished story about the thief from long ago, and so the old man began at once. Once upon a time, there was a thief faster than anyone else in the world. His footsteps were so light they left almost no trace, cautious like a hunter stalking prey in the dark. Even when he skimmed across the surface of the sea, not a single drop of water splashed up. He stole an item, and rumor said it was something that belonged to the gods. "Young master, you know the wind cliff in these waters, do you not? That man jumped from that very cliff, and both the divine relic and the thief vanished from the world." From that day onward, the whirlpools began to appear and swallowed the piece of this sea hole. The old fisherman, his skin sunburned and his wrinkles carved deep by the years, smiled gently. That is why people once worshipped the divine relic, but not anymore. If it truly was a divine relic, why did the god not retrieve it personally, and instead leave humans to suffer? He agreed with the old man's words. That was not an item of the gods. It was the power of humanity, so the gods could not seize it back. And at that very moment, he began putting his plan into motion. He told everyone that he wanted to look around the island for a little while. Since the vice captain was receiving treatment and had been left in B. Cross's care, Kale did not need to stay there for the time being. "You should be fine going alone, sir. Is there really anything left on this island dangerous enough to threaten you? Besides, you know my shield better than anyone. Please be careful, sir. If you run into danger, take out your shield immediately." Baydrop showed no suspicion and simply nodded calmly, going along with what he said. That was also why he had deliberately brought B-Crocs with him. Right now, he needed someone at his side, someone strong enough, but not overly burdened by the duty of protection. And more importantly, it had to be someone he could order around. Big Rocks met every condition perfectly. Thanks to that, he could separate from the group with a perfectly legitimate excuse. He quietly headed toward the forest on the island. The moment he stepped into the woods, he lowered his voice and asked, "How is it? Can you hear the Black Dragon's voice?" According to him, beneath the whirlpool in front of this island was something exactly like the power in the cave last time, where they had seized the vitality of the heart. The Black Dragon was bringing that up again, while he leisurely walked deeper into the forest, even though there was no real reason to explore this place. He was only checking the whirlpool while he had the chance. Besides, the Black Dragon still had to fly here tonight, so learning the terrain in advance was necessary. He asked one more question. "There is no one else, right?" No, aside from his group, there was absolutely no one on the island. Hearing that, he finally felt relieved. The image of that pot of whales from yesterday had been bothering him the whole time. But then, there were corpses too. His steps suddenly came to a halt. He frowned and turned to look at the Black Dragon. The dragon continued, "When I flew around the island earlier, I found 3 corpses on the opposite side from where the ship is anchored." Corpses? That was the one thing he did not want to think about. As he was moving forward, he immediately took 3 steps back, sensing that if he kept going, something bad would definitely happen. But the Black Dragon kept talking diligently. Those corpses were not human. He raised a hand to cover his eyes. Not human meant the bodies had a special shape, yet the Black Dragon had not called them animals or named a specific species. In other words, they were shaped like people, but they were not human. If so, there was only one answer. Were their arms and legs unusual? At his question, the Black Dragon nodded hard. That is right. The shapes of their arms and legs were very strange. They were like fans. They also had webbed flippers. Those were the exact traits of merfolk. First there had been a pot of whales, and now merfolk. Could they really have appeared this early? No way. He immediately tried to calm himself down. The war between the whale tribe and the merfolk had gone on for a very long time, so long that it was even older than humanity's own wars. However, the moment it truly entered the plotline of the birth of a hero was when Choi Han joined hands with the whale tribe. He called softly, "Hey Black Dragon, stop calling me hey all the time." "Then what should I call you? You will know soon enough." What was the dragon even talking about? Maybe the Black Dragon was trying to come up with a name for him, since it had been studying letters so hard lately. He jerked his chin toward the direction he was heading and asked, "There is nothing up ahead, right? There are no signs of life. The sea is the same." Even so, he still had to see the merfolk corpses with his own eyes. Of course, because he absolutely hated danger, he made the Black Dragon go ahead and lead the way. The moment he left the forest and arrived at the spot, he frowned at once. Sure enough, merfolk corpses were there. The merfolk bodies were dried and stiff like mummies, but their appearances were completely different from humans. Their arms and legs were webbed like flippers, and their skin looked as if it had been completely covered in fish scales. Instead of ears, they had gills. The Black Dragon moved closer to the corpses and began to observe them. Looks like they were taken down in a single blow. On top of that, it seems they have not been dead for long. Red blood still clung to the webbed flippers of these corpses. It was probably blood that splattered during their battle with the whale tribe. There was no doubt about it, the whale tribe had killed these merfolk. Like dragons, the whale tribe had very few members, but they were the strongest creatures in the ocean. That was exactly why they could protect the deep-sea world from the merfolk. The merfolk had always wanted to build a kingdom beneath the ocean, but the whale tribe could never accept that. Dividing borders in the sea had always been impossible to begin with. That was the survival instinct of marine species, creatures that were forced to keep moving without end. The merfolk had never dared act recklessly, because while the whale tribe was small in number, their power was overwhelmingly dominant. That immediately put the whale tribe in a difficult position. Just then, Kui-han appeared and chose to side with them. That was roughly how the story played out up to Chapter 5. Back in the present, after observing the situation, Kai signaled for the Black Dragon to return. Then he turned away from the merfolk corpses. He did not touch them or erase any traces, because this young man knew the whale tribe had left those bodies there on purpose. Merfolk bodies on land did not rot right away. They simply dried out and hardened. They only decomposed in the sea, and once the fishy stench rose, other merfolk would be drawn in. Most likely, that group of merfolk had been killed by a single whale. If there had been 2 or more, they would have used those corpses as bait to lure in more merfolk, then wiped them all out at once. He silently concluded that they needed to clean everything up quickly and leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. The young man returned to the moored boat and told the group there was nothing else worth seeing. It would be best to head back and enjoy a hearty dinner of grilled fish. He quietly waited for the right moment to pass. Before long, night began to settle over the seaside village. The young man put on the diving suit he had taken from the magic box Pylos had given him. He stepped onto the window frame, where he could clearly see Wind Cliff and the vast northeastern sea. On and Hong were ordered to stay quietly in the room. They absolutely could not let anyone enter. After giving those instructions, he shifted his gaze toward the black dragon. The black dragon looked back with an arrogant expression, then calmly uttered 2 words, "Flight magic." In that instant, his body became weightless and slowly floated upward. It was time to go. The young man immediately swallowed the words he had been about to say. The black dragon led the way in front, while he flew after him. They flew at an altitude where they would be hard for others to spot. In his hand was the magic bomb. Tonight's plan was to strike fast and withdraw cleanly, so by the time others rushed over in panic, he would already be gone like the wind. Not a single sound rang out. Looking at the massive whirlpool beneath his feet in the darkness, he shuddered slightly. This sight only proved that Tunka really was a bona fide madman. He did not merely like danger. His obsession was almost blind. That was why people called him a lunatic. Even on his first time at sea, he had laughed and said this place was rather interesting, then charged straight into the whirlpool without the slightest hesitation. Of course, he had absolutely no intention of imitating that suicidal stunt. The young man carefully placed the necessary items into the pockets of the diving suit. "Is this the spot?" He gave the black dragon a small nod, using it as a firm answer. The black dragon responded, while he pulled the prepared magic bomb out of his pocket. From his chubby front paw, the black dragon released a dense stream of mana. Immediately, the magic bomb reacted to that mana and began to vibrate in steady pulses. This was not the kind of bomb used by the mysterious organization that appeared in volumes 1 and 2 of the novel, but a magic version, a full grade more advanced. Its structure was extremely similar to the magic bomb developed by the Kingdom's Mage Alliance. It was the same type Reaper had used when cornered in the latter half of the magic volume. Its main material was adhesive mana, which reacted to the creator's mana and exploded into countless tiny fragments. Each blast lost a little power, but the chain of explosions was perfect for wide area damage. And the inventor of the bomb in his hand was none other than the Black Dragon. Creating something like this was truly terrifying talent. Of course, that was only natural, since he was the great dragon. Mana continued pouring from the Black Dragon's chubby paw, then seeped completely into the bomb. He could clearly feel the muffled tremor inside the core of the magic bomb. The young man raised his head toward the moonless sky at the end of the lunar month. This was the exact moment he had been aiming for. "Be careful, and do not get hurt." The Black Dragon flew higher, raised a shield around him, then gently said goodbye. Click. A very faint sound came from inside the bomb. He let go, dropping the bomb. At the same time, the young man quickly put on the diving suit's breathing device. The night wind lashed across his face. Dozens of small explosions erupted one after another, causing the swirling wind to lose its rotation and veer away from its original path. He shot straight inside, aiming for the seed. The young man's body plunged downward like an arrow, while the chain explosions continued breaking the whirlpool's sustaining force. The water currents, thrown backward by the aftershocks of the explosions, kept slamming into the protective shield. Even so, he safely reached the seed, directly beneath the giant whirlpool in front of the central island. The source of that whirlpool came from a small top hidden under a massive stone slab. That top had been spinning non-stop for hundreds of years, and now the enormous stone slab covering it appeared right before his eyes. According to the original story, Tunka had realized that all the whirlpools originated beneath this giant stone slab. He had once tried to lift the stone slab and failed, so he chose the simpler method, destroy it. That alone was enough to show just how reckless Tunka was. He shook his head, then moved toward the top that was partly exposed beneath the stone slab. The scene looked no different from Sun Wukong being pinned beneath the Five Elements mountain. And, just like every other time he seized an ancient power, the voice of the power's owner rang out. Those bastards. They dared to say that stealing an item created through someone else's sacrifice was a sin. I only meant to return it to everyone. Filthy trash. Why do people like them get to possess power in the first place? Q, the holder of the Sound of Wind, was the legendary thief who once stole a god's treasure in this village. But she never touched the true divine relic. She only took the item stored inside the temple. For that crime, both her legs were bound tight to a massive stone slab, and she was thrown straight into the deep sea with heavy shackles dragging her down. The thief with the fastest legs died that way, leaving behind a supernatural power that could command the wind. That power was nothing like mana, because the essence of her existence had already become wind itself. After her death, she turned into a spinning top, endlessly churning the sea and giving birth to strange currents of wind. If his companion's light were here, it would definitely burn everything to ash. His expression suddenly changed as he took out a tool to pry the spinning top from beneath the stone slab. Did she just say light? Could she know why lightning was so terrifying? One strike, just one strike, would be enough. He immediately thought of the final ability he planned to seize, the Fire of Destruction. To obtain it, he had to cross a sea of flames, and of course, bring an enormous amount of money. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. Indestructible shield, heart vitality. sound of, and the fire of destruction. The moment he thought of that, his chest suddenly felt heavy. He hesitated, unsure whether he should take the spinning top right now, but the alarm on his diving gear had already gone off. He had exactly 3 minutes left. He immediately decided to take the item first and worry about everything else later. He swung his shovel into the soil where the spinning top had been imprisoned, the ground beneath it reinforced by magic. The shovel easily scooped up the dirt from the seed. Clearly, he did not need to smash the entire giant slab like Tunka had. A few digs in the right spot were enough. After only a few shovel strokes, the shape of the spinning top appeared clearly before his eyes. He reached out and grabbed it, just as he had done before. The master of the ocean's power kept rambling about life, but he ignored her completely and set the spinning top on the ground. The owner of the sound of wind longed for only one thing: release, in other words destruction. The spinning top shattered beneath his foot. A sharp sound, like an ultrasonic wave, instantly roared through the depths of the sea. When the spinning top broke apart, the wind sealed inside was finally released. That stream of wind curled around him, wrapping his entire body. So you are the one who carries the power of regeneration. Never let yourself be captured like I was, do you hear me? Live a life of freedom. The white wind coiled around his body, then slowly gathered near his heart. Thump, thump. His heart began pounding violently, as if it wanted to burst out of his chest. His heartbeat was so fast that pain stabbed through him, and his breathing grew heavy. He raised his right hand and struck the left side of his chest hard. Right after that, the swirling wind descended from the crown of his head, slid down his body, and stopped at his feet. The windlight flashed once more, instantly sinking into his legs and carving itself into a pattern. A whirlpool mark appeared at his ankle, faintly visible between his diving suit and fins. Sure enough, it was a cold silver vortex. Only then did he feel his heart settle back down. Could heart vitality have strengthened the sound of wind? He was still doubtful, but he had no time to think. The alarm rang again, reminding him that almost no time remained. Even so, that was enough. He activated Sound of Wind, and the water beneath his feet instantly churned with violent force. He only bent his knees slightly. In that very instant, his body shot through the seawater and surged straight ahead. The vortex in front of the central island had disappeared, but the lingering whirlpools were still there, and he passed through them with ease. The others would probably vanish after a week, but his plan was to maintain them for an entire year. The vortices created by Sound of Wind recognized their new master and opened a path on their own. His destination was the Cliff of Wind. In the blink of an eye, the cliff appeared before him. He kicked hard against the water, and his body shot upward like an arrow. He looked back toward the village. 1, 2, then countless lights flared to life one after another. He had to leave this place now. He had once told Han not to wake him unless someone's life was at stake, so that guy would not come looking too easily. Even so, returning early was still the safer choice. He swam toward the Cliff of Wind. Beneath the cliff, boulders of every size stood upright like the teeth of a monster. Because of that, anyone who fell from the cliff would be torn apart until nothing recognizable remained. He approached the rocky outcrop shaped like a lion's head, then looked behind the largest boulder. A faint smile appeared. He had spotted a small cave. That was the place. He carefully slipped past the sharp rock spurs and slowly drew closer to the cave entrance. As soon as he reached the entrance, he surfaced and sat on the edge of the cave. After seizing the Sound of Wind, Tunka had once found another fortunate encounter right here. Even if that opportunity no longer meant anything to Sunji, for Q, it was the key piece of the puzzle. As long as he secured this ingredient, the door to negotiation would crack open. Add in the ingredient Locke would bring back later, and the Queen of the Great Thousand would have no way out. She would be forced to sit down and trade with him, because the Queen could not simply stand by and watch the Great Thousand collapse. The young man had barely sat down, not even long enough to warm his seat, when the black dragon rushed over with shocking news. There was a creature hiding inside the cave. It was close to death, but it had not yet become a corpse that would haunt him. Just then, a chilling dragging sound echoed from deep inside the cave. The thick stench of blood rolled out, so heavy it nearly choked him. For a second, he wondered if he should just jump straight into the water and make a clean escape, or tell the black dragon to take him home immediately. But that crawling, dragging sound grew more urgent, as if the creature was squeezing out the last bit of its life force. Before he could decide, the life inside the cave dragged its own body out before his eyes. The creature trembled as it spoke, every word broken and weak. Help me. I have to live long enough to finish something, please." A human-shaped creature crawled forward, both legs savagely torn open, leaving a long trail of blood across the ground. On those mangled wounds, a slimy green fluid clung tight, making the blood pour out without stopping. Those were marks left by a mermaid attack. By now, he was almost certain the other party belonged to the whale clan. Long hair hung in a bloody mess, hands were soaked red, and that unreal, beautiful face crawled toward him. "Hey, weak human, do you have a cold? Your face is turning white." The black dragon's voice rang out, pulling him back from the chill running down his spine. He felt as if he had stepped into the middle of a horror movie. A gravely wounded whale clansman, nearly dead, had appeared in human form right in front of him. Maybe he should just run. But why would a whale clansman be poisoned by a mermaid? One word suddenly flashed through his mind. Hybrid. In the fantasy world of the birth of a hero, the whale clan was as rare as the dragon clan. Their bloodline was never supposed to be mixed. But among those who had died, there had once been a child with mixed blood. He walked closer to the mixed blood whale, then crouched down in front of him. The whale slowly raised his head, revealing the face of a young man with long hair drenched in blood. That face was so beautiful that even the elegance of an elf would fade beside it, like ink dissolving in the deep sea. The young man looked at him with pleading eyes. "Save me," he answered in a voice so cold it held no emotion. "Fine, I will save you, mixed blood whale." If his instincts were right, surviving might only send the young man into an even longer hell, and that young man surely understood that as well. He remembered the conversation between Locke and the Whale King. "So you are the pure-blooded child of the Wolf clan." "My child is not pure-blooded." She is not pure-blooded? Not that child. I have another son. That son is the one who does not carry a pure bloodline. That is why he had to live in misery, too weak to survive under the sea. But what about on land? That poor child left this world before I did. He looked into those blue eyes like the sea after a storm, then spoke softly. "Sleep for a little while. When you wake up, you will feel better." Those blue eyes blinked a few times, then slowly closed. He watched the unconscious whale for a moment, then bent down to examine the injured legs. The instant the whale passed out, the black dragon revealed its true form and came closer. It lit a small ball of light, illuminating the darkness inside the cave. The whale's legs instantly became clear, the skin almost peeled away. The skin of the whale clan was naturally thick and tough, the complete opposite of their smooth, flawless appearance. But for a hybrid, that body was not as powerful as one born from a pure bloodline. Because of that, when he took the mermaid's attack, the poison had already eaten deep into every strand of flesh. He pointed at the young man, then ordered the black dragon to push him into the water. The black dragon froze, completely unable to keep up with an answer so cruel it went far beyond imagination. After steadying itself, it immediately turned and questioned him. "Were you lying? You just said you would save him. I already know you are weak, but now you cannot even keep a promise. Are you seriously telling me to push him into the water? Are you trying to drown him?" He sighed, then answered calmly. "I am doing this to save him." After saying that, he even ordered the black dragon to chop off an arm. It was the arm of the corpse they had seen that morning, and he told the dragon to bring it back to him. The black dragon's mouth fell open. Even though it did not understand what scheme he was plotting, it still obediently did as told. While the black dragon left to handle the task it had been given, he continued deeper into the cave. This cave was not very deep. In only a short while, he reached the very end of it. Found it. This was the very opportunity Sun Ji had once discovered. A small, silent pool of water appeared before his eyes. He called the servant over for some water, then carefully poured it into the glass bottle. Water naturally countered fire, but this water was powerful in an entirely different way. As long as he poured it over the item Low-Key had brought back and let its attribute seep deep inside, it could instantly become a rare treasure. It would be the treasure that saved the great forest, which was drying out more with every passing day. The young man immediately returned to the shop. No one knew when the black dragon had come back, but right before his eyes, it was carrying an arm from the mermaid corpse, its face twisted in obvious disgust. Beside it was the whale-blooded young man, his entire body soaked in water. "Let's go." The moment he returned, An and Hong rushed over in a panic to greet him. Someone had been knocking nonstop outside, and they had no idea what to do. Luckily, he came back just in time. Han was still standing outside the door, his face tense. Since the young man had once threatened to kill him if he dared wake him up, Han only knocked and absolutely did not dare barge in. He quickly took off his swimsuit, then draped a bathrobe over himself. After that, the young man tossed the invisibility cloak to the black dragon so it could cover itself. He signaled for them to hide the whale tribe young man properly. Once everything was settled, the young man finally stepped out and opened the door. Han froze as he looked at him. In front of him was damp hair still dripping water, a loosely worn bathrobe, and a firm chest exposed just enough to make it hard to look away. "Young master, are you taking a bath just now?" He swept his wet hair back and answered Han with complete calm. "I couldn't sleep, so I went to the sea lantern bath to soak for a while." Han immediately let out a long breath of relief. So the young man had only been bathing, which was why he had not opened the door. A very loud explosion had just sounded outside. Amiru was worried, so she told Han to come check on his situation. Meanwhile, Ming immediately headed out to sea to investigate the disturbance. The young man thought to himself that Amiru would probably be overjoyed when she learned the whirlpool had disappeared. Once he understood the situation, he sent his guest away. Han also quickly slipped off. The young man returned to the bathroom and began scooping up water. He poured seawater into a basin, then carried it back. The black dragon watched his actions with a completely baffled look, but the young man did not bother explaining. He only quietly set the arm down. He dropped the mermaid's arm into the basin of water. A sound like flames catching fire rang out. Yet what happened next was that the shriveled arm swelled violently, then recovered almost to its original state. He pulled out a knife. "Hey, human, put that knife away right now," the black dragon shouted in alarm. Perhaps that shout, packed with so much force, woke the unconscious whale tribe young man. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the young man holding a cold, sharp knife. The blade was raised high, and on the young man's lips was a smile that sent a chill down anyone's spine. Thunk! The knife stabbed straight in the mermaid's arm. The liquid that gushed from the cut was mermaid blood. Before it rotted completely, mermaid blood could still be restored by seawater for one brief moment. He told the whale tribe young man to drink it, because this was the antidote. In Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero, Rosalind had once discovered this treatment to save Luo Qi, who had been injured by mermaid poison. At this point in time, no one knew about that method of treatment yet. The whale tribe young man hesitated for a while, but in the end he obeyed and drank the mermaid blood. A short moment later, the wound on his leg vanished completely. He could not hide his shock. The young man smiled, then asked him directly, "The one behind this mermaid corpse, was that you? If you really belong to the whale tribe, then by early morning at the latest, you have to return to the sea before your strength can recover." Hearing that, the young man's face instantly turned cold. A sharp aura spread out from him, completely different from Choi Han's killing intent. It wrapped around him, someone constantly compared to others and forced to live the thought that he was inferior to his own tribe. People like that often carried a terrifying edge. "How do you know I belong to the whale tribe?" Faced with that attitude, the young man showed no fear at all and simply answered calmly, "3 mermaids have already died. Other than him, who else could possibly pull off something like that?" The whale tribe young man did not argue back. He only said quietly that he wanted to return to his homeland. Kale acted as if he did not care about this young man's situation at all. He had saved him for one simple reason. The other man had knelt down and begged. Now that everything was over, they would each go their own way. He climbed into bed and told the whale tribe young man to leave this place quietly. With the black ocean current traveling with him, that young man probably would not run into any danger. Someone like Kim Rock-soo, who had once lost his family, ended up choosing to meddle in someone else's affairs one more time. Of course, he did not plan to take a loss. In his mind, he recalled the final words the Whale King had once said to Locke. "That is why I do not want to lose anyone else in my family. If that child were still alive, I would have handed the throne to my daughter, then tried living one lifetime like a human with him. If that happened, would that child have been happier? I used to wonder about that. She would surely be a good king, but since she is so deeply attached to her family, would she not have wanted to live by your side as well? That is true. When my son disappeared, that girl turned the entire ocean upside down looking for him. If she searched that hard, then the whole sea really must have been thrown into chaos. Uncle, what is your son's name?" "Paiston. That is my son's name and also the benefactor of the king. Someday, whether he met the current king or the girl who would inherit the throne, he could still make use of this. Either way, the whale tribe would definitely win the war against the merfolk." Thinking that, he drifted peacefully to sleep. The next morning, when he woke up, Paiston was gone. Hong passed along a message. Paiston said he would return at night someday. He shrugged. Honestly, that young man did not really need to do that. Early in the morning, Amiru came running over brightly to report that the whirlpools in front of the central island had disappeared. "I am the one who did it." He could not say the words he truly wanted to say. He merely turned his eyes away in silence. Beside Amiru stood a veteran fisherman and several knights. Tunka was there too, just as the novel had mentioned. His long brown hair stood up like a lion's mane. His appearance was oppressive, as if one slap from him could blow a person's head clean off. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "What a shame. I still wanted to try jumping into that whirlpool, or find another whirlpool to charge into." Sure enough, that took the title Mad Tunka far too well. Just then, Amiru spoke again with excitement. "Since the Hennetus Count's family is one of our investors, I truly wanted you to witness that sight with your own eyes. I am talking about the Yuba Sea returning to peace. Will you come to the central island with me?" Until the people from the Count's estate arrived, he still had to show a bit of sincerity about this matter. The young man looked at Amiru, smiled gently, and asked, "Are these people coming along as well?" "Yes." Amiru's firm answer made the corner of his mouth twitch slightly, but she did not notice at all. She pointed toward Tunka and introduced him. "This is the person who was almost swept away by the whirlpool last time. Brother Bob, this is young Master Kale Hennetus." Tunka formed a smile on his ferocious face. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bob." He knew Tunka would use a fake name, but did he really have to choose one that sounded like it belonged to a roadside rock? He truly did not want to look at Tunka's face any longer. However, Amiru continued explaining enthusiastically. "Bob is from the Whipper Kingdom. He belongs to a tribe that lives in a small village. While he was out fishing at sea, he ran into an accident and drifted all the way here. Yes, I am just an ordinary man who gets by catching small fish. What kind of mistake could possibly lead to this? An ordinary life, really. What absolute nonsense. Amiru had no idea that he was screaming internally and kept talking. That is why he went out to sea with us last night to investigate. Her gaze toward the tribal man was crystal clear. He swept his eyes around. Unlike Amiru, quite a few people were looking at Tunka with displeasure. Perhaps it was because he belonged to some tribe. He observed those gazes, then met Tunka's eyes. Tunka smiled. I heard the young master used a giant shield to save everyone in the capital. I wanted to meet someone that's strong, so I asked Lady Amiru to let me come along. Tunka's eyes narrowed, completely at odds with his crude appearance. In that very instant, his instincts immediately rang alarm bells. The young man quickly spoke up, but I am still recovering from my injuries right now. Besides, it was not some amazing kind of power anyway. That is exactly right. Amiru confirmed that what he said was true. Tunka immediately lost interest. He secretly looked him over from head to toe, then turned his gaze elsewhere. Yes, that was exactly how Tunka should be. Sacrificing himself for others? A hero. He did not care about things like that in the slightest. He worshipped strength, pursued strength, and ignored the weak. Once someone was weak, even if they stood on his side, he would look down on them. Then he would wait for the right moment to kill them. That was exactly why the world called him a tyrant. After the greetings ended, everyone boarded the ship and headed for the central island. Right then he heard Tunka muttering under his breath. He murmured and frowned. Strange, there was clearly still the lingering scent of an overwhelmingly powerful being nearby. As expected, it was Sun Ji. His aura was no different from a demon god descending into the world. Do not look up. We do not even smell. The invisible black dragon's voice suddenly rang directly inside his head. Sun Ji's instincts were so sharp that they far surpassed even the beastkin. He brushed aside every tangled thought and quietly decided he had to act weaker than usual today. Right now, the Yuba family was investigating why the whirlpool had suddenly vanished. Amiru's father and the mages of the territory would also arrive soon to examine the situation. The young man looked at the calm sea before the central island, then went along with Amiru's words. Is that so? What a relief. I hope they find the cause soon. You really do lie smoothly. I hope the remaining whirlpools disappear soon as well. The black dragon immediately sent a thought full of contempt into his mind. Lying again. Did you not say those whirlpools would last another year? The young man decided to ignore it. Amiru nodded to him, her eyes firm. Yes, we will definitely find the cause and eliminate every remaining whirlpool. We have received help from many sides. The chance is right in front of us, so how could we possibly let it slip away? Seeing Amiru's passionate expression, he felt a faint pang of guilt and spoke. If it is Lady Amiru and the Yuba family, you will surely succeed. Amiru thanked him, smiled gently and looked at him with warm eyes. He said to her with a serious face, My head hurts a little from the sun. May I rest in the shade over there for a moment? At that instant, he felt Sun Ji's gaze. From a distance, Tulka kept glancing at him now and then. It seemed he was still tracking the scent of the strong one, but he could never find the black dragon. That was the limit of someone who could not sense aura or mana. So he leisurely walked into the forest. The young man went to the place where he had previously discovered the mermaid corpses. The moment he arrived, he froze. The bodies had vanished without a trace. It was not me. I did not do that. The black dragon hurriedly denied it with fierce intensity. But this time, he had no time to hear its explanation and simply strode toward the stone slab where the mermaid bodies had once been laid. He stopped before the stone slab, his gaze turning cold. Was it Park Si-hyun? The mermaid corpses had turned to powder. Only because he had seen the bodies himself could he recognize that fact. If someone else looked at it, they would only think it was fine dust flaking off the stone slab. This terrifying crushing power clearly belonged to the whale people. Moreover, it was the power of an enraged whale person. The surface of the sea suddenly churned violently. At the same time, the black dragon warned him that something under the sea was racing toward the surface at a terrifying speed. Then a colossal whale emerged. It was a humpback whale, a creature known as the guardian of the ocean. Humpback whales always protected the weak, and through countless generations, the king of the whale tribe had always been a humpback whale. The whale looked straight at him, its eyes blending killing intent, scrutiny, instinct, and cold reason. This was the first time since coming to this world that he had faced a powerful being from the position of the weak. The powerful being looked down from above, examining him bit by bit. That gaze set the hot-tempered black dragon ablaze. An invisible force stirred the air. Mana began to fluctuate uneasily, and the sea rose and fell with heavy, pulsing waves. But the humpback whale did not flinch at all. Instead, its body, roughly 15 meters long, lifted its tail and slammed it down onto the sea. Boom. The water shook violently. There was no mistake, that was definitely a whale person. Thump, thump. He tried to calm his heart as it pounded wildly. Sensing danger close at hand, vitality of the heart began to exert its power, and Indestructible reacted as well. Ancient powers always put their master first. Those powers were ready for him to use at any moment. The young man turned his head toward empty space. The place where Mena was gathering, the place where the black dragon was hiding. He was just about to speak when another voice rang out first. I have no intention of starting a fight. The humpback whale slowly revealed its face above the sea. The 4-year-old dragon, still childish, stubborn, and sharp-tongued, shot back. Then why did you raise your head? After everything you have done so far, You still call that not starting a fight? You insolent whale. He sighed when he heard those words echo inside his head. He reached toward the mana condensing in the air. A 4-year-old throwing a tantrum really was terrifying. The current of mana that seemed capable of crushing everything obediently made way for his hand. A strange glint flashed in the whale's eyes. His hand touched something round. It was the dragon's head. The young man calmly patted it. Do not get worked up. You will get hurt like that. The flow of mana immediately weakened by a clear margin. He heard the black dragon's sulky voice. I will not get hurt. I am very strong. I know, but even so you still have to be careful. Soothing a 4-year-old really was not easy. Even so, it seemed the black dragon had understood his words in its own way. Fragile humans, Q was the one who needed to be careful. The mana tremors had finally died down completely. Only then did he slowly turn his gaze toward the whale. The whale gradually lowered its head right in front of him. Even overwhelmed by that massive body, he stood his ground without stepping back. The murderous intent in the whale's eyes had vanished without a trace. The humpback whale bowed before the young man, then opened its enormous mouth. But that gesture, as if it were about to speak, was completely misunderstood by someone else. From the far horizon, a small whale tore through the water like it had gone mad. Compared to that 15-meter body, it looked tiny and frail, but its speed was terrifying. It shouted, "Don't swallow him!" The humpback whale in front of him instantly panicked and whipped around. The seawater was blasted upward, pouring all over him. His clothes were soaked from head to toe, but the young man had no time left to worry about that. The wound on its back. Could that really be the humpback whale? The little whale that had just appeared was Pasiton. If that was true, then there was only one being he would call Big Sister, the daughter of the Whale King, and the one destined to inherit the throne of the ocean. A leader who had once fought beside Choi Han and Witla in the war against the merfolk. It had to be her. The young man secretly felt lucky that the front was in chaos, with everyone's attention focused there. Otherwise, that shrill scream alone would have been enough to draw people running. But the reunion between the humpback whale and the little whale did not last long. At that very moment, the black stream spoke calmly. Another one is coming. One more. He immediately slipped behind a large boulder, and then the lunatic with wild hair like a lion's mane appeared. It was Sun Ji. His eyes were deranged, and his body shot out of the forest at a frenzied speed as he roared. What is that smell? What smell is this? The scent of someone strong. Sun Ji stared with crazed eyes. In his hand was a club he had stolen from who knew where. He pointed the club into the air, his savage voice ringing out. Is it human? Sun Ji clicked his tongue and closed in on the humpback whale. Though he was nearly 2 meters tall, he looked pitifully small before that huge body. He was wildly excited, because this was his first time fighting a whale one-on-one. Clearly, Tunka had no idea the whale before him was a beastman. He only wanted to fight simply because the opponent looked incredibly strong. Nothing existed in his head except battle and strength. He hid neatly in a corner to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The old saying was right, when giants clash, insects get crushed. And who else could the insect here be if not him? If it is a whale, then I can just beat it to death, right? Sun Ji's eyes flashed. He lightly stomped the ground. In that instant, his body shot into the air. The young man shuddered inwardly and retreated farther back. Sun Ji sprang through the air in a blink, swinging his club straight down at the whale's head. At that same moment, the young man saw the whale's mocking smile for the first time. One corner of its mouth lifted slightly, and then it turned its head. Its massive 15-meter body spun in an instant, and its tail lashed straight toward Tunka. But Sun Ji instantly changed direction midair and slammed down onto the ground. The spot Tunka had just launched himself from was crushed to pieces by the whale's tail. The terrifying aftershock sent seawater exploding upward. The waves surged back over him, making him suffer through another soaking ocean bath. The whale's overwhelming power only made that lunatic burn even hotter. Sun Ji grew more and more excited. He laughed arrogantly, shouted for the whale to come at him, and leaped up with delight. The club in his hand came down on the whale's tail at incredible speed. The whale did not dodge at all, only coldly raised its tail to meet the blow. A violent collision erupted between Tunka and the whale. Tulka crashed to the ground, dragging a heavy thud with him. The club in his hand snapped in half instantly. As expected, something like a wooden club was useless. Sun Ji curled his lip, his wild voice ringing out. If you want to do this properly, you have to take all 5 punches. Q clutched his forehead, his head pounding like it was being split open. How was he supposed to deal with this freak in the end? If this kept getting louder, the people beyond the forest would definitely come running. He had to find a way to leave this place quietly, without gods or ghosts noticing. Just then, a small voice rang out, full of worry. Sis, if this keeps going, that person is going to get hurt. At last, the little whale had arrived in time. The young man froze. Had that tiny little whale just spoken? Those words made the humpback whale's face darken, her gaze pinning him in place. A clear voice rang out. You dare call my little brother tiny? He was even more shocked and blurted out, this thing can talk too? The situation instantly turned into a complete mess. Seeing that, Q clapped his hands in delight. Oh ho, so you guys are beast folk? Now that is interesting. The moment he finished, he swung his fist and charged straight at Weira. But Weira was not afraid of little peppercorn like him. She was about to pound him into the ground when Pasiton hurriedly spoke up. The boy anxiously warned his older sister. Sis, you must not hurt that person. He is my savior. Weira immediately exchanged a look with Q. The person in front of her was the benefactor who had saved her younger brother's life. You dare get distracted while fighting me. If you keep this up, it means you are choosing death with your own hands. He roared again and continued rushing forward. But that fist could not reach the humpback whale. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished. Steam suddenly surged up in rolling waves. From within the white mist, a young woman slowly appeared. She set foot on a slab of stone above the sea. Weira possessed a beauty that could steal a person's breath. Deep blue hair, blue eyes as profound as the ocean. If one had to choose the most beautiful creature in the sea, the one standing before Q right now was the answer. At that moment, Q heard Dragon's voice ring in his head. Dragons are cooler. If dragons take human form, they are definitely prettier, more overwhelming, and number one in the world. Q only hummed vaguely and let it pass. Even in human form, the whale tribe remained beautiful and dazzling, but their strength and brutality did not diminish at all, even on land. Weira walked to the rock where Q was hiding and thanked him for saving her brother's life. She said she would repay him properly on another occasion. For now, she had to deal with the lunatic swinging his fists first. He was clearly irritated because Weira kept ignoring him, not focusing on the fight at all. This brat seems to enjoy running around saving people, huh? Q clicked his tongue when he heard the word brat. It seemed he had completely thrown away the mask named Bob, which had never had anything to do with his true nature. This was who he really was, someone who spoke arrogantly whether he faced nobles, powerhouses, or monsters. Q found this version more familiar, because it was exactly like the character who had appeared in the story. His mocking words immediately made Black Dragon indignant. Saving people or sparing others is a noble act, something worthy of pride. That rotten attitude was no different from that Venian he hated, never looked down on justice. Just one look at Weira's eyes was enough to know she was furious. In her eyes, rage rose like a tide. It was the aura of someone who had once led the war against the merfolk. She did not dodge when provoked, nor did she back down before battle. Oh, those are good eyes. So you want to fight me after all, don't you? Leave that useless guy alone. Fighting me will be much more fun. He kept running his mouth, then loosened both arms, and shifted his center of gravity forward. That was his fighting stance. A smile brushed across Weira's lips. Another one wants to fight me again? Weira raised her right hand. Water began to churn from her palm. In Weira's hand, a giant water whip took shape. She lashed it hard toward the sea, the several-meter-long whip tearing across the surface and making the ocean tremble once more. Weira looked at him coldly, her voice ringing with sharp sarcasm. I will not fight you. I will only teach you a lesson. She curled her finger, provoking him with effortless calm. Teach me, he burst in louder, then looked at Weira with ice-cold eyes. Then let me tear you apart first. In the next instant, he shot straight toward Weira. Weira brutally whipped the lash toward him as he charged in. Boom! A bare fist collided head-on with the water whip. She flashed a radiant smile. You make me very interested in teaching you. Weira's current instantly tightened, carrying terrifying pressure. His body was locked rigid in an instant. Like a water snake, the whip coiled around him. But he laughed, then grabbed it with his bare hand. The whip made of water was clamped tightly in his bare hands. Testing strength with raw muscle was always his absolute specialty. Tunga immediately used brute force to snap the tightening water whip, but that stream of water coiled like a snake, wrapped around him tight, and crushed straight into his body. Even so, Tunga was no match for the future successor of the whale tribe. With just a light lift of Watira's hand, the water whip shot upward and slammed a fast, heavy blow into Tunga's body. Tunga was blasted away, hurtling straight toward the forest. In that instant, everything suddenly fell into chaos. Amiru, the investigation team, and the knights all emerged from the forest at once. Tunga was flying straight toward them like a massive boulder. Everyone raised their shields. Amiru realized they could not dodge the impact, so she immediately shouted for a defensive formation. Seeing the knights hurriedly lift their shields, Tunga burst out laughing. Brace yourselves tight. My body is hard as iron, so watch out before you hurt yourselves. With that terrifying momentum, the chances of the knights getting injured while taking the collision were extremely high. Kale clicked his tongue and let out a helpless mutter. This is insane. Tunga's body and the wall of shields were about to collide. Yet Tunga did not crash into anyone at all. Not a single person was hurt. Behind Tunga, the sacred silver shield had blocked his charge, while gentle silver wings wrapped around his body. Every gaze instantly shifted in one direction. They looked toward the owner of that silver shield. Once again, he had used his power to save people. This was no longer a case of whales fighting, while the shrimp got its back broken. It was whales fighting and forcing the shrimp to accidentally use his power. Feeling countless eyes fall on him, the young man slowly stood up. He fully supported Watira blasting Tunga away, but he could not the knights get hurt, so he had hurriedly activated the indestructible shield. Luckily, no one was in danger, though that move ended up saving Tunga too, which he had never wanted. His legs had gone numb from sitting too long. Because of that, he staggered a few steps, then dropped down as a cramp seized him. Amiru rushed over in alarm. Young master, you did not need to step in yourself like that. Why would you go this far? In truth, he had not wanted to get involved at all, But if Tunga injured the investigation team, he definitely would not be able to return to Reaper on schedule. Amiru looked him over from head to toe, her face both sad and worried. Also, why are you soaked like this? Are you alright? You are still recovering, so what if you catch a cold? Honestly, young master. Amiru's words made both Witira and Paston freeze. Witira especially stiffened. She suddenly remembered that it was her tail sweep that had drenched him, and she also recalled his upturned face as he sat there shivering. As long as no one is hurt, that is enough, isn't it? His voice was ice cold, even edged with irritation. Just as everyone sensed, he really was annoyed. Being soaked from head to toe made him miserable, and he only wanted to get out of this mess as quickly as possible. Then go rest first. Amiru sighed. Honestly, there were times when she truly could not understand him. Seeing him fall silent, Amiru finally looked around and realized how serious the situation was. In front of her stood two figures who could not be taken lightly, Paston and Witira. She immediately questioned them in a firm voice. Who exactly is he? This place, this land, belongs to the Roan Kingdom. More than that, Ubar was the territory of the Amiru family. She had absolutely no intention of overlooking any chaos that happened on her land. The atmosphere was stretched tight as a bowstring when a soft sound reached Amiru's ears. He let out a breath, raised a hand to wipe his face, then lifted his head. Under all the gazes fixed on him, he spoke calmly as usual. First, let's head back. Not one person objected. The whole group returned to Amiru's estate together. There, he recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. Amiru looked at him, then turned to Tunga, her voice resolute. You must leave this place by tomorrow. Understand that being expelled is already mercy for you. Amiru ordered Tunga to leave the territory by the next day. The reason was clear. He had exposed that he was not a mermaid and had started a fight. As for you two, if you continue making trouble, you will also receive fitting punishment. The whale siblings calmly nodded at Amiru's judgment. After making her decision, Amiru softened her voice and told him to rest. But when she looked back at Tunga, her eyes instantly turned icy. You really are the kind of person who repays kindness with resentment. He spoke gently to Amiru. That is exactly right. He has to be expelled. Expel Tunga. That was the suggestion he had given Amiru. After speaking, he turned to look at Tunga. The man had been standing there in a daze this entire time. No, his expression was more complicated than that. Aside from physical strength, ancient power was the only kind of power recognized by the tribe that looked down on magic. To them, it was a blessing. That was because ancient power was an innate strength passed down from those who came before. The whale person slowly approached, calling out through the darkness of the night. Juzi spoke up cautiously, asking whether they could truly come along with them. Ki replied in a tone so calm it almost sounded careless. Do you two have anywhere else to go? It is only for one night, so I can still manage it without much trouble. After saying that, he stepped straight onto the carriage. In any case, Sunji would eventually have to return. He had to return to the kingdom of Oiper. The young man hesitated for a moment, unsure whether he should contact that crown prince. If he said he was going to Gu Yibo, how would that man react? Especially when he was also bringing back a beehive packed full of precious honey. As a fellow member of the same kind, he could almost guess the answer in advance. That crown prince would definitely be so happy he would lose his mind. When he returned, he immediately had to face a whole crowd waiting for him, from Handi Crocs all the way to the deputy commander. Then there were the 10 wolf tribe children, and both An and Hong were there too. Han hurried forward, his eyes filled with concern. He immediately handed the whale sisters over to Han to host for the time being. After that, the young man turned to face B. Craw. Today, as usual, he was dressed so perfectly that it was almost annoying. But when he saw the young man looking battered and covered in stone dust, his eyes instantly darkened. He turned to Mesh, the child leading the wolf kids, and ordered coldly, "Bring water." "Yes." Mesh answered calmly, then quickly walked over to the young man. "Young master, were you caught up in those people's battle and nearly seriously injured?" Only after he answered that he was fine did the tense atmosphere finally ease. Only did Mesh let out a quiet sigh of relief. The moment he glanced at B. Croft, he met a stare that seemed ready to burn every speck of dirt off his body. The man practically forced him to bathe at once, driven by a will so fierce it would not allow that grimy appearance to exist for even one more second. He silently nodded and was about to head toward the bathroom, but several people stopped him. They were Pasadon and Witra. Witra expressed a desire to meet Kale after his health had become more stable. It seemed they wanted to hide their royal identities in front of everyone else. He arranged to meet them the next day, then turned around and prepared to rest. Before leaving, the young man especially emphasized that he needed sleep, so absolutely no one was allowed to disturb him. As soon as he entered his private room, Black Currant began muttering spells beside his ear. "I can still hear you coughing. Are you really capable of acting tonight? Shouldn't you be resting? Why are you so weak that I keep worrying about you like this? You really make me feel restless, human." All he could do was sigh. The person who should truly feel restless here was supposed to be him. It was all because Black Currant stubbornly refused to trust him. That night, he and Black Currant quietly went out according to the plan. They landed on a small island located not far from the central island. He had to maintain several whirlpools for another year, even though they would have vanished after one more week. This absolutely had to be done today because the territory's mages would arrive tomorrow. Once that happened, moving around freely would become much more difficult. This time he had to handle both the fortunate pool he had discovered and the remaining whirlpools in one sweep. Right at that moment, Black Current suddenly spoke in a frantic voice. That thing, did it really swim all the way here? He froze at the sight that appeared before his eyes. Beneath the surface of the sea, Donka was crossing the whirlpools, swimming madly straight toward him. He was so bewildered that he nearly collapsed on the spot. Why had that lunatic shown up here of all places? The moment he reached the shore, Zenji shouted in wild excitement, because every one of Q's guesses had hit the mark, just as expected. I knew things would turn out this way. You are no ordinary man either. There is clearly the scent of the strong on you. Are you a mage? How did you fly into the sky? Tanka's eyes flashed the moment the word mage came out. If he was a mage, Tanka would fight him. If he was weak, Tanka would kill him. To Tanka, mages were no different from poison in this world. He strode forward and sneered. Because you are a noble mage, you think my words are beneath you. The young man only sighed. He looked straight at Tanka, while one cold question circled in his mind. How should he deal with this uncivilized brute? Should he topple him right here, or make use of him for the plan ahead? He weighed the choice in an instant. Watching Tanka close in as if he was about to charge, he immediately calculated his next move. The moment Tanka opened his mouth, he ignored him and made his decision. Then he struck before either of them could properly react. Tanka was blasted away and sent crashing straight into the sea. Tanka's body was locked tight by the whirlpool. What was going on? He possessed an extremely powerful resistance to magic. Yet against that gust of wind, Tanka could barely regain his balance. The swirling wind merged with the churning water, swallowing him like a living swamp. He swung both hands, raising wide and ferocious whirlwinds. Then he slowly walked toward Tanka. He looked down at Tanka, who was trapped in the water after that surprise attack. No matter how tall a man might be, there would always come a time when he had to look up at someone else. A mage could never possess an ancient power. Tanka felt the wind around his body gradually fade, then raised his head to look at him. Bob is a warrior. You understand what I mean, don't you? The people of the tribes only acknowledged strength that came from the body. To them, humanity's inborn physical power was the true blessing. Ancient powers were also a form of that primal strength. Tanka had heard legends about ancient powers before, but this was the first time he had ever seen one with his own eyes. Only after a long moment did he speak. So you are not a mage? Correct. He answered briefly, firmly, without the slightest hesitation. Tanka asked again. Then how do you know about the anti-mage alliance? The more he looked, the more he felt the nobleman before him was far too unusual. He was a man who did not look like a noble at all, and even when injured, he still tried to protect someone else. He was someone who did not seem bothered by Tanka's crude words, a strange man surrounded by the faint scent of power. Yet his own body did not give off any powerful scent. What was more, the longer Tanka watched, the more special abilities he revealed, and he was also the one who had saved Tanka. This was the first time Tanka had met someone like him, but his next words snapped Tanka fully awake. He did not answer, but asked back, "Are you planning to destroy the magic tower?" "What? Destroy what?" Tanka froze. "How do you know about that?" His face practically screamed those words. Destroy the magic tower. That had always been one step in the Anti-Mage Alliance's plan. He continued, "If you are going to destroy the magic tower, do not overdo it." Tanka unconsciously blurted out what he was thinking. "You lunatic. What the hell are you babbling about?" He did not bother paying attention. He reminded him that if he destroyed the magic tower, he might as well drive out every mage inside. If Tanka could do that, he would buy that magic tower afterward. After winning the Civil War, the Whipper Kingdom once flourished, but it quickly lost its momentum. Instinct crushed magic, the thing regarded as reason, and when reason vanished, people were left only with their beastly nature. He intended to seize the core of reason that those beasts had dropped. Tanka curled his lips, looked down at himself, then raised his head. "You really are insane." He did not deny it, only pointed at him and replied, "Then those of you who want to overturn everything are lunatics too, aren't you?" Tanka burst into laughter, and his booming voice rang through the entire space. He laughed for a long time, then shook his head and answered him. "No, we are not. We are not insane at all." He had already expected Tanka to answer that way. Tanka believed the Anti-Mage Alliance was justice, and in the end, he would prove that belief through results. Tanka studied him closely as he calmly said that he was not insane. After a long while, Tanka looked up at him and spoke with a reckless tone. "If you want to buy it, go there and buy it yourself." He did not say the magic tower could not be destroyed, nor did he say there was no such plan. Tanka did not deny it at all. He answered immediately, "Even if you had not said that, I was already planning to do it." Tanka still wondered how he knew he belonged to the Anti-Mage Alliance. He let out an exasperated sigh, then explained it to this simple-minded musclehead. "You are a tribesman from the Whipper Kingdom. Right now that place is on the brink of conflict between alliances. You asked whether I was a mage, while looking at me like you wanted to kill me. Are those signs still not enough to make someone think of the Anti-Mage Alliance? That does make sense. Faced with Tanka's reaction, he immediately turned his face away. After they finally managed to get back onto shore, Tanka was curious about what he planned to do next. In the silence of a night this deep, he should have left. But Tanka kept trailing after him. No matter how he tried to drive him away, he refused to leave, so he ignored him and kept moving forward. He continued doing what had to be done. He raised the silver light shield. Wings appeared right after that, then beat powerfully through the wind. Just then, the black current rang inside his head, praising Ki for being frighteningly perceptive. His body lifted slightly, and at that exact moment, the black current activated flight magic. The young man immediately decided he had to deal with the whirlpools first. Bob called Tulka by that fake name. Did everyone still seriously believe his real name was Bob? You understand that what happened today must be kept secret, right? Of course. I like interesting things that only I know. That crook's smirk made Sunji look no different from a madman. Was it because the darkness made everything look more distorted? His body, his tangled hair, and his smile blended together, turning Tunka into a terrifying silhouette. He flew up and said he would handle the boat and the driver. You know, you have to return to your homeland right away, don't you? Oh, thank you. Sunji froze for a moment, then answered with refreshing ease. Seeing that, the young man waved a hand, left behind a brief farewell, and shot into the sky. Win this, if it is you people, you can definitely do it, and that would benefit him too. He changed direction and flew toward another island where the whirlpools were roaring. From behind him came Tunka's booming laughter. Did that guy always laugh like that? The young man headed for another island. Once the Anti-Mage Alliance won, everything would move into a whole new game. In the civil war that was about to come, the first thing they would need was money. So they would sell the magic tower, then wipe away every remaining trace of the mages. There was no reason for them to hesitate before such a fat chance to make money. More than that, who knew? Within that collapsed tower, there might be a treasure buried there, one tempting enough to drive them mad with greed. Sunji stared at him for a long time. Then he returned to his lodging, because those whirlpools no longer interested him. But that was something the young man knew absolutely nothing about. As promised, he prepared a boat and a driver to send Tunka back to Gipur. Sunji told him to come to Gipur 2 months later, because by then the world would begin to change. He saw the madness in the man's eyes, then told himself he absolutely would not set foot there in the next 2 months. Unless he wanted to invite disaster onto his own head. Hurry up and go. He immediately dodged away from Satunka as if avoiding a dungeon monster. Seeing that, Sunji paused slightly and asked, "Are you really that weak?" "Yeah," he answered shortly, coldly and sharply. That reply was like his blade, leaving Sunji with no choice but to stare into empty space in thought, his face openly showing his confusion. Even so, he immediately stepped onto the boat right after that. 2 months from now, you have to come. He saw Sunji off in a half-hearted way. Then he turned his back on the boat. Right then, Tunka stood close to the side of the vessel. He waved his hand while shouting at the top of his lungs, "My name is Tunga. You had better remember it clearly. Make sure you carve my name into your head." He leaned into the wind, looking no different from a character who had stepped out of a girl's romance comic. Even so, the young man still felt relieved when he thought about what would happen 2 months later. By then, he would have a sturdy castle and enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his life. He returned to his lodging to meet Witira and Paston. Just as they had arranged, they had come to greet him and thank him for saving Paston's life. Witira also apologized for soaking him to the bone yesterday. Witira studied his complexion, then carefully asked if his body was all right. "Yeah, it is still normal." Thanks to the vitality from his heart, his condition was always far beyond normal. As long as he slept for an hour or two, all his fatigue disappeared. He told Witira this as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Witira suddenly fell silent, and so did Paston beside her. "You two can stop thanking me now. If I hear any more, your gratitude will lose all value. The apologies too." "Yes, thank you." He looked emotionlessly at Witira, who was showing him respect while quietly sizing her up. The bloodline of the Whale King. Unlike ordinary beastfolk chieftains, the Whale King was the ruler of half the ocean. With that status, the Whale King was no different from the monarch of a regional kingdom. So why was she hiding her identity when she had already revealed herself as a whale person? Still, he did not reveal the suspicion that had formed last night. The young man only tried to stay calm, avoiding any sign that he knew far too much about the whale tribe. "More thanks. I told you to stop." He said this to the picture-perfect siblings seated across from him. After bringing Sonke back, Kale only wanted to meet Lord Yuba as quickly as possible, then return to Henatus right away. Even if there was still business to handle in the Henatus territory, shouldn't he rest before heading to the Gripper Kingdom? Just then, Witira began cutting straight to the main point. She already knew exactly who this young man was. He was a member of the Henatus family. That was why she wanted to ask for his help getting inside, so that she and her younger brother could set foot in the Forest of Darkness. The reason traced back to their sworn enemies. The merfolk were growing stronger by the day. Paston was being hunted because he had tried to investigate why they had suddenly become so powerful. The Forest of Darkness, one of the Western continent's 5 forbidden zones, was the place where Choi Han had lived for decades. That region was enormous, nearly as large as 2 or 3 territories combined. The Rogel kingdom had tried every possible method to seize it, but every attempt ended in failure, because this was a land that no force could ever truly rule. For that very reason, the Hennetus family had guarded this place on the kingdom's behalf for generations. Since the Forest of Darkness lay within the Hennetus territory, the whale siblings had no choice but to come to him for help. Of course, they were willing to pay a proper price. The great whale and the young whale both looked at him with pleading eyes. On and Hong tapped his knee with their front paws. The 2 little ones clearly wanted to go with the whale tribe as well. First, you need to explain this whole situation clearly. He had to understand everything before deciding whether to help or not. Witira explained that the whale tribe and the merfolk had split into 2 forces, one in the south and one in the north. Each side occupied one end of the continent, clashing constantly in battles both large and small. It was a war between the merfolk, who wanted to build their own kingdom, and the whale tribe. They were the ones determined to stop the merfolk's ambitions. But around 6 months ago, the entire merfolk race began acting in an extremely abnormal way. They crossed the underwater boundary both sides had once acknowledged, then started provoking them again and again. I investigated and discovered the real reason behind it. Their goal is to seize the entire sea connecting the eastern continent and the western continent. What? He blurted out in shock. If it was the sea connecting the 2 continents, then wasn't that a vital maritime route? Didn't this also involve humans? Between the eastern continent and the western continent, there was a sea infamous for being dangerously difficult to cross. A few sea routes had been opened up and put into use by humans. However, those routes were still distant, dangerous, and filled with risk. Because of that, trade between the 2 continents had never truly developed even now. More importantly, there was an unspoken agreement about sea routes between the creatures on land and the creatures under the sea. Kale understood an unspoken pact. Sea creatures did not interfere with maritime routes, and in return, land dwellers did not meddle in the secrets buried deep below. That was why Choi Han had run into countless barriers whenever the sea was involved. Yet now the merfolk had crossed that line, and even dreamed of seizing every sea route. It seemed this young man had just learned one more troublesome thing he absolutely did not need. Witira spoke up at once. At first, we thought the new merfolk king only wanted to get a step ahead and build a new kingdom. But the information Poseidon found points in a different direction. He immediately stopped Witira from continuing. His instincts warned him that if he heard more, a massive disaster would come crashing down on his head. Right now, he only wanted to know why they were targeting the Forest of Darkness. He saw Witira curve her lips into a faint, discreet smile. For some reason, that beautiful whale woman's smile sent a chill crawling down the young man's spine. Witira said that about 1 or 2 months ago, the merfolk had suddenly grown abnormally stronger. Poseidon had traced the ingredient behind that strange power-up, and that ingredient had appeared in the Forest of Darkness. Hearing that, he kept his face calm on the outside, but inside, chaos erupted. How could something that strengthened sea creatures be hidden deep inside the Forest of Darkness? More importantly, how had those merfolk managed to set foot there? Poseidon had once insisted that he heard the merfolk mention the swamp inside the Forest of Darkness with his own ears. That was also the reason he had been hunted down so relentlessly. So they wanted to enter that swamp area and set up an ambush. Their goal was to personally confirm what that mysterious ingredient actually was. The Forest of Darkness, Harris Village, Choi Han's hometown. He suddenly thought of the 10 wolf children standing outside the door. Then his gaze drifted toward the corner of the room, where An and Hong were deliberately standing some distance apart. In that empty space between them, the black dragon was definitely hiding while invisible. He had originally planned to build an estate for the kids near Harris Village, but now everything had been pushed in a far more complicated direction. Well, he would deal with it when he got there. Before calculating what benefits he could gain, he needed to clarify one important point. Humans could not casually interfere in the affairs of the sea. Witira immediately replied that, of course, she understood that agreement very well. We will handle everything in secret and avoid violence. To reach the Forest of Darkness, the merfolk also need help from creatures on land. They were the ones who started this from the beginning. We promise not to let the young master suffer any harm. He answered at once, but the risks involved in this matter were still far too great. You understand that too, don't you? First, he had to remind them of the level of danger they needed to consider. And now, what he needed to know was the price they were willing to pay for this operation. In truth, he had already guessed what Witira would offer in exchange. It was the condition the Whale King had once offered Choi Han, and the central point was the sea route. Among the sea routes the merfolk were trying to seize, there was one they treated as an absolute top priority. It was a stretch of ocean that humans had never explored, the safest maritime route of all. Even though he already knew the answer, he still asked, "Where is that place?" Witira had no idea he knew this, and she proudly answered that it was the northern sea of the western continent. "It is the territory of our whale tribe." He asked in return, "Isn't that the place guarded by the strongest creatures in the sea? Wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? But for you, that place is safe. You will receive the right to use that route." Looking at the proud young woman in front of him, he spoke bluntly, "But I don't need that. If I listen carefully to your words, you are not giving me full authority over it. You are only giving me the right to use it, correct? Of course, if they could make use of that maritime route, the Hennetu's family would rise quickly and become far wealthier and more powerful. But for someone like him, who only wanted to live a peaceful, easy life, it was not especially necessary. So he added another condition. When necessary, they had to lend him their strength twice, especially when the northern knights marched down into the warm, fertile lands. When that time came, as long as this northeast region remained safe, he would be able to shift the situation in the waters of the Navy's Ubar territory. Why did he need to get involved that deeply? He needed a backup strategy, because the storyline had already veered too far off course. Witira looked troubled. The whale tribe loved peace, so interfering in human affairs would not look good. He let out a cold laugh. You want me to shoulder the risk, but when it's your turn, you cannot do the same. The Forest of Darkness is a dangerous anomaly. No matter how strong you are, that place is not safe, especially for people like you who know nothing about land. I will help you. After all, he had been planning to go to Harris Village anyway. The Forest of Darkness was where Choi Han had lived for decades, and yet even he had never uncovered every secret buried deep inside those woods. What he knew was only one small piece of the puzzle. The one who understood the night forest better than him right now was actually Q. He curled his lips and spoke with confidence. Looks like I know the swamp you people are searching for. You only need to lend me your strength exactly twice. In exchange, I will lead you straight to the place where that swamp is. The whale tribe wants to live peacefully while standing as the strongest, correct? He noticed that Witira's posture had changed. She had moved from pleading to negotiating. The young master was right. The whale tribe protected peace because they were strong enough to do it. Did the whale tribe not once shake the entire ocean, then clash with the merfolk when they rose up? I, Witira, heir to the whale chief, accept your condition. Even though he already knew Witira's true identity, he still put on a perfectly convincing look of shock. You are the successor? Then that makes this even better. Can we seal the deal right here? Do I need to use honorifics with you now? Witira smiled back in a friendly way. There is no need. I still need to hide my identity. After that, the two shook hands, officially bringing a smooth deal to a close. Madame Satan sat there watching the pair in front of her, already spinning thousands of romance novel scenarios in her head, then quietly grinning with delight. Could it be that spring had finally arrived for his older sister? After the whale siblings left, he leaned back on the sofa, stared into empty space, and called out softly, "Hey!" The black dragon appeared and answered in a curt voice, "Do not call me Hey. Then what should I call you?" He watched the black dragon land on the chair across from him and wrinkle its nose. That is something you humans should figure out yourselves. Should you not call me by my name first, instead of always calling me human? The black dragon snorted, turned its face away, and deliberately avoided answering. He looked at it in confusion, but still focused on the main issue. Do you not want a home of your own? This thought had been in his mind for a long time, ever since he decided to take the black dragon with him. A being called the King of Nature should have a dwelling worthy of that title, should it not? The black dragon lightly flapped its wings. Generally speaking, dragons were extremely independent creatures. Of course, this little one was a bit different, but the core idea was still right. He calmly nodded when the dragon asked him back, "Are you kicking me out?" "No. To be more precise, it will be an estate." The black dragon asked in surprise. "An estate? So you, On Hong, and the wolf tribe kids can come play there once in a while, and then do a few fun things together there?" Of course, he called it playing, but there was a high chance it would turn into a bloody monster hunt in the middle of the night forest. The black dragon stopped flapping its wings and settled comfortably onto the sofa. "I get to choose the land." In return, a satisfied smile appeared on its mouth. "You will get to give me a name. The deadline is 1 month. He turned his head when he heard giggling nearby. On and Hong immediately stopped laughing, pretended they knew nothing, and asked when they could go home. Even though they loved fish, they absolutely hated the sea. Because of that, the Ubar territory was not a place where they could feel comfortable at all. He leaned back against the sofa and answered calmly, "Soon." 2 days later, Lady Amiru and the Ubar family personally came to see him off. He stepped into the carriage, and the wheels began to roll away from the territory. He lifted the window curtain and spoke, "You can turn off the device now." The moment he finished speaking, the magical invisibility device was immediately deactivated. The whale siblings revealed themselves, and the black dragon appeared as well. In that instant, all 3 people inside the carriage froze. Rosalind meanwhile widened her eyes in astonishment. The black dragon rested its head on his lap and stared coldly at the whale siblings, who were still standing there in a daze. "What are you staring at?" "Ah, so it was you. You were the one who activated mana back then." The black dragon and Witira stared straight at each other. Both silently measured the other's power, as if waiting for a chance to test it in real combat. Right then he placed his hand on the young dragon's head. "Stay still." His voice was very soft, and the black dragon immediately obediently stopped. It closed its eyes, then quickly sank into sleep. The space inside the carriage instantly fell silent. A few days later, he finally returned to the motherland. No, to his hometown, Black City in the Hennetus family's territory. The noble young master Silverlight has returned. Young master, please come inside. Everywhere he went, someone called him by that dazzling nickname. It was the name the citizens of the capital had given him after the rescue incident in the plaza. Just like last time, the gloomier he became upon hearing that nickname, the happier the vice captain looked. Click. He slammed the window shut right in front of the vice captain's face. Even though the whale siblings were looking at him with extremely strange expressions, Ku still had his arms crossed, eyes shut, silent as if he were blocking out every sound around him. Just then, the black dragon crept forward, lifted one front paw, and gently tapped his thigh. The young man cracked one eye open and looked down. Under that gaze, the black dragon spoke with rare hesitation. "Are we home?" He answered in an icy tone. "Yes, we are home." At last, the long journey was over. They had returned to the mansion. Count de Ruth, his father, had personally come out to meet him. Beside him, the countess was also there to welcome him back. The count swept his eyes over his son from left to right. Then he inspected him east to west, top to bottom, not missing a single detail. Only after confirming that his precious son was completely unharmed did he let out a relieved breath. The countess stood beside him, her voice lowering as she spoke. "I heard the terrorists still have not been caught." He nodded. "Yes, that is true." At that answer, Valen immediately turned to her husband, Count de Ruth. The two silently exchanged glances. The sight irritated him, but the young man quietly pretended not to notice. That look was clearly hiding something. Count de Ruth smiled gently and said, "We can discuss what happened in the capital and your abilities later. For now, you should rest first." Thanks to that permission, he could finally return to his room. But before he could leave, two people stopped him. They were Basin and Lily. The young man turned to Deputy Butler Hans and gave a small hand signal. Hans immediately stepped forward. He received 2 items from Hans, then handed them to Basin and Lily in turn. This one is a fountain pen, and this one is a sword. He still clearly remembered the things his 2 younger siblings had wanted to buy. The moment they received their gifts, Basin and Lily's faces lit up. Big brother must have been incredibly busy, yet he still remembered. He replied in a calm voice, "Even when I am busy, I have to keep my promises." Basin stared at him, gripping the fountain pen box tightly, then spoke as if making a vow. "I will study hard and do everything I can to manage and develop the territory." Those words satisfied him. The boy would have to become the Lord one day, so it was good that he was working hard. That mindset was truly commendable. Seeing his satisfied smile, Basin hesitated a little before continuing. "I will not do anything that makes Big Brother worry." "What do you mean?" "I just mean that is how it will be." After saying that, Basin immediately fell silent. He looked at the child with suspicion, because the boy had spoken only to dodge the most important part. But then the young man turned his head and looked at Lily Hennetus. The 7-year-old girl's face was now filled with determination. She swore she would become strong enough to protect the family territory while leading the Night Brigade. She wanted to shield everyone. Basin would shoulder the administrative work, and Lily would take charge of military strength. With these 2 children, the territory would surely be guided well. In that case, the path toward his lazy, comfortable life had opened even wider. He patted the girl's head and encouraged her softly. "You will definitely become an outstanding knight." Lily's joy showed all over her face, and her eyes shone even brighter with the dream she was chasing. After he finished talking with the 2 future sprouts of the territory, he was finally able to return to his own room. 2 round, plump cats were rolling around on the bed, looking extremely pleased with themselves. However, those cats did not enter his field of vision at all. He frowned at the person waiting in front of the door. "Are you planning to serve me, Head Chef Beecrox?" Was he planning to abandon the kitchen and take over John's work? Beecrox noticed that questioning look and held out an envelope. "This is a letter from my father." He said it is a report. He looked at the neat envelope, which had not been opened. When John left, he had sent letters through Hans, while the report seemed to have been delivered by his son. He accepted the letter from Beecrox, while saying he would send me and several Wolf Tribe children to handle odd jobs in the kitchen and help serve meals. After hearing that, Beecrox seemed to die inside for a few beats. A few seconds later, he finally answered, "Yes." Then he quietly left. He leisurely opened the letter to read it. "I am still alive. Young master, you are still alive too, right?" The report contained only that single line. What kind of savage report was this? Even so, he was certain it was John's report, partly because of the handwriting, and partly because of the secret mark the 2 of them had agreed on beforehand. "I love this house. I love it a lot. I love it so much." The black dragon excitedly jumped onto the bed where An and Hong were lying. He laughed as he watched the children happily causing chaos in front of him. After that, the young man quietly prepared to set off for another place. He left the room and immediately headed straight for the castle. His goal was to meet the mage in charge of communication magic. It was the territory's specialized image transmission spell. Normally, communication magic was handled by mages ranging from apprentice level to mid-level. "Can you connect the image feed right away?" "Yes, my lord." "Where would you like to contact?" As Mage Lich Village prepared the device. He discreetly studied him. Lately, the whole territory had been buzzing with rumors about this young master, Henny Twos. So when this young man walked in and demanded an immediate connection, the mage could not help feeling curious. Unaware of that probing gaze, he answered calmly. The Royal Palace. Connect me to the Royal Palace. The Royal Palace. To make contact, he would have to tell the mage exactly whom he wished to reach. Please send a communication request to His Highness, the Crown Prince. The mage froze for a moment, then quickly recovered his professional composure. After all, the number of people who wanted to contact the Royal Palace each day was beyond imagination. Because of that, whether someone got an image call or could only leave a recording depended entirely on luck. And this time his luck landed squarely on the recording option. So the mage prepared the equipment for him to send a voice message. After that, the older man tactfully left the room, letting him remain there alone. Of course, speaking directly would have been best. But for him, leaving a message was not a problem either. This message concerned his plan to use the golden coin the Crown Prince had once given him. It was a coin that could buy absolutely anything, no matter how outrageously expensive that item might be. And the thing he wanted to buy was the magic tower of the Gu Yibo Kingdom. After stating his request, he also reminded the Crown Prince that for the next week, His Highness would not need to contact him back, because he would be busy going somewhere else. Once the recording was finished, he cheerfully called the mage back in. After asking him to send the message, he left at once. Most likely, the Crown Prince would hear that message by tomorrow, and His Highness would be forced to wait a full week until he returned. It was a little pitiful, but whatever. The mission to contact the Crown Prince could be considered complete. He went to ask Count Daruth for permission to travel to Harith Village, which made the Count sink into thought. After hearing about the tragedy there and sending troops to investigate, the Count had personally gone to the village to inspect it. What lay before him was nothing but a ruined wasteland. Not a single trace of the criminals had been found. To investigate further, he had also asked intelligence organizations in nearby territories to cooperate and provide support. From the battle traces left in the burned-out village, one could infer that everything was connected to the power of someone named Choi Han. His son had once stayed beside that boy, so there was no way he would know nothing about that terrifying power. Are you worried about that boy named Choi Han? Hearing his father say that, he immediately borrowed that excuse to cover up his actions this time, even though his true purpose involved much more. He needed to tame the violent, feral nature of the wolf children. He needed to let the black current grow, while also resolving the battle involving the whale tribe. He could not say he was about to enter the dark forest, so he looked at the worried Count Daruth and chose his words carefully. The investigation team has finished checking the place, but I still want to see it with my own eyes. Besides, it is not winter right now, so we do not need to worry too much about monsters, right? True enough, midnight monsters rarely appeared. Between Harith Village and the Wildwood stood a massive stone wall built to block monsters, and there had not been a single breach in 150 years. People said entering the Wildwood meant death, but monsters flooding out was extremely rare. The Count nodded as if he understood something, then spoke to him. You still have to worry about the person you took in, don't you? He slowly shook his head. His father had somehow misunderstood in an unbelievable way. Choi Han is not a subordinate I took in. He had never done anything like that. Count Daruth laughed, then nodded at him. All right, I understand. You are grown now. At 18, I am naturally an adult, yes. That is true. You may go. He bowed to Count Daruth, then turned toward the office door. Just then, his father's voice sounded from behind him. You know the golden turtle, don't you? From the very beginning, it was never a symbol of wealth. We are a martial family, a house born to protect. No matter how hard our shells may be, no matter how the world sees us, our core mission remains protection. But the most important thing is still protecting ourselves. That is why our family's symbol is the turtle. Always put yourself first. Kale listened to him, then saw him smile gently as he slowly added one more thing. The strength you have gained is truly impressive. He smiled just like Daruth, half joking and half serious as he replied. That's right, isn't it? Powerful, incredibly cool looking, and always putting his own safety first. Good, that is how it should be. He quietly watched Count Daruth, while Daruth only nodded and lowered his gaze back to the documents. After that, the young man left the study. As he walked, he thought back on what Daruth had just said. The black dragon was still invisible. It lay on his shoulder and asked curiously, "Are you and that person family?" He smiled faintly, his voice filled with happiness and touched with pride. Yeah. The next day, the young man set out for Harris Village. To be precise, his destination was the Night Forest. His first impression upon seeing Harris Village could be summed up in a single word: pitch black. Choi Han had been away from this place for more than 2 months. The village stood right before the enormous stone wall, the boundary that divided the Night Forest. Harris Village was now completely burned black. The houses that once stood here had been reduced to charred wooden frames. Everything had become a brutal trace of ruin. He looked ahead as the vice captain's heavy voice rang beside his ear. Everything has been burned to the ground. He glanced at him. Where did you say the graves were again? Ah, yes, I will go check right away. It was rare to see Vice Captain Huseman this subdued, but faced with this scene, there was no other way for him to react. It was only natural, since an entire village had been swallowed by fire to this extent. That fire must have been fierce. Watira said this as she walked closer to him. Can you sense things like that too? I may not look it, but I am still of the sea race, Watira answered with a smile. By now, she had changed her appearance, her blue hair and eyes turning brown, and her face had grown so plain it was hard to remember, though her voice remained as clear as ever. He walked over toward the children sitting on the carriage. Maze, the oldest among the wolf tribe children, sat there rigidly. Maze seemed to turn to stone as he stared at the village before him. He could guess the reason. The children were remembering their own village. Do you know why I brought you here? Maze could not answer that question. The boy still had not heard why he and his younger siblings had been brought here. The number of accompanying soldiers had been reduced as much as possible. There was no deputy butler Hans, no Beacrox, and yet Maze and the others had been brought along. Maze looked at him, his heart full of doubt. Young master, did Brother Locke not tell us to serve you? He crossed his arms and spoke in a relaxed tone. I am about to receive a great deal of money from the magic tower and from the queen of the great jungle. Those two matters alone will be enough to create an enormous sum. I am leaving the sea route to the territory, so I plan to use part of that money to rebuild this village. The words this village struck directly into the children's ears. And I also plan to build an estate, a place where you kids, and the others can come to spend time. I heard the night forest is extremely dangerous. Young master, are you truly serious? He answered Maze with a question of his own, his gaze slowly sweeping over the surroundings. On and Hong had gotten off the carriage, while the black dragon was flying somewhere up in the air. The whale tribe was also moving closer to the well covered in ash. No matter how strong the monsters are, could they really be stronger than you once you grow up? I promised I would take good care of you. If so, then you need a space where you can live like true wolves. I will create that place for you. Until Locke comes back, grow up strong. Maze fell silent, his face overflowing with emotion he could not hide. He looked at Maze and the children, then frowned slightly as he waited for an answer. Yes, yes. The children's uncertain reply made him grimace. He showed his dissatisfaction, then turned and walked away. Maze watched his back as he headed toward the stone wall, then slowly turned his head. His younger siblings were all looking at Maze. The boy spoke, let us grow stronger together. After saying that, Maze looked around the village. Could this pitch-black place one day become as warm as the wolf tribe village in his memories? Even though the others did not answer, the boy could clearly feel that their gazes and the voices in their hearts were exactly the same as his. Because Maze's younger siblings were wolves just like Maze, while he had no idea about the resolve that had just begun to burn in the hearts of the wolf tribe children. The knocking rang against the rock wall in a way that sounded almost unbelievable, and Key slowly stepped closer as well. Standing right beside the wall that produced that sound, she revealed clear curiosity toward its bizarre structure. It had to be incredibly sturdy. Watira smiled brightly, then gently placed the tip of her index finger against the stone surface. Yet in that very instant, her finger pierced straight into the wall. A hole appeared at once, leaving Watira with only a harmless, awkward smile. As expected, her race possessed terrifying strength. The young man turned his face away, pretending he had seen nothing. Those two long-haired sisters still were not used to controlling their strength on land. The young man immediately changed the subject. What did it resemble again? Uisha asked back, as if the other side of the wall also had a very unusual shape. Then she let out a soft sound of surprise. He shrugged, turned his back to the rock wall, and continued. The night forest is similar, but the things that exist inside it are completely different. For reasons unknown, countless mutated plants and monsters have appeared within the night forest. The monsters are easier to identify, because their appearances are entirely different from ordinary ones. But the plants are far more dangerous. They look almost normal, yet they contain deadly toxins or poisonous gases. More importantly, the monsters in the night forest resemble species that usually appear on the eastern continent. Because of that, the night forest became a rare anomaly on the western continent that still preserves traces of the eastern continent. The young man nodded to Vice Captain Huseman when he saw the man asking himself that question. I called you here so Watira could help me keep an eye on the children. Yes, sir. There are quite a few children from the beastfolk tribes here. Watira replied with obvious interest. He sighed, his face clearly showing his annoyance. After that, he paid Watira no more attention and followed Huseman. Huseman led the young man to a place where a large crowd had gathered. Before their eyes stood rows of graves that had only recently been raised. This was the place where Choi Han had once buried the villagers of Harris. From time to time, he thought about it. In the story, the deaths of the Harris villagers had appeared in an extremely brief way. They were mentioned only through a few cold lines of text. Those lines had been written for one purpose alone. That was to make the main character awaken. But was the truth really that simple? Lately, he had begun to feel that things were not like that at all. The more the young man thought about it, the more he believed there was something else behind it. The reason was clear. The night forest, the mermaids, and the massacre of Harris Village. Those three factors had led him to a suspicious theory. But Kale would pass this matter on to Choi Han through Locke once he returned. or Kale would tell him directly if Choi Han came with Locke. The issue of Harris Village was not within Kale's responsibility. It was something Choi Han had to face. Instead, he did what needed to be done as a member of the Hennetus family. He told the vice captain that these graves would need to be properly repaired in the future. Leaving them like this is far too crude, isn't it? Yes, sir, Huseman answered in a firm voice. He patted the man's shoulder while lowering his voice to a whisper. You understand, don't you? A series of emotions passed across the vice captain's face. He suddenly recalled what had happened a few days earlier. At a campsite during their journey, he had secretly called Huseman into his tent in the middle of the night. Back then, he said he would enter the night forest. What? My lord, still recovering from your injuries. Why would you go to such a dangerous place? The ones who caused the tragedy of Harris Village are not in there, sir. You do not need to take that risk for Choi Han. Just as Huseman had yet to finish speaking, a small black dragon suddenly appeared. At the time, he did not even know how badly he had panicked, but the shock did not stop there. The cats even called out to him. Immediately after that, they transformed into human form in the blink of an eye. They were members of the cat tribe, and when he saw that girl and that young man, for the first time in his life, Huseman got goosebumps from sheer astonishment. Do not worry. He still wore his usual relaxed smile, standing among beings that could make others shudder. For Huseman, that shock ended up pointing in a good direction. 2 days were enough for him to make up his mind. In the past, his ultimate goal had only been to become captain. That was all he had ever been able to imagine. But Huseman was someone who understood how the world worked. Yes, I understand, young master. Good, I trust you. Those words made Huseman clench his fists tightly. He had once thought becoming the captain of the Hennetus Night Brigade would be enough. But over the past 2 days, that thought had changed. Huseman looked at him and stated his resolve. Young master, I will become stronger. Kale answered coldly, his voice so flat it sounded like he was saying they should just leave things as they were and get it done. He felt much more relieved, thinking Huseman would handle the mess in Harris Village on his own. Early the next morning, while dawn still lay in silence, only a few soldiers had begun their patrols. The area near where the young man stood was completely empty of guards, because Huseman had quietly changed the patrol route. Standing before the enormous stone wall, he lightly touched his magic pouch and spoke softly to everyone. There are 2 swamps in the dark forest. One is the territory of monsters, and the other is a place where even living creatures cannot survive. He turned to Paston and asked, Paston, you once said the mermaid's poison seemed stronger than before, right? If so, where do you think we should search? Paston answered tensely, probably the swamp where nothing can stay alive. He also thought there was a high chance it was that swamp, so the group would head there first. If his guess was wrong, he would change course toward the swamp crawling with monsters. Following that route would save time and make things much more convenient. Just then, Witira, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked at him with worry. She hesitated, then spoke. Is that not too dangerous for the children? An and Hong were clinging to him. Young master, you said yourself that the dark forest is extremely dangerous. Besides, a swamp where no creature can live means it is either full of toxins or an extremely deadly zone. As she spoke, Witira suddenly sensed something strange. The 2 cat tribe children, especially that silver-furred cat, wagged her tail excitedly. Dangerous places are our specialty. Besides, we will not get hurt. The cat tribe's scouting ability is just as useful as our caution. Faced with On's unexpected reaction, Witira immediately looked over at him. She saw the corner of his mouth lift slightly, while the red-furred cat Hong was grinning too. Both of them had the mischievous look of naughty children. Ong said eagerly, I am going today so I can get stronger. It is fine. It is time to strengthen my poison bones. For children who craved power and a person always chasing peace and safety, this was a rare chance. If everything went smoothly, they might create poison bones at a level that could even poison the whale tribe. Whittier and Paston still looked at him with deep suspicion, but he did not really care, because very soon they would see An and Hong's true abilities with their own eyes. The black dragon shot up the stone wall like an arrow in the dark. His body also left the ground, flying right after it. Of course, An and Hong were still tucked securely in his arms. Paston gave a small nod when he heard Whittier call his name. The siblings relaxed their legs, preparing to burst forward. Right after that, they launched themselves up the stone wall at an astonishing speed. Water appeared beneath each step they took. That flowing water turned into a foothold, pushing them higher into the air. In the blink of an eye, the whole group was standing on top of the stone wall. The majestic scenery of the dark forest immediately spread out before their eyes. This was the second largest region among the 5 forbidden anomalies of the western continent. The gigantic forest began at the northeastern tip of the Roan Kingdom, curved into an oval, and stretched to the eastern coast, nearly as wide as 2 or 3 average territories. That was exactly why the Roan Kingdom had always longed to control this land. But from the beginning until now, no one had ever truly ruled it. Perhaps only if the Black Dragon or Choi Han stepped in would such a thing become possible. The Black Dragon slowly lowered him and the cats to the ground. After that, it removed the disguise magic covering the 2 whale siblings. Whittier smiled, clear relief showing on her face. This feels comfortable. Being disguised really was a little stifling. Thank you, Lord Dragon. At Whittier and Paston's gratitude, the Black Dragon merely gave a light flap of its wings. Then it flew to his side, silently realizing that the man in this place was unusually dark. On top of that, there was a very familiar scent, but it could not remember what it was. Even so, it was not the scent of danger. It simply carried an ancient feeling. Hearing the black dragon say that made him even more suspicious. A dragon's sense of smell was supposed to be extremely sharp, yet it still could not identify that scent. This was truly strange. Just then, Watira stepped forward and asked him about the next plan. How do we get to that swamp? He took out a map. It was a rough sketch he had redrawn based on what appeared in The Birth of a Hero. He explained, the place we need to reach lies between the central boundary and the outer ring, so it is not too dangerous yet. Although I plan to avoid monsters as much as possible, we actually do not need to push ourselves too hard. In this gigantic forest, the outer zone is relatively safe, with very few mutated monsters and dangerous terrain. But once we enter the central zone, the level of danger will spike sharply. It took Choi-Han decades before he could freely cross that death-choked forest. He set out from the northern edge of the forest. Step by step, he pushed through from the central region all the way to the outer ring. He had searched every last corner of the night forest. Decades passed in utter solitude. After that unbearably long stretch of time, he finally set foot on the southern outskirts, where traces of human life could be found. The young man continued, but this map cannot be trusted completely, so we need to observe things with our own eyes before judging the situation. After saying that, he took a bottle of water out of the cabinet. From his magic pouch, he handed Watira the tools and told her to lead the way. Watira accepted the gear, then gave her hand a light flick. A whip about 3 meters long appeared at once. Watira lightly wrapped the whip around her arm, then spoke to the group in a tone that was half joking, half serious. I will take everyone somewhere safe. In truth, he felt very reassured. His trust in the humpback whales was on another level, since their royal bloodline could easily subdue even the ferocious killer whales deep beneath the sea. He smiled and nodded to Watira, then followed her deeper into the night forest. The forest was not loud, yet it was packed with countless chilling sounds. Insects rasped in the undergrowth, birds cried in the distance, and wild beasts moved unseen within the darkness. Far away, a monster roared. Aren't dangerous places usually supposed to be quiet? Paston asked as he used his sword to cut a path through the brush. That only happens when a place has a ruler. But in the night forest, no king exists. There is only one law here, the predator and the one devoured. Look ahead. His indifferent voice rang out, making Paston raise his head at once. He continued following behind his sister, cutting through the bushes to open the path, while the young man kept adding new information to the map. After a while, they passed through the thicket. Ahead of them was the territory of the lesser monsters. Because of that, he reminded everyone to soften their footsteps and avoid making noise at all costs. But the moment he finished speaking, from the nearby bushes, a series of sharp whistles sliced through the air. Watira calmly reached out her hand. A crude poison needle was neatly caught between two of her fingers. He saw Watira turn back, smile at him, and say, I will handle this quietly. Several monsters peeked out from behind the tree trunks. These were not mutant goblins. They were Hondas, a monster species from the eastern continent. Their appearance was quite similar to goblins. They were not as clever, but they were far more vicious and brutal. No wonder I thought they looked strange. Watira nodded, her voice still calm. I will wipe them all out. But he immediately stopped her. No, leave this to me. While Watira was still staring at him in surprise, An and Hong entered her line of sight. The two little ones bristled, warmed up their bodies, and prepared to charge into battle. He gave a confident smile. If this is all there is, we can handle it ourselves. Besides, he also wanted to test a few things. He needed to know his current level, and this was the perfect chance. The black dragon was on his right, Watira was on his left, and Paston was behind him. With a lineup like this, could he not cut loose while staying perfectly safe? He told the whale siblings to fall back, stand behind him and only step in if he needed help. After that, he turned to face the pack of monsters. In that very instant, white mist appeared, surrounding Watira and Paston. The black dragon stood in front of the whale siblings and said, the poison is stronger than I expected. Paston looked at his sister with eyes full of doubt. Watira shook her head, still not fully understanding the situation. She looked ahead, then quietly murmured, not bad. She looked at Hong. At that moment, a red mist was covering the kitten's body, and it seemed Watira finally understood what poison the dragon had been talking about. The hideous monsters let out savage howls, then charged straight at him all at once. Wind swirled around both of his legs and one of his hands. Meanwhile, his entire body was gradually being covered by the mist. He felt the power of the heart of vitality begin to circulate. That energy moved silently through the depths of his body. In a heartbeat, the young man grasped the rhythm of the life force rising inside him. He spoke softly and gave the command. The indestructible shield activated at once. Red mist swirled around the heavy aura surrounding it. Its size expanded until it was nearly twice as large as his body. Then the shield tore through the air and shot straight into the pack of monsters ahead. A sharp explosion rang out, mixed with the sickening sound of flesh being crushed. Something was flattened in an instant, without even time to scream, while violent vortexes erupted right beside it. The whirlwind carried a gruesome red hue, like blood and shattered bone. Two beasts sprayed blood as the tornado hurled them into the air. Poison seeped deep, forcing blood to gush from every opening in their bodies. Lady Seaton froze at the sight, then could not help but marvel. And he still calls that weak? Sure, terribly weak. Hearing the black dragon answer with total certainty, Bei Seaton fell briefly into thought. They were only small monsters, but there were 10 of them. Each was far stronger than a goblin. Another violent impact thundered out. By the time the mist slowly cleared, the battle was already over. Only then did Washington see the situation clearly. They were probably just rookies after all, truly weak, he commented in a cold tone. On, the silver-furred cat stepped out of the fading mist. Sis, is the poison still weak? Hong, the red-furred cat, appeared and flicked his tail. The ground beneath Hong instantly turned pitch black from poison. Hong used his hind legs to cover the poisoned soil with fresh earth, looking strangely calm. But when he looked at the monsters that had died convulsing from poison, the ones still gasping, and the corpses torn apart by whirlwinds and the shield, Bei Seaton hurriedly asked, "Young master, are you hurt?" "Not exactly." Lady Sighting went pale and immediately pressed him. "You are injured?" He pointed to the back of his hand. "Just a small scrape." Bei Seaton instantly fell silent. Ju stepped over and patted his younger brother on the shoulder, then approached him with a half-joking, half-serious tone. "Young master, are you planning to keep dealing with these small monsters?" He wiped the blood from his hand and answered calmly, "Maybe. After all, I am recovering from injuries, so I cannot push myself too hard." Withra laughed at the young man's calm expression, while An and Hong had already run over to the black dragon to hear how it felt after the fight. He turned toward her and every member of the group. "Hurry up. The road ahead is still long." 2 days later, after 749 real battles, An had completely changed. Hong and the black dragon had also grown noticeably stronger with every confrontation. A small fox-like monster was twitching on the ground, its whole body paralyzed by poison. All done. The black dragon happily flew back to report, and he stroked it with satisfaction. As expected, real combat is the fastest path for them to grow. An and Hong had once fled from their tribe and survived by hiding in the darkness. They had never received proper education or real training. The black dragon was the same. Because it had been imprisoned since childhood, it lacked far too much experience. Now all of them were filling that gap through battles in the wild forest. He murmured softly, "Should I join in too?" A safe chance to build experience like this would not be easy to find again. The black dragon and the cats immediately snapped their heads around when they heard him mutter, "No need, weak human. From here on, it is already too much for you. Fighting for 1 day was more than enough. The youngest is right. Last time you only used the shield, and you still coughed up blood." Seeing that, Bei Seaton was speechless. They spoke as if he was so weak that it would be better if he did not fight at all. He quickly opened his magic pouch and took out the equipment. Each person in the group was given a gas mask. "The smell here is strange, human." The black dragon had repeated that several times over the past few days. It still did not know what the smell was, yet it felt inexplicably familiar. "It is probably the smell of poison, or rotting plants around the swamp." He answered indifferently while putting a mask on. The black dragon muttered something very quietly, but because the sound was too faint, he could not hear it clearly. "No, this is not some ordinary smell like that." Bei Seaton stepped up beside him. "How strange. In a forest this vast, there are only 2 swamps. Is that so?" "I do not see it that way." Bei Seaton saw the corner of his eye curve upward. This young man was definitely wearing an extremely sinister smile. "Once you see it with your own eyes, you will understand. 2 swamps are enough." He confirmed that everyone had put on a mask, then checked the group's condition after 2 days of entering the wild forest. His group had slept only 1 to 3 hours each night and had been moving nonstop for 2 full days. Yet every one of them still looked unusually alert. "You people really are impressive." Bei Seaton frowned at that comment. Is that really something the person with the healthiest complexion here should be saying? The entire group continued deeper into the forest. From here, Jiao had reached the boundary dividing the central zone from the outer ring. There was no wall separating them. Yet the instant he stepped across that invisible line, a storm of chaotic noise slammed into him, roaring as if it meant to rip the night apart. The monsters here were far more massive as well, their overwhelming presence almost suffocating. Jula asked softly, her hand still stroking the whip coiled around her wrist. "Young master, is it finally our turn to make a move?" He pointed toward the charging monster horde, then answered in a cold voice, "That's right, it's your turn." Jula swung her whip the moment his words fell. The ground burst open where the whip struck, leaving behind a terrifying, deep gouge. Every savage roar was instantly strangled into silence. After seeing his older sister attack, how could Passanen possibly keep standing still? The young man drew his sword, a swirling current wrapping around the steel blade as enemies slowly emerged from the forest. The border zone was where the beasts were weaker than those in the central region. Even so, they were still far beyond the outer ring, from mutant oxers, mutant dogs, and spider-type beasts of the eastern continent, all the way to high-tier specimens. The monsters here were clearly abnormal enough to be suspicious. "Perhaps I will fight right before Lord Dragon's eyes." Bassatin charged forward, opening the battle between the whale siblings and the high-tier beasts. The beasts of the night forest felt no fear. even against a dragon or the mighty whale tribe. Instead, they lunged in as if their instincts had detonated, unable to ignore the presence of someone strong enough to become a ruler. Slash. A beast was split in two in an instant. He casually raised a shield, blocking every splash of blood flying toward him. At the same time, he turned and instructed the two young men beside him, "You two should watch the whale siblings fight and learn some real combat experience." After sweeping away the small fry blocking their path, they walked a little farther and finally reached the swamp, a place buried beneath layers of dense trees. Well, does it live up to the name Night Forest? He glanced at the stunned Pazitan, then looked straight toward the swamp. The swamp before them looked no different from a pitch-black lake. He said to everyone, "This lake is huge, large enough for several big boats at once. The swamp's black color is truly distinctive, so this may be the place that best represents the Night Forest. This is the only swamp in the entire forest that is black like this. I did not expect it to be this large." Jula had only just murmured in awe when she froze, swallowing lightly as she looked around the swamp. He immediately understood why. All the surrounding trees were either black or brown, yet they were not withered at all. On the contrary, they were brimming with life, and what nourished them was poison. He nodded in agreement with Jula and tightened his mask. Then he retied the laces of the new shoes he had changed into at dawn and took out his gloves to put them on. The others immediately followed his lead. His voice came from behind the mask. "The plants here grew in toxins, then evolved in order to survive. Even if it is deadly poison yet, it is still poison. Be careful, and do not let the plants touch your skin." Even Choi-Han, who had poison resistance, found this place troublesome enough to keep his distance. That warning reminded Pazitan of mermaid poison, and he hurriedly adjusted his clothing to cover himself more securely. Satan suddenly sensed that something was off. The red-furred cat walked past Pazitan, then shot straight into the swamp area. Realizing it too late, Sansei once reached out in panic. "No, it's delicious." Hong wagged his tail while chewing on a jet-black blade of grass. Unlike Pazitan, who looked shocked, he calmly walked up to Hong and reminded him, "Watch out or you will get bloated. Eat slowly." Hong munched noisily, then seriously delivered a food critic's opinion. "This is only a paralysis poison. It is insanely good." He turned and spoke to the whale siblings. Everyone was still standing at the edge of the swamp, so he asked, "Are you not coming over?" He led them closer to the swamp. Fortunately, the brown ground was easy to tell apart from the black water, so no one could possibly step wrong. Thanks to that, he quickly grasped the situation. "There are traces that someone came here before. I will investigate." Satan immediately got to work while he observed the surroundings. The soil near the swamp had been churned up, leaving many traces behind. Since monsters did not come near this area, there was only one possibility left. The ingredients in the swamp make mermaids stronger. He looked away from the swamp and lowered his head, because he felt something rubbing against his pant leg. "I told you not to eat too much." Hong was clearly very happy, his mouth smeared all over with black. The little boy even wanted to taste the swamp water, but he stopped him immediately. So he puffed up his cheeks. "I want to get stronger." He placed his large hand on Hong's head. "Stop thinking about useless things and take it easy. You are already stronger than me anyway." Only then did Hong cheer up again. No longer thinking about drinking the swamp water, he pointed elsewhere and told him to go over there and absorb plenty of toxins. Right then, he finally noticed the black dragon's strange behavior. It kept flying in circles to the left, then sweeping back to the right, as if searching for something. Just then Sansei appeared. He had just gone to inspect the surroundings. There were no signs that any plants had been harvested, but near the swamp, there were many traces of something. Judging from the condition of the marks, it had probably been here for about 2 weeks. Q stared out at the pitch-black swamp stretching before him, then answered in a low voice that it looked like they were gathering something from this place. That possibility was extremely high. Pazitan and Whittler's faces turned grim at the same time. He was just about to speak when the black shadow silently moved up beside him. He raised an eyebrow. "Why did you take off your mask? It is not a familiar scent, but familiar mana." In that instant, an icy chill ran down the young man's spine. The black shadow lifted one stubby front paw and pointed straight toward the swamp. "There is the smell of dragon mana in this swamp." He immediately fixed his gaze on the thick black water. The swamp was so vast that it was almost impossible to measure its scale with the naked eye. Yet in the young man's mind, the size of an ancient dragon appeared, or at the very least, a fully grown adult dragon. Of course, there was not the slightest sign of life there. Only the lingering scent of mana remained. The black shadow's words struck like a hammer, making the seemingly absurd guess in his mind grow more and more certain. At the same time, the young man gradually understood why the merfolk had grown abnormally strong. "There is a dragon corpse in the swamp." He immediately asked the black dragon, "How can you smell mana from something already dead?" The black dragon answered very calmly, "Probably because of this swamp. The swamp controls mana, holding it in place, so it does not disperse. Mana control is a kind of power that exists in nature. At a glance, it seems similar to the power of Earth, but its essence is completely different. When a living creature dies, its mana disperses as well, but the power of Earth remains in that place." Just then, he heard the black dragon's voice, soft yet sharp. "I can sense a power like your shield and wind inside the swamp. The young man immediately grasped the key point. The black dragon meant that an ancient ability existed within that swamp, and most likely that ability was directly connected to the word domination. This was the first time he had discovered an ancient ability that had never been mentioned in the novel. Of course, the young man still could not know who had left it behind, or whether it had formed naturally within the flow of this fantasy world. You really are smart. That is right, I have always been very smart. Curiosity instantly rose in the eyes of everyone watching as they saw him and the black dragon look at each other, then share a dangerously knowing smile. Young master, may I ask what this is about? He turned to Witra. She asked that, but she had clearly grasped part of the situation already. It is only a guess, but it seems there is the corpse of a dragon beneath this swamp, and has been dead for a very long time. Little Hong immediately wrinkled his face, losing all interest the moment he heard the words dragon corpse. He walked over beside the black dragon. Sorry, youngest, I thought this swamp water would taste amazing. It is fine. I am different from the thing lying in there. As expected, dragons had no concept of kinship. Each one was a unique existence. Seeing that the black dragon did not care, he continued. The merfolk's main weapon is poison. I think they grew stronger because of the poison in this swamp. It could also be because of the dragon mana left inside. Or worse, it could be both. He looked at the whale siblings. If it is poison, we just need to take samples and find an antidote. But if it involves dragon mana, the situation becomes far more complicated. Another problem is that this swamp is too wide, so we cannot simply block off every entrance to the jungle. Nor can we leave people here to guard it forever. While Witcher was struggling with a headache over a solution, he had already thought of a bold plan. First, take as much swamp water as the two of you need. He took his eyes off the black water and looked straight at Witra. After that, we make a deal. At first, he had only planned to study the swamp's toxins and leave. After all, the enemy was not stupid enough to leave traces of what helped them level up their power. But now, something useful to him had appeared right before his eyes. It was the power of Earth. The deal he wanted was very clear. He would help the whale tribe handle this swamp by overturning the entire thing. Witra froze in shock. How could anyone possibly churn up a swamp this enormous? Just then his words cut through her tangled thoughts. You do not need to overthink it. I will do it. So just proceed with the deal with me. The jungle was already a land where no one would be too surprised, no matter what bizarre event occurred. He could easily hide his actions under the cover of an ordinary incident. This was also a place where the young man could flatly deny that anything had been caused by him, a deal that could erase the major threat posed by the merfolk. Witla immediately nodded in agreement. For now, he declared that he would help them deal with the swamp. In return, everything this young man found inside the swamp would belong to him. As for the main deal, they could set it aside for later. The moment the agreement was sealed, he immediately got to work. The young man tossed out the magic-sealed bottle that could prevent destruction. Then he handed it to Washington. He told him to collect some water from the swamp and bring it back. After that, the young man told everyone to retreat into the forest and wait for him there. As for him, he quietly followed the current, preparing to handle the swamp. Only after using the black dragon to confirm that everyone had reached a safe place far enough away did he move closer. What are you planning to do? It suddenly fell silent when it saw what he pulled from his magic pouch. Then, catching the young man's smile, it murmured, "You are pretty smart." Smart, his ass. In his hands were two magic bombs, completely unlike the weak chain bombs he had used in Yuba territory. These were magic bombs fully enhanced for explosive force and killing power, the kind the Mage Alliance had unleashed in the final battle of the Civil War. That exact type of bomb was now in his hands. He had been thinking for ages about what to use them on, and it seemed the right moment had finally arrived. The young man handed both bombs to the black dragon. Use your power as much as you want. Are you sure? Just from the mana shockwaves, so intense anyone could see them. He knew the black dragon was aching to reveal its true strength. He answered curtly, "Do not ask the obvious. But of course, you absolutely cannot let me get hurt." The corner of the black dragon's mouth curled up. A massive gale rose, swirling around its body, as if all the air itself was reacting to its mana. That was the moment natural power began to move. He immediately summoned the indestructible shield. When the feeling that his body was about to be blown away hit him, the young man saw that the black dragon was ready and watching him. He pointed straight down at the black swamp and ordered, "Blow this place apart." The mana in the black swamp and the air itself trembled at the same time. From above, the black dragon looked down. It truly was a dragon. A brutal, arrogant aura covered the entire swamp. He turned his head toward the boundary between the black mud and the forest. It seemed that aura had completely locked down this area, so the forest did not shake at all. He recalled the description of a dragon's power in The Birth of a Hero. The whale race could resist dragons, but in truth, they were merely struggling not to die beneath a dragon's claws. If a dragon truly wanted to, there was no living creature it could not kill. Once someone witnessed that power, they would understand why dragons saw themselves as unique beings. He raised his head toward the sky. Streams of mana crashed violently together, then gathered around the black dragon. It calmly looked down at the swamp. The image of the 4-year-old dragon that had once been abused had vanished from the current black dragon. Dragons did not need to try to dominate. A dragon's very existence was the symbol of domination. Its roar began to descend. He swept his eyes around, but saw no sign of any other creatures. Even so, from the forest came chaotic sounds and the howls of the monsters that had once been unafraid of the black dragon. But now, those throat-ripping howls contained only terror, spreading through every corner of their forest. Too noisy. Hearing the black dragon's voice, he looked up. The black dragon was looking back at him as well. The 2 magic bombs floated in midair. There was not the slightest wavering in the black dragon's eyes. This was not even worth its concern. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted, the resolve of the whale race. A pressure far beyond even that giant humpback whale was radiating from that tiny body. He answered loudly, "I am good with it too." "Then hurry up and do it. I knew you would say that." He saw the black dragon smile. The black dragon's one-of-a-kind mana was erupting violently around it. At that exact moment, the ground began to shake. He clearly felt each wave of tremors surging up from beneath his feet. Insane. But he no longer had time to watch the ground quake. The mana had vanished. The black dragon now looked truly refreshed. He silently swore to himself that from now on he would never again mess with this little brat. The young man lowered his gaze to the very bottom of the swamp. The black swamp had disappeared, but a little black liquid still remained. It was shaped like a dragon. An adult dragon's body was covered entirely in black liquid, making it look no different from a dragon made of clay. And at what seemed to be the dragon's head, a white crown was firmly embedded there. "That is an ancient power. I can do whatever I want with it, right?" The black dragon answered his question. "Do not ask the obvious. Thanks." He did not notice the black dragon flinch for an instant and simply walked straight toward the mass of black mud. If he removed the black mud, the dragon bones would be revealed. If he could take this and then the magic tower too, this was no joke. The corner of his mouth curled upward. His palm tingled with an itchy sting. He immediately launched the shield forward, summoned a whirlwind at the same time, and pushed its power to the absolute limit. The instant the shrieking wind tore through the air, the layer of black mud shot straight at him like some grotesque spear. It surged in at terrifying speed, as if it meant to swallow the young man whole in a single breath. At that moment, the voice of the ancient power's master rang out. "This is not a power born from a fixed place, but something left behind by someone. Do you understand what domination is?" The voice was so cold it seemed to pierce his chest, making his heart pound hard. The 2 whirlwinds in his hands instantly shot out like arrows. The tornadoes ripped through the black mud, opening a narrow path for the young man to charge through. His shield and wings blocked the slimy liquid, keeping it from touching his body. Do you know the simplest way to steal another person's breath? Whirlwinds kept forming in his palms, carving a path through the darkness. From every direction, the black liquid rushed in and surrounded him, trapping the young man inside a thick curtain of night. But he kept moving forward, following the path the wind had opened, and in that exact moment, the voice rang out again. "It is to spread fear. Fear, my ass." This young man had overcome countless terrors just to survive until today. Because he wanted to live. He wanted to live more happily than anyone else. Humans build their present from the very fears they carry, the fear of a vague, unpredictable future. The 2 tornadoes merged into one, transforming into a massive raging gale. It left his hand. Then it tore open the path at once more. The power of the wind was completely different from before. Domination? What a load of crap. What was the point of intimidation? He only cared about things that actually brought him benefits. The young man quickly advanced along the path that had just been created. Right then, that voice echoed through his mind again. "Correct, it truly is a load of crap. You understand it well. Found it." Before his eyes, the crone had appeared. The moment his fingertip touched it, brilliant light burst from the crown and blasted away all the black mud. At the same time, the crown flew straight toward the young man. A pleased voice, completely different from before, rang beside his ear. "Use it well. Sometimes a little showmanship can save your life." He felt another source of power wrapping around his heart. Thump, thump. His heart pounded violently like a war drum before battle. In that instant, he understood what that power was. The black dragon approached the young man, its face full of confusion. "Human, why do you have a power inside you that's only about the size of my toenail? Aren't you still weak? What is this?" "Because this body's pull has increased." "What are you babbling about, human?" The black dragon looked visibly baffled, as if what he had just said was actually correct. He now knew the name of this ancient power. Dominating Aura, a name that sounded like a headache. But true to its name, the ability only made his presence feel stronger. Contrary to the crown's majestic appearance, the power itself was rather useless. Scamming people is bad. The black dragon frowned and muttered its complaint at him. But the young man ignored it, then turned his eyes toward his companions. He saw them still standing frozen in place, not daring to come closer. He withdrew Dominating Aura, then beckoned to the people watching him from afar. The forest was silent, as if no monster had ever roared there. The young man broke that silence. "Come here." Hearing that gentle voice, An and Hong immediately ran toward the black dragon. It looked like the dragon was not injured. That was scary. We can't let our youngest get hurt. The two cats circled the black dragon, checking every part of its body. Then they cautiously moved closer and gently patted it. Our little sibling is the best, so cool. You're really strong. After confirming that the black dragon was obediently standing with the cats, he looked over at the whale siblings, who still could not move. He gave them a comforting smile. The black dragon walked up beside him, and the young man's relaxed hand stroked its head. The whale siblings can't come over? That soft voice reached the whale siblings' ears. Witira slowly loosened her tightly clenched fist. It was not now, but at the very moment the black mud vanished, that she had clearly sensed this young man was different. He was still human, still someone who could die from a single strike of her whip. It was not overwhelming power, not even for an instant, but the sight of him standing alone made her think of her father, the Whale King. Not because their strength was similar, but because they shared the atmosphere of someone who stood above others. She could feel it. Witira fell silent as she watched him return to his normal self. The young man stopped looking at the pair of siblings, then turned to the black dragon. Is there any mana scent left? It's gone now. The black liquid had disappeared, so the lingering mana was gone as well. Only the dragon bones remained, tougher than anything else, able to resist magic and contain spells. Then collect those bones for me. Got it. He looked at the cats rubbing their faces against his calves. When their eyes met his, the two cats lightly tapped their front paws on his feet. I thought this had turned into a huge disaster. No one understood why he charged in so eagerly when he was the weakest one there. For dangerous jobs like this, they should have just let their youngest handle it. Of course, letting the youngest get hurt was absolutely out of the question. He coldly ignored the irritated cats clawing at him from the side. He told the group members to head back. As for him, he had to return to the Count's manor immediately. Kiao rested for 3 full weeks, then prepared to set off for the Wu Yibo kingdom exactly as planned. From his family to Amiru, everyone heard that this young man was heading into that unstable land could not hide their worry. No one understood why the crown prince wanted someone who had just recovered from his injuries to step into such a dangerous place. But the trip had already been decided, so all they could do was pray that he would return safely. And of course that was practically guaranteed. He did not believe for a second that he would get hurt. Besides, he was not making this trip alone. Perhaps because the Brecht kingdom had been dealt with, Choi Han returned earlier than expected. Rosalind and Locke came with him as well. An and Hong were trembling, but they still insisted on coming along. Naturally, beside them was the chairman of the servant flub, Han Hauxia. Vice Captain Huseman was seasick enough to turn green. Big Rocks had to watch over him while also keeping an eye on the mischievous children. Most importantly, a dragon was coming with them, so he had no reason to be afraid. Standing on the deck and looking out at the vast sea, his heart suddenly felt strangely light. The black dragon seemed to absolutely love the sea. Its excited mood suddenly made it think of something. He had given it a human name. It only asked out of curiosity, because it had assumed it would receive a short name, something with just 1 syllable, something like black or maybe dragon. Is your idea of a name really that lowly? He asked again about the name Veon Miru. He had chosen that name with a very clear wish in mind. The black dragon would live happily, joyfully, and freely. But how could the little dragon know that? It only wondered what that name truly meant. He smiled as he looked at it. Those were carefully chosen letters and words. A name created especially for you, because you are an incredibly great dragon. That phrase kept circling in the black dragon's mind. It looked up at him and saw a gentle smile on his lips. To it, that was the most beautiful smile in the world. The black dragon flapped its wings in excitement, then declared that this name was wonderful, and that it would treasure it. I am the great Zeon Miru. After saying that, the black dragon, no, the one now called Zeon, it flew over and perched on his shoulder, rubbing its round face against his cheek. He laughed, secretly thinking that if he really did get hurt, destruction might come crashing down. Back in Whipper City, the black dragon was still a great dragon without a name, but its aura was already as absurdly cool as anyone else. A weak human had promised to name it within a month. It looked forward to a mighty name, one worthy of a legend. Princess Rosalind made her final decision and gave up the throne of the Brecht kingdom. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke's family was sentenced to be beheaded in a single morning. At that time, 2 extremely talented figures stood beside her. Outsiders did not know who they were, but the Crown Prince knew everything. Are they your subordinates? The Crown Prince asked him directly. He found it rather amusing to be mocked and lumped together like that by the Crown Prince. 2 sharp-tongued mouths had met, and neither one was willing to yield. They kept needling each other and trading verbal blows until even the people listening started to get headaches. He craved magic, while the prince needed a true mage. I just feel as disgusted as if I swallowed chicken feathers, knowing there is someone like me in this world. Fine, I will give you everything you want, the Crown Prince said with a generosity that was suspicious in itself. Since the prince was being so broad-minded, he naturally accepted the full package of the very best things. As for the black dragon, it waited until its neck nearly grew stiff, yet it still had not received a name. Its face stayed gloomy all day, as if it had just lost the family ration book. Time passed quietly. The people who had left earlier began returning one after another. Rosalind cheerfully came to see him. She suggested that he keep calling her by her name as usual, because she had now been struck from the royal family register. Choi-han had just been about to report on the situation in the Breitling Kingdom when he was flatly rejected. Kyo's younger siblings had already left for another place, more precisely Harrot Village. Harrot had once been a peaceful village, tucked inside a clean and beautiful stretch of nature. But the horrific fire from before had reduced it to ruins, forcing the villagers to start rebuilding from nothing. Because of that, the children's observation group was temporarily staying in Harrot Village as well. A cemetery and a memorial bell tower for the victims swallowed by the flames were also being built, at the Duke's earnest request. Vice Captain Huseman was giving it his all too, the orange-haired butler reported with obvious excitement. Yet after hearing all of that, he showed not even the slightest trace of enthusiasm. The young man simply asked Locke to meet the children in his place and report on the condition of the land where they once lived. He quietly waited until everyone had left the room. Only then did Choi-han slowly bow his head in thanks, but the young man had no desire to accept that gratitude. Even the man who called himself his father could not shake him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the black dragon waited and waited, yet its name still had not appeared. It desperately hoped it would receive a truly majestic name, the kind that sounded like pure Eiskai aura the moment you heard it. Could that weak human have actually forgotten to give it a name? Was it going to be called nothing but dragon for the rest of its life? It wondered anxiously. When they learned he planned to go to the Whipper Kingdom, the entire household immediately protested fiercely. They were all worried about the young man, but they clearly did not care at all about that nation's fate. He only gave a strained smile, then slowly spoke to his father. Isn't it only when this country is safe that nobles like us can live in peace? I am a golden turtle after all, someone always protected securely inside his own tough shell. Besides, I am a Hennetus, so please do not worry too much. Even though the whole family tried to stop him, the young man kept the bearing of a true man of action. Once he said it, he did it, and so he boarded the bonbon and headed straight out to sea. Going back a few minutes, under the black dragon's relentless urging, he finally gave it the name Ron. I chose this name because I hope you can live joyfully and happily. He said it with a smile while Ron had once been locked away in a deep, dark, freezing place. It had always longed for the day it could escape from there. This was the first time in Ron's life that it could enjoy the freedom it had always dreamed of. The feeling was so blissful, it was like leveling up after barely surviving a suffocating dungeon run. The one who brought it freedom was also the human who had given it a name. Those letters belonged to it alone, a name meant only for it. It was a great dragon, and it was Raon. It was so happy that words could not describe it, as if light magic had burst to life inside its heart. Raon Shilink Choi-han, the two exchanged gentle looks warm in a strangely tender way. Outside, the deep blue ocean held the ship in its embrace amid countless rolling waves. While he was chatting animatedly with Ron, Choi-han suddenly shot from inside to outside as if a monster had attacked, startling him badly. It turned out Choi-han thought someone had broken in, which was why he reacted so violently. Honestly, 10 out of 10 for the alert instincts of an action-class swordsman. The reason the ship was shaking so violently was the appearance of a gigantic whale king. The ruler of this sea was the whale king Schickler. He was such a powerful existence that even an emperor ruling part of a continent would struggle to compare. How would you feel about talking right here on the deck like this? Facing the crushing pressure from the whale king, he still spoke up with calm composure. The whales rose from the water all at once, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Peston had transformed, and Witira, the whale king's successor, also appeared with her kin. Among them, an orca with sharp white brows stood out the most. Seeing that, Ron remained full of confidence and insisted that dragons were the coolest and most beautiful, far better than whales. Faced with Ron's adorable mischief, he simply laughed and gently patted its head. Under Kui-han's still stunned gaze, Jiao remained calm as if he had already predicted everything. From the water, the whale king, with his jagged blue beard, slowly stepped ashore, carrying the heavy presence of an otherworldly overlord. Wisha immediately spoke up, solemnly introducing her father. The two sides exchanged greetings in a first meeting that was both rushed and painfully inconvenient. Thank you for saving my son. I wanted to express my gratitude in person, so I came here with my daughter. There is no need to be so formal, Your Majesty. I only did what I should have done. But since both sides are busy, let us get straight to the point. The young man smiled faintly and reached out to clasp the whale king's hand in a brief greeting. On the other side, the killer whale with white eyebrows silently moved toward Kui-han. Their eyes met, and the air instantly grew heavy, so tense that neither of them could get a word out. Watching that scene, he was left speechless, thinking that if those two fought, even sinking the ship might not be enough to stop them. Kui-han, what is wrong with you? The young man lightly patted Kai-han on the shoulder, his voice full of confusion. The white-browed killer whale, also known as Ash, kept his knife-cold gaze pinned on his opponent. That stare was so fierce it felt as if he wanted to dig out every secret inside the person before him. Even though they were on the same side, Ash was the kind of character who could annoy people for no reason just by standing still. He guessed this reaction came from Ash having just faced Maxie Taylor in person, then he quietly sighed. At this point, the young man had no choice but to activate his ultimate technique, the auto-reactive power of the heart. Once he decided, he immediately put on an adorable act like a melting cheese stick. With a special look that seemed to say, "Please stop staring at me, I am embarrassed," he launched the move with perfect ease. That mental attack made Ash freeze for a moment, his face twisting as if he were about to throw up. Right after that, the Whale King dealt with him cleanly by striking him on the back of the neck. In the end, Ash lowered his head in bitter defeat and reluctantly greeted him. After that strange, pressure-filled round of greetings from both sides, the atmosphere finally eased a little. Only then did the Whale King get straight to business, reaching into his pocket and taking out an object. Clink, clink, clink. What was placed in front of him was a cold vial of dead mana. But why do you need this? Among humans, almost no one uses such a thing. If the vanished necromancer is involved, however, that is another matter, the Whale King said in a deep voice. He pressed his lips together, unsure where this current would branch off next. The meeting ended faster than he had imagined. Before leaving, the Whale King looked at him and promised they would meet again another day. At the same time, he also apologized on Ash's behalf for his thoughtless behavior earlier. After exchanging a few more words, the entire whale tribe quickly adjusted their formation and withdrew. One by one, the group leaped off the ship and vanished toward Roan territory amid the crashing waves. Once their figures were completely gone, Kuihan finally let out a sigh of relief. His tense face gradually softened as well. The young man bent down and headed into the ship's cabin, deciding to sleep first. As for Rayon, ever since getting his own name, he had been so happy that he kept bragging to one person after another. Kuihan caught only fragments of those words, because his mind had already drifted somewhere far away. I need to grow up more too, Kuihan silently told himself. The ship kept cutting through the waves, bobbing across the open sea covered in white foam. A few days later, the group arrived at a port in the Whipper Kingdom. Tunka, his sunburned skin dark and rough, personally came all the way there to welcome him. Tunka's guest welcoming outfit looked a little tacky, but his wild aura still blazed so fiercely that no one could look down on him. The two happily slung their arms around each other's shoulders. The magical empire of the Whipper Kingdom had now collapsed. The Lord of the Magic Tower had been torn apart and killed by Tunka, bringing an era of oppression to an end. When the Magic Tower fell, what remained was no different from ownerless treasure lying in the middle of a battlefield. Hunting for treasure is always fun, he thought to himself, his eyes briefly lighting up. If you want treasure, then get to work. I will give you as many people as you need, however many you want. Tunka answered with a loud laugh, while the young man choked on his words, feeling that the other guy's brain really had problems. He had not even explained his goal yet, so Tunka should have been racking his brain, not laughing carefree like that. There was only one magic device he needed to hand over to Tunka. He stood on the ship, silently watching Tunka's back gradually disappear from view. Down below, On Hong and On's whole family were playing noisily, their laughter ringing out with pure delight. Kale suddenly remembered that Choi Han had once asked, out of curiosity, why he had come up with the surname Mia for Jia On. Sure enough, he had seen that reaction. He did not know John, but he did know Misao, the young man thought with a smug little edge. He answered that it was just a name that had flashed through his mind, so he used it on the spot. It was as simple as that. I just thought it was rather miraculous, Choi Han replied in a soft voice. The moment he heard the name Jia On, the young man's expression had clearly shifted in a strange way, if only for an instant. Could everything really just pass by like that? Even though the name was only made from a few simple Sino-Korean sounds. He wondered with a throbbing headache, then quietly walked toward Rosalind. At that moment, she was holding a staff in her hand. As soon as she saw the young man approach, she excitedly showed off the superpowered finishing move from the staff. You really are wise, he said, raising his thumb and praising her without holding back. He praised her on the outside, but inside he was full of questions. As a mage of the Gopper Kingdom, if she ran into danger, she should have hidden her abilities. Wise my foot. I had to do something so everyone would not get dragged down because of me. Besides, I learned quite a few martial arts styles when I was young, and more than that, I wanted to see this place with my own eyes at least once. Rosaline looked around, her gaze brimming with hope as she answered. The carriage had also been prepared, so they could set out immediately now. Everything was arranged quietly, ensuring no rumors would be left behind afterward. He asked Pilot, "Isn't that obvious? Why should I share my own benefits with anyone else?" Pilot's answer left him extremely satisfied. As for the winners, Pilot revealed that the non-mage alliance was far more reckless than they had imagined. They had no fear of death at all. In their eyes, the only thing worth caring about seemed to be killing, especially the spell-resistant ones. If they appear in large numbers, the situation will become terrifying, Pilot said. People with the ability to resist magic had been born and passed down through many generations. They were the greatest variable in the war between the non-Mage Alliance and the Mage Alliance. Those who belonged to this race had left behind several horrific milestones. They were milestones written in blood, created by killing mages who could control nature through mana. One man in particular was named Tunka, the leader of the non-wizard alliance. He and his subordinates acted completely on instinct, in the most literal sense. I only saw him once from a distance. At the time, he was snapping mages' necks with his bare hands. The sight was brutally chilling. Even now, just thinking about Tunka and his subordinates makes my stomach twist. They piled the corpses of the murdered mages into a mountain right in front of the city gate. Even so, for the people of Guber, that probably still was not enough to soothe their hatred. He listened to Pilot continue for a while, then quietly stood up. He said he planned to go to the magic tower to meet Tunka. "Trust me," he said, giving Pilot a confident smile. "I trust my instincts. My instincts tell me I should follow you, young master." Pilot flattered him while quickly pouring more wine into his cup. Outside, even though the war had officially ended, the remnants of the mages were still scattered everywhere. All of Guber was blanketed in weeping and the heavy stench of death. Madness, despair, and grief. All of it blended into the same suffocating air, turning this place into a post-apocalyptic battlefield. A few days later, he followed Pilot to that tower, both beautiful and steeped in mystery. The young man took gold coins from his pocket and handed them straight to the person who needed to receive them. Pilot instantly switched into bootlicking mode, clinging to him with a wheedling manner that made people's skin crawl. The moment they saw the battlefield before them, the atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Memories of death and blood suddenly surged back through Han with violent force. They made him want to turn around, run outside, and vomit right there on the spot. He suggested that Han go rest if he felt unwell, but Han stubbornly refused. The rest of the group had also arrived in full. Today they had come here to meet the one called Tunka. Kale reminded them in a cold voice. Until that moment came, they absolutely could not cause any more trouble. Sunji was actually the man named Bob, the one the group had met back in Yuba territory. But Bob was only a fake name he used to fool the world. The instant Choi Han heard that familiar name, his fists clenched and his expression visibly wavered. Yet when Kale asked him about it, he stayed silent. First, Kale turned toward Pilot. "You said you could bring everyone to the tent where the staff officers are gathered, correct?" Pilot answered at once. "Yes. I cannot bring everyone, but I can manage 6 people, including myself." Kale silently guessed that Pilot must have made quite a profit. If he could deal directly with the staff, then this civil war had definitely lined his pockets. On suddenly had a hunch. Something interesting, perhaps even worth watching closely, was about to happen. Choi Han, Locke Huseman, and Rosalind had all gathered as well. The 500 brothers immediately shouted in unison, then set out together. As for the remaining work, Kale asked Han to handle it from there. An and Hong kept clinging to Kale, so excited that they could hardly wait for the day they finally reached the magic tower. The group walked in a single line, radiating the kind of cool, intimidating aura you would expect from a party about to enter a dungeon. They marched straight ahead, ignoring the soldiers around them who stared with unreadable eyes. The entire scene already reeked of blood, yet for those people it still seemed nowhere near enough. Kale quietly assessed the situation. After they had walked for a while, Pilot pointed toward the tent ahead. He reported that they had arrived. Kale could also guess what Pilot intended to say next. Forming an alliance with people who were not mages could indeed damage their prestige. But when viewed realistically, that very choice could sometimes make another school of thought erupt with even greater force. Were mages really the only ones who could be intelligent? Were they truly the only ones allowed to study and hold knowledge in their hands? Many scholars who could no longer endure being suppressed had gradually submitted under Sunji's command. Kale thought to himself that those people probably hated magic even more than Sunji himself did. Without hesitation, Kale immediately ordered Pilot to contact the people on the other side. This was the staff officer's tent. Sunji might abandon weak soldiers, but he would absolutely still protect these brains. That meant Kale only needed the staff officers brought out by Pilot to arrange a meeting with Sunji. But the very moment the tent flap opened, a sudden icy chill ran down Kale's spine. Choi Han, standing behind him, sensed the ominous presence, instantly rushed forward, blocking Kale's path to protect his master. An excited voice rang out. "That is one powerful scent. Perfect timing too. I was bored to death." A man covered head to toe in thick hair yanked the tent flap open with a rough swish, giving off the presence of a monster breaking out of its cocoon. His face was bright with excitement, a complete contrast to the undisguised, ice-cold look in Choi Han's eyes. As it turned out, that hairy man was none other than Sunji. He seemed drawn in by Choi Han's intense scent, and immediately charged forward like a wild beast that had caught the smell of prey. He roared, "Fight me. Do your hands not itch for a battle?" Sunji cracked his knuckles loudly, his face filled with delight, his eyes locked on Choi Han as though he had already chosen his opponent. Pushed to the side, Kale could only stand nearby and sigh. But Choi Han's simple words, "All right," made him jolt in surprise. It seemed On's hunch about something interesting happening had truly come true. The moment the two reached an agreement, they rushed straight at each other without wasting another word. Choi Han's gaze turned razor sharp, killing intent surged violently around him, and his hand was already moving to draw his sword. Right then, Kale struck Choi Han firmly on the back. Kale wanted to confirm whether Choi Han was truly planning to fight this match seriously. Only then did Sunji shift his gaze toward Kale. He froze when he realized this was the red-haired bastard who had once thrown him into the sea, then calmly watched from above. It was still the same person. This time, Sunji felt that something about Kale was very different from before. Being stared at so intensely by Sunji made Kale feel slightly uncomfortable. Kale calmly said to Choi Han, "If you want to fight, then go ahead." The moment those words left his mouth, Choi Han showed a brief flash of surprise. Kale patted Choi Han on the shoulder and told him to fight as freely as he wished. That made Choi Han even more certain that he would win. Hearing that, Sunji grew so excited that his aura exploded outward, and he looked ready to charge into battle at once. Kale curled his lips and proposed, "If you want to fight, then we should make this clear. Let us play a round." The sunlight was fading from the sky, but Kale was more fired up than ever for the combat showdown between Tulka and Choi Han. He called the whole group to carry chairs into the yard and sit in a row, like they were getting ready to watch an all-out action war. All they were missing was popcorn and cold drinks. Gong shouted in frustration, asking what they were supposed to do if this kept going, and everyone ended up hating them. Rosaline was at a loss for words, while Locke could not sit still, terrified that something truly terrible might happen to Choi Han. "You two do not need to be so tense. Just sit and watch," he said calmly, as if everything had already been calculated. That confidence was not baseless, because compared to what he had first imagined, Tunka was not actually some impossible monster. Of course, among humans, he was strong, but placed beside a whale or a dragon, he was no different from a small dungeon mob. If Tunka had been the type to seek revenge on everyone the moment he met someone strong, he never would have survived long enough to reach this place. In the middle of the yard, the two opponents faced each other in silence, their eyes locked like the final breath before battle. The air suddenly grew heavy, tension stretching tight beneath the mournful howl of the wind. He rested his chin on his hand, fully aware that for warriors like them, victory and defeat were what determined honor. So, to protect the meaning of being a warrior, this fight had to happen. "Why are you looking at that vicious bastard?" Tunka growled the question at Choi Han, while the other man kept his gaze fixed on him, as if searching for an answer. "Evil people, whether they appear on the battlefield or anywhere else, must be eliminated first. You cannot possibly be unaware of that," Tunka declared arrogantly. He simply could not be bothered to care about lunatics like him, and he cut off all that rambling with one cold sentence. Suddenly Choi Han lowered his head, then dropped his sword to the ground with a heavy thud. In the next instant, the young man shot forward with suffocating speed, unleashing a barrage of punches that made Tunka feel pain all the way to the heavens. Caught off guard by the assault, Tunka instantly flew into a rage, his killing intent erupting like a monster that had just awakened. He twisted his body to counterattack, but every strike was read and cleanly stopped by Choi Han. Choi Han sent Tunka tumbling away, his body slamming into the ground with a dry, brutal thud. Even so, he still crawled back to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth as he laughed, like he had just found an interesting opponent. "You are pretty strong. Haha, but I will not let myself be defeated," Tunka said with a provoking grin. Sick of all the noise, Choi Han charged again, punching and kicking Tunka like he was practicing martial arts on a living sandbag. Tunka not only refused to fight back, he laughed wildly like he was overdosing on battle fever, which made him start feeling a little impatient. Maybe this Tunka was the type who got more excited the more he was beaten down, exactly the kind of bizarre character you would find in a fantasy world. Rosaline asked why he did not stop them. He only answered briefly, saying that interfering with a warrior's will was taboo. The group standing still and watching was itself a way of respecting them. Right now, all they needed to do was witness that sacred will. The power inside Choi Han was surging more violently than ever, like a level-up system that had just shattered its limits. Tunka was knocked high into the air again, his body flying like a monster that had just been hit by a finishing move. He shot up into the blue sky, then crashed down with a thunderous boom, shaking the whole area and leaving everyone frozen. The whole group stared wide-eyed at Choi Han, who was now calmly sliding his sword back into its sheath. He gave Choi Han a short compliment, because that beatdown just now had honestly been something else. Only after a long while did Tunka drag his battered body back into a sitting position. He raised his head and saw him standing in front of him with a mysterious, unreadable smile. "You lost, so now you have to guide us into the magic tower, correct?" he said slowly. From the moment Choi Han gave Tunka a proper beating, the soldiers immediately wore expressions of absolute hatred, glaring at the group with eyes full of hostility. He did not care much, because all that mattered was that they treated everyone decently and left according to plan. "Hey warrior, next time I will definitely kill you." Tunka walked up in front of Choi Han and, through clenched teeth, made a promise thick with killing intent. Once everything was handled, he turned to Pilot and asked him to bring in the people camping outside. They would have to wait 2 more months before the group could officially infiltrate the magic tower. Yes, but there is someone I need to introduce to you first, sir. This is the chief strategist, the person currently leading the Harun Alliance. Pilot pointed toward the young man standing beside him and introduced him formally. The two of them shook hands with pleasant smiles. As it turned out, the person the leader said would buy the magic tower was none other than the Duke before him. It is an honor to meet you. In the future, let us discuss the details further, Harold said with a warm smile. But Ron, standing over here, had already sniffed out the thick stench of fakeness hidden in every word he spoke. Commoners in the Whipper Kingdom did not have family names in their names. Harold, just like his appearance suggested, was an extremely ordinary person with no truly outstanding abilities. Yet it was Jiao's strangely ordinary air that made everyone willing to follow him. Sun Ji and Harold, when those two names were put together, they became nothing less than a flame of hope for the people of the Whipper Kingdom. It was a deal that was anything but equal, and the one who opened it was Harold, not the side that needed help. Because of that, this young man understood that staying cautious to the very end was the best move. Standing before the magic tower, he realized its outer shell was sturdier than he had imagined, but inside it had surely become a complete mess. The moment he was asked whether Sun Ji would go in with them, he jolted as if boiling water had been poured onto his crotch, then made it clear he would never step into that filthy place. Harold and Pelia will guide you in my place. He pointed behind him and spoke curtly. He noticed that Sun Ji kept glancing backward, his eyes never truly leaving them. The young man guessed to himself that the aura of power coming from them was probably what made Sun so wary. It is because you are unbelievably weak that I find you strange. You are frail, and yet you give off some bizarre kind of power. Why do you keep staring at me? Want to fight again? Sun Ji jerked his chin at Choi Han, looking fired up as if he was waiting to charge into a life or death martial arts bout. Choi Han ignored Sun Ji's nonsense, merely let out a sigh and fell silent. He swept his gaze around and saw Pildu chatting away with Harold, as if he had forgotten the situation entirely. Only then did he scoop up An and Hong, preparing to have the two of them enter the castle with him to hunt rats. An went along as well, but her target did not seem to be limited to ordinary rats. After letting An and Hong run inside, he turned to Sun Ji and asked directly, "Have the bodies of the mages in the magic tower been cleared away? We deliberately left a few corpses behind. They do not need proper burials, only a little comfort for their souls." Sun Ji answered at once, as if he had already expected him to ask about that. To them, cremation was the way to send off and soothe the souls of the dead. The members of the tribe still cremated all bodies that had died from causes such as infectious disease. As for the corpses left behind without being given to the flames, they were certainly the bodies of the mages who had once taken the kingdom's people on their own and used them as magic test subjects. The ones who had died were only the group of mages belonging to the magic tower. Meanwhile, in the Whipper Kingdom right now, other mages still existed in the shadows. Power, ambition, politics. Those were the very things that woke them from their dreams and drove them out of the magic tower. Because in the past, they had only wanted to bury themselves in magical research. Now, those mages were probably hiding quietly, searching for every possible way to escape the Whipper Kingdom, and the one who would become the shield protecting them was Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. After that request, Harold followed him into the tower. A foul stench mixed with dust surged up, thick and overpowering enough to choke the breath from their lungs. He immediately ordered the soldiers to open every window and cover the bodies before he truly reached his limit. Instead of starting the inspection from the first floor, he wanted Harold to lead him down from the very top of the tower. "I want to know what it feels like to stand at the highest place and look down over everything below. The room of the magic tower master. Take me there first," he said firmly. This place was drowned in chaos, with fresh blood splashed across every corner like the aftermath of a dungeon that had just been swept clean. He wanted to stay here alone and think in silence, which put Harold in a slightly awkward position. But Choi Han and Pelia were already standing guard outside. On top of that, he had already opened the windows, so they were able to feel somewhat at ease leaving this young man by himself. The room inside had been almost completely wrecked, and bloodstains still clung to every surface. Of course, this had once been the residence of the cruelest person, the place where a monster created from mana had existed. Harold said, "You are Mage 2, Chief Strategist. Are you not?" He bared his teeth in a provocative grin at Harold. He was Harun Kodiang, a minor character in The Birth of a Hero. He carried the blood of the magic tower master, Pister Kodiang, and he was a true monster, born from the monster made of mana. His father knew absolutely nothing about his existence. After giving birth to him, his mother died alone, and that tragedy became the source of Harold's fury. He craved war even more than Sun Ji did. He wanted to erase every seed of magicraft from this world. However, there was one truth that even he still did not know. In The Birth of a Hero, there was a single line that made Harold's rage burn more violently than ever before. Harold Codian was born from the love between two people, yet in a cruel twist, he would never know that truth for himself. Do you not want to erase every trace your father left behind? I will help you level the magic tower, the place that still preserves the remnants of your father. How does that offer sound? Hearing those words, Harun's eyes flew wide open, and he was so stunned he could barely breathe. A chill ran down his spine, sweat broke across his skin, and all he wanted to know was how the other man had learned that secret. Mana whispered it to me. The other man answered calmly. So the young master plans to use my bloodline to control me. Harun clenched his fists, his voice trembling with fury. What crime has your bloodline committed that I would use it to threaten you? Besides, your side is already backed into a corner. The young man replied arrogantly. The rebels were simply risking their lives to find a way to survive, because they could no longer endure the brutal taxes imposed by the magic tower. He had no choice but to satisfy some of their demands, or another wave of madness could very well explode. He suddenly noticed that there was a mage among the group accompanying the other man. The young man wanted to know exactly what the kingdom was plotting with the magic tower. He stated firmly that the magic tower belonged to him, and he would not share it with anyone. It had taken far too long to get here, and only a lunatic would hand it over to the kingdom. That tower would become the material for building the strongest and most comfortable fortress of his life. At that thought, the young man's lips curled slightly, while the other man sighed in silence, clearly running countless calculations through that sharp mind of his. Young master, are you trying to recruit the mages of the Whippersaw Kingdom? Harun suddenly asked. I do not need any more mages, because I already have a far greater being at my side, he answered inwardly, and that being was none other than Ran, the most domineering little dragon in this land. Of course, the young man would also secretly lend the crown prince a hand. Now then, chief strategist Harun, the others have arrived. In a moment, just listen as my subordinate explains the details to you. Discuss it properly. He smirked and patted Harun on the shoulder with a meaningful air. Just then Pilot and Han appeared as well. Pilot leaned close to his ear and whispered that, for now, every payment would be handled under his own name. The payment method had been arranged like this. Pilot would act as the middleman, receive the money from him, and then transfer the payment to the non-mage alliance. In reality, Pilot would receive the money from the royal family, not from him. But the non-mage alliance absolutely could not learn that truth. When he heard the young man give a single word of approval, Pilot bowed respectfully and promised to place the deposit and finish the payment within 1 month. Young master, there is one more thing. How much do you think it is worth? 100 million? Or 1 billion? Surely it cannot be 10 billion, can it? The more Pilot asked, the more he sweated. About that much, the young man answered casually. The answer left Pilot frozen, because the magic tower before them had practically been destroyed from top to bottom. If it were an intact magic tower, even 100 billion might not be enough, because its value was simply enormous. But right now, every magical device inside had been completely paralyzed. That is why I said the highest should be around 10 billion. Emphasize that this tower is nothing but an empty shell now, then force the price down. Oh, and if we need to spend more, that is fine. While you are at it, buy the nearby land as well, because there is something there that can be sold for as much as this magic tower itself. He gave the order coldly. Pilot did not understand the full situation, but as long as the profit was maximized, he could put his mind at ease. First, I will go negotiate the price of the magic tower. Just thinking about that massive number is enough to make my heart pound, my lord. Pilot chuckled, while Choi Han quietly observed the surroundings. He felt that once this place was purchased, it would absolutely have to be cleaned, because it was filthy to an unpleasant degree. I will clean it all out, the young man stated firmly, without the slightest hesitation in his voice. All right, there is no need to stop anywhere else now. Let us head back. After all, I will be coming back here tonight. The young man thought to himself, interest gleaming in his eyes. That evening he used the excuse that he was feeling unwell. After leaving Choi Han behind at the festival grounds, the young man asked to withdraw. He quietly slipped out of Ron's line of sight. After arranging for someone to stand guard outside the tent, he secretly moved out with On. Hong and Ron quickly finished their preparations as well, ready to enter the room of the magic tower's master. They crossed through the flickering bonfires amid a chaotic roar of shouting. He and his beasts charged straight toward the magic tower under cover of night. The group slipped through the window frame, then followed the pitch-black staircase leading downward. Kale watched On and Hong dash off in excitement, the two little ones bouncing around as if they had just stepped into a brand new dungeon. Following their directions, he told them to fly down to the wall beside the stairs on the first basement floor and quietly search for whatever was being hidden. On and Hong kept sniffing, combing through every corner nearby. Sure enough, relying on human scent alone made it extremely hard to pinpoint the exact location. The Birth of a Hero was packed with useless details, but thanks to that, he had managed to dig out a few critical pieces of information. As he thought it over, the young man pulled an iron rod from his pouch, and the lines from the novel instantly surfaced in his mind. He had once used a small body to hide behind a secret wall in the magic tower stairwell. It was a place known only to his family and the successive masters of the magic tower. That coward had crawled inside and trembled in fear while soldiers searched outside. Because of that, he did not dare come out, turning the secret chamber into his own prison. Kale moved along the stairs, tapping the iron rod against each section of the wall with dull, steady knocks. Then one strike rang out with a completely different sound. The young man finally found what he was looking for, a hidden keyhole concealed with extreme care. Its position was shaped by 5 narrow grooves, fitted together into the outline of a star. He took the diamond from his leather pouch and placed it perfectly into the keyhole. After a heavy rumbling sound, a secret gap slowly appeared. Inside, a boy named Muller Lear was sobbing pitifully. Kale tried to put on the friendliest smile he could in front of the boy, but the other boy still burst into tears as if he had lost an entire food storehouse. Pitiful, was he? What exactly was pitiful here? As a descendant of the group that designed the magic tower, he had enjoyed every privilege until now, and he had bragged about it more than a few times. Kale crossed his arms and studied him, thinking Mueller was the only person who knew the magic tower's final defensive shield. Yet, because he was afraid of being discovered, he had curled up in a dark corner of this place. Because he was afraid to die, he had turned his back on every last wish his father had left behind. Kale suddenly tossed a pile of bread in front of Mueller, making his crying stop short. Right after that, he grabbed the bread and devoured it, looking so foolish it was almost hard to believe. The novel clearly said he possessed dwarven techniques, the discreet precision of the ratfolk, and the bearing of a top architect and designer. So why did Kale only see an idiot standing in front of him? Either way, the young man still needed to use him, so he would take him along as planned. After Mueller finished eating, he mumbled his thanks to Kale. Kale said he would save him, on the condition that Mueller revealed where the Magic Tower Master's treasure room was located. The moment Mueller heard that, he jerked in shock and even dropped the piece of bread in his hand. Under Kale's overwhelming pressure, he could only stammer out that it was on the 4th basement floor. Mueller was shaken to the core, unable to understand how this young man knew that secret. The Magic Tower was known to have 20 floors above ground and 3 basement levels. Of course, that was only what outsiders were allowed to know. In reality, the Magic Tower was not a simple tower at all, despite how it looked from the outside. Mueller bowed his head respectfully and promised he would do anything if Kale was willing to save his life. Fine, then finish all that bread first. After that, take me to the 4th basement floor, the young man said in a cold voice. With the help of magic stones and Miller's guidance, Kale quickly arrived before a hidden deep within the tower. Even though this place had a magical alarm device, he handled it cleanly without leaving the slightest opening. The door opened, and Kale could not hide his excitement when he finally found the first treasure.